You have taken the esteemed celestial being, the foremost among all, as your mentor. In the battle against the demon race, she sustained grave injuries in her quest to protect you. Yet you turned and thrust a blade towards her, simultaneously revealing your true form. So you are of the demon race, and indeed, the offspring of the demon emperor. At this moment, Xiu Dan was struck by a profound realization. No wonder the demon race was able to locate the core of her formation at the earliest opportunity, always staying a step ahead of the human race. Master, the outcome has long been predetermined. Why must you stubbornly resist? Come with me. I shall not cause you harm. She smiled, a smile both devastating and enchanting. Upon witnessing this, your heart clenches, as if countless ants are crawling within. In truth, however, before you could utter a word, Xiudan urged Lingjiu to self-destruct. As she approached, she smiled at you. Feng Changhuan, if there is a next life, I shall ensure you endure the utmost torments. You can no longer maintain the calm facade upon your face, and you rush forward in an attempt to intervene. Yet with a resounding boom, fresh snow blanketed the battlefield. The celestial realm's formidable warrior self-detonated, sufficient to obliterate everything in the vicinity. You were propelled 10 meters away. Gazing at the endless snow and rain in the sky, my eyes reflect a hollow emptiness. Since you, my revered master, are unwilling to allow the annihilation of humanity, let it be my duty to safeguard them. Since that day, you ascended to the position of the sovereign of the demon clan in merely 3 years. What is perplexing is that the demon race, which has long harbored ambitions to seize the territories of humanity, suddenly faded into obscurity after your ascension to the throne of the Demon King. You ascend to become the unparalleled champion of this realm, bringing an end to the turmoil wrought by the Demon Clan, believing that you would lead the Demon Clan to seize territory. Who could have anticipated that after 3 years of idleness, you would merely issue a decree? Thus, the beings of both realms would coexist in harmony, only to subsequently transform into a blue light and vanish from the expanse of heaven and earth. In a certain palace, a woman slowly opened her eyes. Xiu Dan had been reborn. For reasons unknown, she was drawn back through the river of time by a beam of blue light, unexpectedly returning to 3 days prior to the moment she first encountered you. Feng Changhuan, in this lifetime, I shall ensure that your existence is worse than that of a mere 3. Little does she know, you too have been reborn. In this lifetime, your sole desire is to approach her in the most untainted form, to pave the way for her with unwavering determination. For your time is running short. It is now likely within the confines of the Geo Tower. Soon, Xiu Dan shall arrive at the Geo Tower to escort herself back to the clan. At that moment, your caretaker, Tung Ma, presented you with a set of garments, expressing great enthusiasm. Although you initially chose to remain here to be closer to Sayuden, you did not relinquish your reluctance to don such attire. Yet, you inexplicably sensed that your master, who had playfully toyed with you countless times in your previous life, would take delight in your appearance clad in this ensemble. As night descended, Xiu Dan took a seat in the closest position to the elevated platform. A glimmer of predatory intent flickered in her eyes at the thought of her impending confrontation with her adversary. She would acquire you, yet throughout this lifetime, she would harbor no pity for your sorrowful past, destined only to render you the most wretched of servants. With the sound of goods being delivered, you are elevated to the high platform. This youth is precisely what I require, an ideal vessel for our dual cultivation. The words of those around you have become increasingly unbearable, yet you remained indifferent. Upon encountering the person you have long yearned for, a subtle disquietude suddenly enveloped you. Why does the gaze of your master evoke a sense of animosity within you? Despite it being their inaugural meeting, there is no time for further contemplation, as the bidding has already commenced. Each call for a bid does not fall below 5,000 taels. Xiu Dan suppressed the hatred swelling within her, her gaze as frigid as ice, colder than light itself. She found herself more agitated than in her previous life, daring to fixate on me with such intensity, adorned in garments reminiscent of a clanging bell. How utterly despicable. Xiu Dan recalled their first encounter in her past life, when you were not clad in such attire, but rather in a more conventional long robe. At that moment, a voice resonated. I offer 60,000 taels. He is Yun Yi, the son of the Lord of Yun City, the suitor arranged by Sister Siyudan. Yet, the individual in question is a cross-dresser, with a penchant for the male gender. In that fierce battle, Lan Qian was determined to adorn herself splendidly. 60,000 taels the first bid. Your heart is shattering in its rhythmic throbs. Master, why has she not yet called for a price? In the previous life, when Yun Yi made his offer, she immediately followed with a lofty bid of 70,000 taels. As she prepared to report for the third time, Xu Dan finally spoke up. 60,001 taels. Yun Yi paused momentarily, his hand holding the folding fan, faltering. Upon realizing that the other party was a strikingly beautiful woman, the displeasure in his eyes diminished significantly. Just as he was about to speak, "Yet, I heard Siyu calmly say, 'Young Master Yun, a few days ago, the inkstone of emerald water sent by your father. I fear I am not worthy to keep it. In a couple of days, I shall arrange for it to be returned.'" Yin, he was taken aback. So she was the sovereign lady of the Mirror Void Realm, the foremost fairy of the world on the brink of transcending to the celestial realm. Well then, I shall forego this person. I only wish for you to graciously accept my humble offering. After a brief moment, you were carried into the room along with the cage. The night has grown exceedingly late. Why has my master yet to arrive? Every minute and second of waiting feels like an agonizing torment. The unsettling premonition intensifies with each passing moment. In a previous life, my master would have opened the cage on the spot, allowing you to emerge and rest. Yet today, she remains seated there, seemingly poised to relish the forthcoming musical and dance performance. Everything deviates slightly from the past, until a sudden sound interrupted the air. A familiar silhouette graced my vision. It was only then that I noticed, beside my esteemed master, stood a slender and elegant young man. At that moment, he was gently assisting the delicate Siyu Dan as they made their way into the room. Yet her eyes shimmer with clarity, devoid of intoxication. Her gaze is directed toward you, eyes glimmering with a subtle darkness. You descend first. A flicker of jealousy crossed Su Han's face, rendering her speechless. You unconsciously grasp the thin fabric of your attire. Master, girl, this person is from a modest establishment. You nearly called out incorrectly by mistake. Siyu Dan gazed with a frosty glint in her eyes. Are you not also a mere establishment? You believe yourself to be superior to them? From this moment forth, you shall be my purchased servant, subject to my whims. Do you comprehend? At this moment, the thought within your heart becomes increasingly lucid. Given the circumstances, what is there left to comprehend? It appears that my master shares the same fate, having been reborn with memories intact. I must ensure that she remains unaware of my own recollections, otherwise, she will undoubtedly distance herself from me. At this moment, Siyuden unleashed a powerful strike, cleaving the spirit into two halves. Subsequently, a long whip appeared in hand, striking fiercely towards your knee. Your face is utterly pale. There is no escape. The patella shattered into pieces. In Siyudan's eyes, there was not a trace of turmoil. This is merely the beginning, not even worthy of being called such. It is said that the demon race possesses formidable physiques, and their self-healing abilities surpass those of the human race by several folds. She will conduct an experiment on you. A voice devoid of warmth echoed above. Before you could react, the sound of a whip slicing through the air reached your ears. No escape. Ultimately, a cry of pain escaped your lips. Upon hearing this, Siyu Dan furrowed her brow. You force yourself into silence, having not felt the sting of a whip for an extended period. In your infancy, you often endured bullying among the demon clan. However, ever since you encountered your master, they have treated you with utmost kindness and compassion. The room is enveloped in a profound silence, broken only by the sharp crack of the whip. Your body sways unsteadily, struggling to maintain its stance. A subtle mist of tears begins to form in your eyes. Yet you are acutely aware that you possess no right to weep. Perhaps in a past life, you were cherished by her. Or perhaps it is the immense psychological disparity of rebirth that weighs heavily upon you. Upon witnessing this, Shuden paused momentarily, halting her seventh lash. She repressed her tears, finding the display repugnant. Should you dare to shed tears before me again, I shall break one of your bones with each instance, or perhaps even extract them entirely. You tremble slightly, striving to quell your tears. My apologies, it shall not happen again. Observing the trembling figure of the man before her, Suden found herself momentarily lost in thought. She then produced a collar from her shumi ring, a preparation made specifically for this occasion. The collar, forged from mysterious iron, was impervious to brute force. The only key capable of unlocking it rested in her possession. Furthermore, inscribed upon the collar were 7 runes for tracking and locating. Should he dare to flee, she would be able to remotely detonate the subtle array she had intricately woven within. Wear it yourself. Do not let me soil my hands. As she spoke, Siyu Dan observed the other person's reaction. Based on her understanding of him from her previous life, it was highly probable that he would either throw a tantrum in an attempt to ingratiate himself or flee. But you were merely stunned for 2 seconds, putting on the collar of 7 virtues. You had already surmised the reason why your master did not immediately punish you. It was out of hatred, wishing to see you suffer the utmost torment. What he does not realize is that you have waited for such a long time, invested so much effort, only to finally earn the opportunity to meet her. How could you possibly be content to part ways so soon after your first encounter? You yearn to linger by her side for a few more days, even if the cost is an endless torment. Moreover, there are still matters you must attend to ensure that such tragedies do not unfold again. Siyu Dan was somewhat taken aback, finding your ability to infiltrate the mirror void domain quite impressive. She stepped forward and made her way into the inner chamber. Your hands tremble. That little letter remains in the inner chamber. Is the master going to indulge that little establishment? With great pain, I force myself to rise. My lady, please do not enter. If you desire, I am capable. I possess greater beauty than he. Upon hearing this, Siyu Dan felt a chill. An icy spiritual force forcibly restrained you once more. Who granted you such confidence? Even the sight of such a thing feels repulsive. You still wish for my touch. Ah, what sheer folly. What more do you wish to express? The petals of the tree, despite their repeated opening and closing, remain silent. In the chill of a March night, the lingering cold seeps into your very being. As you contemplate Su Han and the others still inside, a sense of reluctance stirs within you. Yet there is no trace of resentment. For one such as yourself, burdened by grave transgressions, it is only fitting to endure the torment of atonement. Until the end, it is merely a matter of regret. On the following morning, Su Han opened the door. Upon seeing the person kneeling at the threshold, he let out a cold snort. You heard the sound of the door opening and promptly looked up to see. Upon realizing it was not Sayuden, a hint of disappointment washed over you. What a rare and extraordinary beauty, a man of unparalleled charm. Yet, what value does his wealth of thousands of taels hold, if he cannot even cross the threshold of esteemed guests? Even if he were to be redeemed, he would merely serve as a humble servant. Feng Wuhuan raised his gaze to the individual before him, a fleeting glimmer of ferocity flashing in his eyes, only to swiftly lower his head once more. Having knelt for an entire night, compounded by the injuries upon his body, he was already in a state of profound weakness. Su Han produced a chain, fastening one end to your collar. It was Miss C who instructed me to adorn you with it. Upon hearing these words during the selection, you released your grip. Meanwhile, in the room, Siyu Dan heard a commotion and approached the door. Su Han hurriedly went forward to report the matter. Su Qian hurriedly approached to report the situation. Miss, I was instructed by you to place him in chains, but he nearly crushed my hand. As he spoke, he extended his hand for Siyu Dan to see. The young man who acted as the messenger was typically delicate and fair-skinned. Yet at this moment, a conspicuous ring of red marks adorned his wrist. A sudden pang resonates within your heart, compelling you to offer an explanation in a flurry of confusion. Siyu Dan, however, had already spoken first. Which hand did he use to pinch you? Su Han felt a surge of joy in her heart. It was her left hand. Sayuden turned her head to gaze at you, extending her hand. Your face, devoid of despair, did not plead for mercy. You extended your left hand. Su Han found 7 wooden sticks to brandish. You instinctively cried out in pain, only to suppress your voice as a thought crossed your mind. Your master disapproved of your vocal expressions during punishment, yet your body could no longer endure such torment. A wave of dizziness washed over you, and ultimately, you succumbed to unconsciousness. Siyu Dan was momentarily taken aback. The demon race is renowned for its formidable physique. Although you currently possess only a high-level cultivation in the human realm, it is rather unexpected for you to have lost control so swiftly. She found no inclination to delve into the underlying reasons and thus chose to disregard it. Little does she know, your time is running short. When you awaken once more, it is aboard the flying vessel en route to the sect. Ignoring the pain coursing through your body, you survey your surroundings and eventually catch sight of Su Yudan's figure. At that moment, she was seated at a small table, while Su Han stood behind her, his face adorned with a charming smile as he gently massaged her shoulders. She had no intention of bringing back two individuals. However, considering that her sister was urging her to settle down with a man, and with Su Qian persistently pursuing her with great enthusiasm, she decided to redeem the person and take him back as a mere pretense. Nonetheless, this individual harbored a narrow and treacherous heart, and she did not intend for him to stay for long. Yet upon seeing Su Han, you found yourself frozen in place, kneeling before Chi Yudan in anguish. Lord! Silence enveloped the atmosphere as Chi Yudan remained silent. The imminent joy of returning home temporarily alleviates the physical chill and pain, as one solely yearns to reach that place where he and his master have resided for a decade. Before long, the vessel was brought to a halt by an unexpected encounter. The individual who approached was an elderly man, his hair and beard completely white. Chi Yudan's expression grew somewhat solemn. With her current cultivation level, she was unable to discern the strength of the individual before her. She wondered what matter this elder was blocking her path for. Upon seeing the approaching figure, your heart skipped a beat. How could Master Jin have arrived? At this juncture in my past life, I had no interaction with him. Young lady, the elder began, I have come to meet a dear young friend. With a furrowed brow, Su Yudan inquired, I wonder who this esteemed elder's young friend might be? Zhang Yuanzi extended his hand towards the direction of the Dharma boat and pointed at the one who was kneeling. He then called out to you, saying, Feng, young lad, come forth. I have matters to discuss with you. You instinctively glanced at Chi Yudan's reaction, noticing her expression was devoid of concern. You shook your head, signaling your unwillingness to engage further. Senior, we must continue our journey. If you are well, please do not seek me out. Zhen Yuanzi, witnessing the situation, could not help but feel a sense of disappointment. My young friend, he remarked, is quite fearful of you. Would it be permissible for me to enter and converse with him for a moment? You discreetly cast a glance at Yuanzi, urging him to depart swiftly. To everyone's surprise, Su Yudan spoke up, Very well, but I shall only grant you a quarter of an hour. Zhen Yuanzi entered the magical vessel and effortlessly conjured a spell formation capable of isolating sound and sight. Chi Yudan's gaze sharpened. Such a barrier that isolates sound or vision is not particularly difficult. She is capable of it, yet it is inconceivable for her to perform it with the same ease as the elder. In her previous life, she had never encountered him. Chi Yudan's eyes shifted towards you, a growing suspicion rising within them. You simply did not notice. Upon realizing that the array had successfully silenced all sounds, I inquired, Master Zhen, what brings you here? Zhen Yuanzi did not respond immediately. His hand was severed, bound by a chain of desperation. You should not have encountered each other in less than 2 barriers. How did you endure such torment? You find yourself in a state of helplessness. Did Master Zhen not say that upon returning to Xiang, no one would retain any memories except for me? Chapter 11. No worries. I shall train myself. Feng Wuhuan found it exceedingly arduous to change his attire. He painstakingly unfastened the chain at his collar, making several attempts before he could precariously rise to his feet. The agony in his knees rendered him unstable, causing him to sway. The act of undressing was akin to torment for him. Due to the passage of time, numerous tattered strips of fabric had adhered to his wounds, tearing apart anew as he pulled at them, causing fresh blood to seep forth. Furthermore, his left wrist had been shattered by a wooden stick, leaving him incapable of exerting force, making the process of changing clothes with one hand all the more challenging. Once he managed to remove his soiled garments, he employed a cleansing spell to rid himself of the bloodstains. After much struggle, he finally donned a new set of clothing. He secured the chain back onto his collar, kneeling in the same position as before. My lord, I am ready, he announced, aware that the barrier merely obscured sight, not sound, allowing his voice to reach the outside. Chi Feiyan dispelled the barrier and beheld the individual still kneeling before her, now clad in fresh attire. She refrained from further comment and directed her magical vessel towards the mirror void domain with haste. As twilight descended, they finally arrived at the mirror void domain. "The Lord has returned. Hail, my lord." "Oh, why has the Lord brought back two handsome gentlemen?" Along the way, the native inhabitants of the mirror void domain greeted Chi Feiyan warmly. After acknowledging their greetings with a nod, she led Feng Wuhuan and Su Qian in the air, returning to the castle palace perched upon the mountain. Feng Wuhuan gazed upon the familiar landscape, mist gathering in his eyes. He had finally returned to the mirror void domain. After the demonic chaos of his previous life, this place had been reduced to desolation. Now it stood intact, exactly as he remembered. Chi Feiyan escorted the two to her residence, Yanshu Ju, a spacious courtyard. As Feng Wuhuan walked, he surveyed his surroundings with an almost greedy gaze, taking in each stone, tree, flower, and leaf. Aside from her cultivation, Chi Feiyan cherished tending to flowers and vegetables. The courtyard was currently a riot of color, divided into small plots, each flourishing with various vegetables. Upon passing through the outer courtyard, Chi Feiyan paused and addressed Su Qian, who followed closely behind. "Choose a room to stay in here." The outer courtyard was vast, with numerous rooms, and Su Qian responded with delight. He had come to realize that this noble lady was the ruler of the mirror void domain. Such a figure was beyond his usual reach. He never expected her willingness to redeem him and bring him back. Although Chi Feiyan had previously struck a deal with him, she would redeem him in exchange for his role as a shield against her sister, promising him a severance fee later to ensure his future comfort. Upon learning of her true identity, Su Qian's thoughts began to stir with ambition. He did not wish to leave. The Lord of the Mirror Void Domain was a person whom many looked up to. If he could remain by her side, perhaps even win her affection, it would elevate him to unimaginable heights. After arranging for Su Qian, Chi Feiyan did not linger, taking hold of the chain and guiding Feng Wuhuan deeper into the inner courtyard. Feng Wuhuan staggered a few steps behind her, maintaining a distance of approximately 3 paces. Su Qian, upon witnessing this, felt a surge of discontent. Why was he relegated to the outer courtyard while this wretched slave was permitted to accompany her into the inner sanctum? "My lord, allow me to take charge of this wretched slave." He arrived at the Huai building rather late and is unfamiliar with many protocols. He requires proper training. Should he enter the inner courtyard, he may inadvertently offend you. Feng Wuhuan lifted his gaze, casting a shadowy glance at Su Qian, then nervously turned his eyes toward Chi Feiyan. After a brief pause, Chi Feiyan grasped the chain and continued onward. "It matters not. I shall ensure his training." Su Qian dared not utter another word, merely gazing at the individual being led into the inner courtyard, a flicker of envy igniting within his eyes. Perhaps it was a man's instinct, as he sensed that the Lord harbored a unique regard for Feng Wuhuan. Though the Lord frequently tormented others, his attention towards Feng Wuhuan far surpassed that directed at him. Once inside the inner courtyard, Feng Wuhuan eagerly surveyed his surroundings, which mirrored those of his previous life. In the courtyard stood a hanging ling tree, its blossoms unfurling like wind chimes, adorned in hues of golden red. Their petals intricately veined in gold and exhibiting a semi-transparent quality. The buds, infused with ethereal energy, radiated a soft glow in the twilight. He recalled how his master would often pluck the ling flowers from the tree to prepare chicken soup for him. The flowers, rich in spiritual essence, greatly aided in enhancing one's cultivation, and their naturally sweet flavor, accompanied by a delicate floral fragrance, made the chicken soup brewed with them a cherished longing for Feng Wuhuan for nearly a century. He once dared to hope that upon his master's return, he would prepare him another bowl of ling flower chicken soup. Yet now, such a dream was rendered utterly impossible. After leading Feng Wuhuan back to the inner courtyard, Chi Feiyan released the chain and pointed toward a small corner of the expansive courtyard. "From now on, this shall be your abode." Feng Wuhuan followed her, only to behold a doghouse. It stood merely half a person's height, measuring 1/2 meter in width and 1.5 meters in length. Constructed from rounded timber, the doghouse was quite rudimentary, its roof covered with a thin layer of thatch. Inside, it was completely bare, devoid of any bedding or comfort. Feng Wuhuan blinked. dispelling the mist that had clouded his eyes during the journey, and then smiled, obediently nodding, "Yes, thank you, my lord." To return to this place once more filled him with contentment. She had provided him with a place to stay, and even if it was a simple, cramped doghouse, it signified that he could remain. He felt a profound joy. The boy's smile was pure and gentle, untainted by any impurities, as if they were meeting for the first time. Chi Feiyan momentarily lost herself in thought. In her past life, she had arranged for him to reside in the room adjacent to hers, and he had smiled at her in precisely this manner, softening her heart to the core. At that time, she had not discerned his cunning ambition, believing him to be a bright, innocent, and harmless young man. Snapping back to reality, Chi Feiyan's gaze hardened. This young man possessed a depth of scheming far beyond her initial perceptions. His ability to display happiness even in the face of such humiliation as residing in a doghouse revealed the magnitude of his aspirations. Channeling her spiritual power, she sent the chain flying from her grasp. A tremendous force suddenly yanked the collar, catching Feng Wuhuan off guard, causing him to tumble to the ground. Dragged several meters by the collar, the chain flew out, ensnaring itself around a wooden post beside the doghouse. In an instant, Feng Wuhuan's neck was marked with several glaring crimson scratches from the iron collar. Bewildered by the sudden turn of events, he scrambled to his knees. "My lord," he called out cautiously. Chi Feiyan's gaze lingered for a moment on the slender neck of the young boy, observing the blood trickling from the wound onto his collar. "From now on, you will unlock the chain yourself each day and report to the servant quarters to find Steward Jiang. He will assign you tasks, and upon completion, you may return here to rest. Do you understand?" Feng Wuhuan promptly acquiesced. As a slave, he was naturally obligated to work. Satisfied with his response, Chi Feiyan ceased her scrutiny and turned back towards the main house. Chapter 12. That Feng Wuhuan is nothing. In a single night, the news swiftly spread throughout the entire Jingshu domain. It was widely known that the Lord had returned with two handsome youths. People could not help but exclaim, after 3 or 4 decades of abstaining from men, the Lord's lady had transformed into a formidable presence after indulging. Of course, she was the Lord's lady. Having received just 2 was merely fitting. Should she choose to take in more men, it would be entirely justified. The following day, Chi Feiyan awoke late, as usual. Accustomed to her languorous slumber, and her temper was quite irritable. The inner courtyard of Yinchi residence had no servants arranged, thus no one disturbed her. By the time she finally rose around the late hour of the SI, the sun had already illuminated the sky. Upon pushing open her door and gazing into the courtyard, she noticed that the doghouse was now empty, with only a chain hanging from the wooden post. She slightly closed her eyes, sensing the collar's placement, which was within the servant quarters. Chi Feiyan snorted softly, thinking to herself that this person was rather obedient. Chi Qinghe burst into Yinchi residence with great urgency just before the SI hour, her face brimming with the joy of a sister witnessing her siblings coming of age. Had her sister finally awakened to her true self? Heaven knows, her sister usually bore an expression of icy restraint, seemingly averse to male company, nearly leading her to believe that her sister was either incapable or of an unusual orientation. Yet, she had unexpectedly returned with 2 handsome men, bringing her immense relief. As soon as Chi Qinghe stepped into Yinchi residence, she encountered Su Qian, who was anxiously pacing in the outer courtyard. Upon seeing her, Su Qian furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who are you?" "Yinchi residence belongs to the Lord. It is not a place where idle people may trespass." Kiking Gipausit, her gaze scrutinizing Su Qian from head to toe. Was this one of the beautiful men her sister had brought back? He certainly appeared decent, yet seemed to lack intelligence. A foolish beauty? Was this truly her sister's preference? Chi Qinghe smiled and retorted, "Me? An idle person?" Only then did Su Qian take a moment to appraise her, realizing she was not foolish. Having navigated the brothels of Yanhui Tower for many years, he was somewhat adept at discerning character. Rising before dawn, he had sought out the kitchen's location and painstakingly prepared several dishes, hoping to gain favor, anticipating that Chi Feiyan would awaken to a delightful meal. However, the food had grown cold, and Chi Feiyan still had not stirred. He attempted to enter the inner courtyard, but found it barred by a protective barrier that repelled him, leaving him frustrated at not having seen Chi Feiyan. As he observed the newcomer, mistaking her for a mere servant and admonishing her out of impatience. He now regarded her attire and demeanor with newfound respect. Noticing the resemblance to Chi Feiyan, understanding dawned upon him. He quickly bowed in apology. "I beg your pardon. I was rather anxious just now," which led to my ungracious words. Chi amused that he was not entirely dim-witted. She turned her gaze toward the platter of food resting on the stone table nearby, raising an eyebrow slightly. "Anxious about what? Has the food not been delivered?" Su Qian bowed once more, expressing, "I am new here and unfamiliar with my benefactor's habits and preferences. Therefore, I arose at dawn to prepare a meal, hoping to create something delightful. Should my benefactor find it unpalatable, I would still have time to craft another dish." Chi Qinghe nodded slightly. She had sensed the aura of this individual and discerned that he was an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation. A flicker of confusion crossed her mind. For Yunyi, that lad, should have just entered the earth realm. This person did not appear to be Yunyi. With a hint of jest, she remarked, "Are you not aware that those at the earth realm can abstain from food? One merely needs to absorb the essence of heaven and earth through breathing. Sustenance is not required." Su Qian was taken aback, realizing his ignorance. He quickly lowered his head, a look of disappointment and self-reproach crossing his face. "I see. I'm not a cultivator, so I'm not well informed." As their conversation unfolded, Chi Feiyan emerged from the inner courtyard. "Sister, why are you here so early?" Chi Qinghe stepped forward, linking her arm with Chi Feiyan's, guiding her to the stone table to sit down, a teasing smile gracing her lips. "I heard you've suddenly acquired two handsome gentlemen, so I came to take a look." Chi Feiyan corrected her earnestly. "There is not two. One is a purchased slave." She wished to clarify that Feng Wuhuan was not her esteemed guest, to prevent any undue favoritism towards him. Having Su Qian as a shield was sufficient. "Oh, is that so? Yet, one is still commendable. You are just beginning to explore romance. It is wise to start with the easier path before delving into the more complex. Jumping into a double affair might indeed lead to complications." Chi Feiyan responded with a silence that spoke volumes. At times, she found herself questioning her sister's thought processes. They were rather audacious and often birthed peculiar ideas. Nearby, Su Qian's eyes sparkled with delight, his countenance reflecting joy. Although the lord of the Qi family had not truly engaged with him, on the surface, he was already regarded as part of her inner circle. Meanwhile, Feng Wuhuan was nothing at all. Seizing the moment, he interjected, "Benefactor, I apologize for my ignorance regarding the dietary habits of cultivators. I prepared these dishes, hoping you could enjoy them after rising early." Chi Qinghe teased from his side, "For your first acquisition, you have indeed chosen a considerate and attentive one." Su Qian stood by, a blush creeping to his cheeks, appearing quite embarrassed. Chi Qinghe then inquired, "What do Yun eat? Why did you not bring him back as well? Although he is the young master of Yun City, with our strength in the Mirror Void domain, he would not be a loss for you." Chi Feiyan, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "Sister, is it truly appropriate to discuss another man in front of the one I have just acquired?" Chapter 13. "I am willing to accept it." Without complaint, Chi Qinghe nonchalantly remarked, "What is the big deal? Back in the day, your sister had several suitors at once." Chi Feiyan interrupted her. "Is that so? Would you dare utter such words in front of your brother-in-law?" Chi Qinghe was instantly taken aback, a hint of embarrassment creeping on her face as she scratched her head. Never mind. A good woman should not dwell on past glories. Ahem. I am merely a reformed heartthrob, returning to my senses. It has been nearly 50 years since she transmigrated into this wretched world. And the most agonizing part is that it is a realm governed by the law of the jungle. Lacking any talent for cultivation, she is compelled to toil endlessly in her training. Ironically, her younger sister, who was born a decade later, caught up with her cultivation progress by the age of 10. Truly, a case of comparison breeds envy. Nonetheless, the most delightful aspect of this world is the abundance of handsome men. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, men can have multiple wives, and women can have several husbands. armed with the cheesy pickup lines and flirtation techniques she acquired before her transmigration. She thoroughly enjoyed the male beauty surrounding her. Yet, she ultimately fell for a man named Yusu. After trailing behind him for over a year, she finally won his heart, willingly pledging to love him alone for the rest of her days. Seeing her sister's sheepish demeanor, Chi Feiyan found it amusing. Her sister, known for her carefree spirit, had finally settled down after meeting her brother-in-law, even adopting a more restrained demeanor. Though no, in her sister's words, it was not restraint, but love. After exchanging further pleasantries, upon discovering that Yun Yi was a man of ambiguous affections, Chi Qinghe slammed her hand on the table in indignation. While she held no prejudice against such inclinations, having been a seasoned admirer herself, she felt it was inappropriate for him to seek a match with a woman. Furious, she was about to use a communication talisman to confront the former city lord. However, Chi Feiyan stopped her, assuring her that the matter had already been addressed, prompting Chi Qinghe to relent. Chi Feiyan glanced at the dishes on the table and addressed Su Qian, who had been silent on the side. Since it has been prepared, let's not waste it. Come, join us for a meal. Su Qian, taken aback by the invitation, nodded eagerly. All right. However, the food has gone cold. I shall heat it up. Chi Feiyan shook her head. No need. With a casual hand gesture, she performed a fire incantation, and the previously cold dishes soon emanated steam. Much to Su Qian's astonishment, how he wished he could cultivate as well. Meanwhile, in the servant quarters, Feng Wuhuan had been laboring for nearly 2 hours. The space of the doghouse was exceedingly cramped. His tall frame struggled within it. Even when seated, he had to bend slightly, unable to sit upright. Sleeping was even more uncomfortable, as his long limbs had nowhere to rest, forcing him to curl up just to fit inside. Turning was arduous, let alone resting properly. Coupled with the injury on his back, the tension in his wound made for a long, painful night. After enduring such discomfort for the better part of the night, he finally shifted from his stiff position and crawled out of the doghouse, his steps unsteady as he made his way to the servant quarters. The head of the servants' quarters is named Jiang Feng, a man whom Feng Wuhuan remembers as less than virtuous, particularly fond of tormenting his subordinates. However, in the face of righteousness, he possesses a certain clarity of judgment. In the previous life, during the battle between the Mirror Void Domain and the Demon Clan, he led the charge, meeting a tragic end. In his final moments, he wished to confront Jiang Feng and exact vengeance upon him. It is fair to say that everyone in the Mirror Void Domain, upon learning he was the traitor who brought about their calamities, harbored a desire to slay him. Reflecting on this, Feng Wuhuan felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Aside from Jiang Feng, there are few virtuous individuals within the entire servant quarters. In the Mirror Void Domain, virtuous families do not sell their children, and decent individuals cannot be bought as slaves. Thus, those who become servants have typically been relegated to such a fate due to their misdeeds. Those with cultivation who commit grave offenses have their powers stripped, while those with lesser crimes have their abilities sealed to prevent insubordination. Slaves serve a fixed term, after which they may regain their powers and freedom. However, should they err during their servitude, their punishment may be extended or even result in execution. Feng Wuhuan was the first to arrive at the servant quarters. The rules dictate that one must rise at the hour of the rabbit, 5 a.m., to commence work, not resting until the hour of the dog, 7 p.m. Naturally, if there are insufficient hands or the workload is heavy, it is not uncommon to toil until the hour of the pig, 9 p.m. When he arrived, dawn had yet to break fully, but soon others began to trickle in. After a quarter of an hour, Jiang Feng finally appeared before the crowd, a man marked by scars. With a cold, piercing gaze, he glanced at Feng Wuhuan and inquired, "Newcomer?" Feng Wuhuan replied respectfully, "Yes, the Lord sent me to find you." Jiang Feng's gaze fell upon the collar around Feng Wuhuan's neck, and with a sinister grin, he remarked, "You've committed quite the offense, haven't you, to warrant the Lord's imposition of this upon you?" Feng Wuhuan lowered his eyes in silence. It was more than merely serious. The transgressions of his previous life were indeed beyond redemption. Jiang Feng stepped forward and suddenly delivered a ferocious kick to Feng Wuhuan's abdomen. "So, you're Feng Wuhuan? Listen well. From now on, you are the lowest of the low, a despised slave whom all can bully. You must obey any command given to you. And if you dare to defy or resist, I shall hand you over to the Lord for punishment. Do you have any objections?" Feng Wuhuan fell to the ground, clutching his stomach and gasping in pain. Upon hearing the threat of being turned over to the Lord, his face paled as he stammered, "Yes, I am willing to accept this. I bear no grievances." Jiang Feng stepped closer, and as Feng Wuhuan attempted to rise, he stomped heavily on his chest. When did a lowly slave earn the right to address me in such a manner? It seems you still have much to learn about the rules here." As he spoke, he ground his boot into Feng Wuhuan's chest. Feng Wuhuan gasped in pain, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "I am sorry the slave, will not repeat my mistakes." Jiang Feng let out a cold snort, finally satisfied as he removed his foot. Whispers erupted around them, some reveling in his misfortune, others speculating on the nature of his crimes. But most were casting malevolent glances. The steward had declared him the lowest of slaves, a target for all to exploit and humiliate at will. After giving the newcomers a stern initiation, Jiang Feng commenced the task allocation for the day. Feng Wuhuan was assigned to 2 large baskets of clothing. He glanced at the enormous piles of garments and then at his left hand, letting out a wry smile. Last night, he had carelessly attempted to realign the fractured bones of his wrist. Although the demon race possesses remarkable regenerative abilities, it is unreasonable to expect bones to heal overnight. Under normal circumstances, complete recovery would take approximately 5 to 6 days. However, his healing prowess might gradually diminish over time, ultimately rendering him weaker than an ordinary human. He could only hope to endure for a while longer. Chapter 14. At the very least, do not displease her by midday. Feng Wuhuan had only managed to wash a little over half of the 2 large baskets of clothing. Each movement of his left hand sent a searing pain coursing through him. With one hand unable to perform the task, he resorted to tearing a strip of cloth from the hem of his garments, wrapping it around his left wrist to secure it, enabling him to use his hand, albeit with great difficulty. During this time, he had secretly contemplated employing the cleansing technique, yet for reasons unknown, Jiang Feng had not mentioned the matter of crippling his cultivation. After some deliberation, he ultimately abandoned the thought, fearful of being discovered. Noon brought a brief respite of half an hour for meals. Many of the servants possessed low-level cultivation, and coupled with their powers being sealed, they required sustenance daily. Feng Wuhuan was no exception. In this body, he was still merely at the mortal realm of cultivation. Until he ascended to the earth realm, he needed to consume 3 meals a day like any ordinary person. Yet, he had gone hungry for over 2 days. As he observed everyone setting aside their tasks, rushing towards the servants' dining hall, he instinctively licked his parched lips. The dining hall was not far, and the aroma of food wafted through the air. Some servants, having filled their bowls, dashed out of the crowded hall, casually finding a step to sit and eat heartily. Although Feng Wuhuan could not smell the delicious food, the sight of them devouring their meals caused his empty stomach to audibly protest. Nevertheless, he remained seated. Jiang, the steward, disdained his slow pace and had not permitted him to eat. Hungry? Feng Wuhuan, you certainly know how to procrastinate. Half a day has passed, and you have only washed half a basket. Is this deliberate? You've mastered the art of slacking off. Jiang sneered. If that is the case, I shall report to the Lord. You need not return tomorrow. Feng Wuhuan's expression changed dramatically at these words. In a panic, he dropped the clothing he was washing and knelt to beg for forgiveness. No, my left hand is injured, so I'm a bit slow. Please, Steward Jiang, do not be angry. Jiang Feng was unmoved, only grinning maliciously. Injured? Does a broken hand prevent you from working? Do not offer me excuses. If the clothes are not finished before the evening shift ends, The final cold laugh was laden with clear threats. Feng Wuhuan's face paled. Once Jiang Feng turned and strode towards the dining hall, he returned to the wooden basin, disregarding the pain in his left hand. He scrubbed the garments with all the strength and speed he could muster. He had to finish before the shift ended. He did not wish to give the Lord the impression that he was slacking or defying her orders. More importantly, he did not want to bring her any displeasure or trouble. He understood that in this new life, he could no longer earn even a smile from her. She would never harbor even the slightest fondness for him again. At the very least, he He must not provoke her ire. Poor fellow. He has already incurred Steward Zhang's wrath on his first day. Life will surely be hard for him from now on. Indeed, 2 large baskets of clothes? I wouldn't finish them either. I think Steward Zhang is deliberately making things difficult for him. Look at the collar around his neck. TSK, TSK. Who knows what crime he committed? It must be heavier than mine. Nearby, some servants who had finished their meals gathered around Feng Wuhuan, chatting as they ate. Feng Wuhuan did not look up, but remained focused on washing the clothes in his hands. However, those individuals initially engaged in idle chatter, but later one of them approached. "Hey, newcomer." Feng Wuhuan, somewhat perplexed, inquired about the reason for the other's call. Suddenly, the individual raised his foot and kicked over a bucket of clothes that Feng Wuhuan had just washed. The damp garments scattered across the ground, once again gathering dust. Anger surged within Feng Wuhuan as he coldly demanded, "What are you doing?" The servant, with a provocative demeanor, retorted, "What do you think I'm doing? Can't you see for yourself?" Feng Wuhuan, filled with indignation, sprang to his feet, ready to confront him with a punch. The servant, emboldened, scoffed, "You want to hit me? Don't forget, you're merely a lowly slave. If you dare to lay a hand on me, consider the consequences." Feng Wuhuan abruptly halted, his fist poised midair, then let it fall helplessly. Yet, the other servants who had been discussing around him were unwilling to relent. The very servant who had kicked over the clothes retaliated with a punch that sent Feng Wuhuan crashing to the ground, and soon 6 or 7 others surrounded him, raining down blows with fists and feet. This brutal assault persisted for approximately 15 minutes before they finally ceased and dispersed. Feng Wuhuan curled up on the cold, slick ground. Trembling slightly, his peach blossom eyes dimmed like fallen petals upon the muddy earth, covered in a thick layer of dust, rendering them unrecognizable. After catching his breath for a while, he finally mustered the strength to crouch back up. He then began to gather the scattered clothes and place them back into the wooden basin, silently resuming the washing process. Feng Wuhuan had no idea if he would manage to finish the task or how long he had already been at it. In his pain-clouded mind, a single thought persisted: wash faster. As the sun gradually sank lower in the sky, darkness began to envelop the surroundings. Jiang Feng, occupied with matters earlier in the afternoon, did not return until the hour of the dog approached. As the gong signaled the end of the day's labor, the other servants cheered and dispersed, leaving Feng Wuhuan still squatting before the wooden basin, painstakingly scrubbing the garments. His left wrist, having been soaked in water for an extended period and subjected to continuous exertion without rest, had swollen considerably. Were it not for the cloth strips he had tightly bound around it, the swelling would likely have been much more alarming. Even so, the pronounced swelling was evident, threatening to burst the fabric. The skin around the binding had taken on a purplish hue, a stark contrast against his fair complexion. Upon noticing Jiang Feng's arrival, Feng Wuhuan hurriedly quickened his movements, eager to convey that he was indeed laboring diligently and not slacking off. Jiang Feng glanced at the clothes and sneered. "You've only managed to wash 1 basket?" In truth, a typical individual could only wash 1 basket a day. Even the most nimble hands could manage at most 1.5. This basket was quite large, capable of holding 5 or 6 buckets of clothing. However, Jiang Feng remained silent on this, deliberately seeking to make things difficult for him. Although the Lord had not given explicit instructions, merely stating that he should be kept in the servant quarters for a time, should there be any disobedience, he would be returned for the Lord to handle personally. Nonetheless, Jiang Feng could clearly detect the disdain in the Lord's tone. Since Feng Wuhuan had incurred the Lord's displeasure, it was only fitting that he be treated accordingly. Feng Wuhuan rose in a flurry, his legs numb and aching from prolonged squatting. Yet, he seemed oblivious to his discomfort, kneeling in supplication. "I beg your pardon. I shall finish swiftly, I assure you. Might you grant me a little more time? I can forego rest and continue washing here tonight. I will surely complete it before work tomorrow. I can resume my duties as well. I implore you, please do not alert the Lord, if you will be so kind." Last night, he had curled up in a doghouse, deprived of sleep, and now his mind was clouded and painfully heavy. His only instinct was to avoid provoking Jiang Feng to report to the Lord, fearing her displeasure. Chapter 15. Too awakened by nightmares, Chi Feiyan returned to Yinshi residence only by the hour of Su. drawing upon her memories from a past life. She ordered an investigation into the clandestine operations of the demon clan. As she was aware, numerous demons had infiltrated the mirror void in her previous life. And it was not merely Feng Wuhuan who posed a threat. However, Feng Wuhuan was the one who caused the most catastrophic consequences, the harbinger of disaster. The other clandestine agents were but mere insignificant players. Nevertheless, she intended to eradicate each of these minor threats with precision. Upon returning to Yinchi residence and entering the inner courtyard, Chi Feiyan cast a glance at the corner where the doghouse was situated, her brow furrowing slightly. He had yet to return? She sensed the location of the collar and confirmed that he remained in the servant quarters. Pausing her steps, she changed direction, opting not to enter the main house, but instead to take a seat on the swing chair in the courtyard. The swing chair hung beneath the expansive, shinnying tree. Leaning against the soft cushion, she reclined slightly, feeling the cool night breeze, fragrant and refreshing. From her shumi ring, she retrieved a flask of Qianshan Zue, lifting it to her lips. Despite her cool demeanor, she had a penchant for strong spirits, relishing the sensation of mild inebriation. Unfortunately, her tolerance was formidable, often requiring several flasks of potent liquor to achieve even a slight buzz. Later, Feng Wuhuan, having studied the formula, brewed a concentrated version of Qianshanzhe for her, far more aromatic and potent than what was available outside. A single flask would suffice for her to feel tipsy, while two would send her into a delightful reverie. Accustomed to the concentrated variant, she now found a store-bought version lacking in flavor and depth. As the moonlight deepened, Chi Feiyan finally rose to return to her room, a shadow of melancholy lingering in her expression. Well, had she already erred on her first day in the servant quarters? Under the moonlight, Feng Wuhuan was still squatting by the washing area, laboriously scrubbing clothes. After much pleading and enduring a few harsh kicks, he finally persuaded Steward Jiang to relent, allowing him to finish the washing before the next day's work without further repercussions. Thus, Feng Wuhuan toiled through most of the night, completing the task just half an hour before his shift began. Leaning against the well, he was utterly exhausted, a wave of dizziness washing over him. He dared not succumb to sleep, fearing he would miss the appointed hour for work and face punishment. His left hand throbbed painfully. He unwrapped the cloth strips to reveal a swollen, bruised mass. Overwhelmed by hunger, pain, and fatigue, he found himself unable to muster even a finger's movement. All he desired was a brief respite, yet he had only half an hour to spare. However, scarcely had he begun to doze when he caught sight of his master. She was busy in the kitchen of Yinchi residence, preparing a fragrant stew of shinnying flour chicken, the aroma wafting into the courtyard. He practiced the water manipulation technique she had taught him, a skill that would grant him the freedom to traverse the seas adjacent to the mirror void. At that time, he secretly chuckled, unaware that his master did not realize his true form was that of a dragon, a creature impervious to drowning. Yet, he approached the water manipulation technique with earnestness, for he was young then, oblivious to the intricacies of affection. All he knew was that being with his master brought him joy, and thus, he was eager to learn all that she imparted. In a realm of dreams, the master gently placed a bowl of chicken soup upon the wooden long table in the courtyard, beckoning him to partake. Elated, he trotted to the table, eagerly grasped his utensils, and scooped a generous bowlful to savor. Yet, as he drank, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. A pungent metallic scent filled the air, and upon glancing down, he discovered that the contents of the bowl were not the fragrant chicken soup he expected, but rather warm, fresh blood, with 2 eyeballs floating atop. Startled, he lifted his gaze only to find the master, who had moments ago worn a tender smile, now transformed into a grotesque visage. Tears of blood streaming from the corners of his eyes as he bellowed. Feng Wuhuan, how dare you drink the chicken soup I have prepared? I despise you. Feng Wuhuan, I loathe you. At that moment, the scene erupted into a haze of blood. Feng Wuhuan abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for breath. Tears cascading down like a string of pearls, falling rapidly with each frantic inhale. He had once again been jolted awake from a harrowing nightmare. Meanwhile, in the residence of Yinchi, Chi Feiyan lay in bed, her brow furrowed, clearly restless in slumber. In her dream, a peach-colored dragon spiraled around her, its beauty captivating. Its scales shimmered in a delicate hue of pink, and its eyes, particularly enchanting, seemed to bloom with magnificent peach blossoms. Filled with delight, she reached out to caress it. However, in an instant, the seemingly harmless pink dragon expanded dramatically, opening its massive jaws to devour the human inhabitants of the mirror void. She witnessed her elder sister being drawn into the abyss, only to be pierced through by the dragon's sharp fangs, blood splattering down in a gruesome display. Awakened by the nightmare, Chi Feiyan opened her eyes, still reflecting the lingering horror and wrath. After several breaths, she exhaled heavily, relieved to realize it was merely a dream. Her sister was alive, and so was everyone else. All was still within reach. She had not lost them. Yet, the image of that malevolent dragon ignited a profound hatred within her. Feng Wuhuan, she would not let him escape her vengeance. She could not forget the excruciating pain of having her meridian shattered when he cast her into the dark abyss. But the most agonizing wound was that of betrayal. A heart torn asunder, leaving her in despair. Little did she know, having sacrificed herself for him, she would soon find herself discarded like a tattered shoe. Had it not been for him, she would not have suffered such grievous injuries. Had she remained unharmed, with her mid-tier celestial powers, she could have defended the mirror void, preventing the demon race from overwhelming it entirely. Even if a fierce battle were inevitable, at the very least, she could have safeguarded more lives. As dawn approached, the sun had yet to rise, and the moon still hung high in the sky. The two, awakened from their nightmares, gazed silently at the luminous orb. Feng Wuhuan stirred, knowing it was time for work. He could only hope that today's tasks would be less arduous. After the morning roll call, Jiang, the steward, glanced at the freshly washed garments, snorted in disdain, but remarkably refrained from further troubling Feng Wuhuan. Today, his assigned task was to chop firewood. Feng Wuhuan breathed a sigh of relief. Chopping wood was manageable, requiring only the strength of one hand, while the other merely needed to steady the logs without exerting excessive force. To his surprise, the firewood that Jiang had arranged for him today was rather scant, likely sufficient to complete before the end of his shift. The thought of returning to Yinshi residence tonight brought a subtle smile to Feng Wuhuan's lips, filled with joy, yet overshadowed by a sense of trepidation. Having been absent the entire night prior, he could not help but wonder if the Lord would express any displeasure. Chapter 16. Indisputable servitude, the Lord shall exact punishment upon the abode of Yinshi. Today, Chi Feiyan did not venture outside. Instead, she devoted herself to her cultivation in the courtyard. She was on the brink of breaking through to the heavenly realm. With the experience from her previous life, she felt that this breakthrough would not pose much difficulty. Chi Feiyan believed that within a week, she would be able to ascend to the heavenly realm. In this new life, she vowed to become even stronger. Only by doing so could she safeguard what she cherished. Meanwhile, in the servant quarters, after enduring yet another arduous day, Feng Wuhuan finally departed from the servant quarters at the hour of the dog, his steps heavy and labored. The distance from his servant quarters to Yinshi's residence was a mere 600 or 700 meters, yet he took an eternity to traverse it, his steps unsteady. Having gone 2 days without sleep and sustenance, his body was battered, and dizziness plagued his mind. Upon finally glimpsing the plaque of Yinshi's abode, Feng Wuhuan exhaled in relief. He leaned on his weary frame and slowly made his way toward Yinshi's residence. As he crossed the threshold into the outer courtyard, a figure suddenly emerged, blocking his path. Su Qian regarded him with a glare tinged with malice. Over the past 2 days, he had made no progress, although he remained at Yinshi's residence. Chi Feiyan was either occupied with matters in the domain or immersed in her internal cultivation. He had scarcely any opportunity to converse with her. Why was it that Feng Wuhuan, also a servant bought by the Lord, could enter the inner courtyard, while he could not? Feng Wuhuan, where have you been? You did not return last night. Su Qian's voice dripped with accusation. Feng Wuhuan cast a glance at Su Qian, but said nothing, continuing his slow advance. Exhausted beyond measure, his head felt heavy, leaving him little energy to contend with Su Qian. Yet Su Qian was relentless. Seeing him remain silent, he stepped forward to shove him. To his astonishment, Feng Wuhuan fell to the ground with barely any effort from him. Su Qian. As he looked up, he saw Chi Feiyan stepping forth from within. Su Qian. He hastily exclaimed, "My lord, this wretched servant did it on purpose. I barely touched him, and he collapsed. Clearly, he seeks to slander me." Feng Wuhuan, lying on the ground, felt a surge of panic upon seeing her. He was at a loss on how to explain his absence the previous night, and hearing Su Qian's accusations drained what little strength he had left. Struggling to rise, he managed to kneel and whispered an apology. "I am sorry, my fall was not intentional." Su Qian, hearing this, was infuriated. "What do you mean? If it was not intentional, do you imply that I pushed you?" Feng Wuhuan remained silent, his head bowed, embodying the image of a meek and aggrieved soul. Su Qian was incensed. He had witnessed this feigned vulnerability many times in the Yuhuan Tower and had used such tactics himself in the past. Yet, he never anticipated that today he would be outmaneuvered by Feng Wuhuan. Chi Feiyan's gaze flickered, disregarding the flustered Su Qian, and addressed Feng Wuhuan. "Come inside." With that, she led the way into the inner courtyard. Feng Wuhuan dared not linger, hastily rising to follow her, leaving Su Qian fuming in place. The journey from the outer courtyard to the inner courtyard was a considerable distance, and Feng Wuhuan struggled to keep up, a thin sheen of sweat appearing on his brow. Upon reaching the inner courtyard, Chi Feiyan settled onto a wooden bench in the yard. Feng Wuhuan, with a profound sense of self-awareness, knelt a few steps before her. Chi Feiyan leisurely poured herself a cup of tea before she spoke. "These little tactics you employ are executed with remarkable finesse. It seems you have learned quite a bit during your time at Qinglou Tower. However, you ought not to use them in my presence." Reflecting on her previous life, she recalled that this individual had exhibited many similar behaviors, often being teased and scolded by her elder sister, who likened him to a white tea flower. Feng Wuhuan trembled slightly, his complexion paling. He harbored a deep-seated disdain for Su Qian, especially as the thought of the Lord possibly favoring him festered into a growing jealousy within his heart. Yet, he found himself powerless, paralyzed by fear. He had merely collapsed due to a moment of weakness, unable to maintain his balance. However, upon hearing Su Qian's accusations, his muddled mind instinctively reverted to his previous life's habits of feigning vulnerability, hoping to evoke a trace of pity from her. Now, as Chi Feiyan mercilessly exposed his ruse, a wave of fear washed over him, clearing the fog from his mind. He realized he had not slept for 2 days, leaving his thoughts disoriented. Times had changed. In his past life, his master had indulged him, allowing him to manipulate her with such tactics. Now, employing them again would only incite her profound disgust. Feng Wuhuan hastily apologized and attempted to explain, "I apologize, my lord. I merely fell by accident." But Chi Feiyan interrupted with a cold, steely gaze. "Ah, again you claim it was an accident, yet assert it was not intentional, attempting to cast blame. Feng Wuhuan, how much of your words are truth, and how much are lies? Or is there not even a shred of honesty in you?" Her inquiry struck him like a thunderclap, reverberating in his ears. He understood that Chi Feiyan was confronting him on behalf of his past self. His lips parted slightly, yearning to articulate a response. Yet he found himself devoid of any defense. In that previous incarnation, he had indeed been a vessel of deceit. He once believed himself to be the master of the hunt, but during their decade of acquaintance, he had developed genuine feelings. Unbeknownst to him, their roles had subtly reversed. He had become the willing prey, ready to be sacrificed. Alas, it was all too late. Ultimately, Feng Wuhuan could only murmur, "I have no defense. Please punish me, my lord." As he spoke, he bent low, touching his forehead to the ground, his spine arching to create a graceful curve beneath his tattered garments, his quivering shoulders bowing low in a display of submission and meekness. Chi Feiyan observed the figure prostrated at her feet, her gaze falling upon his swollen left wrist, then traveling upward. It was then she noticed the numerous scuffed footprints on his robe, evidence of having been kicked repeatedly, and the dried bloodstains that marred the fabric. Considering his recent sluggish movements, pale complexion, and cracked lips, it was evident that he had endured considerable hardship in these past few days. Chi Feiyan ceased her conversation with him, an unacknowledged irritation brewing in her expression. How had he transformed so completely? To be beaten, yet display not the slightest hint of resistance? The former him would have surely raised a ruckus in the servant quarters by now. Now, in the face of her own inquiries, she offered no defense, even going so far as to invite punishment. She gazed intently at the bowed figure for a while, feeling genuinely troubled, before rising to depart. Upon hearing the sound of departing footsteps, a moment later, the door creaked shut. He was somewhat perplexed. Had the Lord chosen not to punish him? Yet, she had not instructed him to rise either. Was it possible that he was still merely condemned to kneel? Feng Wuhuan's mind swirled with confusion as he pondered this dilemma, yet he remained steadfast in his posture. She remained silent, and he dared not rise without her permission. The discomfort of his prostrate position was excruciating. The chill from the floor seeped through his thin garments, invading his being. After enduring this arduous kneeling for half an hour, Feng Wuhuan could no longer bear it and succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 17. Is it impossible for me to gaze upon your form? On the following day, when Chi Feiyan pushed open the door to her chamber, she was greeted by the sight of a figure sprawled in the courtyard. A wave of irritation surged within her anew. She had yet to devise a plan for dealing with him after yesterday's events. And here he was, fainted once more? But that should not be the case. In just a few days, he had succumbed to unconsciousness twice. The demon race is known for its robust physique, and he, being among the most formidable of the demon clan, the dragon tribe, should not be so easily brought to the brink of collapse. It is well known that human cultivators, upon reaching the heavenly realm, can even regrow severed limbs. What more for the demon race? Although Feng Wuhuan's cultivation was currently modest, he was hardly of such frail constitution. Not to mention, in his previous life, he had possessed a remarkably resilient body, strong and enduring. Thus, could it be that he was feigning unconsciousness? This was certainly within the realm of his capabilities. With this thought, Chi Feiyan furrowed her brow and commanded coldly, "Rise. I have little patience for your theatrics." Yet, the figure on the ground remained utterly motionless. Observing this, Chi Feiyan narrowed her bright eyes and unleashed her spiritual power with a swift motion. The figure was sent hurtling through the air, crashing violently against the pillar of a nearby pavilion before crumpling to the ground. Under the intense pain, the unconscious individual was finally roused, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth, followed by a violent bout of coughing. Awakened by the pain, Feng Wuhuan, still dazed, clutched his chest where he had been struck, curling up on the ground. His peach blossom eyes seemed unfocused, momentarily oblivious to the events unfolding. As he gazed ahead, a blurred figure gradually approached. A familiar voice, however, seemed to echo from a distant realm, muffled. Not pretending anymore, Feng Wuhuan's fingers twitched slightly, and he unconsciously licked his cracked lips. Upon realizing it was Chi Feiyan before him, he struggled to kneel, but as he attempted to straighten himself, darkness clouded his vision, preventing him from rising. "Master," he croaked, his voice raspy. Chi Feiyan, noting his lack of explanation, assumed he had tacitly acknowledged his earlier act of deception. "Feng Wuhuan, cease these petty tricks in my presence. Furthermore, who granted you permission to sleep on the ground in the courtyard? You sullied my space." Feng Wuhuan, his face pale, weakly apologized. "I'm sorry, I will clean the ground shortly." It won't happen again. He bowed his head, still not fully comprehending that he had been roused from unconsciousness by her kick. Instinctively, he offered an apology in the face of her wrath. Chi Feiyan's gaze lingered on him, inscrutable. After a brief pause, she questioned, "Feng Wuhuan, it is nearly 2 hours past the hour of the hare. Do you not wish to go to the servant quarters?" At her words, Feng Wuhuan, in a flurry of panic, lifted his gaze to the sky. Indeed, he was supposed to be at the servant quarters during that time. Realizing this, he scrambled to his feet, his head feeling as heavy as lead, and attempted to dash out. However, after only a few steps, he stumbled and fell flat on his back, creating a rather comical scene. Chi Feiyan frowned. "What are you doing?" How had she not noticed in her previous life that this man seemed a bit dim-witted? Feng Wuhuan struggled to rise, not forgetting to respond. I will go to the servants' quarters. Please do not be angry. I will work diligently." Chi Feiyan replied indifferently, "You may go tomorrow. For today, Focus on cleaning yourself. At that moment, Feng Wuhuan's appearance was indeed disheveled. His clothes were stained with blood and footprints, and he was covered in dirt. Even his fair skin bore traces of blood. Lowering his gaze to assess his own state, he recalled that the mistress was known for her obsession with cleanliness. He was undeniably filthy. Yes, he acknowledged, gathering his spiritual energy to cast a purification spell on himself. However, Chi Feiyan interrupted coolly from now on. If you dare to use your spiritual energy without my consent, I shall personally strip you of your cultivation. Feng Wuhuan's hand froze, and he cautiously inquired, then, Mistress, where should I wash? He knew that if he exited the inner courtyard and turned left, he would find a well, but as a newcomer, he had to feign ignorance. Chi Feiyan leisurely approached the swing set, reclining against the cushion with an air of languor. Her gaze fixed on him as she spoke with a tone that was both indifferent and casual. Right here. Huh. While waiting for Chi Feiyan to direct him to the well, Feng Wuhuan felt momentarily dazed. He slightly parted his lips, staring at her in disbelief, as he realized there was indeed a well within the inner courtyard. But to bathe here? His ears flushed slightly, and he hesitantly replied, Mistress, this is rather inconvenient. His voice was barely above a whisper. Chi Feiyan glanced at him, a faint smirk playing on her lips, laced with subtle mockery. Inconvenient? Oomph. You are merely a plaything for thousands. How is it that your body can be seen by others, yet not by me? With her words, the faint flush on Feng Wuhuan's ears drained away, leaving them an ashen hue. Kneeling on the ground, he felt an icy chill envelop him. He opened his mouth to argue, to assert that no one else had ever touched him. Only she had. Yet he knew she would never believe his words again. With a heavy heart, he fought back the tears that threatened to spill, his enchanting eyes glistening with sorrow as he stared blankly at her. Seeing his desolate demeanor, Chi Feiyan felt an inexplicable tightening in her chest and urged impatiently, What are you still dawdling for? Feng Wuhuan understood that she intended to humiliate him. He bit down on his cracked lips and gently closed his eyes. Very well, he resigned, as long as she was pleased. He rose unsteadily and made his way to the well, turning his back to her. After a brief pause, he extended a trembling hand and began to slowly unfasten the garments that clung to him. The act was agonizingly slow, the weight of her gaze upon him adding to his torment. Though they had shared countless moments together in the past, this body had been touched and possessed by her innumerable times. Yet, within such a scenario, under such scrutiny, an overwhelming sense of shame compelled Feng Wuhuan to nearly turn and flee without a second thought. However, he dared not. His fingertips trembled as his garments gradually slipped to the ground. Despite his slow and hesitant movements, he ultimately found himself clad only in a pair of undergarments. His fair, smooth back was entirely exposed, faintly glowing with a delicate pink hue beneath the spring sunlight. Crisscrossed, unhealed whip marks marred his skin, some still fresh, with blood oozing forth. Chi Feiyan's gaze lingered upon those wounds, her brow furrowing slightly in perplexity. It was strange. These lash marks had persisted for 4 or 5 days, and given this wretched dragon's remarkable healing abilities, one would expect the scars to have faded by now. Why then did they continue to bleed? However, considering the footprints on his clothing, it seemed that the wounds had not healed, having been subjected to further harm, which hindered their recovery. His shoulders, turned away from her, quivered slightly. A malicious thought suddenly stirred within Chi Feiyan. She spoke softly, There is still one more thing. Upon her utterance, she observed that the figure before her trembled even more violently. Chapter 18. Feng Wuhuan, my patience is finite. Feng Wuhuan stood by the well, feeling utterly helpless. Although the inner courtyard was inhabited solely by Chi Feiyan, it was protected by a barrier preventing ordinary individuals from entering. However, it was not entirely devoid of visitors, as a few, including Chi Qinghe, could enter freely. With tears glistening in her peach blossom eyes, Feng Wuhuan called out softly, My lord, her voice trailing off, tinged with tremor, as if seeking a trace of compassion or wavering from her. For a fleeting moment, Chi Feiyan felt a pang in her heart, but she swiftly regained her composure. She truly knew how to soften her heart, just as before. Alas, she was no longer the person she once was. In the peculiar words of her sister, She had transformed into a darkened version of herself. Chi Feiyan's gaze toward him grew cold. "Feng Wuhuan, my patience is finite." Upon hearing this, the flicker of hope in Feng Wuhuan's eyes faded. Indeed, how could she ever soften toward him again? In his peach blossom eyes, the carefully held back tears could no longer be contained. They began to overflow. Feng Wuhuan thought to himself, if he turned his back to her, she surely could not see him weep. As this thought crossed his mind, the small pearls of sorrow began to tumble forth from his eyes. He dared not plead further, nor utter another word. The pale pink tips of his fingers moved to the last remnant of concealment, slowly tightening into a fist, trembling. Then, he gradually began to let go, piece by piece. Once he had relinquished all, he knelt down, hoping that the gaze upon him would diminish, even if just a little. Chi Feiyan observed the numerous bruises and wounds adorning his body, falling into a brief silence. His long, fair neck bore marks from the heavy iron collar he had worn, with several patches of skin worn raw. His entire form appeared marred with injuries. After removing his garments, Feng Wuhuan still faced away from Chi Feiyan, stealthily shedding his tears while hastily filling a bucket with water, intent on cleansing his soiled clothing. He merely wished to rid himself of the dirt and don clean attire once more. However, having been roused from unconsciousness, this exertion brought waves of dizziness crashing over him. A sense of dread welled up within him. He urged himself to remain conscious, fearing the consequences of collapsing naked in the courtyard. His lord would undoubtedly be furious, and no one would come to his aid. Fortunately, the injury on his left hand was severe. Any movement sent sharp pain coursing through him, keeping him momentarily alert. Chi Feiyan watched his actions with a slight frown. Did his left hand not ache? From the side, she could faintly discern the severity of his injury, yet he seemed to disregard it entirely, vigorously scrubbing his clothes. If he continued this way, he risked rendering his hand useless. But what concern was that of hers? Dismissing the discomfort within her heart, Chi Feiyan averted her gaze, choosing not to dwell on that hand. All of this was the result of the dragon's own misdeeds. Feng Wuhuan, still turned away from Chi Feiyan, hastily finished washing his clothes and began to cleanse himself. The well water was icy, and the early spring chill enveloped him. As the biting wind swept by, a layer of fine goosebumps emerged upon his pale, delicate skin. He poured a bucket of water over himself. The cool liquid invigorated his sluggish mind, yet his body felt increasingly uncomfortable, alternating between chills and warmth. After drenching himself thoroughly, he trembled and began to rub his body with his hands. Chi Feiyan, languidly leaning against a swing, held a flask of qinshanze, sipping it leisurely. Her indifferent gaze fixated on Feng Wuhuan, her eyes deep and enigmatic. This man possessed an exquisite physique, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and fluid muscle lines, with slightly protruding tendons on his arms and calves, exuding a sense of strength. He was neither overweight nor underweight, the kind that appeared lean in clothing yet revealed a sculpted form when undressed. His cold, fair skin bore a faint blush of peach pink. The scars adorning his body did not detract from its perfection. Rather, they added an element of peculiar beauty. Feng Wuhuan was diligently scrubbing himself, but due to the inability to bend his left wrist properly, some areas on his back remained untouched. Chi Feiyan observed him quietly for a moment before suddenly rising and breaking a branch. Feng Wuhuan, perpetually on edge, heard her footsteps approaching his back and momentarily froze. His body stiffening. Was the Lord coming towards him? What could she possibly want? He felt a surge of confusion. Of course, he did not believe that the Lord harbored any thoughts regarding his body. That day in the Yanhui Tower, when he had offered himself to her, he was met only with her disdain. She called him filthy. Thus, his current fluster and disarray stemmed more from the fear of sullying her gaze and the dread that she might punish him in his vulnerable state. He did not wish to endure a beating under such circumstances, nor was he prepared to faint from the pain. Lord, I shall be done shortly," he stammered, attempting to halt her advancing footsteps. However, Chi Feiyan paid no heed to his pleas. With one hand grasping the flask of qinshanze and the other clutching the branch, she quickly approached him from behind. Feng Wuhuan's body tensed, and he dared not move. In the next instant, Chi Feiyan raised her delicate hand. He felt something rough press against his back, sending a tremor through his heart. With a branch, Chi Feiyan gently prodded a spot near his right shoulder blade, her voice calm and detached. Here, clean it well. The area bore some bloodstains that he had failed to scrub away. Feng Wuhuan sighed in relief and hastily lifted his hand to wipe it clean. Yet, that particular spot was out of reach for his right hand, forcing him to use his left. He strained to bend his left wrist, beads of sweat forming on his forehead from the exertion, until he finally managed to reach the area. Yet, the branch seemed to have a mind of its own, slowly traversing his back as if counting his wounds. Each time it grazed a whip mark, a sharp, tingling pain coursed through him, causing him to shudder. Lord, I have cleaned it, he cautiously reminded her. Yet the individual behind him seemed oblivious, leisurely using a branch to probe at the wounds. Feng Wuhuan dared not utter another word, striving to endure his humiliation, alongside the intermittent prickling and throbbing sensations that coursed through his back. This torment proved to be even more unbearable than the lashes themselves. Time passed, though its measure was lost on him when at last a voice devoid of discernible emotion emerged from behind. Does it hurt? Feng Wuhuan, engulfed in his own anguish, momentarily faltered at the inquiry. Why would the Lord ask such a question? Absurd thoughts surged within his mind, spiraling out of control. Was the Lord concerned for him? Despite the slim likelihood of such a notion, his heart could not help but flutter with anticipation. He recalled the times when his master would inquire if he was in pain, and upon his reply that he indeed hurt, the master would embrace him with a sympathetic expression, offering solace. The master would gently blow on his wounds, proclaiming that the pain would dissipate with such tender gestures. Reflecting on this, a glimmer of hope shone in Feng Wuhuan's eyes, and though he recognized the improbability of the situation, he hesitantly responded, "It hurts." Chapter 19. Feng Wuhuan. Remember this feeling well. Upon completing his response, Feng Wuhuan's fingers curled tightly at his sides, a manifestation of his unarticulated anxieties. He was acutely aware that she would never embrace him, kiss him, or offer him solace again. Yet, deep within, a flicker of hope persisted, yearning for even a trace of her warmth. Such a sensation might grant him the fortitude to confront the relentless punishments and agonies that lay ahead. Alas! A chilling voice reverberated in his ears, accompanied by a sharp pain piercing through his back. This pain is correct, Feng Wuhuan. Remember it well. From now on, it shall only intensify 1,000-fold. As Chi Feiyan spoke, she transformed a branch in her hand into a dagger, expertly reopening a recently healed whip wound. Dragging it down along the scar, blood gushed forth, a vivid testament to his suffering. Feng Wuhuan trembled, his lips pressed tightly together, the faint glimmer of hope in his eyes dimming. The slender branch gradually tore into flesh, and upon noticing that the kneeling figure no longer cried out in pain or groaned, merely bowing his head in silence, trembling ever so slightly, Chi Feiyan cast aside the branch with a hint of disinterest. She turned and returned to the swing beneath the tree. Feng Wuhuan remained kneeling for a moment, allowing himself to recover slightly before he fetched a bucket of water, pouring it over his head to cleanse the gaping wounds on his back, washing away the fresh blood, and then donning the damp garment that had just been washed. The wet fabric clung to him uncomfortably, akin to an icy shell that threatened to immobilize his entire being. He filled another bucket with water, laboriously washing the spot where he had lain unconscious the previous night. After completing these tasks, Feng Wuhuan found himself at a loss, standing motionless for a while before once again kneeling in the direction of Chi Feiyan. The Lord had informed him that he need not attend the servant quarters today. What, then, was he to do next? At that moment, a voice from outside broke the silence. "Yin Yin, are you there?" Chi Feiyan, seated on the swing, responded, "Yes, I am." "Eldest sister, please come in." Feng Wuhuan was momentarily taken aback. Eldest sister and brother-in-law? It had been quite some time since he had seen them. This time, Chi Qinghe did not enter alone. She was accompanied by Yusu, their fingers intertwined as they strode in confidently. Chi Feiyan rose, her gaze falling upon their clasped hands, and a gentle smile graced her typically aloof visage. "Eldest sister, brother-in-law," she greeted, a hint of envy flickering in her eyes. She realized that she might never again experience a love as enduring, a partnership as steadfast as that of her sister and brother-in-law. The deep affection of the past decade, coupled with the betrayal of her beloved, had drained her of all emotional reserves. She had no desire to embark on a second romantic journey. This life would suffice. Yin Yin, come and eat, Qinglou exclaimed. Your brother-in-law and I ventured out yesterday and passed by a newly opened restaurant. The dishes were delightful, so we brought back several tables worth. As she spoke, she approached the wooden table in the courtyard, beginning to unpack the dishes from her storage ring. Time stood still within the ring, and as each dish was revealed, they appeared as fresh as if just removed from the stove. Yusu stood beside Chi Feiyan, towering over her by half a head, with an ethereal beauty that rendered him a rare and exquisite man. At this moment, he was gently arranging the dishes that Chi Feiyan had taken out. True to his nature, he was not a loquacious individual. Chi Feiyan often remarked that he appeared aloof in front of others, yet somewhat reserved when alone with her. Suddenly, she noticed someone kneeling in the corner. Chi Feiyan rushed into the courtyard and directly approached the wooden table to place the dishes down. Turning her head, she discovered Feng Wuhuan kneeling in the corner. Chi Feiyan had already seated herself at the table and, upon noticing the situation, explained, just a lowly servant, dear sister. Pay him no mind. Upon hearing this, Feng Wuhuan's peach blossom eyes dimmed further. Chi Feiyan's gaze swept over Feng Wuhuan, her eyes glimmering with astonishment. Yin Yin, where did you acquire such an exquisite slave? His beauty is truly unmatched in this world, she exclaimed, only to be interrupted by Yusu, who pinched her arm. Why are you pinching me? Yusu cast a casual glance at the kneeling figure, then stepped aside to block Chi Feiyan's view, his tone laced with a subtle warning. Feiyan, you lingered on him for quite some time. The jealousy in the young man's voice made Chi Feiyan's eyes sparkle with amusement. She quickly wrapped her arm around his and playfully coaxed, Hee, I was merely glancing. Do not be upset, Yusu. You should eat some beef to nourish yourself. As she spoke, she reached for a piece of spicy beef and playfully attempted to feed it to Yusu. He instinctively opened his mouth, but as he realized what was happening, a blush crept onto his handsome face, and he began to grumble, Chi Feiyan, I do not need this. Seated nearby, Chi Feiyan could only smile in exasperation. Sister, you truly possess a remarkable talent. You can effortlessly provoke our aloof brother-in-law into a tempestuous rage. Yes. Yusu doesn't need this. Our Yusu is quite capable. Chi Feiyan had teased, but Yusu swiftly covered her mouth with his hand. Hush, eat your meal. Okay. Under the scrutiny of Yusu's gaze, Chi Feiyan finally quieted down, retracting her neck and sitting beside him to begin eating. Meanwhile, Feng Wuhuan had fallen into a daze. Sister and brother-in-law truly shared a wonderful bond. Reflecting on the battle against the demon clan, where he had fought alongside Chi Feiyan to the brink of despair, ultimately grasping her hand as they faced death, he felt a pang of jealousy. In the endless, hopeless nights that followed, he had envisioned countless times that he should have resolutely stood beside his master, opposing the demon clan. Even if the conclusion was death alongside his master, it would have been fulfilling. Regrettably, he had been too cautious and overly self-assured, always believing he could protect her. The inherently selfish part of him presumed she would choose survival. Yet he never considered that without family and the mirror void, she could not possibly endure alone. Qinglou, unable to keep her mouth shut, leaned in closer to Chi Feiyan after a minute of forced silence and began to whisper, Yin Yin, is that little servant trying to seduce you with his wet attire? As Chi Feiyan was savoring her meal, she nearly choked and mumbled, Sister, you're overthinking. He wouldn't dare. TSK, then what does this mean? Chi Feiyan replied, he probably just finished washing his clothes. Yin Yin, you are being rather stingy, aren't you? Let me tell you, such a charming little servant is a rare find. Since you've acquired him, you ought to cherish him. Otherwise, it would be a shame to waste such a treasure. Chi Feiyan wore an expression of regret. Chi Feiyan turned to Yusu, pleading, brother-in-law, please talk some sense into my sister. After adding another helping of food to Chi Feiyan's bowl, Yusu leisurely responded, your sister is right. Chi Feiyan exclaimed, this is just too much. Could it be that both her sister and brother-in-law were so unreasonable? Just as the atmosphere grew somewhat tense, a faint gurgling sound emerged. It came from Feng Wuhuan, who knelt nearby. Embarrassed and flustered, he nervously apologized. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I'll just kneel a bit farther away." He had gone many days without food, subsisting only on well water to stave off hunger. Had it not been for his remaining cultivation, he feared he might not even be able to maintain his kneeling position at this moment. Chapter 20. If not, imprison him. Chi Feiyan could no longer remain composed. Her younger sister displayed an utter lack of compassion. The sweet little slave had been starved to the point of desperation, too afraid to ask for food. Fearing it might disturb her enjoyment, and thus choosing to kneel at a distance, she gestured to Feng Wuhuan, saying, "You must be hungry. Come here and sit with me to share a meal." However, Feng Wuhuan appeared startled, retreating a few steps while kneeling and hastily shaking his head. "No need. I'm not hungry." Chi Feiyan remained silent, contemplating that if her sister were to discover that this little slave would eventually cause the demise of many, including Yusu, she would likely draw her sword and slay him on the spot. She did not thwart her sister's goodwill, but cast a cold glance at Feng Wuhuan, softly reprimanding, "Go back to your doghouse. Your presence here is a nuisance." Feng Wuhuan, who had been cautiously observing Chi Feiyan's expression, immediately lowered his head and responded softly, "Yes." He stumbled to his feet and made his way to the corner where the doghouse resided. The cramped space proved difficult for him, with his long limbs making it a struggle to squeeze inside. He dared not let any part of himself protrude, curling tightly within, lest the master take offense at his presence. Thus, he was nearly folded within the confined space. Once fully nestled into the doghouse, Feng Wuhuan finally felt a slight relaxation. The tension he had held for so long beginning to dissipate, while his overstrained body began to succumb to exhaustion. He wrapped his aching arms around himself, lying on the damp, cold wooden floor of the doghouse, his wet clothes clinging to his skin, causing him to shiver from the cold. Even as his skin burned with fever, his eyelids grew heavy, making it nearly impossible to keep them open. The combination of hunger and cold, the alternation of heat and chill, along with fatigue and pain, gradually lulled him into a slumber. Just before succumbing to darkness, he thought wistfully of the comfort a bed and blanket would bring. In a hazy reverie, he resolved to work harder in the servant quarters the next day, hoping that by doing so, he might be permitted a meal by midday. After Chi Feiyan and the others finished their meal, Yusu was dismissed by Chi Feiyan, who stated she needed to speak with her sister. Once inside the room with the door closed, Chi Feiyan, with a serious expression, inquired, "Yin Yin, what is the situation with that slave named Feng Wuhuan?" Having raised her sister almost single-handedly, she understood her temperament well. Though her sister appeared somewhat aloof, her heart was tender, and she would never cruelly torment a slave, especially one she had purchased herself. Chi Feiyan paused for a moment, realizing that her sister had discerned the underlying issue. Although Chi Feiyan seemed carefree, she was in fact quite observant. After a lengthy contemplation, Chi Feiyan spoke, "Sister, I suspect that the demon clan is attempting to make a resurgence, aiming to invade the human realm, and Feng Wuhuan is one of their spies." While she concealed the truth of her reincarnation, she felt it necessary to share this with her sister to ensure she remained vigilant and not be deceived by Feng Wuhuan's pitiable fade. Kiking gasped in astonishment. "What did you say?" In the present day, the realms of humans and demons are divided by vast stretches of the mirror void sea. A century ago, the demon clans invaded human territories, aspiring to transform these lands into their own paradise, even attempting to subjugate humanity as mere playthings and slaves. Fortunately, they were ultimately repelled by the formidable practitioners among humans, driven back to their own continent. Since then, a fragile peace has endured between the two races for nearly 100 years. The mirror void serves as the boundary between humanity and the demon clans. Should the demons attempt to return, the mirror void would certainly be their initial target for invasion. With a serious expression, Chi Feiyan remarked, "Yin Yin, this matter is of great importance. Are you certain?" Chi Feiyan nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I am certain. I have already arranged for an undercover investigation to ascertain how many demon spies are concealed within the territory. Sister, please discuss this with brother-in-law and advised him to be vigilant regarding any suspicious individuals nearby. Chi Qinghe agreed and inquired, "Should we convene a council of elders to inform those in the mirror void about the situation?" Chi Feiyan shook her head gravely. "Not yet. We must avoid alarming the enemy. I suspect that some of the elders may even be affiliated with the demon clans. In my previous life, one of the 7 elders of the mirror void had betrayed us. Therefore, Chi Feiyan intended to proceed cautiously, taking her time to address the issue. Kiking concord. You are right, Yin Yin. We shall conduct our investigation discreetly. Those demons, Humph, truly never relinquish their nefarious intentions." The two women continued to discuss the demon clans for over half an hour, finalizing certain details, before Chi Qinghe shifted the conversation to other matters. "Yin Yin, be honest with me. Do you have an aversion to Su Qian? Otherwise, why would you sleep with him and then leave him unattended in the outer courtyard? Instead, you can find a demon spy within the inner courtyard. If you do not fancy him, you could simply offer him some silver or spirit stones to send him on his way, preventing him from developing any foolish notions. I can find you other promising young men later." Upon hearing this, Chi Feiyan felt a headache coming on and resolutely shook her head in refusal. No need to search. Su Qian is just fine. Chi Qinghe regarded her with a hint of suspicion, but chose not to press further. She recalled Feng Wuhuan and felt a pang of regret. Oh, that little slave spy is truly quite handsome. Yin Yin, if you find him appealing, there is no harm in indulging. It's nothing to fret about. If that doesn't work, we could keep him completely confined, ensuring he cannot relay messages or engage in any misdeeds. Chi Feiyan sighed, unable to bear her sister's brazen suggestions. Sister, if he is imprisoned within Yanshu residence, he becomes ineffective. Allowing him to go out daily provides him the opportunity to connect with other hidden operatives. This way, we can trace the roots and unearth more individuals. Chi Qinghe nodded. Very well, you may handle it as you see fit. If you choose not to keep him, once we have thoroughly investigated all the hidden operatives, we should eliminate him to prevent future troubles. Chi Feiyan acknowledged, understood. After Chi Qinghe lingered for a while longer, she departed, leaving Chi Feiyan seated in contemplation. Suddenly, she recalled something and infused a trace of spiritual energy into a communication jade talisman to contact Jiangfeng. Upon discovering that Feng Wuhuan had not consumed a single meal in the servant quarters, Chi Feiyan fell silent for a moment. This meant that since the purchase of Qianhui Tower, he had gone without sustenance until now. The mortal realm, with its myriad troubles, necessitated daily nourishment. If only he resided in the realm of the earth, such burdens would be alleviated. The reason she refrained from stripping him of his cultivation was that she believed having some degree of power would render him more resilient to torment. After all, to perish too easily would be to grant him an undeserved reprieve. However, she would ensure that his cultivation did not advance any further. Remaining in the mortal realm was quite sufficient. With this thought in mind, Chi Feiyan rose and made her way to the courtyard, preparing to summon that vile dragon. Chapter 21. Is his body resilient enough? Feng Wuhuan. Chi Feiyan called out twice, yet there was no response from the person nestled within the doghouse. Had he fainted from hunger? She approached, her gaze momentarily lost. The figure, curled up with his head facing outward, previously pale countenance now flushed with a vibrant hue. His elegant, misty brows instinctively knitted together, suggesting considerable discomfort. His once supple lips were now chapped, bearing several cracks. His damp clothing had been pressed into a semblance of dryness. Chi Feiyan crouched beside him, observing intently for a while. After a moment's hesitation, she reached out to touch his forehead. It was burning. Was he feverish? Yet, how could a cultivator succumb to fever? Moreover, he was a robust demon clan cultivator. Chi Feiyan grasped Feng Wuhuan's arm, gently tugging him out of the doghouse with ease. She then retrieved a communication talisman, reaching out to Shen Xinzi. As a high-ranking alchemist, Shen Xinzi possessed substantial knowledge in both alchemical medicine and poisons. Chi Feiyan hoped he could discern the cause of Feng Wuhuan's ailment. Of course, this concern stemmed not from care, but rather a reluctance to see him perish so swiftly. Shen Xinzi arrived promptly, adorned in a light azure robe, exuding the fragrant aroma of herbs cultivated in alchemical chambers, presenting an image of refined gentility, with a wooden medicine box slung over his shoulder. Yin Yao, what brings you to seek me? Shun Xinzi appraised Chi Feiyan from head to toe, initially assuming she was injured or unwell. Upon realizing she was unharmed, he exhaled in relief. Chi Feiyan nodded in acknowledgement, addressing him as Uncle Shun, and gestured towards the figure sprawled on the ground. Could you kindly examine him for me? Only then did Shun Xinzi notice the person lying in the corner of the courtyard. He uttered no further words, advancing a few steps with his medicine box in hand. His fingers brushed against Feng Wuhuan's pulse. Chi Feiyan stood by, allowing him to focus on the diagnosis without interruption. However, as the seconds ticked by, Shun Xinzi's hand remained on the pulse, his brow slightly furrowed. A quarter of an hour later, he finally withdrew his hand. Uncle Shun, what did you find? From the pulse, it appears to be merely the result of hunger and exposure, coupled with illness causing a persistent high fever. His physical constitution is quite sound. However, this pulse is rather peculiar, as if. Shun Xinzi's words trailed off into silence, lost in contemplation. Chi Feiyan, puzzled, inquired as if what? Shun Xinzi shook his head, a light smile gracing his lips. It is nothing. I must be overthinking. How could a young cultivator at this stage exhibit such a pulse? Upon hearing this, Chi Feiyan refrained from pressing further, instead asking, are there any other issues with his body? Is he resilient enough? At this, Shun Xinzi's face flushed slightly. He clearly misunderstood her intent, pondering how this girl had learned such mischief from Qinghe. Clearing his throat, he nodded. No issues to worry about. You may feel free to. Ahem, well, I will tend to his left hand, and after he consumes this pill, the fever should subside. Chi Feiyan shook her head in refusal, stating, there is no need. He is not worthy of Uncle Shun's concern. After a moment pause, she continued, could I trouble Uncle Shun to prepare some elixirs for me? She listed several potions she required. Upon hearing the name of the Wuxing pill, even Shun Xinzi was taken aback. Such a potion was no ordinary remedy. It was notorious for its lethal effects. Those who ingested it often met their demise not from the poison itself, but from the unbearable pain it inflicted, leading them to take their own lives. My dear girl, you seek both life-saving potions and torturous toxins. What are your intentions? Chi Feiyan glanced at the feverish figure on the ground, her expression devoid of emotion as she replied, it is of no concern. I have my own purposes. I would appreciate Uncle Shun's assistance in preparing them. Shun Xinzi chose not to press further. He trusted her judgment and was not overly concerned. Very well. I shall gather the necessary items and deliver them to you in a few days. Thank you, Uncle Shun. Is there truly no need for my assistance with this little slave's injuries? No, as long as he survives, it is sufficient. Shun Xinzi nodded and, seeing no other matters at hand, departed with his medicinal case. Feng Wuhuan awoke in the dead of night, the sky still shrouded in darkness. As he opened his eyes, he was momentarily dazzled by the vast expanse of stars. The discomfort in his body had not eased significantly, and upon realizing he was lying on the ground in the courtyard, a wave of panic washed over him as he quickly rose. He distinctly remembered being in a doghouse. How had he ended up here? In a flurry, he glanced around, fearing the Lord would be angered to find him sprawled in the courtyard again. Fortunately, it was late, and the Lord must have retired for the night, concerned about staining the ground with his blood. He fetched a bucket of water and cleaned the spot where he had lain. His gaze then fell upon a clutter of empty wine jars on the wooden table, prompting him to tidy them up. The familiar aroma of wine wafted toward him. It was Qinshanzhe. He suddenly recalled their first encounter at the Xuanhui Tower, where she had held a jar of Qinshanzhe. At that moment, he had been lost in the joy of their reunion and surprised by the hatred in her eyes, paying little attention to the object in her hands. In retrospect, she had seemed rather disheartened while drinking it. His master had a penchant for strong liquor, yet most wines from Jiangnan were mild fruit brews. Even Qinshanzhe, reputed to be the strongest fruit brew from Jiangnan, lacked the desired intensity when tasted by his master. Eventually, he consulted several winemakers from the north and, through extensive experimentation, crafted a concentrated version of Qinshanzhe that retained the softness of Jiangnan fruit brews while boasting the fierce potency of northern spirits. The thought of his master's praise for the wine he had brewed brought an involuntary smile to his face. He began to ponder how to produce more of this concentrated qianshanzue without arousing the Lord's suspicion regarding its origins. After tidying the table, Feng Wuhuan stood idly in the courtyard for a moment, contemplating the little courtyard that had haunted his dreams for so long. Despite the discomfort he felt, he took advantage of the moonlight and stealthily wandered through the spacious yard. In the light of day, he found himself devoid of such opportunities. He approached the small pond in the courtyard, crouching down to peer into the shimmering moonlight, hoping to catch a glimpse of the golden koi hidden beneath the lotus leaves. Suddenly, he recalled that year when he casually remarked on the delectable appearance of the koi, wondering about its flavor. The very next day, there appeared on his table a beautifully prepared braised golden koi, lovingly crafted by his master. His master's culinary skills were exceptional. Although he had long since adopted a fasting regimen, he would occasionally indulge in the art of cooking, delighting the palate. Ever since he had been brought back from Yun City, he had been treated to 3 meals a day, each one a feast. Chapter 22: The Malevolent Dragon is Stealing Her Vegetables. After indulging in a moment of contemplation by the small pond, Feng Wuhuan turned to the 2 small patches of vegetable garden located to the left of the courtyard, all of which were personally cultivated by the Lord. He recalled the first time he encountered that ethereal woman, as radiant as the moonlight on a snowy peak, wielding a hoe with mud adorning her face. His illusions shattered into countless fragments. As the lord of the mirror void domain, must he truly cultivate his own food? Later, his master explained that this was one method of refining one's heart and mind. She took pleasure in burying a seed in the soil, patiently awaiting the emergence of tender sprouts, and ultimately harvesting the fruits of her labor. In the end, these vegetables adorned her table as a dish. At that time, he had laughed and mused whether, once ripe, his master would also pluck him for her consumption, akin to the vegetables in the garden. His master had remained silent, her gaze darkening, intently scrutinizing her chattering disciple's scarlet lips. Eventually, he was indeed devoured thoroughly by his master. Feng Wuhuan furtively glanced at the tightly shut door of the main house, then cautiously extended his hand to touch the tender leaves peeking from the earth. Once, these vegetables had found their way into his belly. In this lifetime, however, such a prospect was impossible. He pondered whether plucking a single leaf would go unnoticed. With that thought in mind, he swiftly snatched a small piece of white radish, cradling it in his palm as his heart raced rapidly. He concealed the delicate leaf within his sleeve and then turned around with feigned calmness. In the next moment, he found himself staring directly into a pair of icy eyes. Chi Feiyan had not retired for the night. Instead, she was meditating and cultivating in her chamber. With a practitioner's keen hearing, she quickly caught the faint sound of footsteps in the courtyard, accompanied by the occasional jingle of bells. She initially assumed that was the end of it, only to be disturbed by the incessant rustling outside. Growing increasingly agitated, she decided to step out, and then she beheld the malevolent dragon pilfering her vegetables. Chi Feiyan narrowed her eyes slightly. Is he so famished? Feng Wuhuan stood there stunned, as the apparition before him nearly stole away his very soul. Once he regained his composure, he fell to his knees with a thud. "El Lord!" His voice trembled with fear. "What are you doing?" Chi Feiyan looked down at him with an air of authority, her tone infused with a subtle pressure. Feng Wuhuan was uncertain whether she had witnessed his thievery, but given her inquiry, it seemed she had not. He hesitated for a moment, choosing not to speak the truth. "In nothing. I was just thinking about watering the vegetables." A chill flickered in Chi Feiyan's eyes. Truly, one's nature is hard to change. He was as deceitful as in the past. Had he spoken the truth, she would have been disinclined to pursue the matter further. However, his immediate lies stirred painful memories of past deceptions within her. A surge of irritable anger welled up inside her. With a slight gesture, she summoned her spiritual energy, wielding a nearby wooden stick in her hand. Feng Wuhuan's complexion turned ashen as he lowered his head, aware that he had once again provoked her ire. Alas, in his current frail state, it remains uncertain whether he can withstand the fury she harbors. The wooden staff descended upon his back with the force of thunder. Bang! Feng Wuhuan gritted his teeth, pain etched across his brow, yet not a sound escaped his lips. Immediately after, A second strike landed upon the same spot, leaving his complexion even paler. The sole consolation was that the staff had not been imbued with spiritual energy. Otherwise, such force would have surely shaken his very organs. A third blow followed, still targeting the same area. With a crack, the staff, as thick as 2 fingers, splintered. After the 3 strikes, Chi Feiyan's wrath began to dissipate. She regarded the broken staff in her hand and cast it aside. Her gaze fell upon his face, as pale as parchment, and she recalled, albeit belatedly, his feeble state lying in the doghouse, feverish and unconscious. Was his fever abated? Would he starve? The thought barely took root before Chi Feiyan quickly suppressed it. What did it matter whether he recovered or not? This vile dragon, even if consumed by fever or hunger, deserved it. She spoke coldly. Get back to the servant quarters. Feng Wuhuan was taken aback. Was the punishment already concluded? He had anticipated a far harsher ordeal, especially since the last time, merely for failing to heed her words. He had been left bloodied by the whip, and for having seized Su Qian, he had suffered a broken left hand. In comparison, this time, the chastisement was considerably milder. He realized the Lord had risen with a foul mood and had expected a more arduous trial. To his surprise, it had ended after just 3 strikes. He let out a breath of relief, acknowledging her command and preparing to depart, reflecting on the fact that the Lord had not discovered the patch of white mustard leaves. Feng Wuhuan felt a flicker of elation. Those 3 strikes seemed quite worth it. Chi Feiyan returned to her chambers to cultivate for another 2 hours. As dawn broke, she rose and made her way to the outer courtyard. Su Qian was quite astonished. The Lord had scarcely acknowledged him these past few days, and he had been seeking opportunities to approach her. To his surprise, she came to find him today. Stunned, he asked, "Benefactor, is there something you need from me?" Chi Feiyan replied, "Did you not express a desire to cultivate yesterday? Come to the inner courtyard after the hour of the dog today, and I shall take some time to guide you through the initial stages of cultivation." Su Qian, initially incredulous, soon erupted with joy, hastily expressing his gratitude. "That's wonderful. Am I to become a disciple of the Lord?" During his time as a male courtesan, he had perused many novels filled with tales of romantic entanglements between talented scholars and beautiful maidens. In those stories, the teacher-student relationship often blossomed into something deeper. Chi Feiyan glanced at Su Qian. "I recall you are adept at cooking. Therefore, you shall be responsible for preparing my evening meal today." Su Qian was momentarily taken aback, but then his heart soared once more. Hadn't the benefactor given up on food? Yet here she was, asking him to prepare her dinner. Was this a sign that she harbored feelings for him? Was she using the pretext of needing a meal to increase their opportunities for interaction? Elated, he agreed, "Very well. I shall check the kitchen for ingredients and prepare something for you this evening." Chi Feiyan nodded. "Yes, it need not be extravagant. Just something simple and edible will suffice." Su Qian's thoughts became increasingly resolute. Indeed, as he had surmised, the choice of food was of little consequence. His benefactor merely sought to utilize the opportunity of dinner to foster a closer connection, yet was considerate of the potential burden cooking might impose upon him, thus encouraging him to prepare something simple. Su Qian promptly declared, "My benefactor, I can prepare meals for you every day and deliver them. It is no trouble at all. I welcome the effort. As long as you are willing to enjoy the dishes I create, I shall cook for you 3 times a day. In the past, we were specifically trained in culinary arts, ensuring that I can. This precious chance for intimacy is not one I could possibly let slip away." He hastened to express his sincerity. However, Chi Feiyan grew increasingly impatient and interjected, "That will not be necessary. In the future, please refrain from calling me benefactor. Simply refer to me as Lord, as you would with others." Su Qian's expression stiffened slightly, filled with reluctance. He had hoped to leverage this benefactor relationship to eventually offer her his unwavering devotion and gratitude. Chapter 23 today. The meal has been completely consumed, gone. In the servant quarters, Feng Wuhuan stood at the back, listening with other servants as Steward Jiang delivered his admonitions. As spring arrived, much like previous years, several small towns surrounding the Mirror Void had sent numerous tributes seeking protection. During this period, Our servant quarters were required to allocate over 10 individuals to assist with the transportation, inventory, and classification of these offerings. If this task is performed well, there will be rewards. However, should any errors occur, the consequences are beyond your capacity to bear. While Steward Jiang continued his lengthy discourse, Feng Wuhan found himself lost in recollection. Tributes? His heart raced with excitement. In his previous life, among these tributes, there was a pair of Sumeru rings crafted from sea magnetite, one a deep azure, the other of vibrant crimson. Eventually, the azure ring was gifted to him by his master, who kept the crimson one for herself. However, since she already possessed a Sumeru ring, the crimson one remained unused. Later, as their feelings for each other deepened, she retrieved the long dusty crimson ring and, along with his, commissioned a craftsman to engrave a blooming lotus flower upon them. Each ring bore half of the design, and when combined, they formed a complete lotus blossom. It is said that this idea was suggested by his elder sister, who remarked that matching rings symbolize unwavering love. In this lifetime, it was improbable that his master would bestow upon him such a pair of Sumeru rings again. Yet this pair held profound significance for him, and he must acquire them. After concluding his speech, Jiang Feng announced, "Now, if anyone is willing to step forward, I will take note of your names." A heavy silence fell over the room. Not a single individual dared to move. This task was far from simple. With such a vast number of tributes from numerous small towns, any mistake or loss would surely invoke Jiang's ruthless wrath, resulting in dire consequences. Feng Wuhuan contemplated stepping forward, but as he observed the absence of others, he felt a twinge of guilt at the thought of being the first to stand out. Thus, he patiently waited. Noticing the lack of volunteers, Jiang Feng's expression darkened. He sneered, "Very well, since no one is willing, I will randomly call names. However, those chosen must ensure the job is executed flawlessly. Otherwise, The implicit threat in his words was unmistakable. The servants flinched, inwardly praying not to be called. Just as Feng Wuhuan wrestled with whether to step forward, he saw Jiang Feng point in his direction. Feng Wuhuan, step forward. He exhaled in relief and hurriedly complied. Jiang Feng then selected over 10 others, finally stating, "This inventory task will be entrusted to the 12 of you. Feng Wuhuan, you will be responsible for the record of the tribute lists. If anything is missing or if there are any errors, I will hold you accountable." Upon hearing this, the others displayed expressions of amusement, particularly the 11 individuals who had also been chosen. Reluctant from the outset, they now regarded Feng Wuhuan with ill intentions. It was evident that Steward Jiang was deliberately targeting this newcomer. Feng Wuhuan could not help but smile bitterly within. His recent blunder was inevitable. The ring held immense significance for him, and its loss seemed destined. After acquiescing, he and his companions were led away from the servant quarters by Jiang Feng, making their way toward the storeroom. As he followed behind, Feng Wuhuan endeavored to recall the events of the past century. Yet the memories had grown vague with the passage of time, despite the superior memory of cultivators compared to ordinary individuals. The duration had rendered all but the most significant details hazy. Nevertheless, he managed to recollect certain aspects. Xiang Li would likely be among those delivering tributes to the Mirror Void domain. He had once saved Xiang Li's life, and Xiang Li had been his childhood companion and brother during his time in the Demon Clan. Feng Wuhuan was not well regarded in the Demon Realm. The Dragon Clan revered the White Dragon above all, followed by the Azure and Black Dragons. As for him, the Pink Dragon, he had inadvertently caused his mother's demise at birth, and, due to the peculiar hue of his scales, was deemed an omen of misfortune. From a young age, he had endured scorn and exclusion, both within the Dragon Clan and the Demon Realm. Although he was the son of a Demon King, he was often trampled upon by others. At the age of 16, in a bid to secure a better existence within the Demon Clan and to protect the few who treated him kindly, he clandestinely began to cultivate his own influence. Unbeknownst to his father, Xiang Li served as his most trusted confidant, having been dispatched by his father to act as a spy in the Mirror Void domain. Feng Wuhuan was anxious upon realizing that Xiang Li had infiltrated the domain out of concern for him. Before arriving at the Mirror Void domain, he had endured 7 days and nights in the demon cleansing pool, a trial meant to purge him of his demonic aura which would not manifest for some time. However, Xiangli still bore the traces of demonic energy. Despite his numerous disguises, he had nearly been discovered in a previous life, narrowly escaping thanks to timely intervention. Now, however, he was no longer her direct disciple, but rather a vulnerable servant, uncertain of his ability to ensure Xiangli's safe departure from the Mirror Void domain. Lost in such chaotic thoughts, they arrived at the storeroom. Typically, around 10 individuals manage the storeroom, but during this time of year, in addition to organizing the incoming items, preparations for various reciprocations necessitated extra hands, prompting the need to summon assistance from the servant quarters. At that moment, activity was already underway, with individuals bustling in and out. The focus of the past 2 days had been to categorize the existing items and process a new batch, creating more space for this year's newly received tributes. After conferring with the storeroom's overseer, Jiang Feng swiftly assigned tasks to several servants, designating Feng Wuhuan to dust and clean. Initially, Jiang Feng had considered assigning him heavy lifting duties, but dismissed the idea upon observing his left hand. The items in the storeroom were precious, and should Feng Wuhuan mishandle anything due to his left hand's weakness, Jiang Feng would be held accountable as well. Thus, after a busy morning, it was time for lunch. Exhausted, Feng Wuhuan found himself at the end of the line waiting for his meal, trailing along as the queue moved forward. The steward had not declared that he would be denied his meal today. Thus, it was reasonable to assume that he would receive a portion. The famished Feng Wuhuan pondered. With such a considerable expenditure of energy each day, if he did not consume something soon, he would likely not endure for more than 2 days. Observing the individuals ahead of him receiving their share of rice, vegetables, a bun, and an egg, his hunger intensified, gnawing at him relentlessly. Although he had initially been positioned closer to the front of the line, he had been jostled to the back by a few people. When his turn finally arrived, the server covered the food container with a wooden lid and dismissively waved him away, declaring that the meal had been exhausted and advising him to arrive earlier next time if he wished to partake. Feng Wuhuan pressed his lips together, having distinctly seen that there was still food in the container. However, after a moment of contemplation, he chose not to voice his objections, merely nodding before turning to leave. Chapter 24. Suddenly overcome by sadness, yet aware of his unworthiness to feel if Feng Wuhuan understood the consequences of questioning, it would merely lead to a beating, followed by the deprivation of any sustenance. The collar around his neck rendered him vulnerable, inviting the unrestrained animosity of those around him. Currently, they were merely testing the waters, but once they realized his reluctance to resist, their cruelty would likely escalate. Feng Wuhuan pondered, perhaps this was precisely what the Lord desired. Suddenly, an overwhelming sadness washed over him, yet he recognized his unworthiness to feel such a sentiment. All of this was a result of his own actions, a consequence of his choices. He was acutely aware of this. Feng Wuhuan made a concerted effort to disregard the tumultuous sorrow and anguish surging within him. He sought refuge in a corner, leaning against the wall. Observing those who had received their meals savoring their food, a wave of unbearable hunger struck him, causing dizziness. He huddled, arms wrapped around his knees, attempting to endure. Yet the gnawing hunger seemed relentless, and his stomach began to ache. Feng Wuhuan tightened his belt, first slightly, then more so, hoping to quell the uproar in his belly. This act provided a modicum of relief from his hunger. However, a method that had sufficed in previous days proved ineffective today. After a while, his hunger remained unbearable. He rose and made his way to the well, drawing up a bucket of water, then began to gulp it down, attempting to fill his empty stomach. The icy well water rushed into him, briefly alleviating his hunger, allowing him a sigh of relief. Yet, in the next instant, his stomach roiled violently, causing him excruciating pain and further dizziness. Clutching his abdomen, he bent over and began to retch, but having not eaten in a long time, he could only expel the well water he had just consumed. After a prolonged bout, he finally regained a semblance of composure, pressing against his aching belly as he curled up in the corner, silently enduring his torment. In a moment of recollection, Feng Wuhuan retrieved a white radish leaf from his sleeve, staring vacantly at it without consuming it. He secretly infused it with a bit of spiritual energy, ensuring it would not decay. After contemplating for a while, he tucked it back into his sleeve. Meanwhile, someone had begun to call out for work to commence. Feng Wuhuan mustered the strength to rise, leaning against the wall for support before resuming his labor with a water bucket. Su Qian had meticulously prepared a feast and brought it to the inner courtyard. Chi Feiyan had granted him permission to enter the inner courtyard during the evening meal for an hour, allowing him to provide guidance on his initial steps in cultivation. She was keen to avoid further matchmaking efforts from her elder sister, so she had taken to inviting Su Qian to the inner courtyard every couple of days, feigning interest to quell her sister's intentions. At the hour of Su, Feng Wuhuan returned to the courtyard of Yinshi residence, weary and fatigued, only to find Su Qian setting the table with food. He paused momentarily, taken aback. How had Su Qian gained entry into the inner courtyard? The first thought that crossed Feng Wuhuan's mind was that Su Qian had trespassed, harboring ulterior motives. His gaze turned icy as he stepped forward, grasping the collar of Su Qian's garment, and demanded in a low voice, "Who permitted you to enter?" As his words echoed, the door from the main hall creaked open, and Chi Feiyan emerged with measured steps, her tone calm as she replied, "I allowed him to come in. Do you have an objection?" Upon witnessing the scene, Feng Wuhuan hastily released Su Qian and retreated 2 steps to kneel down, exclaiming, "I dare not. I am truly sorry. I was unaware that he had entered the inner courtyard with your consent." After regaining his composure, Feng Wuhuan could not help but smile bitterly within. He realized he must have been rather daft, for the inner courtyard was protected by a barrier, and no one could enter without the Lord's permission. At that moment, Su Qian had swiftly hidden behind Chi Feiyan, clutching her sleeve with a look of trepidation, saying, "Lord Chi, he is so fierce. Had he not appeared in time, he would have surely laid hands on me." Feng Wuhuan bowed his head, rendered speechless. Starved and weary, he hardly possessed the strength to utter a word. Chi Feiyan, feeling Su Qian's grasp on her sleeve, subtly furrowed her brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing her eyes. She nonchalantly pulled her sleeve away and took a seat at the table, stating coolly, "Let us eat." Su Qian's face brightened at her words, disregarding the kneeling Feng Wuhuan, as he eagerly picked up his chopsticks to serve dishes to Chi Feiyan. The sky had darkened, but the luminous orbs illuminated the entire courtyard. Under the warm glow, Chi Feiyan quietly consumed her meal, while Su Qian busied himself attending to her every need. In a moment of reverie, Feng Wuhuan recalled his past with his master. When he was the one dining while she scurried about serving him, her face alight with anticipation as she inquired if the food was to his liking. In retrospect, he realized how oblivious he had been then, basking in favor and pride. Time has turned, and now there would be others by her side, each surpassing him in every way. As for him, he was destined to kneel at her feet, seeking atonement for an unending sin. He could never again share a table or a bed with her. Feng Wuhuan gazed at the warm scene before him, akin to unripe fruit crushed upon his tongue, releasing a torrent of bitterness and acidity. Chi Feiyan did not eat much. After just a few bites, she set down her chopsticks and said to Su Qian, "You need not fuss, sit and eat." Su Qian gladly complied, recalling that Chi Feiyan had long since ceased eating. Realizing that she had merely wished to share more time with him, so it was understandable that she would consume little. He seated himself and, with a hint of playful reproach, remarked, "Is that all, my lord? There is still so much left. I fear I may not finish it all." Chi Feiyan cast a casual glance at Feng Wuhuan, who was still kneeling and slightly swaying, and replied nonchalantly, "It matters not. If there are leftovers, they may be given to him." Su Qian raised an eyebrow in surprise, and then chuckled, "True enough. I had completely forgotten that Lord Chi has a dog, so there is no fear of waste." Upon hearing Feng Wuhuan referred to as a dog, Chi Feiyan instinctively cooled her demeanor, choosing not to respond. She typically displayed little emotional fluctuation, except when confronted with Feng Wuhuan in her past life, where she often revealed a broader spectrum of emotions. Most of the time, she remained expressionless. Chi Qinghe had once teased her, inquiring if she had undergone a semi-permanent procedure to achieve a poker face. Therefore, Su Qian, oblivious to Chi Feiyan's discontent, continued to eat, attempting to engage her in conversation to strengthen their bond. After several attempts, perhaps finally perceiving Chi Feiyan's impatience, Su Qian, who had been striving to engage in conversation, yet received little response, began to focus on his meal, eager to finish swiftly. The Lord had previously mentioned that he would provide guidance on cultivation after dining. Cultivation. During such instruction, there would undoubtedly be some ambiguous physical contact, such as an arm around his waist, a hand grasping his own, assisting in correcting his posture and movements. As Su Qian indulged in these delightful thoughts, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Feng Wuhuan, who knelt nearby, abruptly shattering his good mood. Recalling the Lord's disdain for this person, coupled with his own deep-seated aversion to the surname Feng, he contemplated humiliating him a little later. After all, with the Lord present, he would be protected, and Feng would not dare to retaliate. In the past, during his time at Qianhuai Building, he had once sought trouble with the one bearing the surname Feng, only to be sent flying as a result. Since that incident, he had refrained from provoking him again. However, now, Su Qian felt emboldened by his perceived support, and thus harbored no fear of Feng Wuhuan. Chapter 25. Can his sins be redeemed? Chi Feiyan had already left the wooden table and returned to her usual swing chair, quietly flipping through the pages of a book. Su Qian had set down his bowl and chopsticks, an insidious glint in his eyes. He picked up the leftover food from the table, beckoning to Feng Wuhuan, who was kneeling on the ground, and called out, "Come here and eat." His tone dripped with disdain, as though he were genuinely summoning a dog. Feng Wuhuan hesitated for a moment, instinctively glancing at Chi Feiyan, who appeared engrossed in her reading, showing no response. With lips pressed together, he mustered the strength to rise, preparing to approach. Indeed, he needed sustenance. After all, he could not afford to starve just yet. However, just as he was about to take a step, Su Qian chuckled lightly. "TSK, I never knew dogs could walk on their feet. How peculiar." Feng Wuhuan's steps faltered. His first instinct was still to look at Chi Feiyan. Noticing her unwavering focus on her book, without a hint of attention towards him, he lowered his gaze. The pain in his heart surging once more, constricting his breath. The Lord remained silent, evidently tacitly endorsing Su Qian's insult. If it were merely Su Qian, Feng Wuhuan would have chosen to endure hunger rather than crawl over like a dog to consume the leftovers. Yet, if it were the Lord's will, he could not disobey. He had no choice but to endure. After a moment of silent waiting, without receiving any pardon, the unredeemed sinner knelt once more, then leaned forward, supporting himself with his hands, slowly crawling forward. His entire body trembled slightly, yet he forced himself to inch forward. He was uncertain whether the Lord was watching him, but he knew his current state must appear both grotesque and pitiful. It was all right. Feng Wuhuan reassured himself internally. He would grow accustomed to it. He told himself that such punishments and humiliations would be plentiful in the future. It was fine, he would adapt. The only thing he could do seemed to be to become accustomed to it. She would no longer show him mercy, and he was unworthy of her compassion. She had protected him for a decade. Henceforth, she would no longer shield him. But whom could he blame? The architect of his own ruin was himself. He could only acclimate to his fate. The pain radiating from his heart rendered Feng Wuhuan's expression increasingly numb as he crawled step by step to Su Qian's feet. Initially, Su Qian had some concern, fearing that if Feng Wuhuan dared to resist, he would be left in a precarious situation. However, upon witnessing Feng Wuhuan indeed crawling over like a dog, and with the Lord saying nothing, he felt emboldened. With a flick of his wrist, he overturned the plate, spilling the remnants onto the stone floor where they mingled with dust. The broth splattered across Feng Wuhuan's clothes and face. "Good dog. Eat up. And remember, don't waste any of it. You must clean the ground completely." Feng Wuhuan's eyes, once bright, now appeared dulled as he slowly replied, "Yes." Then, in silence, he bent down to retrieve the food scattered on the ground. In the next moment, he felt his body forcefully pressed down, followed by a heavy sensation in his head as his face was cruelly buried in the remnants of discarded food. Su Qian stepped down hard on Feng Wuhuan's head, and the collar around his neck clashed with the ground, producing a sharp, ringing sound. Su Qian sneered, "If you are to behave like a dog, you must embody the essence of one. Which dog eats with its hands?" The malice and jealousy in his eyes found immense satisfaction in this action. The person named Feng had attracted the attention of many patrons the moment he entered the Qianhuai building. a patron whom Su Qian had painstakingly cultivated, who he thought would soon secure his freedom, had grown indifferent after merely catching a glimpse of Feng Wuhuan. Initially, that patron had considered acquiring Feng Wuhuan, but unfortunately, he encountered Yun Yi and Chi Feiyan, one a young master of Yun City, the other appearing as a significant figure, leading him to reluctantly abandon the thought. Su Qian had completely harbored resentment towards Feng Wuhuan. Now that he had an opportunity, he was determined not to let it slip away. He pressed down harder with his foot on Feng Wuhuan's head, nearly crushing him under his full weight. The majority of Feng Wuhuan's face was pressed into the ground, smeared with soup. The small stones scattered on the ground caused his face to ache. The increased pressure made him involuntarily emit a muffled groan. For a fleeting moment, he desperately wished to unleash his spiritual power to hurl Su Qian away. Yet, he was too fearful to act. The last time he merely grasped Su Qian's hand. It provoked the Lord's wrath, resulting in Su Qian breaking his left hand. He did not wish to incite the Lord's anger again. Feng Wuhuan longed to glimpse Chi Feiyan's expression, but with his head pinned to the ground, he was utterly immobile and unable to see her. He thought, perhaps the Lord was still engrossed in her reading. He hoped she would not cast her gaze upon him, unwilling to let her witness his disgraceful and humiliating state. He refrained from harming Su Qian, whom she sought to protect. He did not resist. Any torment or retribution she wished to impose upon him, he would accept with docility. He wondered if his compliance would lessen the Lord's disdain for him, perhaps allowing him to atone for his sins a little more. No one noticed that Chi Feiyan, seated by the swing set, had not turned the page of her book for quite some time. Her gaze was somewhat clouded as she looked in this direction. The man was pinned down, his head pressed against the ground stained with soup and dirt, offering no resistance, only the sound of pained, rapid breaths. A wave of irritation surged within her once more. What was wrong with him? Did he not know to resist or plead for mercy? She snapped her book shut with a resounding thud, her face already betraying her displeasure. This heavy sound finally roused Su Qian from his reverie. He was startled, wondering if he had gone too far, if the Lord would perceive him as a ruthless individual. Do you understand how to eat now? Hurry up and finish. Su Qian coldly huffed a parting remark before releasing his foot and turning away, jogging towards Chi Feiyan. Upon gaining his freedom, Feng Wuhuan lifted his head, his expression vacant, his peach blossom eyes slightly unfocused. Drops of broth trickled down his face, mingling with remnants of vegetables. The liquid seeped into his eyes, causing a painful sting. Yet he did not bother to wipe it away. Like a lost soul, he bent down and began to consume the food scattered on the ground, unable to use his hands, instead relying on his mouth to grasp the morsels. He thought to himself, I must finish all of this. As he pondered in a daze, tears began to well in his eyes from the discomfort, and he surmised it was the vegetable juice that had caused such pain. Meanwhile, Su Qian approached, concerned that Chi Feiyan might disapprove of his earlier actions, and began to explain himself. My lord, I know you despise him, so I thought to teach him a lesson on your behalf. Anyone you disfavor must surely be of ill character. Chi Feiyan cast him a cold glance, her eyes glimmering with an icy detachment, yet she remained silent. Su Qian felt a flutter of anxiety within him, and ventured to inquire, My lord, I have eaten my fill. Shall we commence? Previously, Chi Feiyan had mentioned that she would guide him in his training once he had satisfied his hunger. Chapter 26. In due time, she will personally bring his life to an end. Chi Feiyan disregarded Su Qian's eager gaze. Her attention was fixated on the figure sprawled on the ground, trembling. Su Qian's expression grew darker upon witnessing this. Why? The Lord clearly despised that wretched slave. Yet why did her gaze constantly linger upon him? Chi Feiyan coldly commanded, You may leave now. Su Qian stepped forward anxiously, attempting to protest, But my lord, you said. His words trailed off as Chi Feiyan, visibly impatient, furrowed her brows and cast a glance that brooked no argument. Recognizing that he had botched the matter, Su Qian, with a hint of reluctance, acquiesced and turned to depart. Once he was gone, Chi Feiyan's gaze returned to Feng Wuhuan. He was now bowing his head, consuming the remnants scattered on the ground. The bells on his collar jingled with each movement, emitting a trembling sound akin to lamentation. Feng Wuhuan numbly bent down time and again, picking up the dirted scraps with his mouth, scarcely chewing before swallowing them down. The sight of his gluttonous behavior was stark. No one had instructed him to stop eating, so he felt compelled to finish the leftovers. He longed to complete his meal swiftly, seeking permission to retreat to his meager doghouse, a confined space so narrow he could not even stretch his legs while sleeping. Yet, it was the only place that belonged to him now. He wished to curl up within it, like an injured beast seeking a hidden and safe sanctuary to nurse its wounds. Chi Feiyan approached slowly, a myriad of thoughts coursing through her, her emotions becoming a tumultuous blend. How could this person's character differ so drastically from before? After enduring such humiliation, did he not possess the will to resist? Or was it that the beginning of this life diverged from the last, prompting him to adopt different tactics? Was he contemplating a strategy of self-inflicted suffering? Countless fogs of confusion enveloped Chi Feiyan's mind, with various speculations and thoughts tugging at her emotions. She stood before Feng Wuhuan, halting her steps, surveying him from a superior vantage point. She observed the tears cascading down his cheeks, heard the faint, stifled sobs trapped in his throat. Chi Feiyan had to concede that despite her profound hatred for him, witnessing Feng Wuhuan in such a state caused a momentary pang in her heart. She self-deprecatingly mused that in her previous life, she had loved this man to the point that seeing him in this condition instinctively evoked feelings of compassion and protectiveness within her. However, she would gradually eradicate such instincts. She would not afford this man, who had once harmed her, a second opportunity to inflict pain. If one could easily forgive those who had previously wronged them, then all she had endured would be justly deserved. The first time could be deemed a failure to discern character. The second would be sheer folly. Chi Feiyan was lucidly aware that between them, there would be no surplus of emotion beyond hatred. Feng Wuhuan was destined to languish in misery, a mere shadow of his former self, after losing his remaining worth. In due time, she would personally bring his life to an end. This was her reckoning for those who had perished in her past life. Between them lies a chasm of deep-seated enmity, a divide that no one could possibly traverse. Reborn into this life, she bears an overwhelming burden, far beyond her own existence. Upon observing the shoes before her, Feng Wuhuan felt a surge of panic and hastily wiped away her tears, recalling her words that he must not weep. He was a person who had long since lost the right to cry out in despair. His master once remarked that the eyes and the heart are intrinsically linked. Perhaps it was the profound ache in his heart that also caused his eyes to throb, leading him to shed tears he could not contain. He understood he had no right to feel sorrow, no right to feel aggrieved. Yet he could not suppress his tears. "My lord," he mumbled, his voice muffled by the food in his mouth, stifled sobs evident in his tone. Chi Feiyan suppressed the tumultuous emotions swirling within her and asked coldly, "Is it tasty?" The tears that Feng Wuhuan had just managed to hold back began to well up anew, and he instinctively lowered his head further, not wanting her to see his tears. She would find it repulsive. After swallowing the last morsel, he hoarsely replied, "This servant thanks the Lord for the meal." Observing his submissive demeanor, Chi Feiyan felt an inexplicable surge of rage. Watching the tears that continued to fall despite his efforts to control them, she spoke with an icy demeanor. "I recall warning you that should I see your tears again, I would break one of your bones or perhaps simply gouge out these troublesome eyes." Feng Wuhuan's face went pale, and he stammered an apology. "I did not intend to weep. It was the soup that splashed into my eyes." His voice dwindled to a whisper. Resignedly, he closed his eyes, trembling as he said, "Please, my lord, administer your punishment." He was uncertain whether the Lord would choose to destroy his eyes or break his bones, but he knew neither option would be easy to endure. In truth, he was quite fearful of pain, to the point that he trembled even before the punishment had begun. Chi Feiyan fell silent. The sight before her was one of disarray, obedience, and pity, a visage she had never witnessed before. "There will be no next time, Feng Wuhuan. Clean up this place and yourself." After delivering her command, she turned and returned to her chamber, leaving Feng Wuhuan alone in his kneeling position. Feng Wuhuan gazed vacantly at Chi Feiyan's retreating figure. So, the Lord would not gouge out his eyes? He remained in place for some time, gradually moving his stiff limbs to tidy the messy floor and fetching water to cleanse himself. Dressed in freshly washed, albeit damp clothing, he crawled into the doghouse. Hugging his knees, Feng Wuhuan's peach blossom eyes appeared somewhat lost. He was unsure if he had a fever again, as a chill enveloped him. The wound on his back had yet to heal, and the pain from his fractured left hand had returned. The only relief came from his long-suffering stomach, which finally felt less painful. It was acceptable, Feng Wuhuan mused. He would gradually acclimate to the situation. The dishes, he could hardly discern much flavor. It seemed even his sense of taste was beginning to fade. Progress was occurring more rapidly than he had anticipated. He had hoped that upon his return, he could savor once more the exquisite broth of the suspended lotus flower chicken that his master had prepared for him, before his sense of taste vanished entirely. Alas, it now seems that such a possibility has slipped away. Master Zhen had previously suggested he might have a decade left, yet it appears that may no longer hold true. Perhaps it is also tied to the injuries he has sustained since his rebirth. He can feel his life force burning away at an accelerated pace. Feng Wuhuan, cradling his knees, silently contemplated the actions he must undertake in the limited time remaining to him. He must fulfill his responsibilities within this constricted time frame. Fortunately, his master is also a being reborn, which brings him a measure of comfort and spares him from many complications. The reborn master will be vigilant against the demonic tribes. With the experiences of her past life, she is aware of the ambitions and schemes of these creatures, knowing well how to counter and guard against them. Furthermore, this time, he will not be the source of any interference or betrayal. Thus, both his master and the mirror void should avoid repeating the tragic mistakes of the previous life. The mirror void will flourish, and his master will thrive as well. What he must do now is to assist his master in unearthing more infiltrators and to develop his clandestine influence within the demonic tribes, so that when they eventually invade, he may hold them at bay. As memories surged within him, Feng Wuhuan found himself haunted by a particular matter from his past life. At a critical juncture, he had indeed changed his mind and sent back to the demonic tribes a false axis of the protective array. Yet, what his father received was the genuine axis. Feng Wuhuan loathed himself for this blunder. He despised that in a state of restless anxiety, he had mistakenly delivered the wrong axis. At that time, he was caught in a dilemma, tormented day and night by unease. Throughout the following century, he often pondered whether everything might have been different had he not sent the crucial axis erroneously. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. Chapter 27, A Dismal Glance. Yet, I have grown thinner. Feng Wuhuan busied himself in the storeroom for several days. At last, the old items have been sorted, and they could begin to receive new arrivals. Fortunately, during these days in the storeroom, aside from the meals that were never allotted to him, he encountered little difficulty. Perhaps it was due to everyone being so preoccupied that no one came to trouble him. Feng Wuhuan took up brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, commencing the task of meticulously recording the quantity and varieties of items allocated to the servant quarters. He opened each box of tributes, inspecting them closely, all the while praying fervently for the appearance of the pair of sea magnetic stone rings. Thinking of those rings filled his heart with eager anticipation. In his previous life, during nearly a century of despair, it was their companionship, along with a few other relics, that had enabled him to endure. Regrettably, after 2 consecutive days of inventory, he had yet to find any trace of the rings. Anxiety began to gnaw at him, and he contemplated seizing an opportunity to sneak a glance at the master list in the storeroom, hoping to see if the sea magnetic stone rings were documented there. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, amidst a group delivering tributes, he spotted Xiang Li, who was mingling with the tribute convoy from Floating Cover City. As Feng Wuhuan's gaze fell upon him, Xiang Li noticed him as well. After a moment of stunned silence, upon seeing the collar around Feng Wuhuan's neck, anger and concern quickly welled up in his eyes. How dare those from the mirror void bestow such a humiliating item upon his leader? Feng Wuhuan inwardly cursed. The current Xiang Li was still a brash youth, unlike the composed and cunning second-in-command of the demon clan he would later become. He hastily gestured to Xiang Li, urging him not to act impulsively, to maintain his composure. Xiang Li, initially ready to rush forward, finally grasped the situation upon receiving Feng Wu Huan's subtle warning. Realizing they were in the mirror void, he halted his advance, acknowledging that he could not act recklessly, for it would endanger his leader. Behind Xiang Li trailed 7 or 8 others, pulling 3 wooden carts laden with numerous boxes of varying sizes. Xiang Li inclined his hand towards Feng Wu Huan, introducing himself. I am Li Xiang, responsible for the tribute transport from Floating Cover City. May I inquire if you are the one in charge of the inventory? Feng Wu Huan nodded in reply, adopting a tone of formality. Indeed. Do you have the list of tributes? I would like to review it beforehand. Xiang Li responda naturally. Of course. He stepped forward, presenting the list. Feng Wu Huan accepted it and scrutinized it carefully. After a while, he frowned in disappointment. The list still bore no mention of the sea magnetic stone rings. The two then proceeded with the customary process, unloading the boxes from the cart and opening each one to verify the contents. After the hour of Su, Feng Wu Huan concluded his work and prepared to return to Yanqi residence. However, today he chose a secluded path, knowing Xiang Li would surely seek him out. As expected, shortly after he left the storeroom, he sensed faint footsteps trailing behind him. After walking a while, Feng Wu Huan paused at an uninhabited rockery and softly uttered, "Come out." Xiang Li stepped out from the side, hastening to his side. "Boss, how are you?" he whispered, his tone laced with concern and urgency. Feng Wu Huan pulled him aside slightly, his expression darkening. "Who allowed you to come? If your demonic aura is detected, I cannot guarantee your safety." Xiang Li, feeling a bit guilty, touched his nose and replied, "You suddenly left a letter and departed from the demon realm. Uncle Qin is worried about you. I happen to be free and thought I would come to check on you." Feng Wu Huan chastised. "Is this a place for you to be? Now that you've seen the situation, you should leave quickly. When you return, tell Uncle Qin that I am well, and that he need not worry." However, Xiang Li's eyes reddened as he gazed at the collar around Feng Wu Huan's neck, defiantly stating, "I won't go back. How can you be well like this? You look terrible and have lost weight. If Uncle Qin finds out, he will be heartbroken." Feng Wu Huan fell silent for a moment. He could not explain to Xiang Li that all of this was his own doing. He could only sigh, then let him not know. After a pause, he inquired, "What has become of the force we secretly organized? It hasn't been discovered by my father, has it?" Xiang Li shook his head. "No, rest assured. However, your sudden disappearance has caused some to become restless and demand to leave." Feng Wu Huan was not worried about that. "It doesn't matter. Let those who wish to leave go. Indeed, there is no need to force them to stay. By the way, boss, our force still lacks a formal name. Why don't you give it one?" After a moment of contemplation, Feng Wu Huan finally said, "Let it be called Yaisai Tower." As he spoke, he took out several sheets of paper, densely filled with writing. "Xiang Li, this paper contains some advanced techniques suitable for your cultivation. You must diligently practice when you return. In my absence, you need to quickly elevate your strength to maintain control over the group below. On this paper, I have marked the locations of 2 spirit mines in the demon realm. When you return, take a few trustworthy individuals to gather resources for developing Yaisai Tower. And this one records the most suitable techniques for ordinary demon clans to break through, ranging from low to high levels. As for this sheet, it details the locations of various treasures with notes on their danger levels. Depending on the situation, you can lead the others to retrieve them." He handed the papers to Xiang Li, patiently explaining. These techniques and treasures were knowledge he possessed from his previous life. In this life, he aimed to swiftly develop his faction, so he would not hoard such information. He absolutely trusted Xiang Li. For the past few days, he had secretly transcribed this information from his memory onto paper, waiting for the right moment to present it to Xiang Li. At this moment, Xiang Li was somewhat dumbfounded, trembling as he received the papers, stammering, "Where did you learn all this, boss? Each of these is a rare cultivation technique and resource. With these at our disposal, how can our secretly formed faction possibly fail to develop?" Feng Wu Huan casually fabricated a reason to deflect. "I stumbled upon it inadvertently while in the mirror void." Xiang Li, already cherishing the few sheets of paper, tucked them into his shumi ring with a hearty laugh. "Hee, those who have departed will surely be filled with regret." Feng Wu Huan's expression grew somewhat solemn as he spoke. "Xiang Li, I need to entrust you with a task." Xiang Li promptly replied, No need for formalities. Boss, whatever you need, just say it. I shall see it through. Feng Wuhuan's tone turned earnest. Within a year, you must endeavor to develop the Yisai Tower as much as possible. Furthermore, all who join the Yisai Tower must adhere to a singular rule. Henceforth, they must never invade the mirror void, and under no circumstances shall they strike against the human race unless in self-defense. Chapter 28. Then tell me, how should I punish you? Xiang Lin Kirat Sumawet Parplaksha. He could comprehend the desire for power and expansion, yet the reluctance to invade the mirror void realm and harm the human race eluded him. Was it not the aspiration of most demon clans to seize the vast and bountiful lands of the humans? However, upon seeing Feng Wuhuan's unwavering gaze and solemn demeanor, Xiang Li, despite his confusion, readily acquiesced, saying, "All right, rest assured, boss. Regardless, your words are invariably correct. The human continent holds no allure for me." Then, recalling something, Xiang Li urged, "Boss, return to the demon realm with me. Cease your role as a spy. I can devise a plan to conceal you and help you escape." Feng Wuhuan shook his head in resignation. No, it took considerable effort to infiltrate the mirror void realm. If I return to the demon realm now, my father will not let me off easily, and it would also endanger you all. Do not worry, I shall be fine. Xiang Li fell silent, recognizing the truth in his boss's words. The old demon king was indeed treacherous. Yet, seeing Feng Wuhuan's current state, he could not help but feel anxious. Noting Xiang Li's lingering concerns, Feng Wuhuan asserted firmly, "I will not leave. If you truly wish to save me, you must swiftly return to the demon realm and focus on developing Yisai Tower. Otherwise, we shall accomplish nothing." With gritted teeth, Xiang Li nodded, "Then boss, I will leave you a communication jade talisman. You departed the demon realm without anything. I worry we will be unable to contact you." Feng Wuhuan initially intended to decline, fearing the talisman might be discovered. However, realizing that they would inevitably need to exchange messages, he eventually agreed. "Boss, I heard that the Lady Lord of the Mirror Void Realm has ascended to the Heavenly Realm. She is to host a flowing banquet in half a month to celebrate with everyone. I was thinking of departing after the banquet to avoid causing offense by leaving prematurely." Feng Wuhuan was taken aback. The Lady Lord had reached the Heavenly Realm? This was indeed several months earlier than his past life. However, she possessed memories and prior experience, making an early ascension plausible. He had been so engrossed in his work that he had only just learned of this news. After a moment's reflection, Feng Wuhuan shook his head resolutely. "No, you must concoct an excuse to leave tonight, or, at the latest, by tomorrow. You have not visited the demon cleansing pool, and your demonic aura cannot be concealed for long. It is imperative to depart swiftly." He understood that Xiang Li was concerned for him, wishing to linger a bit longer in hopes of finding a way to assist him. Yet in his previous life, Xiang Li had been unmasked as a demon within just a few days. Fortunately, he had already become a disciple of Chi Feiyan by then, granting him a momentary elevation in status that allowed him to discreetly ensure Xiang Li's escape. In this life, should Xiang Li's identity be exposed, given his master's aversion to demons and Feng Wuhuan's current precarious situation, Xiang Li would be left with no chance of survival. Realizing Feng Wuhuan's serious expression, Xiang Li recognized that there was a valid reason for his departure. Although he was concerned for his boss, if his presence might incite danger, it would be wiser for him to leave. Therefore, he obediently nodded in agreement. "All right, I will heed your advice." Just as he was about to say more, footsteps echoed from a distance. Feng Wuhuan's gaze sharpened, and he quickly pushed Xiang Li, urging, "Hurry and go." As Xiang Li was pushed away, there was no time left for further words, and he hurriedly departed. Once Xiang Li had left, Feng Wuhuan let out a sigh of relief. Turning back into the night, he returned to Yinchi residence. Just before entering the inner courtyard, he instinctively moderated his breathing and footsteps, as if fearing to disturb those within. Yet in truth, despite his efforts to diminish his presence, the incessant jingling of the bell around his collar betrayed his every movement. Inside the courtyard, Chi Feiyan raised an eyebrow upon hearing the sound of the bell. "Back already?" Just as Feng Wuhuan stepped through the gate, he was met with a cold inquiry. "Why have you returned so late?" A flicker of surprise coursed through him. His conversation with Xiang Li had indeed consumed more time than anticipated. He took a couple of steps forward and knelt, quickly concocting an excuse in his mind. I want to find something to eat, so I returned a bit late. Chi Feiyan casually shook her wine flask, responding with a seemingly indifferent question. Something to eat? Feng Wuhuan nodded, retrieving 2 small bird eggs from his sleeve. Since the day he was humiliated by Su Qian and forced to eat leftover scraps from ground, he had gone days without food, starving. He had seen some newly sprouted wild vegetables and a bird's nest with 3 eggs on his way back to Yinchi residence after work yesterday. After much hesitation, he had decided to pluck the wild greens and take the eggs from the nest. He had no knowledge of when his next meal would come. No one would remember whether he had eaten or care if he starved to death. Yet, he could not afford to die just yet. At least, not until he was certain that this life would not mirror the last. He had nibbled on some wild vegetables and consumed 1 egg before cautiously returning to Yinchi residence. Fortunately, when he arrived, Chi Feiyan was not present, and he was spared from any inquiries regarding his tardiness. He hid the remaining 2 eggs on his person, saving them for the time when hunger became unbearable. Chi Feiyan glanced at the meager bird eggs in his hands, her tone laced with inscrutable meaning. Oh, so you know to find food for yourself now? It seems you won't starve after all. Feng Wuhuan felt a twinge of anxiety as he held up the 2 eggs. The Lord despised him. Though she had never explicitly stated that he should go hungry, the servants in the manor certainly withheld food from him, and it was likely she was aware and had tacitly permitted it. Now, having sought food without her approval, was she perhaps angry? Feeling as though he had committed an offense, he spoke with trepidation. I apologize. I did not seek your permission before going to find something to eat. Please, punish me, my lord. Chi Feiyan furrowed her brow. Had she not told him not to seek food? Why was he now begging for forgiveness? Nevertheless, she paid little mind to his plight. His hunger and discomfort were no longer her concern. Today, she awaited him in the courtyard for a different matter. Rising to her feet, she stepped forward, lifting his chin with her finger, compelling him to meet her gaze. And then, following his words of contrition, she inquired, Then tell me, how should I punish you? Feng Wuhuan lifted his gaze, beholding the woman before him. Rarely did he find himself so close to her. Most often, he kept his head bowed in her presence. Although he yearned to scrutinize her features, he refrained, fearing it might displease her. Now compelled to look up at this visage he had long yearned for, so tantalizingly near, his long eyelashes quivered involuntarily. Chi Feiyan's facial features did not possess the typical softness of ordinary women. Instead, they bore a hint of sharpness and vigor, with distinct contours that exuded a cool, crisp elegance. Such a visage would be breathtaking when smiling. Yet, when devoid of expression, it conveyed an air of aloofness, creating an impenetrable barrier. Thus, under her unyielding gaze, Feng Wuhuan's heart began to flutter with unease. My lord, punish me as you wish. Chi Feiyan released her fingers from his chin, producing a small, brownish elixir in her hand. I sense your aura. You must be nearing the Earth realm, correct? How rare it is for one so young to be on the brink of such advancement. Should you continue your cultivation within a decade, you might even ascend to the celestial realm. Alas, you shall not have that opportunity. Feng Wuhuan, this is the spirit lock pill which, once consumed, will sabotage your foundation, ensuring that your cultivation remains stagnant, forever confined to the human realm. As she spoke, she observed Feng Wuhuan's expression. Had he not been feigning docility all this time? Now, it was evident if he could maintain that facade. In her previous life, he had been extraordinarily diligent in his cultivation, fiercely dedicated to the pursuit of strength. With his unparalleled talent, he had indeed reached the celestial realm by the age of 28. It is noteworthy that she, at the age of 36, had only just broken into the celestial realm the day prior, and even with that achievement, she could be considered a prodigy among the human race. Countless cultivators remained stagnant at the Earth realm for nearly a century, with many even trapped in the human realm. Yet Feng Wuhuan had, in his previous life, attained the celestial realm at the tender age of 28. Chapter 29. Eternal Joy. I devote all to you. Chi Feiyan gazed at her companion, only to find that Feng Wuhuan did not exhibit the anticipated fear, reluctance, defiance, or pleas for mercy. His complexion was slightly pale, and his thick lashes, like butterfly wings, fluttered a few times before he obediently extended his hand, waiting for her to place the pill capable of obliterating his future into his palm. "Slave, accepts punishment." He spoke, his voice hoarse yet gentle. He was, after all, a man devoid of a future, rendering the pill inconsequential as a punishment. It was merely the fear of pain that lingered. Chi Feiyan remained silent, her expression cold as she placed the pill into his hand. She was determined to see if he truly dared to consume it. Should he dare to destroy the pill after taking it? It mattered not. She possessed a second and third. However, for the latter, she would administer it personally. Naturally, the experience would not be pleasant. Feng Wuhuan grasped the pill with both hands and, under Chi Feiyan's watchful gaze, without a moment's hesitation, placed it into his mouth. He swallowed it with a slight movement of his throat. Upon witnessing this, Chi Feiyan was momentarily taken aback, her disbelief stemming from the knowledge that he was cunning and could very well conceal the pill in his mouth to deceive her, intending to spit it out after her departure. With this thought, she seized his jaw, firmly squeezing the sides to force his lips apart. Inside, it was completely empty. Chi Feiyan released her grip, her gaze tinged with complexity. How could the wicked dragon be so obedient? He had indeed consumed it without any sign of resistance or hesitation. Perhaps this wicked dragon was, at heart, merely an 18-year-old youth, timid and innocent, yet to develop the treachery and ambition that would come later. Feng Wuhuan's jaw throbbed painfully from her grip, leaving several red marks upon release. Yet, this mild discomfort paled in comparison to the excruciating pain that began to spread within him. The power of the fractured spirit-locking pill surged through him, disrupting the normal flow of his spiritual energy, shattering it into fragments that rampaged through his meridians, inflicting numerous small wounds along the way. The escalating agony coursed through his veins, enveloping his entire being. Unable to withstand the pain, he instinctively hunched over, but fearing reprimand. He struggled to maintain an upright kneeling position, his fingers hanging at his sides, clenched his robe tightly as he sought to brace against the torment, his knuckles turning pale from the strain. Every inch of his meridians felt as though it were being scorched by fierce flames. His body began to tremble, yet he still clung to the precarious kneeling posture. After enduring for a while longer, Feng Wuhuan could no longer bear it. He stammered, "Master, I truly cannot maintain this position. May I lie down for a moment?" His face was ashen, head tilted back, eyes pleading with her. The intense pain rendered his enchanting eyes somewhat dazed, and beads of cold sweat dampened the strands of hair at his forehead, clinging to his face, making him appear utterly helpless and pitiable. His voice quivered as he spoke, unable to articulate a complete sentence due to the overwhelming pain. Fearful that Chi Feiyan might think he would soil her ground, he whispered, I will clean the ground." Chi Feiyan observed Feng Wuhuan's current state. Her fingers, which hung by her side, unconsciously curled slightly. She remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Only then did Feng Wuhuan breathe a sigh of relief, allowing his trembling body to collapse onto the ground, curling up. At this moment, the veins on his neck were visibly strained from the pain. Feng Wuhuan thought to himself that if he could let out a few anguished cries, it might provide some relief. Yet, he dared not make a sound, fearing it would disturb the Lord. Thus, he bit down hard on his lip to stifle his cries, blood trickling from the wound on his lips. Chi Feiyan looked at the figure curled up on the bluestone bricks, shivering violently like a shrimp, and her heart grew increasingly troubled. She moved to the swing set and took out a bottle of Qianshanzhe from her sumi ring, drinking deeply. Suddenly, a wave of doubt washed over her. Regardless of the misdeeds this man may have committed in a past life, in this life, he had done nothing and held no memories. Was it too cruel to treat someone so oblivious in such a manner? However, this fleeting compassion was quickly suppressed by Chi Feiyan. She could not afford to be soft-hearted. The weight upon her shoulders was not solely her own life. If it were just her life, she would gladly accompany him. But she bore the lives of her sister, brother-in-law, Uncle Shun, and countless citizens of the Mirror Void. She could not afford any misstep. She reminded herself that she could not show even the slightest softness toward him. The sole reason he had yet to act was that in this life, she had cast him into the abyss prematurely, depriving him of any opportunity. The courtyard was eerily quiet, with only the sound of Chi Feiyan's repeated gulps of wine and Feng Wuhuan's labored breaths on the ground, punctuated by occasional whimpers and muffled groans of pain. The effect of the Sui Ling Suan Mai Dan would likely last for over half an hour. Gradually, Feng Wuhuan began to lose consciousness, overwhelmed by the pain. Half an hour later, a hint of intoxication tinged Chi Feiyan's eyes, and beside the swing set lay a pile of empty wine bottles. She stumbled over to Feng Wuhuan, crouching beside him and gazing into his blurry, intoxicated eyes, which for the first time revealed overwhelming agony. She looked at the pale face of the unconscious man, reaching out to glide her fingertips across his cold cheek. Changhuan, why did you betray me? I, Chi Feiyan, am naturally indifferent and cold toward others, yet I have given you all. Changhuan, you should die. If only you had not betrayed me. How wonderful that would have been. Chi Feiyan spoke in fragmented sentences, and by the end, her eyes brimmed with infinite sorrow and indignation. Suddenly, she rose, bringing the wine bottle in her hand down hard against the ground. With a loud crash, the porcelain shattered, and the unfinished Qianshan Zue spilled across the floor, its fragrance wafting through the air. Chi Feiyan turned and unsteadily made her way into the room, slamming the door behind her with a resounding thud, never once glancing back at Feng Wuhuan, who lay on the ground. The sky, unbeknownst to anyone, had begun to drizzle softly. The person on the ground, oblivious to the world, bore the marks of pain, with the sides of his clothing wrinkled from being tightly grasped, one side even torn open with a long gash. It was uncertain how he would lament the damage to his only robe upon regaining consciousness. The sound of rain created a barrier, separating the room from the courtyard. Much like the insurmountable mountains of love, hate, and life and death that lay between Chi Feiyan and Feng Wuhuan, making a peaceful resolution all but impossible. Chapter 30. He merely masters the art of pleasing her. Feng Wuhuan awakened in a state of chill, his entire body drenched. Had just rained? Fortunately, the pain within his meridians had subsided. As he examined his internal condition, a wry smile graced his lips. His once robust and expansive meridians now appeared shrunken and feeble, with the flow of spiritual energy eliciting a myriad of sharp pangs. Propping himself up from the ground, he felt a sudden jolt of pain in his palm and looked down to find it resting on a shard of broken porcelain. Scattered around him lay numerous other fragments of the same material. He recognized them as pieces of the Qianshan drunkenness pot. An unsettling sense of dread filled him. In his previous haze of pain and unconsciousness, he had lost awareness of what had transpired. Had he inadvertently angered the Lord through some misdeed during his stupor? Otherwise, why had a pot of wine been shattered? Silently, Feng Wuhuan rose to his feet, contemplating his next steps. Seizing the opportunity before dawn, he fetched a bucket of water to wash both his clothing and himself. Lately, he found himself sneaking out at night to cleanse his garments and his body, standing in the cool night breeze until the early light dried him sufficiently. The price he paid for this was a body rendered stiff with cold. The benefit, however, was that he had not incurred the Lord's disdain for being unclean, nor had he been compelled to wash in her presence, an experience he was loath to endure again. While washing, he discovered a significant tear along the side of his clothing, prompting a wave of silent frustration. Lacking an immediate solution, he resolved to wear it after cleansing, hoping to borrow some needle and thread for repairs once he returned to work. Once he had tidied himself, he began to clear the ground and the courtyard. Upon spotting a dozen or so wine pots by the swing chair, he paused in astonishment. Had the Lord consumed so much alcohol the previous day, while others remained oblivious? Feng Wuhuan understood all too well the weight of her memories. Her suffering was no less than his own. Betrayed by her beloved, her family shattered. What despair must have enveloped her heart at the moment of her self-destruction? The thought of it made him wish for nothing less than to inflict upon himself the most excruciating punishment. After completing his chores, the sky began to brighten. As Feng Wuhuan exited the smoky residence, he was confronted by Su Qian, who had been waiting. Since their last encounter, Su Qian had continued to be neglected. In truth, he had never been well regarded. Reflecting on the source of his grievances, he plotted to seize an opportunity to teach Feng Wuhuan a lesson he would not soon forget. Feng Wuhuan, you seducer, if it weren't for you, the Lord would not have consistently overlooked me. Upon seeing him, Su Qian rushed forward without hesitation, delivering a sharp slap across Feng Wuhuan's face. Feng Wuhuan did not flinch. After a moment of silence, he suddenly inquired, "Do you truly believe the Lord will regard you with favor?" Su Qian, taken aback, responded, "Huh?" Feng Wuhuan glanced at the sky, aware that he was likely to be late that day. Yet he meticulously explained, "During my time in the inner courtyard, I discerned that the Lord has a penchant for strong spirits. You have certainly seen the wine she frequently imbibes, the Qinshan drunkenness, though it lacks sufficient potency. If you could brew a stronger version of the Qinshan drunkenness, I believe it would surely win her favor." Su Qian sna, his face betraying disbelief. "Would you truly be so kind-hearted?" Feng Wuhuan forced a smile, a semblance of mirth. "I am not so benevolent. As you well know my current predicament, I merely share this information in hopes of pleasing you, so you might refrain from making my life more difficult in the future." Su Qian regarded Feng Wuhuan with a hint of skepticism, yet he pondered that if he wished to gain deeper insights into Chi Feiyan and win her favor, Feng Wuhuan, who had access to the inner courtyard, could indeed gather more intelligence on the Lord's preferences. He scoffed, declaring, "You had better think that way. Should I discover any deception on your part, I will not spare you." After delivering his threat, Su Qian's expression turned somber. "However, I am not particularly skilled at brewing wine." Feng Wuhuan patiently encouraged him. "I have heard that the northern regions favor strong liquor. You might seek out some northern brewers for advice." With the impending flowing feast in the Mirror Void domain, where guests from all directions will gather, it would be an opportune moment to inquire if any northern experts in brewing are present. In his past life, upon being brought into the Mirror Void domain, he had devised various strategies to curry favor with her. Yet, such efforts were devoid of genuine sentiment. He was solely focused on how to remain and fulfill the tasks entrusted by his father, ensuring the safety of Qin Bo and Xiang Li within the demon realm. Reflecting on those memories, a dull ache penetrated Feng Wuhuan's heart. Listening to the intricate details shared by Feng Wuhuan, Su Qian's eyes gleamed with interest. He scrutinized Feng Wuhuan, a hint of disdain in his voice. "TSK, I once observed your lofty demeanor in the Qianhui building, yet I find you quite adept at flattery." Feng Wuhuan offered a bitter smile. He was not proficient in the art of pleasing others, but rather in pleasing her alone. Yet now, he found himself bereft of even that privilege. Grasping the torn edge of his garment, he awkwardly shifted the topic. Could you lend me some needle and thread?" By the time Feng Wuhuan arrived at the storeroom to mend his clothing, the sun had fully risen. Jiang Feng glared at him with a sullen expression, his tone harsh. "Feng Wuhuan, I let your absence the other day slide, but to arrive late again today, do you think I am easy to deal with?" As he spoke, he drew a whip from his waist. Feng Wuhuan realized he could not evade punishment, but having just endured the agony of the swaling lock pulse pill the night before, his meridians had yet to heal. Another round of punishment would be excruciating. Considering the state of his attire, he hesitated before asking Jiang's steward, "Might I request a switch to a stick instead?" Jiang Feng was taken aback. It was his first encounter with someone requesting a switch to a stick. One must understand that the whip, being flexible, often resulted in mere flesh wounds, while the stick could inflict serious injury to bones and muscles, leading to far graver consequences. Yet, Feng Wuhuan's thoughts were consumed by the concern that the whip would easily shred his already singular piece of clothing. He could not fathom where he would procure another. As for the Lord, he dared not ask, and as for Jiang Feng or the other servants, none would willingly provide him with a spare garment. A stick would inflict injury to his body, yet spare his attire. Feng Wuhuan's fingers curled slightly. He still needed to find a way to procure an extra garment for change. Jiang Feng scoffed, "I've never seen anyone who needs to swap out their stick. Truly a base character." He gestured towards a wooden stick, roughly the thickness of a forearm, in the corner. "Go fetch it yourself." Feng Wuhuan exhaled in relief and nodded in gratitude. "Yes, thank you, Manager Jiang." It seemed he had managed to preserve his attire. Jiang Feng remarked. "Umph, quite polite, aren't we?" Chapter 31. The proud demon child, faring even worse than Feng Wuhuan, staggered over and picked up a wooden stick. Before arriving at the mirror void, he had suffered a slight fracture in his knee from a whip strike by Chi Feiyan. After entering the mirror void, he frequently found himself kneeling, unable to stretch out his legs in the doghouse, enduring nights of cramped positions. Consequently, the injury to his knee had never healed. His broken left arm had mended, yet due to constant labor, the bone had healed improperly, remaining crooked. While he managed fine in daily activities, exerting himself during work caused him considerable pain. After securing the wooden stick, he knelt before Jiang Feng, lifting the stick above his head and offering it to him. Jiang Feng received it with a disdainful snort, striding behind Feng Wuhuan before mercilessly bringing the stick down upon his back. The searing pain that shot through him compelled a muffled groan to escape his lips. His hands, which hung limply at his sides, clenched into fists. Yet he dared not grasp his clothing for support. After enduring 20 strikes, he leaned forward, nearly collapsing to the ground, barely sustaining his kneeling position with his hands. The already injured meridians within him were further damaged by the force of the blows, prompting him to spit blood. Seeing this, Jiang Feng paused. There were still numerous tasks that this worthless slave needed to complete, and the Lord had instructed that he must not die just yet. Observing Feng Wuhuan's frail state, he realized that if he inadvertently killed him, he would have to answer to the Lord. With a dismissive wave, Jiang Feng ordered him, "Enough, get lost. Hurry and get to work. If you make another mistake, I'll end you." Feng Wuhuan responded affirmatively. Fortunately, compared to the excruciating pain from last night's spirit-locking pill, this degree of suffering was bearable. It was merely the internal injuries from the previous night that made it particularly arduous. He steeled himself, took a few moments to recover, and finally managed to stand unsteadily to begin his tasks. Counting and verifying items may not have been physically demanding, but the process was laborious and left him exhausted by midday. Feng Wuhuan discreetly sought out information, and, upon learning that Xiang Li had departed the mirror void early that morning, he sighed in relief. Thankfully, he no longer had to fret over that matter. After toiling for half the day, Feng Wuhuan inadvertently opened a small wooden box, and his heart skipped a beat, followed by a rapid thumping in his chest. It was the pair of sea magnetic stone rings he had been preoccupied with for many days. One was crimson, the other a deep azure. The two rings clung tightly together due to their magnetic properties. He had not received a list of tributes mentioning the sea magnetic stone rings, suggesting that they had been acquired by someone from the storeroom. However, with others around, it was not the opportune moment to pilfer the rings. Forcing himself to appear calm, Feng Wuhuan closed the wooden box and continued comparing the list with other items. As dusk approached, he busied himself absent-mindedly, while occasionally glancing at the small box containing the sea magnetic stones. When he noticed the storeroom personnel stacking alongside other boxes, Feng Wuhuan quietly committed its location to memory, preparing to seize the opportunity when no one was watching. To Feng Wuhuan's astonishment, during lunch today, he had nestled himself in a corner, prepared to endure hunger. As per usual, he was not entitled to any food. Yet, the server, unexpectedly benevolent, tossed him a cornbread. This marked the first time in nearly half a month that he had been allotted any sustenance. Although the cornbread appeared aged, darkened, and hardened to Feng Wuhuan, it was a treasure. He refrained from consuming it immediately, concealing it within his garments. Having just feasted on wild vegetables and bird eggs the previous day, he could withstand hunger for another day or two. The hard-earned food was to be saved for a time when his hunger became unbearable. After the events of last night, he dare not seek food on his own again. This implied that his opportunities for sustenance were solely contingent upon what the servants or the Lord would provide. He was uncertain how many days might elapse before he received another morsel, or whether the next time he would have to endure being trampled upon like the last instance with Su Qian to obtain anything at all. Fortunately, his cultivation allowed him to absorb some spiritual energy to replenish his expended vitality, sparing him from starvation. However, Feng Wuhuan felt that if this continued, he would inevitably succumb to hunger. But that was of little consequence. He had never anticipated a lengthy existence. Having securely stored the cornbread, He had just crouched in the corner when a figure appeared before him. The individual, holding a bowl and chopsticks, loomed over him. Feng Wuhuan recognized Xuan, a servant who had come to assist in the storeroom. In recent days, he had endeavored to avoid crowds, as it minimized the likelihood of being beaten. Upon seeing the newcomer, he averted his gaze slightly, mentally bracing himself for humiliation or violence. In the past few days, 2 or 3 disgruntled servants had sought him out to vent their frustrations. He made no attempt to resist, not due to a lack of capability, but rather from fear that such defiance would lead to complaints reaching Jiang Feng, who might, in turn, inform the Lord. He did not wish to instill in the Lord a perception of disobedience or troublemaking. It seemed that any act of rebellion against those in power within the mirror-like realm could ultimately be interpreted as defiance against the Lord. He did not want her to perceive him as someone capable of insubordination. Thus, Feng Wuhuan willingly bound himself, resigning to become a target for the whims and insults of others. Xuan squatted beside him, idly sifting through his meal while muttering with a vague smile. Who would have thought? The illustrious demon child is faring even worse than I. Feng Wuhuan was momentarily taken aback, abruptly lifting his gaze with coldness glimmering in his eyes. Do not be alarmed. I merely come to convey a message. Xuan continued with a grin. Your father cannot reach you. You would do well to clarify matters with him swiftly. Otherwise, he left his warning unspoken, but Feng Wuhuan understood its implications. With Qinbo under his father's control, any hint of treachery from him would place Qinbo in jeopardy. Xuan glanced around to ensure no one was observing their exchange before rising decisively to depart. Just before leaving, he tossed down a bone he had just finished gnawing on, saying, "Here, a gift for you." Feng Wuhuan watched Xujuan's retreating figure, lost in thought. This individual, like himself, was likely a spy from the demon clan stealthily infiltrating. However, it seems that in his previous life, he had never encountered this individual, and thus had no recollection of him. He recalled what Xuan had mentioned, that his father was searching for him. Indeed, having infiltrated the mirror void realm for over half a month, his father must have sought him out several times. Yet, it had slipped his mind. To him, it felt as though nearly a century had passed, and consequently, he had forgotten about his current self, marked by a demonic clan contract upon his heart. Thus, he had never bothered to investigate it. This demonic contract was planted by his father when he departed from the demon realm. It is a unique mark of the demon clan, allowing for the exchange of messages without the need for communication jade talismans. Furthermore, the owner of the contract possesses the ability to control the other party through it. With but a thought, they could render the bound individual to a state worse than death. However, in his previous life, shortly after the demise of his master, he sought a means to free himself from this demonic contract. Feng Wuhuan sat in stillness, meticulously sifting through his memories. His gaze darkened slightly. It appeared he needed to find an opportunity today to respond to that ancient demon king promptly, lest the latter assume he wished to break free from his control and unleash his wrath upon Qinbo. In his past life, he had ultimately slain that ancient demon king. In this life, let the Lord deal with that old demon king. The enmity of 2 lifetimes suggests that only the Lord could personally eradicate that ancient demon king and Feng Wuhuan. Only then could vengeance be quenched. Chapter 32. He had always hated himself upon returning to the inner courtyard of the Smoke and Twilight residence that evening. Feng Wuhuan was unexpectedly met with the sight of Su Qian also present. Chi Feiyan held a branch in her hand, casually directing Su Qian in his cultivation, focusing on the most fundamental techniques. As time passed, a hint of impatience crept into her eyes. Su Qian was indeed rather dull. The introductory material was exceedingly simple and easily comprehensible, yet even after she had explained it no less than 3 times, he still appeared to be only half understanding. Were it not for the thought of occasionally bringing someone into the inner courtyard to maintain appearances, lest her elder sister think she was without company and attempt to find her other promising young talents, Chi Feiyan would have genuinely preferred not to see Su Qian at all. She couldn't help but recall the past, when Feng Wuhuan had been so quick to grasp concepts. With many cultivation methods, he required only a single explanation to fully comprehend and master them. Sometimes, Even a mere overview was sufficient for him to draw connections with previous knowledge. Teaching him had been effortless and efficient. In contrast, Su Qian's aptitude for cultivation could hardly be deemed satisfactory. It was in fact abysmal. Yet, the reality was that Su Qian's talent was not so woefully inadequate. It was simply that Chi Feiyan's first disciple had been someone of Feng Wuhuan's exceptional caliber. Making her current experience with Su Qian seem starkly disproportionate and depleting her already limited patience. "My lord," upon entering the inner courtyard, Feng Wuhuan called out to Chi Feiyan, only to find that she had chosen to ignore him, continuing instead to indifferently instruct Su Qian in his practice. Disappointment seeped into his demeanor as he lowered his gaze. Su Qian, pleased with himself, cast a glance at Feng Wuhuan before resuming his entreaty towards Chi Feiyan. "Leader Chi, I just tried, but the spiritual energy reaches this point and cannot proceed further. Could you assist me in clearing the blockage as you did earlier?" His words were deliberately ambiguous, his tone sticky, prompting Chi Feiyan to frown. Feng Wuhuan halted in his tracks, noticing that Chi Feiyan did not even cast a glance in his direction. Feeling somewhat awkward, he stood there for a moment before turning away, heading towards the doghouse. He should not intrude upon the leader's time. With a resigned gesture, Feng Wuhuan unfastened the chain from the wooden post and secured it around his own collar, then quietly curled up within the doghouse. The pain in his body seemed to intensify, and an overwhelming fatigue urged him to close his eyes and drift into slumber. Yet his ears and eyes could not help but remain attuned to the commotion outside. Chi Feiyan lightly tapped the branch on several of Su Qian's acupoints, allowing spiritual energy to flow through the branch into his meridians, assisting in the circulation of his energy. A glimmer of light flickered in Feng Wuhuan's dimmed eyes. Recalling how the leader had once guided him in circulating spiritual energy directly with her hands, he wondered why she would now use a branch. In her heart, he must have been different, mustn't he? Yet, he had squandered that unique connection. She would no longer embrace his waist, her warm fingertips gliding over him, gently guiding him in the circulation of energy. She would no longer whisper sweet praises in his ear, exclaiming how astute he was. A quarter of an hour later, Chi Feiyan issued a dismissal. Su Qian, somewhat unwilling, asked Leader Chi, "May I come again tomorrow to seek your guidance?" Chi Feiyan spoke with a chilly tone. "I shall be departing tomorrow on business and will not be present at Yinshi residence." She recalled a certain mountain from her past life, where a fortuitous opportunity awaited that could solidify her nascent cultivation in the celestial realm. The journey would take 3 to 5 days, and she resolved to set forth the following day. In less than half a month, the grand flowing banquet would convene, inviting cultivators from across the land, and she needed to ensure her cultivation was firmly established before that time. For this banquet, she had dispatched several invitations, intending to recruit talented individuals, particularly array masters, as the mirror void domain was in dire need of their expertise. In her previous life, the protective array of the domain had been breached, and aside from the leaking of the array's core secrets, the damage sustained by the array itself was also a significant factor contributing to the dire consequences. The protective array of the mirror void domain was intricately woven. It was said that over 1,000 years ago, it was completed through the efforts of 7 celestial realm array masters, who led nearly 100 earth realm array practitioners, dedicating nearly a decade to its construction. Now, after enduring the ravages of time for over a millennium, many sections had succumbed to wear and tear, and repairing it was no simple task. Ordinary array masters would likely struggle to comprehend even the fundamental structure of such an array. Therefore, Chi Feiyan aimed to seize the opportunity of the gathering of cultivators in the mirror void domain to seek out some high-ranking array masters. In the courtyard, Sukian Dipat Zeluten, Feng Wuhuan appeared somewhat dazed. Had the lord been absent these past few days? After dismissing Su Qian, Chi Feiyan settled into a swing chair in the courtyard, rubbing her temples, weariness etched across her face. Since her rebirth, she had been perpetually occupied. She either spent her time in the inner courtyard study, meticulously documenting the pivotal moments and details of her past life, subsequently devising corresponding strategies based on the knowledge she had acquired, or she was in the main hall of the mirror void domain, receiving envoys from surrounding small cities to ascertain their current circumstances. Alternatively, she diligently practiced her cultivation, for only if her strength as a lord increased could she confront the demon race with greater confidence in the future. Thus, after such an unrelenting stretch of days, Chi Feiyan felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Feng Wuhuan curled up in his doghouse, and from his vantage point, he could clearly see the exhaustion etched on Chi Feiyan's face. He quickly deduced the reason behind her weariness and felt an even deeper sense of guilt. The Lord, in truth, was quite a lazy person. She did not relish the cunning and deceitful machinations of others, and though she possessed great intelligence, she often preferred to refrain from exerting herself mentally. Coupled with her formidable combat prowess, she could resolve many matters through sheer strength, rendering planning unnecessary. In the past, her favorite pastime had been lounging on the swing beneath the hanging flower tree, basking in the sun and daydreaming. When boredom struck, she would dig in the earth, planting vegetables and watching them grow gradually. Yet now, she was compelled to deliberate meticulously and plan carefully, burdened by the immense guilt of failing to protect so many lives. She was forced to remain on edge, unable to afford even the slightest lapse in vigilance until the dust settled. Feng Wuhuan shifted slightly, contemplating a way to step outside. He wished to massage her tense shoulders, brew her a pot of soothing sweet tea, and advise her to rest well and not overexert herself. However, upon realizing his intentions, he hesitated. He was uncertain of what he could accomplish by stepping out. He found himself utterly incapable of alleviating her exhaustion. His mere presence seemed to exacerbate her already weary spirit, inciting further turmoil and ire. Thus, having only just shifted outward, she retreated once more, burrowing even deeper into her solitude. A profound sense of helplessness surged within her, prompting Feng Wuhuan to harbor self-loathing. He had always despised himself. Chi Feiyan gently massaged her temples, having just heard the faint chime of the bell on that person's collar ring twice, only to be met with silence once again as they withdrew deeper into obscurity. The already fatigued Chi Feiyan felt a flicker of indignation ignited by the ephemeral toll of the bell. She called out sharply, "Feng Wuhuan, come forth." Chapter 33. Stop. Did I permit you to leave? The abrupt and chilling command startled Feng Wuhuan, who was huddled inside. Realizing that the Lord was calling for him, he hurriedly crawled out, but in his eagerness, he struck his back harshly against the narrow threshold of the doghouse, causing a muffled groan of pain to escape his lips. Blood seeped from the spot on his back that had been struck. He stumbled a few steps to the side of Chi Feiyan and instinctively knelt down. "My lord." Chi Feiyan's gaze fell upon him, her voice laced with a hint of languor and fatigue. "I am weary." Feng Wuhuan, pondering the reason for the Lord's summons, found himself momentarily at a loss upon hearing those three words. Huh? He stared blankly at her, unable to grasp her meaning. Chi Feiyan scoffed lightly. Don't you know? You should have learned quite a few skills in serving others while at the Yuan building. Feng Wuhuan's complexion paled slightly, his fingers twisting the fabric of his clothing. After a moment's contemplation, he summoned his courage to softly protest, "I have not served anyone." Chi Feiyan let out a soft hum, neither affirming nor denying his words, and fell silent, leaning back against the swing chair, her eyes gently closing. After a brief hesitation, Feng Wuhuan timidly inquired, "My lord, are you weary? May I offer you a massage?" He was uncertain if Chi Feiyan's previous statement had granted him permission to come closer. Though she remained silent, a wave of joy began to swell within Feng Wuhuan, making his head spin slightly. The Lord had not explicitly declined, which he interpreted as tacit approval. I shall wash my hands first. Please wait a moment." Seizing this hard-won opportunity, he dared not let it slip by. Quickly rising with a pained need to fetch water from the well in the courtyard, he meticulously washed his hands and dried them before timidly approaching Chi Feiyan from behind. "My lord, may I massage your aching spots? If anything is amiss, please do not hesitate to let me know." Feng Wuhuan asked anxiously, awaiting her response. After what felt like an eternity, Chi Feiyan finally emitted a barely audible mm. Feng Wuhuan exhaled in relief and gently placed his freshly washed hands upon Chi Feiyan's shoulder and neck, which had grown stiff from a long day's toil, and began to massage her. The courtyard fell into a serene silence. The flourishing flowers of the hanging lily cast a faint, ethereal glow that rendered the courtyard hazy. Even though Feng Wuhuan could not smell them, he could envision their fragrance, a crisp, cool scent reminiscent of pine mingled with the freshness of gardenias. Surrounded by this refreshing aroma, Chi Feiyan savored the moderate pressure of the massage on her shoulders and back. Though she was reluctant to admit it, Feng Wuhuan's technique was indeed quite comforting, gradually alleviating her fatigue. After a while, Feng Wuhuan's right hand remained steady, yet his left began to falter. The broken bone in his left wrist had healed at an awkward angle, rendering it less agile than his right. As he continued to massage, a dull ache began to creep in. He persevered, striving to maintain an equal pressure and rhythm between both hands. Though his bones ached, the eyes of Feng Wuhuan sparkled with joy. This was a rare moment of gentle companionship between him and her during their prolonged stay in the mirror void. Feng Wuhuan silently wished that such moments could linger a little longer, even more so. "Have you been punished again today?" After a silence that stretched for more than 2 moments, Chi Feiyan suddenly spoke. Earlier, when Feng Wuhuan had turned to fetch water to cleanse his hands, she had noticed the bloodstains on his back, which were quite startling. Feng Wuhuan hesitated, feeling a wave of tension as he wondered why the Lord had suddenly inquired about this. I was late today because Chi Feiyan, her eyes still gently closed, inquired in a calm tone. Why? Feng Wuhuan began to feel flustered. This morning, he had spoken at length with Su Qian, including urging him to learn brewing, which had caused his tardiness. However, the truth was something he could not divulge to the Lord. With a hint of guilt, he responded, "My clothes were torn, and I asked Su Qian for a needle and thread to mend them, which delayed me." As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Chi Feiyan frowning. Alarmed, he assumed she was angry and quickly apologized. "My lord, I'm sorry. I assure you it won't happen again." Yet, Chi Feiyan was not angry. Rather, given her understanding of Su Qian, she knew he would not lend a needle and thread out of kindness. Thus, it was evident that this wretched dragon must have paid a price. Reflecting on the humiliation Su Qian had inflicted on Feng Wuhuan previously, for some inexplicable reason, Chi Feiyan felt a heaviness in her heart, even finding Su Qian increasingly displeasing. She should have felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing this vile creature being humiliated. Yet, such feelings eluded her. A caning? She mused. I recall Jiang Feng prefers to use a whip to discipline the servants. I feared my clothes would be damaged by the whip, so I requested the caning myself. Feng Wuhuan and Chi Feiyan exchanged questions and answers, his lips pressed tightly together in nervousness, fearful that any misstep in his replies might displease her. Indeed, your garments are far more precious than you are. You possess a certain self-awareness, Chi Feiyan remarked, her tone devoid of discernible emotion, her expression remaining unchanged. Yet, for reasons unknown, Feng Wuhuan sensed that she was indeed upset. Confused by her ire, he stammered in agreement. Yes, I understand. Clothes are indeed more valuable than I. Chi Feiyan fell silent. The courtyard returned to tranquility, and Feng Wuhuan dared not speak further, focusing on the task at hand. Having already massaged her neck, he now knelt beside her, gently working on her shoulders. Time passed, and suddenly a sharp pain surged in his chest, causing Feng Wuhuan to turn pale. He paused momentarily, then feigned nonchalance and resumed his massage, though beads of sweat quickly formed on his brow. It was his father. That old demon king must have sensed his lack of response and was manipulating the demon contract bound to him to impart a lesson. Fearing that the Lord might notice his distress, Feng Wuhuan lowered his head. However, it seemed that the old demon king would not relent until he received a response, the intensifying pain in his chest nearly causing him to faint. His hands, which were previously massaging, began to tremble uncontrollably. Chi Feiyan sensed the anomaly. She opened her eyes and beheld the dragon with its head bowed, obscuring its expression. Its hands struggled to maintain the previous motion, but it was proving increasingly difficult. What is it?" she inquired. Feng Wuhuan continued to keep his head lowered, his hands trembling as he persisted in the massage, responding in a muffled tone. I am fine. Chi Feiyan furrowed her brow, her voice turning frosty. Raise your head. With no other option, Feng Wuhuan reluctantly lifted his gaze to meet hers. Yet his face bore a gentle smile, devoid of any sign of suffering. He endeavored to steady his voice. My lord, I will fetch some water for you to soak your feet. Soaking your feet is the best remedy for fatigue. Upon finishing his statement, Feng Wuhuan did not wait for Chi Feiyan's approval and turned to leave in haste. Chi Feiyan's expression darkened, her voice laced with displeasure. Stop. Did I permit you to leave? Chapter 34. Is this not the punishment you invited upon yourself? What are you blocking? Feng Wuhuan's steps came to an abrupt halt as he turned with great difficulty to kneel once more before Chi Feiyan. The relentless agony in his chest made him tremble, yet he struggled to maintain a proper kneeling posture. Chi Feiyan remained seated, her voice cool and commanding. Come closer. Feng Wuhuan forced a smile. No, I shall kneel. Kneel here, it's sufficient. Chi Feiyan regarded him with unexpected surprise. This was the first instance since her rebirth that the once fearsome dragon defied her command. Her expression turned as cold as ice as she surveyed the figure kneeling several paces away. Feng Wuhuan, have you forgotten your station simply because I have shown you a modicum of kindness today? Panic and helplessness flickered across Feng Wuhuan's pale face. He sensed the Lord's displeasure. However, the pain rendered him nearly immobile, making it a tremendous effort just to remain kneeling. He dared not reveal his suffering to the Lord, nor did he wish for her to discover that his father had reached out to him. He longed to avoid any misunderstanding. The demonic contract typically lay hidden within him, only revealing its intricate symbols upon activation, manifesting painfully at his chest. After a tense moment of silence, as Chi Feiyan's anger simmered to a near-boiling point, the pain in Feng Wuhuan's chest receded like a receding tide. Perhaps the ancient demon king feared that pushing too hard would render his pawn useless. With a heavy sigh of relief, Feng Wuhuan shifted his stiffened body, advancing a few cautious steps on his knees, bowing his head in supplication. I have defied your command. I beseech the Lord to punish me. Chi Feiyan's gaze remained icy. Do you not intend to offer an explanation? Feng Wuhuan lowered his head, his mind racing, feeling somewhat guilty. I was overcome by an old injury just now, rendering me temporarily unable to move. Chi Feiyan interrupted him. Old injury? Which injury? Feng Wuhuan paused, momentarily at a loss. How could he conjure an old injury that could suddenly incapacitate him? After a brief contemplation, he gritted his teeth and replied, Perhaps it is a side effect from the spirit-locking pill I consumed yesterday. Chi Feiyan scrutinized him. So you were blaming me? Feng Buan fastididinait. No, that is not my intention. It is my fault. Please punish me as you see fit, my lord. Chi Feiyan's fingers lightly tapped the armrest of the swing, her expression reflecting a moment of distraction. She suddenly realized that, unbeknownst to her, the stammering that once accompanied his self-reference as servant had vanished. She recalled how, upon his arrival, he frequently faltered between in servant, but now his speech flowed effortlessly. Leaning forward slightly, Chi Feiyan extended her fingers, channeling her spiritual energy to form a blade of ethereal light. Observing this, Feng Wuhuan assumed that punishment was imminent. He closed his eyes, unable to bear the thought of the energy blade tearing through his flesh, silently awaiting the impending anguish. The ethereal blade, as tangible as reality, slithered towards Feng Wuhuan, and then it gradually cut through his garments. The anticipated pain did not arrive. Instead, a chill enveloped his right shoulder. Feng Wuhuan blinked in surprise and opened his eyes. He then noticed a long gash in his clothing from his right shoulder to his chest. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Chi Feiyan's fingertips glided, and another blade of spiritual energy grazed his skin, causing yet another tear in his garment. My lord, he called out hesitantly, perplexed by her intentions. Chi Feiyan remained silent, her fingers seeming to wreak havoc in the air, continuously tearing at his thin attire. Feng Wuhuan grew increasingly flustered. He still had some needles and thread left over. Su Qian had deemed his used ones unworthy and had not taken them back. So he retained the borrowed supplies, planning to mend his clothes when they tore again. However, as the spiritual blade pressed against his skin and created more and more cuts, A sense of dread began to envelop him. First, he worried that his clothing would be irreparably damaged. Second, an innate fear of the unknown gripped him, not knowing what the Lord intended, causing him to tremble ever so slightly. Chi Feiyan, with her fingertips brimming with spiritual power, appeared somewhat indifferent. Her movements in the air reminiscent of a brush dancing across canvas, though the spiritual blade merely sliced through fabric. The emanating energy swept over Feng Wuhuan's skin like the tip of a calligraphy brush, sending shivers coursing through him. As the fabric continued to rip, the chill seeped in, raising a multitude of goosebumps on his porcelain-like skin. Chi Feiyan gazed at the figure kneeling before her, relishing the expression of fear and trepidation that made the once formidable dragon quiver. His peach blossom eyes glistened with unshed tears, resembling a wronged man too afraid to retaliate against a bully. Eventually, unable to contain himself any longer, Feng Wuhuan instinctively covered the fabric that was being relentlessly shredded. Casting a frantic look in her direction, Chi Feiyan, her interest piqued, narrowed her beautiful eyes and coldly remarked, "I senti this the punishment you voluntarily requested? Why obstruct it?" Feng Wuhuan's voice trembled. My lord, this is all the clothing I possess." His damp, pleading peach blossom eyes bore a sorrowful expression, evoking a sense of pity. Yet Chi Feiyan's heart was as unyielding as iron. "Remove your hands," she commanded succinctly, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Feng Wuhuan's lashes fluttered a few times, yet he ultimately could not bring himself to defy her will, lowering his hands that shielded his body. Satisfied, Chi Feiyan resumed her delicate movements in the air, each motion accompanied by the sound of tearing fabric, causing Feng Wuhuan's lashes to tremble in response. As the rips multiplied, his lashes quivered even more violently. Pieces of fabric fell to the ground, and soon the left sleeve detached, indicating that it would not be long before the garment was reduced to mere scraps. Feng Wuhuan gazed anxiously at the floor, pondering how such a torn state could ever be mended. What should he do? He began to contemplate pleading with Su Qian or Zhang Feng for a new set of clothes the following day, uncertain if they would acquiesce. What manner of humiliation and torment must one endure to procure a mere garment? Moreover, during his previous cleansing in the courtyard, he had at least faced away from the Lord. Now, should he find himself entirely unclothed, how could he bear to face the Lord? Would he not sully the Lord's sight? The mere thought of such a predicament filled him with profound embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into the ground and bury himself. Feng Wuhuan's mind was a tumult of chaotic thoughts. Finally, Chi Feiyan executed the last stroke of her spiritual blade, severing the final connection between his clothing and upper body. With a sharp rip, several tattered pieces fell away. Feng Wuhuan's upper body lay completely exposed to the air. Instinctively, he arched his back, wrapping his arms around himself, lowering his head in a desperate attempt to shield his vulnerability. It was not mere affectation. Under different circumstances, he would have willingly bared himself, inviting her gaze or even her playful whims. But in this moment, he felt nothing but embarrassment and shame. Fortunately, the Lord ceased her actions, refraining from further tearing away the garments that shrouded his lower body. Observing his instinctive defensive posture, Chi Feiyan commanded coldly, "Kneel properly." Chapter 35. He relished everything she gave. Feng Wuhuan, with a voice as faint as a whisper, called out, "My lord." When he saw that the other party remained unmoved, he slowly straightened up, gently lowering his hands that had been shielding him, his head bowed and his ears aflame. Chi Feiyan's gaze roamed over him, pausing briefly at the area over his heart. It was smooth and unblemished, revealing nothing of interest. It was said that the demon race could imprint a demonic contract upon one another for communication purposes, a method more convenient and less detectable than the jade talismans. One could only hope he would behave himself throughout this lifetime. Should she discover any correspondence or dealings with that demon king, she would not let him off easily. Not finding anything amiss, Chi Feiyan's gaze lifted, and upon noticing the tips of his ears had turned a shade of pink, she was momentarily taken aback. Turning her eyes away, her words pierced Feng Wuhuan's heart like a sharp blade. Blushing? What on earth are you thinking, Feng Wuhuan? Surely you do not believe I tore your clothing out of a desire for such filth? Her gaze had wandered over him, and the bashful and anxious Feng Wuhuan felt as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. In an instant, he felt utterly humiliated. A profound sense of shame engulfed him, and his previously flushed cheeks turned pale. He clumsily attempted to defend himself. "I did not think that, but I am not filthy. That day at the auction house, it was my first night." Chi Feiyan chuckled softly, though the mirth did not reach her eyes. "Feng Wuhuan, if one's heart is tainted, how can the body remain pure? To harbor such a repugnant soul, even the most beautiful and pristine body will only evoke disgust. Do you not agree?" Upon finishing her words, she relished the sight of the man kneeling upright, appearing drained of strength, his body swaying as if about to collapse. His head hung low, revealing only half of his alabaster face and the rapidly moistening dark lashes. She spoke with a hint of impatience. "Do not cry. I do not wish to be repulsed by your worthless tears. Feng Wuhuan, you know the price. For every tear, I shall sever a finger. Moreover, cease your fanciful thoughts. I will never be interested in something as sordid as you. Now, or in the future, it would be wise for you to recognize your own identity." With his head bowed, his voice trembled. "Yes, I understand, my lord. I will not behave this way again." He strained to hold back his tears, but his lips bit down until they bled, droplets of blood replacing the tears, falling one by one onto the ground. In a flurry, he attempted to wipe them away, desperate not to tarnish her space with his blood. His hands rubbed vigorously against the rough stone bricks, striving to cleanse the blood. Yet due to his excessive force, his skin quickly broke, staining the ground with even more crimson. "I am sorry. My lord, I apologize. I have sullied your ground. I will clean it immediately." He scrubbed fervently, his hands gradually becoming a bloody mess. Yet he seemed utterly oblivious to the pain, continuing his efforts, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not achieve cleanliness. He simply could not. Feng Wuhuan pondered. Indeed, he was tainted, burdened with countless sins, and he could never attain purity. Chi Feiyan gazed at the bewildered figure before her, pressed her lips together, and contemplated saying something further, yet ultimately found herself unable to voice her thoughts. Rising, she retreated into the room, leaving Feng Wuhuan in a state of despair, slumped in the courtyard. Time passed unknowingly, until he gradually emerged from the depths of his overwhelming hopelessness. Dragging his weary body, he fetched water from the well, scrubbing the blood-stained ground repeatedly, washing his own torn hands until the wounds turned pale, ceasing the flow of blood. Only then did he curl up back into his makeshift nest. It seemed he had found a semblance of safety, and the tears he had long suppressed finally erupted, cascading silently from his already reddened peach blossom eyes. One drop at a time, without a sound, not even a whimper. It was akin to a silent play. The tears trickled down to his ears, silently saturating the ground. The following day, at the hour of the hare, after a night of weeping, Feng Wuhuan had briefly dozed off, only to be startled awake by nightmares. Unable to find rest again, resolute, he rose and, in the dim light, attempted to mend his soul garment, painstakingly threading the needle with remnants of fabric he could not bear to discard. Yet, no matter how he pieced them together, he could not restore the robe to its former glory. The remaining half of the garment he tied around his waist, barely covering half his body. Embracing his bare torso, he squatted against the wall of his nest, lost in thought. He never imagined that the once opulent master of Yisai Tower, the revered Demon King, would now be troubled over a mere piece of clothing. The time for work had arrived, yet he pondered how he could possibly venture out in such a state. After a while, he finally stirred, preparing to seek out Su Qian for a change of clothes. Aware of Su Qian's disdain for him, he thought perhaps provoking a scornful reprimand would lead to the donation of some old garments, as a means of relief for both. Uncertain as he was, this was one of his few available options. Just as he was about to emerge from his nest, he heard the sound of a door opening. He froze mid-motion, quickly retracting back into the corner of his nest, his mind racing with Chi Feiyan's words from the previous day. Filthy, disgusting. He resolved to keep himself from staining her eyes any further. Yet the footsteps drew ever closer to his nest. Something was tossed beside it. The morning light had not fully emerged, rendering it difficult to discern. Just as Feng Wuhuan felt a tremor of fear, Chi Feiyan's cold voice pierced through the air. If you wish to avoid punishment for tardiness, hurry and dress for work." With those words, the footsteps retreated, gradually fading away. Feng Wuhuan heard the inner courtyard door open and close again. After a moment, he cautiously crawled out of his nest, only to discover 2 sets of men's clothing lying on the ground beside it. Was this bestowed upon him by the Lord? Feng Wuhuan picked up the 2 garments, brushing off the dust that clung to them, his dim peach blossom eyes brimming with delight. The garden, which had only yesterday withered, seemed as though a single drop of rain could transform it into an endless deluge, nourishing the blossoms to continue their vibrant bloom. The pallor of despair that once shadowed his face vanished entirely as he carefully cradled the garments, folding one of them neatly and placing it in the doghouse. He then swiftly donned the other piece. Standing tall, with long limbs, he found that the sleeves and trousers fell slightly short, indicating they were not tailored specifically for him. The Lord could not possibly have purchased clothing tailored to his height as he had in a previous life. Nonetheless, Feng Wuhuan felt an overwhelming joy. As long as it was a gift from her, it filled him with happiness. Chapter 36. The 2 rings must always be together on the 3rd night of gazing upon the sea magnet stone rings. Feng Wuhuan finally found an opportunity. The inventory of the tribute had nearly reached its conclusion. Today marked the final stage of this endeavor, wherein all verified items were to be sorted and transported into the storeroom, arranged in their designated places. Thus, even as the hour approached dusk, the workers remained diligently engaged in their tasks. The storeroom was expansive, nearly 100 meters from one end to the other. As Feng Wuhuan transported materials, he suddenly noticed a figure surreptitiously pocketing a verified item from a box before nonchalantly moving on to the next. To his astonishment, it was Xu Wan from the servant quarters. Employing the same method, he had pilfered no less than 10 items. Feng Wuhuan stood in a corner, momentarily dazed. This individual had audacity. He had not anticipated that he was not the only one scheming to seize something amid the closure of the storeroom tonight. Moreover, the other party was taking not just one, but a multitude of items. However, this development could prove advantageous. Although Feng Wuhuan's primary objective was solely the sea magnet stone rings, he had initially planned to steal a few additional items to avoid raising the Lord's suspicion regarding his singular focus. Yet now, with this person acting as a cover, he could circumvent much of the hassle. The reason for choosing this night was that all items had been thoroughly counted and verified, with no further inspections anticipated in the immediate future. Therefore, after taking the items tonight, it would be a while before they were discovered. Just before the storeroom's closure, Feng Wuhuan, under the pretense of organizing the shelves, skillfully slipped the sea magnet stone rings into his sleeve. His heart began to race wildly, a mix of anxiety over the possibility of being caught and exhilaration at finally obtaining the rings. He composed himself and completed the final handover with the personnel in the storeroom, then unsteadily made his way back to Yinchi residence under the cloak of night. The Lord was absent, leaving him alone in the inner courtyard of Yinchi residence. Upon returning, Feng Wuhuan quickly concealed himself in the doghouse, retrieving the sea magnet stone rings. One was ink blue and the other crimson, exactly as he remembered. The first he picked up was the crimson ring. In his past life, when his master self-destructed, this very crimson ring shattered into ashes. The 2 rings, once tokens of their bond, could never be reunited. He had been left with only the ink blue ring, gazing at it daily, consumed by heartache. Now, he finally beheld the crimson ring once more. With utmost care, he slipped it onto the ring finger of his right hand, then took the ink blue ring and adorned the ring finger of his left hand. He brought his hands together, marveling at how they magnetically drew near, fitting snugly against one another. Tears glimmered in his peach blossom eyes. Across the vast expanse of time, these 2 rings had finally reunited, signifying a profound sense of fulfillment and hope for Feng Wuhuan. He knew that he and she could never be again, but these 2 rings must forever remain together. He cautiously extended his hands, adorned with rings, from the doghouse, lifting them high into the air. Then, tilting his head to catch the moonlight, he joyfully gazed at the long-lost rings he had recovered. He dared not linger on them for too long. Even though Chi Feiyan was absent tonight and he was alone in the courtyard, he could not afford to be complacent. Soon, he retreated back into the doghouse, reluctantly removing the 2 rings from his ring fingers. The doghouse was constructed entirely of round logs, and Feng Wuhuan raised his hand to scratch at a thick beam near the top of the structure. This was a small secret compartment he had begun crafting a few days prior upon discovering the rings, with merely an inch of space, ample enough to hold them. After a moment's thought, he also placed the stolen white radish leaf into the dark green shumi ring, then tucked the 2 rings into the circular wooden compartment at the top before closing it. The most perilous places often serve as the safest havens. No one would suspect that he would so boldly conceal stolen items within the doghouse. Moreover, aside from him, it was unlikely anyone would be willing to rummage through this doghouse. Even if someone did, they would not easily discover the hidden compartment. Once he had secured the rings, a secret smile crept across his lips. In this lifetime, there were many things he wished to reclaim, but he was uncertain of the opportunities that lay ahead or how much he could retrieve. Yet, he had successfully reclaimed the most significant of them, these rings. Feng Wuhuan was elated. This was the happiest moment since his rebirth. As for what might happen if he were discovered later, he could no longer concern himself with such matters. Even if the cost was irreparable, he would willingly pay it. Furthermore, by the time someone realized something was missing, a considerable amount of time would have passed. If it came to an investigation with so many people in the servant quarters and storerooms, as long as he maintained his denial, he would be fine. Of course, punishment was inevitable, for Steward Jiang had previously stated that he would bear the primary responsibility for any missing items. Nonetheless, Feng Wuhuan felt it was entirely worthwhile. Moreover, the items stolen by Xu Wan were more numerous than his, making it exceedingly difficult for her to dispose of them without leaving a trace. Should a thorough investigation ensue, Xu Wan would likely be the first to be apprehended. Perhaps then, his own stolen ocean magnetite rings might be attributed to her. Having pondered these matters, Feng Wuhuan ultimately resolved to contact the old demon king, Feng Songyuan. He sat cross-legged in the doghouse, introspecting the contract seal within him, and discovered that it contained many messages he had yet to decipher. Wuhuan, my son, I have heard that you have successfully been brought back by Chi Feiyan. Excellent. Your father is aware that you are quite capable. Wuhuan, my son, how have you fared in the Mirror Void Realm? I have received word that you are now settled in the inner courtyard by Chi Feiyan. Indeed, my son, your beauty is captivating. It is quite rare for someone as aloof as Chi Feiyan to allow another to reside within her inner sanctum. Intelligence has returned stating that Chi Feiyan is soon to enter the heavenly realm. Since you're now close to her, find a way to disrupt her cultivation progress. Endeavor to delay her ascension into the heavenly realm. If you could cause her to go astray during her breakthrough, it would be even better. Wuhuan, why do you not respond to your father? What's the matter? Did I not instruct you to find ways to delay Chi Feiyan's entry into the heavenly realm? Why did you not heed my words? Feng Wuhuan, you must understand that I have placed more than just you as my eyes within the mirror void. If you prove unworthy of my trust, there are others who would gladly serve my interests. As for you and your Lord Qin, it would be wise for you to comply, lest you provoke my wrath and find that familial ties mean little to me. If you remain silent, then the agony of the contract's grip shall surely be your fate. Feng Wuhuan meticulously read through the messages, and by the end, a cold smile crept upon his lips. His so-called father was truly laughable. He incessantly referred to him as my son, yet remained oblivious to his dire circumstances, consumed only by thoughts of how to use him against the Lord. His father would not fret over his degradation to the status of the most wretched of slaves, would not mourn his humiliation and torment, nor would he care for his life or death. How foolish was his former self, blind to the true nature of this father, still clinging to a flicker of paternal affection. Having lost his mother at an early age and never having experienced a father's love, he had even harbored secret fantasies that upon completing the tasks set by his father, he might earn a modicum of paternal affection. In retrospect, how absurdly naive. Chapter 37. A rare night of peaceful slumber. Feng Wuhuan gathered a thread of spiritual power and directed it towards the contract seal, causing luminous patterns to spread across the skin over his heart. Father, he called out. After a brief pause, An authoritative voice emanated from the seal. Feng Wuhuan? Huh, I thought you had perished. In fact, I was just about to send someone to escort your Uncle Qin to join you. In Feng Wuhuan's peach blossom eyes, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed, yet his tone remained exceedingly deferential. Father, please quell your anger. You are aware that although I have successfully remained in Yinchi residence, my current status is that of servant, leaving me with little freedom. Hence, I have been unable to find an opportunity to contact you. The voice of Feng Yuan on the other end carried a hint of skepticism. Is that so? You have been in the Mirror Void domain for more than half a month now. Do not tell me you haven't found a chance to reach out to your father during this time. Feng Wuhuan spoke earnestly. Well, does father not have an informant in the servant quarters? He should be aware of my current predicament and has likely reported back to you. As a mere servant who is easily bullied, I find myself often injured and with scant free time. Father, the steward here frequently targets me, keeping a close watch. I'm terrified of being beaten. I implore you, may I return? As he spoke the latter part, his voice quivered with emotion, which caused Feng Yuan on the other end to pause in surprise. Had he perhaps been overly concerned? Indeed, this young wretch was merely 18 or 19 years of age. Where'd he find the audacity to betray him? It seemed likely that after becoming a servant in the Mirror Void domain, the fear and trepidation had left him hesitant to contact him easily, for fear of being discovered by the steward and receiving a severe beating. After a brief moment of contemplation, Feng Yuan's tone softened. I see. It appears I have misjudged you. My son, you have endured much. However, for the sake of the demon clan's century-long endeavor, you cannot return just yet. Rest assured, all the hardships you endure, along with your sacrifices and contributions, will be remembered by your father. Once the grand undertaking is achieved, you shall be my most esteemed son and my sole heir. Feng Yuan patiently reassured him, for this young wretch was the only one who could enter the inner courtyard of Chi Feiyan. Even as a servant, he could provide intelligence that others could not procure. Naturally, he could not allow him to return. Feng Wuhuan chuckled self-deprecatingly, realizing this was indeed his father, even dismissively weaving grand promises. With a tone of feigned disappointment, he acquiesced. Then, very well, might father grant me a few more companions? You know my status in the Mirror Void domain is too lowly, making it difficult for me to handle matters personally. Without assistance, it is quite challenging to fulfill the tasks assigned by father. Noticing the silence on the other end, Feng Wuhuan's gaze flickered. His father was rather cautious. After some contemplation, he resolved to retreat strategically. Father, do you not trust Wuhuan? If that is the case, it matters not. Even without assistance, Wuhuan will strive to fulfill Father-S tasks. His voice was laden with grievance and sorrow, reminiscent of a child yearning for his father's trust and affection, desperately seeking his approval. With hesitation still lingering in his heart, Feng Yuan dispelled his doubts, contemplated briefly, and then relayed intelligence from several informants to him. He spoke earnestly. Wuhuan, I shall notify the other informants to collaborate closely with you. I hope you will not disappoint me. Feng Wuhuan vowed with unwavering determination. Rest assured, Father, Wuhuan will not let you down. He then added, Father, it seems someone is approaching. I must cut our conversation short. His tone grew tense as he severed the connection, as if he truly feared discovery, which startled Feng Yuan on the other end. After the communication ended, Feng Wuhuan crouched in his makeshift nest, meticulously pondering the names of the informants he had just heard. Most were familiar from his previous life, yet two were entirely new to him. Worry crept into his mind. How many more of the demon clan lurked within the Mirror Void? Though the minor figures seemed inconsequential, their sheer numbers posed a significant threat. More troubling was the possibility of high-ranking individuals within the Mirror Void or certain cities harboring demon infiltrators unknown to him. The dangers they presented could be far greater. As he sifted through those distant memories, recalling the demon spies he could remember, he soon felt a dull ache in his stomach and a heaviness in his head, as if his mind was nearing its limits. After a moment of indecision, he retrieved half of a cornbread bun from his sleeve, casting a reluctant glance at it before taking small, measured bites. This was his last morsel of sustenance, and he was uncertain when he would next find food. Having been stored for an unknown duration, The bun had grown hard and dark, and after a few more days, it had developed a moldy, rancid taste, making it difficult to swallow. Feng Wuhuan felt a twinge of relief that his sense of taste was not as acute as it once was, otherwise the experience would have been quite unbearable. After consuming the half-bun, he still felt hunger gnawing at him. However, it was improvement compared to the previous pangs. At least there was something in his stomach to quell the pain. He lay down, realizing he was alone in the inner courtyard that day. After a moment's contemplation, Feng Wuhuan hesitantly extended his legs out of the nest, allowing himself to stretch out for a proper rest. It had been ages since he had the luxury of sleeping in such a relaxed position. He had been forced to curl up every night, awakening with sore and stiff muscles. With a childlike glee, he rolled over and playfully tumbled on the ground, lying in his nest. The thought of not having to work the next day brought him joy. He would have an entire day to spend in the inner courtyard. Each month, the servant quarters allowed for one day of rest. Servants in need could seek permission to venture out on their day off to explore the markets and procure necessary items. Feng Wuhuan was uncertain if he could also go outside, but he had no intention of doing so. With the Lord absent, he saw this as an opportunity to stroll about the small courtyard, sit quietly, daydream, and perhaps tidy up the space. The prospect of a day solely devoted to his little courtyard brought a smile, and he playfully waved his long legs, which were rarely afforded the freedom to stretch. After swaying for a while, the weary and famished Feng Wuhuan finally cast a last glance at the wooden beam above, concealing the magnetic sea stone ring, ensuring that no flaws were discernible. Only then did he succumb to a deep slumber. That night, perhaps due to the comforting presence of the ring, he experienced a rare and uninterrupted sleep, free from the harrowing nightmares that usually plagued him. Chapter 38. A century later, his long-awaited dreams on the following morning. Feng Wuhuan rose early. Since returning to the mirror void, Chi Feiyan had been exceedingly busy, and as a result, the small courtyard had been neglected for quite some time. She cherished tranquility, thus there were no servants within the inner courtyard. The flowers, trees, vegetable garden, and fish pond were all tended to personally by Chi Feiyan. After becoming her disciple in his previous life, Feng Wuhuan had also assisted in caring for this little haven, so he found himself quite adept at the task at hand. He retrieved tools for pruning from the cluttered storeroom in the corner of the yard, carefully trimming the overgrown branches into an aesthetically pleasing arrangement. When he wandered beneath the blooming tree of the hanging water lilies, he gazed up at the vibrant golden-red blossoms, gently closing his eyes and inhaling deeply, striving to capture the long-missed fragrance of the flowers. With a vivid recollection of that scent in his mind, he momentarily felt as if he truly could smell it. His gaze fell upon the swing set beneath the hanging water lily tree. After a long hesitation, he could not resist the yearning in his heart and walked slowly towards it. Dusting off his robe with care, he cautiously settled onto the swing. Despite the knowledge that the Lord was not present, his heart raced with anxiety. If the Lord were to discover his audacity in daring to sit upon this swing, he could expect a severe reprimand. He thought to himself that he would only sit for a moment. Countless times in the past, he and his master had held hands while perched upon this swing, basking in the sunlight that warmed their faces. Occasionally, he would recline on the swing, resting his head upon his master's lap, allowing her to stroke his hair repeatedly, her fingers weaving through his locks, leaving them tousled and askew. Ultimately, his master would enthusiastically redo his long hair, fashioning it anew. Later on, he had found himself pinned down on this swing bench, subjected to playful teasing on numerous occasions. Now, seated upon this bench once more, Feng Wuhuan felt the moisture welling in his peach blossom eyes. A century had passed, and he had yearned for this moment innumerable times. As he resumed his place on the swing, tears threatened to spill, yet he fought to contain them, fearing they would taint this sacred space. Silently, he counted in his heart. After a brief 10 breaths, he reluctantly stood, filled with reluctance. He fetched water and meticulously scrubbed the spot where he had just sat, as well as any other surfaces he might have touched, cleansing them thoroughly. He stood dazed for a moment, casting one last glance at the swing before turning to leave. Next came the tasks of feeding the fish, weeding, watering, and raking fallen leaves. By the time the day wore on, his stomach grumbled with hunger, and he felt utterly exhausted, not wanting to move another inch. However, thinking of the Lord's return that evening, Feng Wuhuan steeled himself and continued his work. Once he had tidied the courtyard to his satisfaction, he glanced at his dusty self and made his way to the well, bathing and washing his clothes. At last, everything was completed. Feng Wuhuan positioned a small wooden stool beside the doghouse, wiping his damp hair while waiting for the Lord's return. The evening sky was painted with the hues of twilight. When Chi Feiyan returned home, this was the scene she beheld. Leaning beside the doghouse, a figure with half-closed eyes appeared to be dozing, their long lashes falling straight down, casting delicate shadows that enhanced their docile demeanor. Their unkempt, partially dry hair cascaded over one shoulder, leaving small damp patches. The evening glow painted their strikingly pale face with warm hues. Their lips bore a soft pink tint, and their nose arched like a distant mountain range. Chi Feiyan's gaze drifted downward, settling on the belt cinched tightly around the already slender waist, making it appear even more pitiful. She lingered on that narrow form, pondering if this person had indeed lost considerable weight. The light sleeper, Feng Wuhuan, soon sensed another presence in the courtyard, blinking through his lingering drowsiness. His peach blossom eyes slowly cleared upon recognizing Chi Feiyan. He rose to kneel, hastily arranging his disheveled hair while still managing to greet her. "My lord, you have returned." Chi Feiyan nodded softly, surveying the yard, which had been tidied up from its previous disorder. Today was a day of leisure, allowing for freedom of movement, and with her absence, it presented a splendid opportunity. She had specifically instructed the staff to grant Feng Wuhuan passage should he wish to venture outside. She had arranged for discreet surveillance, ready to follow him should he stray beyond the confines of Yinchi residence, to ascertain if he harbored any ulterior motives. To her surprise, he had obediently remained within the inner courtyard all day, even taking the initiative to tidy up the space. Did he not find it exhausting? The servant quarters were designed for the reformation of offenders, laden with relentless labor, and Jiang Feng's methods were notoriously harsh. The monthly day of rest was the sole occasion for the servants to catch their breath. Yet, this evil dragon had chosen to burden himself with work. Nonetheless, upon learning of Feng Wuhuan's conduct today, Chi Feiyan felt a flicker of delight. If he could continue to be so compliant, severing ties with the demon clan and refraining from acts of treachery, she might consider granting him some measure of leniency in the future. From her shumi ring, she retrieved several ingredients and casually tossed them onto the table, instructing, "Prepare dinner." Feng Wuhuan, slightly taken aback, responded, "Huh?" Chi Feiyan merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction, not repeating her request. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure, eagerly acknowledging her command before heading to the kitchen adjacent to the inner courtyard, collecting the ingredients. Perplexed, he wondered why the Lord had chosen him to cook today, as she usually summoned Su Qian for such tasks. However, he felt a surge of happiness at the prospect. He preferred not to have Su Qian frequenting the inner courtyard. Cooking was a skill he possessed, imparted by his master, who had once praised him, declaring that he surpassed his mentor in culinary prowess, rivaling the chefs of renowned establishments. Of course, at his current age, he likely lacked the full capability to cook, so he merely needed to demonstrate half his usual skill to avoid arousing suspicion from his lord. Battling hunger and a foggy mind, Feng Wuhuan spent over half an hour in the kitchen, washing and chopping vegetables, before finally presenting 3 dishes and a soup. "My lord, dinner's ready." After he had arranged the meal on the table, he instinctively stepped back a little. "My lord, please enjoy your meal. I shall return to my kennel." Chi Feiyan sat beside the wooden table, propping her head on her hand as she read. She did not lift her gaze to him, but inquired in a nonchalant tone, "Are you preparing to sleep so early?" Feng Wuhuan was uncertain of the underlying meaning of her inquiry. Was it an allowance for him to return to his kennel or a prohibition? To err on the side of caution, he dared not retreat back to his kennel. "No, I am not tired yet," he pondered, recalling that during previous meals, he had knelt beside her, waiting patiently. Thus, he knelt once more, this time at a greater distance from the wooden table. Bowing his head, he focused his gaze inward, then discreetly reached to tighten his belt, hoping to restrain his stomach and prevent any embarrassing sounds from interrupting his lord's meal. just as his hand grazed the belt. He heard Chi Feiyan's somewhat frosty voice. "Did I instruct you to kneel? While I dine, do you not know to attend to your duties as a servant? How did you learn such manners?" Upon hearing this, Feng Wuhuan hurriedly rose to his feet in a fluster. Chapter 39. You dare not poison. Yet you are bold enough to use salt. Feng Wuhuan approached the wooden table, his fingers nervously clutching the fabric of his clothing, revealing a sense of unease. He was genuinely uncertain about how to serve the meal and hesitantly proposed, Shall I arrange the dishes for you, my lord?" Chi Feiyan set down the book she had been holding, her gaze falling on the array of dishes before her. Her voice carried a hint of mockery. "I am rather apprehensive about the dishes you prepared. Let us first ascertain whether they are poisoned." Feng Wuhuan was momentarily taken aback. Once he comprehended Chi Feiyan's words, his complexion paled dramatically, and with a thud, he knelt upon the stone floor, oblivious to the pain. He urgently defended himself. "My lord, I would never harbor any intention to harm you, not in the past, nor would I dare to do so in the future." As he mentioned the past, he recalled that the Lord possessed memories, causing his tone to falter slightly, and a pang of regret gripped his heart. How could he dare to claim he had never intended harm? In the past, he had caused her home to be destroyed and met his own demise in a catastrophic explosion. Fortunately, Chi Feiyan seemed oblivious to the inconsistency in his words. She tapped her fingers lightly on the table, her tone growing impatient. "Do not make me repeat myself." Feng Wuhuan exhaled in relief, lowering his head in acknowledgement, wary of further argument. After rising from his knees, he retrieved a pair of chopsticks and a small bowl, carefully transferring a bit of each dish into the bowl, along with a scoop of rice. He then stepped back, consuming the contents of the bowl in a few swift bites. After a short wait, he reminded, "My lord, I have tested them, and there is no poison." Chi Feiyan nodded, then served the dishes. Feng Wuhuan's heart leaped with joy, and he promptly replied, "Yes." He stepped forward, taking another pair of clean chopsticks, and began to serve the dishes to Chi Feiyan. A tranquil silence enveloped them as one dined quietly while the other stood attentively nearby. Upon tasting the braised eggplant, Chi Feiyan frowned. "Water." Her voice was tinged with displeasure. Feng Wuhuan felt a jolt of anxiety and hurriedly poured a glass of water, presenting it to her. "Did you make this?" Feng Wuhuan grew anxious. Had his master discerned the remnants of his previous culinary skills and began to suspect his reincarnation? That should not be the case. He had taken great care, altering the preparation methods of several dishes, ensuring the flavors differed from those of his past life. "Yes, it was I who prepared it. But is it not to your liking?" Chi Feiyan regarded Feng Wuhuan's timid demeanor and bewildered expression with puzzlement. Had this fearsome dragon not just sampled the food? Did he not realize how excessively salty the eggplant was, or was he intentionally serving it that way? Her voice turned icy. "Feng Wuhuan, you may not dare to poison me, but you certainly have the audacity to oversalt my meal. Do you intend to suffocate me with salt?" While preparing the dishes, Feng Wuhuan had refrained from tasting the saltiness, fearing that Chi Feiyan might deem him to have sullied the entire pot of food. Thus, he relied on the sensory memories from his previous life to gauge the salt. Unfortunately, it had been quite some time since he last cooked, leading him to inadvertently add an excess of salt to the eggplant. Even had he tasted it, with his now dulled sense of taste, it would have been a disaster. He might have taken a bite, found it not salty enough, and added more, continuing this cycle until he reached a level of saltiness capable of overwhelming an ordinary person's palate. Feng Wuhuan knelt on the ground, feeling somewhat awkward as he apologized. "I am truly sorry I have seldom cooked. My culinary skills are lacking, but I shall practice diligently in the future." Chi Feiyan observed his flustered demeanor and recalled that in her previous life, she had taught him how to cook. The current dragon indeed lacked these skills, so she chose not to press the matter further, simply instructing, "Finish it." Feng Wuhuan complied, lifting the plate of excessively salty braised eggplant and kneeling beside her, quietly consuming it. For him, the saltiness was just about right. However, despite his dulled sense of taste, his body still reacted instinctively to the saltiness. After finishing the plate of overly salty eggplant, he began to experience symptoms of thirst. Chi Feiyan continued to eat her meal leisurely, Noticing Feng Wuhuan's steady consumption of the dish, she raised an eyebrow. Is it not too salty? Feng Wuhuan shook his head. It's fine. My lady, I feel a bit thirsty. Chi Feiyan succinctly replied. Endure it. Feng Wuhuan lowered his head. Yes. After a quarter of an hour, Chi Feiyan finally set down her chopsticks. Interestingly, aside from the excessively salty braised eggplant, the other dishes prepared by the dragon were more to her liking than those made by Su Qian. Unbeknownst to her, Feng Wuhuan had put considerable thought into these dishes. Having been by her side for over a decade, he naturally understood her culinary preferences. Thus, although the dishes had been intentionally simplified and altered in some steps, they still leaned towards her favored flavors. Clean this up and return to your quarters, she commanded. In a rare good mood, she decided to let him off the hook today. After giving her instructions, Chi Feiyan rose to return to her room. Having been busy for several days and now yearning for a proper rest, Feng Wuhuan complied, wishing to inquire how long he must endure. But seeing Chi Feiyan had already turned to leave, he dared not stop her. Never mind, if it becomes unbearable. He could wait until work tomorrow and drink water in the servant quarters. Feng Wuhuan stood up and began to tidy the tableware. Today, he was unusually free from punishment. In fact, he was quite full. No longer haunted by the gnawing sensation of hunger, his steps began to feel lighter. Once he finished cleaning, he glanced longingly at the half-bucket of water remaining after washing the dishes, yearning to bury his head in it and drink to his heart's content. That plate of eggplant must have indeed been very salty. For the first time, Feng Wuhuan found thirst to be an exceedingly intolerable state. It was no wonder that those who practiced fasting could endure hunger for a long time, but could perish from thirst within 3 days. He was currently suffering from this discomfort. Yet, due to Chi Feiyan's admonition to endure, he could only gaze longingly at the water bucket within reach. In the servant quarters, a group of individuals stood obediently, listening to Steward Jiang, who was seated in front, deliver instructions. In just a few days, the long-awaited 7-day banquet would commence. It had been over a decade since anyone from the human realm had stepped into the heavenly realm. With Chi Feiyan's recent breakthrough, various factions that had received news would come to celebrate. With more people gathering, the workload in the servant quarters would increase. Accommodations in each courtyard would need to be prepared to host the guests. The palace, both inside and out, must be thoroughly cleaned. Starting today, work cannot commence until the hour of the dog. Henceforth, all laborers must delay their tasks by an hour. All servants are organized into groups of 10, with each group assigned specific duties. Should a task remain unfulfilled, the entire team shall face punishment. Feng Wuhuan's group is tasked with the cleaning of guest rooms in several courtyards on the western side of the palace. Upon noticing Xu Wan among the ranks, Feng Wuhuan felt a twinge of surprise. What a coincidence! However, this surprise was fleeting, as his attention was soon drawn to a bucket of water ahead. He realized how parched he was. Having endured thirst since yesterday, the sight of water ignited a desire within him to rush forward and drink deeply. Fortunately, Jiang Feng had concluded his admonitions, and thereafter, the crowd dispersed to diligently carry out their assigned tasks. Chapter 40. Feng Wuhuan has committed murder, quickly informed Steward Jiang. Upon arrival at his destination, Feng Wuhuan filled a bucket with water and finally seized the opportunity to drink heartily, quenching the parched agony that had plagued him since last night. Just as he was about to rise, he felt a sudden heaviness in his head, followed by his entire head being forcefully submerged in the bucket. How unfortunate! Why must I be grouped with this ill-fated wretch? I have long heard of his sluggishness. If he delays our progress, we shall bear the brunt of punishment. He dares. If I am penalized because of him, I shall undoubtedly seek vengeance tenfold. With no ability to articulate his thoughts, the muffled sounds surrounding him reverberated in his ears as he opened his eyes in pain. Staring at the bottom of the bucket and experiencing the suffocating sensation of the icy well water enveloping his mouth and nose. The body's instinctive reaction to suffocation caused his oxygen-deprived brain to act without deliberation. In an instant, his muscles tightened, and with a forceful heave, he toppled the person restraining him. The individual was sent crashing to the ground, letting out a pained cry. The others present were momentarily stunned by this unexpected turn of events, but soon, one of them, face contorted with fury, advanced and began kicking and punching Feng Wuhuan. Damn it! This insolent slave dares to retaliate. Has he lost his mind? I have heard that he must return to serve that esteemed individual after completing his tasks. Perhaps he believes himself to be favored, elevated above the rest. Humph! If that noble truly cherished him even slightly, he would not be adorned with a collar, relegated to such a lowly place. Huh! Is it merely because of his handsome appearance? Perhaps I should also groom myself, seek an opportunity to encounter her, and who knows? I might find myself in her bed. Ha ha! Brother Wang, you are audacious indeed. But I have heard you entered the servant quarters because you forced a low-tier female cultivator, did you not? Indeed, but I do not regret it. Umph. I only blame my own weakness for sparing that female cultivator's life. Who would have thought that shameless wretch would dare to expose such private matters and report me? Once I escape this wretched place, I can only wonder what that seemingly aloof and cold noble is like in bed. The words of the man named Wang faltered as he realized he had injured someone. Resigned to his fate, Feng Wuhuan curled up and allowed them to beat him. However, upon hearing their vile taunts, an icy glint appeared in his peach blossom eyes. He extended his right hand, seizing Brother Wang's ankle, and sent him crashing to the ground. Then, he swiftly dispatched the others who had attempted to subdue him, kicking each one away with precision. With a murderous intent, he stepped forward, and under Brother Wang's terrified gaze, he grasped his throat firmly. What do you intend to do? Brother Wang struggled to speak, his voice strained from the grip on his throat. Feng Wuhuan's gaze was devoid of warmth, as if he were observing a dying man. You may humiliate and beat me, and I shall not retaliate, but you shall not utter such blasphemies, believing that the Lord can be coveted by scum like you. With that, he tightened his grip. You dare. Do not. I beg you. As the grip tightened around his throat, Brother Wang could no longer utter a word. The others intended to advance, yet, upon receiving a cold glance from Feng Wuhuan, they involuntarily halted in their tracks. The presence and demeanor of Feng Wuhuan instilled a palpable fear in those gathered, rendering them hesitant to proceed. Only Xu Wan, who had been standing by with crossed arms, seemingly amused by the unfolding drama, straightened up and took a couple of steps forward, nonchalantly spitting out the blade of grass he had been chewing. That's enough. Do you wish to kill him? Feng Wuhuan turned to regard him, but offered no reply. Then, with a sudden and forceful motion of his right hand, a resounding crack echoed as Brother Wang's neck snapped, his head drooping lifelessly. This wretched slave has committed murder. You will pay for this. Hurry, go inform Steward Jiang. The remaining few, eyes wide with shock, gasped and scattered in a panic, fleeing into the distance. Su Huan, maintaining a languid posture, surveyed Feng Wuhuan with interest, concluding, madman. As Feng Wuhuan released his hold, the unsupported body crumpled to the ground. His right hand hung limply at his side, trembling slightly. He realized he had invited trouble upon himself. Yet this man had dared to tarnish the Lord with his filthy thoughts, and thus he had to die. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Wuhuan turned to Xu Wan. Could you testify for me later? Xu Wan spread his hands. But I am an undercover agent, brother. What kind of agent stirs up trouble as brazenly as you do? The mess you've made do not involve me. Feng Wuhuan smirked slightly, indeed, rather low-key, having stealthily pilfered so many items from the storeroom. Xu Wan paused, you saw that. Then he chuckled, fine, those who witness share in the spoils. I might as well give you half. Feng Wuhuan. Was he referring to that matter? Xu Wan sighed. You'd better find another way. I truly cannot testify for you in this. It's just me against them 7. Even if I did testify, do you think my word would hold more weight than theirs? I might end up being implicated. Feng Wuhuan, worthless fool. Su Huan. All right. You're useful and noble. I'm useless and off to work. This reckless fool doesn't think straight. I'll avoid him. Xu Wan dusted off his pants, grabbed a bucket of water, and busied himself with his tasks. Feng Wuhuan refrained from calling him back, knowing Xu Wan was right. Even if he came forward to testify, it would likely be of little consequence. Nevertheless, that pair of rings must be placed upon Xu Wan. This individual seemed far from ordinary. After the incident in the storeroom, he would see if he could leverage the opportunity to expose Xu Wan's identity as an undercover agent. Every removal of a spy would benefit the Lord. Thus, after a spell of wandering thoughts, Feng Wuhuan too picked up a bucket, preparing to work. Positioned on the western side of the palace, this area was rather secluded, a fair distance from the servant quarters. The individuals who had gone to report would take at least half an hour to return, what with the time needed to find Steward Jiang and explain the situation. Feng Wuhuan filled the water and quietly began to wipe down the dust-covered pillars. Upon closer inspection, his countenance betrayed a certain unease, his gaze somewhat wandering. Time gradually slipped away. Feng Wuhuan began to feel an increasing sense of anxiety and discomfort, uncertain whether Jiang Guanshi was on his way, or if this matter had been brought to the attention of the Lord. He pondered how he might ensure that Jiang Feng would administer private punishment without informing the Lord. He was acutely aware that a severe reprimand was inevitable for his actions today, but as long as the Lord remained oblivious, it would suffice. As the steward of the servant quarters, Jiang Feng possessed the authority to execute errant servants without the necessity of reporting to the Lord. Thus, regarding the death of his brother Wang, if Jiang Guanshi was willing to impose a private penalty, there would be no need to alert the Lord. However, Feng Wuhuan could never have anticipated that the visitor was not Jiang Feng, but rather Chi Feiyan. Chapter 41. He feared not death, yet dreaded pain, just as Chi Feiyan emerged from her sister's quarters, preparing to head towards the main hall. She noticed several anxious servants hastily making their way towards the servant quarters. Frowning, she called out to them. Once the servants knelt before her, trembling as they recounted the incident, Chi Feiyan's expression was as cold as a winter frost. How dare that vile dragon commit murder within her domain? Had she been too lenient with him the previous day? My lord, you must take a stand for us. That surnamed Feng, relying on his proximity to you, has always treated us haughtily, barking orders as he pleases. We have endured his arrogance. Yet this time, when Wang Sun merely expressed his dissatisfaction, he resorted to murder. Chi Feiyan cast a dispassionate glance at the speaker, causing him to shudder, as if his innermost thoughts had been laid bare before her. Her tone was devoid of discernible emotion, yet it bore an undeniable weight. You dare to embellish the tale of his actions before me, knowing he is my confidant? Initially believing that Chi Feiyan held a disdain for Feng Wuhuan, the man hastily shook his head in fear, stammering, I would never, my lord. I was simply too terrified. Chi Feiyan's voice turned icy. Begone. Once the group had departed, she altered her course towards the western guest quarters. Regardless of Feng Wuhuan's reasons for committing murder, she would not spare him lightly. Disobedient scoundrels must learn a harsh lesson. In this world, she needed to maintain absolute control over him, ensuring he could neither harbor any rebellious thoughts nor act against the interests of the Mirror Void. Only then might she afford him some semblance of comfort and longevity. However, should she fail to exert such control, she would not hesitate to eliminate him swiftly. What would take an ordinary person a quarter of an hour to traverse, Chi Feiyan accomplished swiftly through several spells of shifting. Upon arrival, she found Feng Wuhuan still polishing a pillar, contemplating how to explain himself to Jiang Feng, when a figure suddenly materialized before him. As he recognized her, his complexion drained visibly. How could the Lord be here? Upon her arrival, Chi Feiyan's gaze immediately fell upon the lifeless body, her demeanor growing ever colder. Feng Wuhuan set down the cloth he had been using, his fingers curling slightly from fear. Summoning his courage, he took 2 steps forward and knelt. My lord, his voice trembled. Chi Feiyan's gaze returned to Feng Wuhuan, her tone frostier than before. Did you kill him? Feng Wuhuan hesitated before nodding. Yes. After affirming his guilt, he attempted to explain, my lord. This man was spewing vile words. Chi Feiyan interrupted him. No need for explanations, Feng Wuhuan. To harm or even kill within the Mirror Void without my permission. It seems last night's indulgence has rendered you reckless. Feng Wuhuan fell silent. While he might have defended himself against Jiang Feng, facing her stripped him of any courage to continue his justifications. Chi Feiyan inquired further. Did you employ any spiritual power? Feng Wuhuan shook his head and replied no. There is no need to use spiritual power to kill him. Chi Feiyan lowered her gaze and let out a soft, chilling laugh. Also, if you cannot kill him with bare hands, are you prepared to resort to spiritual power? Upon hearing her emotionless laughter, Feng Wuhuan felt a surge of panic within. Hastily denying her words, "No, you once said I must not use spiritual power. I remember that." He cautiously stole a glance at Chi Feiyan's expression, and when his gaze met her icy eyes, he momentarily froze. Those eyes were as sharp as frozen blades, piercing straight into his heart. He quickly averted his gaze, not daring to look again. Chi Feiyan's tone was devoid of warmth. "Is that so?" I beg to differ. As she spoke, her delicate hand tightened slightly, and in her palm appeared a whip. This was not the ordinary whip used in the Yuhuan pavilion, but rather a magical artifact, a fire whip. Flames danced menacingly along its length, clearly indicative of its formidable power. Feng Wuhuan's complexion paled even further. He bowed his head, uncertain if he could withstand the Lord's wrath today. If he were to die from the pain, perhaps it would not be so bad. He feared not death, but the agony it entailed. Before he could ponder further, the fire whip sliced through the air with a fierce wind, striking him. Feng Wuhuan flew through the air like a kite severed from its string, accompanied by the sharp ringing of the collar around his neck. A gruesome wound marred his chest, slashing diagonally from his left shoulder to his lower right abdomen. The flames from the whip had seared through his clothing, exposing raw flesh, blood gushing from the wound. Flickering embers clung to the exposed skin, burning with excruciating intensity. The pain inflicted by the fire whip transcended mere surface wounds, threatening internal injury. Lying on the ground, Feng Wuhuan's mind momentarily blanked from the pain. He gazed vacantly at the sky above, and after a while, his senses gradually returned. Struggling to rise, he looked towards Chi Feiyan, who regarded him with an icy demeanor, saying nothing, merely pointing with the whip's handle towards the ground before her. Feng Wuhuan understood this to mean he was to kneel once more. Not daring to delay, he propped himself up with great effort, swaying unsteadily, stumbling towards Chi Feiyan until he knelt again before her. He tried to straighten his posture, wishing to appear as dignified as possible in his submission. Just as he adjusted his position, a second fire whip howled through the air. Feng Wuhuan felt himself lifted once more, landing heavily on the ground in a prone position. A deep, bone-exposing lash marked his chest. The pain was unbearable, truly excruciating. It overwhelmed his consciousness, threatening to shatter it. He suspected a rib had broken, each breath sending tremors of agony through him. Breathing in shallow gasps, he sought to alleviate the intense suffering while remembering that the Lord awaited his return to kneeling submission. Feng Wuhuan dared not linger in his recovery. He strained to rise, yet found himself unable to stand. Each blow had left his body feeling as if it were shattered, unable to support him any longer. The metallic taste of blood filled his mouth, and as he moved, he felt 2 mouthfuls of blood surge up his throat, dripping onto the ground below. He crawled on his knees, inching towards Chi Feiyan. Struggling to rise, he found himself unable to do so, the excruciating pain and broken ribs forcing him to remain hunched in agony. "My lord," he called out, attempting to convey that his improper kneeling was unintentional. However, before he could finish, the third lash was struck. Feng Wuhuan was sent hurtling backward once more. Upon landing, his right ankle struck the ground first. The sound of cracking bones mingling with the agony of the whip marks on his chest, causing veins to bulge on his forehead from the intensity of the pain. Unable to contain himself any longer, he let out a wretched howl. Fearing rebuke, he quickly stifled the cries that threatened to escape his throat after his brief lament. The Lord detested his tears and loathed his cries. A sheen of sweat enveloped him, layer upon layer. With great difficulty, he turned his head to see Chi Feiyan still standing in place, seemingly awaiting his submission. Chapter 42. Every part of his body screamed in agony. Feng Wuhuan's long eyelashes fluttered rapidly as he endeavored to ignore the excruciating pain coursing through him. With great difficulty, he shifted his elbow. He could no longer support his weight and was left to drag himself across the ground, inching painfully toward Chi Feiyan. Meanwhile, Chuguan, who was hidden within the room, dusting, wore a face etched with fear, silently ridiculing the scene. Was this demoness mind-addled, perhaps kicked by a donkey? At this point, she could simply feign death and lie still on the ground. Yet here she was, eagerly crawling over to receive punishment. It baffled her how Feng Tsang'an, that old wretch, could send such a dim-witted son to carry out his schemes. But it mattered little. She intended to vacate this cursed place soon, and that old fool could not expect her to serve him. After what felt like an eternity, Feng Wuhuan finally managed to position himself before Chi Feiyan. He lay prostrate, forehead pressed against the ground, and with immense effort bent his knees, attempting to adopt a kneeling posture. His severely injured body lay helplessly on the ground, forehead touching the earth, exposing his back to Chi Feiyan. If he were to be struck again, he lacked the strength to rise. Thus, by remaining in this position, the Lord's whip would only descend upon his back, its force directed downward, perhaps allowing him to endure a few more lashes. He had meticulously contemplated this strategy, yet he did not foresee the next wave of pain striking his left shoulder. Chi Feiyan had ceased using the fire whip and instead delivered a powerful kick to his shoulder, sending him sprawling. Feng Wuhuan crashed heavily to the ground, lying on his side, utterly immobilized. Every inch of him throbbed in torment. He summoned what little strength remained to attempt crawling toward her, yearning to kneel before her once more, but he found himself utterly depleted. In a moment of despair, uncertainty clouded his mind. He gazed toward Chi Feiyan, trembling as he stammered an explanation. "Oh Lord, I beg your pardon. This servant is useless and truly cannot crawl any further. I am sorry. I can only trouble you to come and punish me." As he spoke, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he began to cough violently. Chi Feiyan did not approach. She regarded him with a steady gaze for a moment before tossing him a healing pill, her tone devoid of warmth. "Take this and get back to work." Feng Wuhuan was taken aback. Rising seemed an insurmountable task. How could he possibly work? Nevertheless, he forced a bitter smile, responding with gentle submission, "Yes." Chi Feiyan said nothing further, her expression as cold as ice as she collected the fire whip and turned away. Feng Wuhuan stared blankly at the direction of her vanishing figure, his peach blossom eyes lowered, concealing his desolation. He struggled to lift his hand, striving to grasp the pill that lay just out of reach, but it remained elusive. Shuwan approached, picking up the pill from the ground and squatting before him. "TSK, TSK, how tragic. I've heard that wounds inflicted by that fire whip are notoriously difficult to heal. The lingering spiritual flames of the wound will continue to sear flesh and blood for over a month." Feng Wuhuan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the pill in Shu Wan's hand, trembling as he reached out in a desperate attempt to seize it. Shu Wan did not trouble him, extending her hand to pass over the healing elixir, while murmuring, "The Lord is rather stingy. Having beaten you to a pulp, she offers but this inferior healing pill, which likely won't even mend 2 parts of your injury." Feng Wuhuan finally raised his gaze to Shu Wan, earnestly countering, "The Lord is not stingy. Her giving me a pill is already quite generous." Shu Wan looked skyward in exasperation, thinking that this person's mind must be somewhat unhinged. After receiving the elixir, Feng Wuhuan swallowed it. The pallid potency of the medicine began to gradually mend his internal wounds. Lying on the ground, he furrowed his brow and took shallow breaths, striving to alleviate the pain coursing through him. After lying for a quarter of an hour, aided by the elixir's effects, Feng Wuhuan finally regained the ability to move. He pressed against the ground to sit up, intending to rest a moment longer before attempting to stand again, when a group of people approached. Jiang Guanshi strode to the forefront, followed by several individuals, the very ones who had gone to complain. Feng Wuhuan could not help but smile bitterly, then struggled to shift from a sitting to a kneeling position. Jiang Feng glared at the disheveled figure before him, fury blazing in his eyes. "Feng Wuhuan, have you consumed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard, daring to cause trouble for me?" Just moments ago, the Lord had sent him a message, stating that a banquet was imminent and instructing him to keep his subordinates in line. The thought that all this trouble stemmed from the person before him infuriated Jiang Feng to the point where he nearly seized his whip to lash out mercilessly. However, recalling the Lord's earlier admonition that the individual had already been punished and to refrain from further action for the time being, he ultimately restrained his anger. Upon seeing Jiang Feng arrive, unleashing a torrent of scolding without resorting to violence. Feng Wuhuan felt a slight relief in his heart. The Lord had commanded him to continue working. Should he endure another beating, he might indeed find himself unable to move, thus defying the Lord's orders. Feng Wuhuan, since you have slain Wang's son, the burden of work for this period now falls entirely upon you. Currently, we are short-staffed, and I cannot spare anyone to assist your team. If your tasks remain unfinished, you shall personally report to the Lord. Do not implicate me. Feng Wuhuan lowered his gaze and nodded in acquiescence. Jiang Feng issued several more warnings, cautioning him against causing further trouble before hastily departing, as he had numerous matters to attend to with the upcoming banquet looming. Once Jiang Feng had left, Feng Wuhuan finally moved, shifting towards the wooden tub. His right foot was sprained, coupled with a fractured ankle, rendering him momentarily incapable of walking. Upon the return of the complainants, though they harbored discontent towards Feng Wuhuan, they were deterred by his earlier ruthless act of violence, thus hesitating to confront him and dispersing instead to attend to their tasks. Feng Wuhuan was in excruciating pain all over. He twisted a cloth, propped himself against a nearby stool, and after some effort managed to stand on one foot, though the movement aggravated the wounds on his chest and abdomen, causing him to gasp sharply. Shu Wan approached, her face a mask of astonishment. With such severe injuries, you can still continue working? Even the Dragon Clan's robust physique would require a few days of rest to recuperate. Wouldn't it? Why not pretend to faint instead? Feng Wuhuan managed a wry smile, thinking to himself how unnecessary it was to feign unconsciousness. If it were not for his sheer determination, he would have likely fainted by now. His mind felt clouded and heavy, rendering him disinclined to engage with Shu Wan as he immersed himself in his tasks. After the day's labor, all the servants returned to their quarters to rest, leaving Feng Wuhuan alone, still laboring with a slow and steady pace. He toiled as two men, yet burdened by injuries, and as the hour approached midnight, he found himself with a multitude of unfinished tasks. Despite his resolve, fatigue began to overwhelm him, and in a daze, he pondered whether the Lord would be displeased if he did not return to Yansigia tonight. He felt utterly wretched, unable to muster the strength to make the journey back. After wiping down yet another window, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Chapter 43. She has means to make him wish he were dead the following day. Feng Wuhuan was roused from his slumber by Shu Wan. In a state of hazy confusion, he felt something rolling across his forehead. Upon awakening, he found a figure crouched beside him, manipulating an object over his brow. Shu Wan, what are you doing? His voice was hoarse and feeble. Shu Wan removed the object, revealing that it was an egg. Maintaining his usual nonchalant tone, he remarked, "The egg I got this morning has gone cold. I noticed your forehead was quite warm, so I thought it would be prudent to put it to use and warm it up." Feng Wuhuan thought to himself that this person must be quite deranged. Struggling to sit up, he found that the pain in his body had not diminished. Rather, the renewed heat added to his discomfort. Ignoring Su Huan, he laboriously moved a few steps to retrieve a wooden bucket and a cloth, preparing to attend to his tasks. The accumulation of work was overwhelming, leaving him no time for idle chatter with Shu Wan. However, Shu Wan persisted, closing the distance between them. "Hey, I brought you some ointment today, renowned for its efficacy on whip wounds. Care to give it a try?" As he spoke, he produced a small porcelain jar from his sleeve and thrust it toward Feng Wuhuan. Feng Wuhuan, with an impassive expression, pushed it aside. "No need. The Lord has not permitted me to use any medicine. Besides, I do not trust someone who previously promised me meat bones to suddenly show kindness and deliver medicine." After a pause, he sincerely suggested, "As you're also a spy, it would be wise for you to maintain your distance from me." Su Huan chuckled, beating on fast. "Well, it seems you caught me in the act of thievery, so I thought to curry your favor and dissuade you from reporting me. Of course, we are both in the same boat. If you do decide to reveal my identity, your own status as a spy would be compromised." His words bore a mix of truth and veiled threat. Feng Wuhuan did not even lift his eyelids, displaying an air of indifference. After all, the Lord with a memory had long known of his espionage. Whether he could hide it or not made little difference. Seeing his lack of response, Chuguan put away the ointment with a scoff. Well, it seems my good intentions have gone unappreciated. Feng Wuhuan chose not to engage further, enduring his pain as he focused on his work. With a multitude of tasks before him and the impediment of his injuries slowing him down, he found that when the workday concluded and everyone departed, he still had a considerable amount left unfinished. However, today he did not intend to linger, instead deciding to return to Yinchi residence. The sky had darkened entirely, and Feng Wuhuan glanced at the blood and dirt smeared across his body. Once the last of the workers had left, he fetched water to cleanse himself. Then he fashioned a wooden stick into a makeshift cane and limped through the silent, desolate night. As he cautiously pushed open the door to the inner courtyard, he beheld the moonlight cascading like water, illuminating the pavilion in the small courtyard. There, in the center, was Chi Feiyan, seated in meditation, her eyes gently closed as she practiced her cultivation. A soft halo of light enveloped her, casting an ethereal glow around her figure. Observing this, Feng Wuhuan tread lightly, pressing one hand against the bell on his collar to avoid disturbing her. He stood there in a state of confusion for a while, before turning back to the doghouse. He retrieved another robe and crouched behind the doghouse, where he could shield himself from view. After changing out of his previous attire, he quietly slipped into the doghouse. In the corner, Feng Wuhuan rummaged for needle and thread. Leaning against the outside of the doghouse, he began to thread the needle under the soft glow of the moonlight. He meticulously smoothed out the 3 gashes on the garment, inflicted by the fiery whip, and began to sew them together stitch by stitch. This was a piece of clothing bestowed upon him by the Lord, and he cherished it dearly, uncertain if he would ever possess anything like it again. Having never engaged in needlework before, he had merely haphazardly stitched the previous garment he had acquired from a town elder after it was torn, the stitches appearing quite unsightly. Yet at this moment, as he mended the current garment, his expression was one of utmost caution and seriousness, each stitch requiring careful observation to ensure symmetry. The dim night made it difficult to see clearly, and compounded by his lingering fever, fatigue, and hunger, his efforts were strained. Soon, a few droplets of blood oozed from his fingertips, prompting him to hastily wipe them clean with a scrap of cloth before returning his focus to the task at hand. Feng Wuhuan was so engrossed in his sewing that he did not notice that Chi Feiyan had already opened her eyes in the pavilion and was approaching him. "What are you doing?" The sudden voice startled Feng Wuhuan, causing his hand to tremble violently, and the needle pricked his fingertip. Recognizing who was approaching, he quickly set down the garment he was mending, crawled out of the doghouse, and knelt upright with utmost speed. "My lord, I have just returned and saw you in meditation, so I did not wish to disturb you." After a brief pause, he added, "I was unable to finish my tasks last night, so I stayed in the guest room. It was not my intention to neglect returning to Yinchi residence." Feng Wuhuan bowed his head in trepidation, uncertain whether the Lord's anger over his previous transgressions had subsided. Would he face punishment again tonight? Chi Feiyan glanced at the unfinished garment and let out a cold scoff. "Feng Wuhuan, do you still remember the sting of those 3 lashes?" Feng Wuhuan stiffened slightly, almost imperceptibly nodding. "Yes, I remember. It hurt immensely, and the pain lingers even now. The fragments of flame that penetrated my skin continue to scorch the flesh of my wounds." Chi Feiyan's tone turned ominous. "Remember well, for if you dare to harm or kill anyone within the mirror void again, it will not merely be 3 lashes. I shall make you experience a pain far worse than death." Having learned from past experiences, she intended to prevent future transgressions, quelling any nefarious thoughts before they could flourish with the most painful and ruthless measures. Feng Wuhuan remained silent for a moment, yet mustered the courage to ask then, "What if it concerns someone who poses a threat to you or the mirror void?" Chi Feiyan's voice took on a chilling edge. "I will make the judgment myself. You only need to understand that you cannot lay a hand on anyone within the mirror void. Do you comprehend?" Feng Wuhuan nodded, a pang of bitterness swelling within him. Thus, the Lord trusted everyone within the mirror void, yet would no longer place her faith in him. The Lord would protect all others within the realm, yet would offer him no such safeguard. Even if anyone within the mirror void were to strike or insult him, he could not retaliate or harm them. Although he was well aware of this fact, he found it impossible to suppress his sorrow. Feng Wuhuan curled his fingers repeatedly and responded softly, "Yes, I understand. I will be obedient." However, if he were to encounter someone like Wang Xiong again, he still harbored the desire to kill. Of course, he would not act so impulsively. He would wait for the opportune moment and execute his plan discreetly, ensuring she would remain oblivious. Chi Feiyan, perceiving his compliant demeanor, felt her icy demeanor soften slightly. It remained frigid. Last night, she had yet another nightmare, one in which Feng Wuhuan unleashed a bloody rampage within the mirror void, slaughtering countless individuals. Awakened amidst a haze of blood, she found herself drenched in cold sweat. In this lifetime, she would never permit the malevolent dragon to harm anyone in the mirror void again, should he dare to transgress. She possessed ample means to ensure his suffering would be beyond imagination. Chapter 44. It seems like it has been ages since I last saw the Lord. You had better understand. Rest now. Chi Feiyan gazed at his face, which appeared increasingly pale under the moonlight, and noticed his unsteady posture as he knelt. Ultimately, she decided to let him be. Feng Wuhuan, however, murmured, "My lord, you should rest early. I still have work to do. I'm slow. Hence there remains a considerable amount of unfinished tasks." As he spoke, a growing sense of guilt enveloped him. Would the Lord perceive it as intentional? Or perhaps deem him useless? Having not returned the previous night, he was now faced with an overwhelming backlog of work. Yet, he had truly done his utmost. He lifted his gaze to gauge the Lord's expression and noted the furrowed brows and evident displeasure, though the Lord said nothing further, merely offering a curt acknowledgement before turning away and retreating to his chamber. Feng Wuhuan stood frozen, realizing he might have once again displeased her. With a heavy heart, he cast a sorrowful glance at the closed door and then turned to carefully fold the unfinished garment, placing in the dog's den to resume mending the following night. Leaning on a wooden staff, he pressed onward into the night, despite the pain coursing through his body and the fog clouding his mind. In the days that followed, Feng Wuhuan, who was occupied from dawn until dusk, hardly encountered Chi Feiyan again. He would return only at the witching hour, drifting into a light sleep for an hour before resuming his labors. Perhaps due to the lack of proper rest, his injuries healed at a sluggish pace, and he endured several bouts of fever during this time. Surprisingly, during mealtimes, Shuan consistently shared her food with him, allowing Feng Wuhuan to persevere through the ordeal. Today marked the final day of the strenuous tasks. Feng Wuhuan ascended a ladder, wielding a broom fashioned from a bamboo pole to sweep away the cobwebs and dust beneath the eaves. With his right foot still injured, he was unable to stand on the ladder and had to kneel on its rungs, climbing step by step, each movement sending pain coursing through his knees and shins. By the end of the day, his legs were marred with bruises. A few passing servants regarded him with ill intentions. After exchanging looks, one of them deliberately kicked the ladder, feigning a loud cry as he fell forward. The ladder lost its balance, and Feng Wuhuan, still atop it, felt the disorienting sensation of weightlessness as he tumbled to the ground. Laughter erupted around him, mocking and derisive. He landed heavily on his back, pain radiating through his spine, and his vision darkened momentarily. After a few breaths, he managed to stir, slowly rising without glancing at those who had pushed him. He silently reached for the ladder, intent on continuing his work. However, the group was clearly unwilling to let him off so easily. "Stop! You recklessly placed the ladder and caused me to fall. Do you think this will end here?" One of them shouted. "You ought to compensate for my medical expenses, or this matter remains unresolved." Another chimed in. "We won't ask for much. Surely a meager sum isn't too burdensome for you?" As they spoke, they jostled him, and with his right ankle still healing, Feng Wuhuan lost his footing and fell back to the ground. He pressed his lips together and muttered, "I have no money," while the other servants received a monthly allowance of 100 copper coins before their time off, which they could use for purchasing daily necessities. He was not afforded such luxury. The individual who had deliberately fallen sneered, "No money for compensation? Very well, 1 copper coin per punch. You assess whether it is better to pay or to endure blows." They did not believe that Feng Wuhuan could not produce even a meager sum. Even in the absence of a monthly allowance, he must have some savings, as such funds were not forcibly confiscated during his incarceration. Feng Wuhuan fell into silence. 1 copper coin per punch? A meager sum equaled 500 copper coins. Given his current predicament, he could hardly withstand such punishment. However, he reasoned that these individuals likely did not truly wish for his demise. After all, his death would incur penalties upon them as well. Noticing Feng Wuhuan's continued silence, one of them stepped forward and shoved him. Cat got your tongue? Seems your bones are cheap and in need of a good thrashing. Not long ago, Feng Wuhuan had killed a man, instilling fear in them for several days. Yet, those who came to the servant quarters were all of a criminal ilk, and seeing Feng Wuhuan revert to his submissive demeanor, they could no longer contain themselves. It was unclear who threw the first punch, but soon a throng surged forward, ready to strike. Feng Wuhuan silently curled up and shielded his head, hoping to endure a little longer. Suddenly, a jarring voice interrupted the scene, drawing everyone's gaze upward. There stood Xu Wan, shaking a handful of meager coins that clinked melodiously. This meager sum is to treat everyone to tea. Could you gentlemen show some courtesy? The group exchanged glances upon recognizing Xu Wan. None dared to retort. Xu Wan was not one to provoke, especially when he was offering money. Ultimately, the group accepted the coins and departed. Feng Wuhuan glanced at Xu Wan with a hint of confusion, but managed to murmur a quiet, "Thank you." He meticulously brushed off the dust that had clung to his robes and resumed his silent labor. Xu Wan smirked inwardly, pondering how this seemingly formidable figure was in fact so weak and easily intimidated. It was indeed peculiar that such a timid son emerged from the once mighty old demon king, disinterested in engaging further with this taciturn individual. Xu Wan's thoughts drifted far away. As the minor lord of a subsidiary city in the Mirror Void, he anticipated that the human lord would attend the upcoming banquet. Would he perhaps catch a glimpse of that enchanting butterfly? The thought brought an inexplicable joy to Xu Wan's countenance. In recent days, Feng Wuhuan had been sleeping for scarcely an hour each night, yet he had managed to complete nearly all his tasks. At the hour of high, Jiang Feng came to inspect the work and, for once, displayed a hint of satisfaction. Feng Wuhuan finally breathed a sigh of relief and trudged back to Yinshi residence. This was the earliest he had returned in quite some time. Previously, he would arrive home only after the hour of Z, and he wondered if he might see the Lord today. Each time he returned, the Lord had already retired for the night. After resting for an hour, he would be compelled to rise again for work. Thus, despite sharing the same courtyard daily, it had been a long time since they had last met. After enduring great difficulty to return to the inner courtyard, Feng Wuhuan felt a pang of disappointment. The courtyard lay in serene silence, devoid of the Lord's presence. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and he could no longer maintain his composure, collapsing to the ground as the wooden staff he had leaned upon clattered to the earth with a resonant thud. For days, a taut string had been stretched within his heart. The act of taking a life without permission had already displeased her. Thus, when Jiang Feng mentioned that he could not finish his tasks and would have to personally report to the Lord, Feng Wuhuan was gripped by fear. He wished to avoid further vexing her. Consequently, he had recklessly endeavored to complete his duties despite his grievous injuries. And now, having finally relaxed, he succumbed to exhaustion. Shortly after Feng Wuhuan fell, the door to the main hall creaked open, revealing a figure of ethereal grace who stepped forth with measured strides. Chapter 45. Are servants really so beautiful these days? Chi Feiyan crouched down, gazing at the figure collapsed on the ground, her expression revealing little surprise. Under such strenuous labor, even a normal person would struggle to endure for more than a few days, let alone this wounded dragon. Often, Chi Feiyan found herself increasingly perplexed by this dragon. Was he not a cunning spy? Why did he confine himself daily to the burdensome tasks of the servants' quarters? Based on her understanding of him, he was not one to passively await his fate. He should have long since sought to ingratiate himself, employing every means to win her favor, rather than remaining so timid and taciturn, passively awaiting whatever she might bestow, good or ill. Over the past couple of days, she had pondered much, a fleeting thought flitting through her mind, yet it slipped away before she could grasp it. Tomorrow marked the commencement of the flowing feast, leaving her exhausted and unable to dedicate time to delve deeper in her thoughts. Chi Feiyan observed the flushed face of the dragon, realizing he must be burning with fever. After a moment's hesitation, she retrieved a healing elixir from her bosom, pried open his lips, and administered it. Her fingertip paused upon contact with his soft, cool lips. The delicate sensation compelled Chi Feiyan to linger for a moment longer. Applying a bit more pressure, she roughly ground her fingertip against his lips. This dragon possessed a remarkably deceptive beauty. Despite her intense hatred for him, she found herself inexplicably more forgiving in the presence of that face. Yet that was all there was to it. Nothing would alter the outcome. He would do well to remain compliant. Otherwise, even the current treatment would be withdrawn. In the face of Feng Wuhuan, who remained oblivious and had not crossed any boundaries, she might have shown some leniency. But if what awaited him would be an unending series of tortures. His act of killing without permission had greatly displeased her. Had the victim not been a wretched individual, her punishment would have been far more severe than merely 3 lashes. When Feng Wuhuan awakened the following day, the sun was already high in the sky. He hastily rose, feeling a bit flustered. Had he fainted in the courtyard yesterday? Had the Lord seen him? Would he be angry? Noticing the time, he realized he had overslept. He called out to the Lord in the direction of the main hall, but receiving no response reminded him that today was the day of the flowing feast. With various factions gathering in the Jingshu domain, undoubtedly, the Lord was exceedingly busy and had likely already gone to the palace to manage those with ulterior motives. Having fainted in the courtyard last night, the Lord must have noticed, yet perhaps he was too occupied to rouse him for an accounting. Feng Wuhuan, feeling a sense of urgency, fetched water and cleaned the spot where he had lain, then hurriedly exited. Whether it was merely his illusion or not, the severe internal injuries that had weighed heavily on him yesterday seemed to have improved somewhat today. Though he still felt pain, it was significantly less than before. Initially, he had anticipated that his tardiness would result in severe punishment. Fortunately, as they were short-staffed at the moment, Jiang Feng merely scolded him roundly before assigning him to assist in the kitchen. In the bustling kitchen responsible for the flowing feast, Feng Wuhuan was immediately tasked with washing vegetables upon his arrival. Feng Wuhuan endured the pain in his right foot, squatting for over an hour. As noon approached, he was called to assist with serving dishes. In the mirror void, the grand hall was abuzz with lively chatter, a scene of remarkable festivity. Among the guests were not only the lords of surrounding small cities, but also leaders of various formidable factions from the southern wilderness. The spacious hall, capable of accommodating nearly 1,000 people, was adorned with tables and benches, arranged in impressive rows. This morning, Chi Feiyan had met privately with the leaders of several major factions in the southern wilderness, and they were not present in the hall at this moment. The esteemed elder Jiang Xian was presiding over the gathering, engaging in pleasantries with the guests. He had also arrived at the mirror void. His father, aged and frail, could not attend in person, thus sending him to represent Yin City. After the flowing banquet, his father intended to pass the title of city lord to him. At this moment, he was adorned in a resplendent, gem-studded, pale yellow robe with wide sleeves, a delicate fan lightly swaying in his hand. With his handsome visage, he resembled a charming young gentleman, captivating to all who beheld him. Sitting somewhat listlessly in the grand hall, he scanned the surroundings, hoping to spot other striking young men like himself. However, after searching, he found nothing that caught his eye. Just as his gaze fell upon a servant carrying a platter of cold dishes, his interest was piqued, though it quickly faded. He thought the lad looked familiar. Wasn't this the youth he had nearly captured at the Qianhui Tower? Feng Wuhuan, balancing a large tray laden with various cold appetizers, limped from table to table, arranging the dishes according to order, when suddenly his wrist was seized by someone. "Hey, you're here too. But wait, weren't you taken back by Lord Qi to be his male pet? Why are you doing the work of servant?" Upon turning to see it was Yun, Feng Wuhuan replied succinctly, "The Lord purchased me to serve as a servant. I have duties to attend to, so I cannot indulge in idle chatter with young Master Yin." Yet Yun, he held on to him, a look of concern etched on his face as he inquired, "Why?" "That cost over 6,000 taels of silver." He had originally spent that substantial amount to present a male pet to Chi Feiyan, hoping to garner favor, believing the expense justified. To his dismay, it turned out Feng Wuhuan was merely an ordinary servant. Yun glared at Feng Wuhuan, feeling a mix of frustration and disappointment. 6,000 taels could buy 100 ordinary servants. You were the champion of the male district at Qianhui Tower. Being reduced to mere servitude is a grave underutilization of your talents. Feng Wuhuan attempted to pull away his sleeve from Yun Yi's grasp. Young Master Yun, please release me. If I delay my duties, I shall face punishment. Yun Yi, unwilling to relent, was about to press further when another voice interjected. What is this young master doing holding on to my friend? Could it be that you have taken a fancy to him? Both turned to see Shu Wan, and Feng Wuhuan nodded in acknowledgement. Seizing the moment while Yun Yi was momentarily distracted, he extricated his sleeve and turned to leave. Yun Yi cast a discerning glance at Shu Wan, who was similarly bearing a tray of dishes, his eyes filled with a hint of astonishment. Have the servants of this era become so remarkably attractive? Reflecting on the earlier words of this individual, Yun Yi hastily interjected in denial, exclaiming, "Who has eyes for him? Do not speak nonsense." Regardless of whether Chi Feiyan had any prior acquaintance with the youth bearing the surname Feng, that young man was undoubtedly a subordinate of the lord of the Mirror Void domain. How could he dare to harbor such desires? Observing Yun Yi's rapid denial, Shu Wan's lips curled into a relaxed smirk as he elegantly placed the dishes upon the table before gracefully turning on his heel and departing. Yun Yi stood, wide-eyed and aghast, watching the two individuals leave in succession. How curious it was that the servants of the Mirror Void domain bore such an uncanny resemblance to their superiors. Chapter 46. The flowing feast commences meanwhile. The prominent lords engaged in hushed discussions within the council hall finally concluded their deliberations and emerged through the door. However, the gravity etched upon their faces was unmistakable. Each had their own ulterior motives, seeking to ascertain the situation and determine whether Chi Feiyan had indeed ascended to the heavenly realm. Following her ascension, what schemes might she harbor? Would she, emboldened by her newfound power, contemplate territorial expansion, thereby threatening the very existence of their factions? After all, among the 10 principal lords of the southern wilderness, only 3 had reached the heavenly realm. Those without such formidable protectors were understandably apprehensive. This morning's clandestine meeting, however, had alleviated some of their concerns, as Chi Feiyan had clearly expressed her disinterest in territorial expansion. Yet the ensuing discussions reignited their trepidation. The revelation that the demon race was gradually infiltrating the various factions of the southern wilderness was met with skepticism by some lords, who deemed Chi Feiyan's warnings as mere exaggerations. Others were ambivalent, contemplating a thorough investigation into whether any demon kin had infiltrated their domains. Still, there were those who firmly believed the threat was imminent, their hearts heavy with dread. Within the grand hall, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation as esteemed guests filled the space. Chi Feiyan, along with several other leaders, arrived fashionably late, taking their positions upon the elevated platform. The attendees regarded these figures with a mix of scrutiny and curiosity, as they represented the mightiest factions of the southern wilderness. None dared to underestimate them, nor were they privy to the details of the recent clandestine talks. Feng Wuhuan and other attendants stood at various corners of the hall, ready to serve dishes or respond to the needs of any guests. The ache from her still healing right ankle throbbed persistently, yet Feng Wuhuan endured, striving to maintain her composure and stand tall. As Chi Feiyan surveyed the assembly, her gaze lingered momentarily on Feng Wuhuan before swiftly shifting away. "Esteemed guests," she proclaimed, her tone as steady as ever, resonating with a formidable presence. "I, by a stroke of fortune, ascended to the heavenly realm a fortnight ago. I am deeply grateful for your esteemed presence here in the Mirror Void domain to celebrate my breakthrough." Her voice, though not raised, carried an undeniable weight, infused with potent spiritual energy that permeated every corner of the hall, ensuring that each word reached the ears of all in attendance. Many who had previously doubted her ascension were silenced by the palpable aura of a heavenly realm expert, their skepticism evaporating in the face of such overwhelming power. Even though the pressure she exuded bore no ill intent, the lower-ranked cultivators turned pale, relieved only when Chi Feiyan retracted her spiritual energy. Soon, the hall erupted with a chorus of exclamations and congratulations. Congratulations to Lady Qi on her ascension to the heavenly realm. Truly, Lord Qi is a prodigy, achieving such heights at a tender age. Alas, compared to her, I feel as dull as a pig, laboring for decades, yet remaining in the high ranks of the mortal realm. Indeed, a young expert of the heavenly realm is nothing short of astonishing. Amidst the murmurs, Chi Feiyan raised her glass of crystal, declaring, "This toast is for all of you present." With that, she tilted her head back and drank deeply from her cup. Amidst the court, attendees rose in unison to extend their respectful greetings, their voices resonating with jubilant congratulations. In a secluded corner stood Feng Wuhuan, gazing at the radiant figure upon the elevated platform, his countenance reflecting a tenderness he was unaware he possessed. In his previous life, during this very banquet, his master had drawn her forth with pride, introducing him to the assembled guests as her newly accepted disciple, the one she protected under her wings. Yet, in this altered reality, he found himself relegated to the shadows, akin to a wretched voyeur, watching her shine as a brilliant jewel, her brilliance unmatched. On the platform, Chi Feiyan, after a succinct address, commenced the main topic. In gratitude for the attendees' presence, she declared her decision to open the first 3 levels of the Mirror Void Domains library for the duration of the 7-day banquet. During this time, cultivators from various factions, as well as independent practitioners, will be permitted to enter and peruse the techniques and vast tomes contained within. This resolution was a product of Chi Feiyan's careful deliberation, prompted by the realization that the strength of the human cultivators was still woefully inadequate, with significant gaps in capability. The majority lacked spiritual roots and thus could not cultivate, while only a small fraction could. Among these, the human realm cultivators constituted nearly 90%, with only a meager 1 to 2% achieving the earth realm, and an even rarer few reaching the heavenly realm. Consequently, she aspired to swiftly elevate the overall strength of human cultivators, enhancing their chances against the demonic races in the future. Naturally, the more critical cultivation techniques, which formed the foundation of the Mirror Void Domains standing in the southern wilderness, would remain safeguarded in the 4th and 5th levels of the library. While the first 3 levels contained numerous techniques, they were exclusively tailored for those at the intermediate earth realm and below, and the quality of these techniques was merely mediocre. Nevertheless, for many practitioners from smaller factions and independent cultivators, this was an extraordinary boon. Most sects or individuals cherished their own secrets, leading to a scarcity of available cultivation methods in the market, making it particularly arduous for solitary cultivators. Thus, Chi Feiyan's willingness to open the library for public access appeared to these individuals as a fortuitous windfall, almost overwhelming in its magnitude. Following a profound silence, the hall erupted into cheers. Heavens, how magnanimous is Lady Qi! Indeed, I spent years saving to barely acquire a scroll of inferior human realm techniques. It was worth the arduous journey with my congratulatory gifts to celebrate Lady Qi's ascension. This is my just reward. This is splendid. In my latter years, I have remained at the intermediate human realm with only a decade of life left, and I believed I had no hope of advancement. Yet unexpectedly, I must seize this opportunity and strive for a breakthrough. The hall was filled with expressions of exhilaration, some even collapsing onto tables in tears of joy. Thank you, Lord Qi. Thank you, Lady Qi. The expressions of gratitude echoed fervently, lasting for an extended period. The leaders of several major factions exchanged glances, astonished yet quickly discerning Chi Feiyan's intentions behind the library's opening. Thus, could it be that her words regarding the demonic race's impending invasion held truth? Chi Feiyan refrained from publicly addressing the matter of the demonic race's potential incursion within the hall, aiming to prevent widespread panic among the populace. This matter has been discussed in secret with other leaders, and it is likely that upon their return, regardless of their belief, they will begin to covertly investigate whether there has been any infiltration of the demon race within their territories. In her past life, the demon race's offensive commenced a decade later. In this life, her various actions will likely arouse the vigilance of the demon race, thereby altering their plans and precipitating an earlier war against humanity. This is precisely what Chi Feiyan hopes for. having been granted a second chance. She yearns for a swift resolution, ideally within 3 years, to eradicate this grave crisis. The longer the conflict drags on, the more disadvantageous the situation becomes for humanity. In just a few years, the demon race will witness the emergence of several formidable celestial realm warriors. The destructive power of a celestial realm warrior can rival that of 1,000 troops. Thus, it is most advantageous to engage in battle before the demon race's higher-ranked warriors become numerous, by ensuring the demons are unable to flourish and decisively suppressing them. A period of peace lasting over a century can be attained. Chapter 47. It is your fortune, you wretched servant, that I have taken a liking to you. After concluding her remarks regarding the library, Chi Feiyan raised her hand to signal for silence among the crowd before speaking again. Today, as we gather in unity, I wish to recruit talents, particularly those rare practitioners of arcane arts. We are in dire need of experts in the fields of Qimen Duanjia, formations, talismans, and alchemical medicine. Those willing to join the Mirror Void domain shall not be treated poorly. After the midday feast, interested practitioners may register at the designated area beside the side hall. With thousands in attendance, many of whom are adept in these disciplines, excitement buzzed through the crowd as they eagerly anticipated the opportunity to enlist after the banquet. Following a few concluding remarks, Chi Feiyan refrained from further elaboration, allowing everyone to take their seats and announcing the commencement of the meal. The grand hall gradually filled with lively chatter as guests savored exquisite wines and delicacies, discussing the recent peculiar occurrences within the cultivation world. Feng Wuhuan busied himself, balancing a tray as he served dishes to nearly 100 tables, focusing on the 20 nearest to the front. With each trip, the pain in his right ankle intensified, causing beads of sweat to form. Distracted by the discomfort, he failed to notice that as he delivered a dish to one table, a somewhat inebriated female cultivator's eyes brightened at the sight of him. This young man's visage was undeniably exquisite, yet he appeared to have a slight limp. Nevertheless, a minor flaw only heightens one's allure. Thus, as she sipped her wine, the female cultivator fixated on Feng Wuhuan, and when he returned with another freshly prepared dish, she suddenly seized his wrist. Engrossed in maintaining his balance to prevent spilling the food, Feng Wuhuan was momentarily taken aback when he felt her grip. Lifting his gaze, he found her wearing a teasing expression. "Young man, you are truly handsome. Stop your work and come sit beside me." She patted her thigh, beckoning him closer. Feng Wuhuan's demeanor hardened. He recognized her as Chu Yuanyong, the daughter of the head of the Yuxing sect, one of the prominent factions in the southern wilderness. It was said that her father, Chu Hanchuan, dotes on her greatly, having even constructed a residence within the sect specifically for her to collect handsome men, which was rumored to currently host nearly 100. Even his elder sister, Chi Qinghe, had lamented her inability to compete with her. Feng Wuhuan attempted to withdraw his hand, but alas, her cultivation level was at the initial stage of Earth Realm, while he was merely in the human realm, and the lingering injuries from the shattered spirit lock pulse pill hindered his escape. "Esteemed guest, I still have duties to attend to. Kindly release my hand," he implored, striving once more to free himself. Chu Yuanyong merely laughed derisively. "Little one, what pretense? You've flitted back and forth before me so many times. Haven't you sought to capture my attention?" Feng Wuhuan's expression darkened further. "You are mistaken, esteemed guest. I am merely serving the dishes as is customary." Chu Yurong let out a cold snort, and under the influence of intoxication, disregarded Feng Wuhuan's resistance. She abruptly pulled him to her front, intent on making an inappropriate advance. Feng Wuhuan was instantly thrown into a state of panic, a fleeting sense of humiliation flashing in his eyes. "Let go!" He raised his voice, and as he sensed her hand nearing his collar, in a moment of desperation, he swung a fist directly at her nose. Chu Yurong had not anticipated that a mere servant would be so audacious as to strike her. In her drunken state, she failed to react in time and was struck squarely. Once she regained her composure, fury surged within her. She unleashed her spiritual power, sending Feng Wuhuan flying across the room, and slammed her palm onto the table in indignation. "You insolent wretch! It is a privilege for you that I have taken an interest in you. The commotion drew the attention of everyone present in the hall. On the high platform, Chi Feiyan sat at the principal seat, flanked by several esteemed elders from the Qinglou domain and 9 leaders from the southern wilderness. Hearing the disturbance below, the dignitaries turned their gazes toward the scene. The grand elder, Jiang Xian, furrowed his brows and inquired, "What is happening?" The second elder, Chi Qinghe, along with Yu Su, also turned their attention to the unfolding drama. Chi Qinghe, with a look of surprise, exclaimed, "Ah, it's that brazen woman who drugged you before. What mischief is she up to now?" Yu Su merely glanced over before returning his gaze, calmly scooping some soup into a small bowl and placing it in front of Chi Qinghe. "Darling, drink your soup." Caught off guard, Chi Qinghe nearly choked on the term of endearment. Of course, she was the one who had taught him to call her that. However, Yu Su's demeanor was so cold and serious that even such an intimate address felt as though she were being called upon by a teacher. Yet, this incongruity only endeared him to Chi Qinghe even more. "Hee, Su, you are truly adorable," she declared, leaning in to plant a quick kiss on his cheek, causing Yu Su's face to flush. Meanwhile, Feng Wuhuan, having been hurled away, spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked up to see Chi Feiyan on the high platform, casting a glance in his direction, her expression somewhat indifferent. Rising to his knees, he felt a twinge of anxiety in his heart. Had he stirred trouble for her again? On the other side, Chu Yurong was fuming. "Elder Jiang, it is a privilege for this servant to be favored by me, yet this ungrateful wretch dares to lay hands on me." Jiang Xian glanced at Feng Wuhuan, recalling that he was the servant acquired by the Lord. He cast a sidelong glance at Chi Feiyan, his curiosity piqued. In the grand hall, the crowd murmured amongst themselves, their gazes filled with intrigue. "Isn't that the fearsome female demon that makes even the most handsome male cultivators tremble? It is her. I hear she has played to death numerous male cultivators, and practices the art of yin and yang." "Shoo, keep your voice down. Are you seeking death? Did you not see that servant? He is undeniably handsome. No wonder he caught Chu Yurong's eye. From what she implies, that male servant was the one who seduced her, deliberately flaunting himself before her. Is this a game of feigned indifference?" The crowd within the hall buzzed with whispered conversations. Those eager to curry favor with the Yushin Gate began to vocally accuse Feng Wuhuan of feigned superiority, even claiming to have witnessed him deliberately lingering by Chu Yurong's table to attract attention. Feng Wuhuan's face paled as he attempted to speak in his defense, but the cacophony of voices quickly drowned him out. He pressed his lips together, resigning himself to silence. Observing this, Chu Yurong's expression grew increasingly triumphant. "This wretched slave, even adorned with a collar. How convenient. I need not provide an additional one. Humph. Watch how I train you tonight." On the high platform, Chi Qinghe could no longer contain her impatience. Her little slave Yin Yin had yet to be served, and she would not allow an outsider to benefit, even if Yin Yin did not eat. She would rather let it rot in the courtyard of Yinshi residence than allow it to fall into Chu Yurong's hands. With this in mind, she called out loudly, "Chu, how can you be so shameless? This slave belongs to our Jingshu domain. You cannot simply take him away as you please." Chapter 48. Ku swore that she harbored no ill intentions towards Lady Chu. Lost in thoughts of how she would torment Chu Yurong upon bringing her back, she was suddenly interrupted by Chi Qinghe's words, prompting a cold laugh. "Chi Qinghe, why do you meddle in matters that do not concern you? Are you perhaps infatuated with this little slave? If so, let's make a trade. I shall relinquish this small slave in exchange for your esteemed companion. What say you?" As Chu Yurong spoke, her gaze roamed over Yu Su, revealing a smile laden with meaning. Years ago, she had coveted the aloof beauty of Yu Su, nearly succeeding in her pursuit until Chi Qinghe's timely intervention thwarted her plans. Now, although Yu Su was married, the allure of his status as a husband only served to deepen her fascination. Upon hearing this, Chi Qinghe, observing Chu Yurong's lewd gaze on Yu Su, slammed her chopsticks onto the table in frustration and rose to her feet. "Oh, my temper!" Chi Feiyan paused, sensing her sister's impending outburst. Just as she contemplated finding something to block her ears, it was already too late. "Chu Yurong, you wretched person, with that visage of yours, You dare to entertain such fantasies? The only feature I can envy about you is your skin, which is as unyieldingly thick as it is flawless. How dare you covet my man? If you cannot endure solitude, then build yourself a brothel. With just you alone, you could sustain the entire establishment. Simply reclining there, you'd rake in fortunes. You cannot possibly die from beauty. Have you even glanced at your own form, polished to a shine, with your clothes off? You wouldn't need a candle at night, would you? Chi Feiyan, he unleashed a torrent of scathing remarks. Her fury ignited by memories of how close Yusu had come to being sullied by this Chu woman. Old grievances and new resentments surged within her. The elders of the Jiangsu domain, while acquainted with Chi Feiyan's fierce disposition, either gazed skyward or continued their meals, ostensibly unfazed by the unfolding drama. The hall was filled with many who were witnessing Chi Feiyan's verbal prowess for the first time, their eyes wide in astonishment, utterly captivated. Beside her, Yusu gently tugged at her hand, offering a cup of warm water. Darling, you must be exhausted from your tirade. Have some warm water to soothe yourself. Fear not. Even if it cost me my life, I would never stoop to desiring such filth. Do not be upset. His tone was earnest, his palm gently patting her back, never once casting a glance at Chu Yurong, as if wishing to avoid tainting his vision. At this moment, Chu Yurong was seething with rage, her fury rendering her speechless. Frustrated and intoxicated, she chose silence, rising abruptly and lunging at Chi Feiyan with her sword raised. Chi Feiyan's gaze turned icy. However, with her brother-in-law present, she need not intervene. Finally, Yusu lifted his gaze, his eyes cold, yet concealing a barely perceptible hint of menace. He quickly pulled Chi Feiyan behind him, seizing a wooden chopstick and flicking it with his fingertip. The chopstick shot forth, colliding with the sword tip. To everyone's astonishment, the wooden chopstick did not shatter against the sharp blade. Rather, it cleaved through the sword's tip effortlessly. The wooden chopsticks sliced through the center of the sword's body, cleaving it in two until they disappeared into the hilt. Chu Yurong was also forcibly pushed back by the formidable spiritual energy clinging to the chopsticks. Once the chopsticks were thrown, Yusu turned and assisted Chi Feiyan in sitting down again, seemingly unfazed by whether the chopsticks had succeeded in repelling the opponent. As if she had anticipated their potency, a look of astonishment crossed Chu Yurong's face. It was evident that Yusu's cultivation was superior to hers. She lifted her gaze towards the distinguished guests seated across from her. Father, the individuals from the Mirror Void domain are truly overstepping their bounds. I implore you to take a stand for your daughter. Chi Feiyan, he was displeased and murmured to Chu Yurong. How old are you? Aren't you past the weaning stage? Resorting to seeking out elders when you can't win an argument. How embarrassing. Chui Wezong, Yin Fuzaitet, pointed an accusatory finger at Chi Feiyan. Chi Feiyan, do you believe you are so much better than I? You are unaware, but before marrying you, Yusu had his fair share of suitors. Yusu did not even glance at Chu Yurong, his demeanor indifferent as he replied, Lady Chu, you jest. No matter how many men Qing he has encountered, as long as she consents to allow me to be the last, I shall be content. Moreover, in my eyes, Qing, he is the epitome of purity. How dare you, a being of filth, compare yourself? The title of Lady Chu and Yusu's words nearly sent Chu Yurong into a fit of rage. Meanwhile, in the guest area, Chu Hanchuan wore a dark expression, directing his displeasure towards Chi Feiyan. Leader Chi, your second elder couple possesses quite the silver tongue. Merely a slave, and yet they speak so harshly to my daughter. What do you intend to do about this? Chi Feiyan swirled the clear wine in his cup, refraining from answering Chu Hanchuan, instead casting his gaze upon the figure still kneeling decorously. What has transpired? She inquired, her voice pierced through the air, causing Feng Wu Huan to stiffen momentarily, realizing the leader was inquiring about him. He hastily lifted his head, observing his panicked expression. Chi Feiyan, he quickly reassured him. Do not be afraid. Simply recount what happened, and we shall advocate on your behalf. Feng Wu Huan felt a warmth in his heart. His sister was still protective of him, just as she had been in their past lives. Even though his current status was no longer that of a brother-in-law, she still felt a sense of duty to protect him as a servant of the Mirror Void domain. Returning to the leader, I was merely serving dishes. Due to some pain in my right foot, I walked slowly and did not intentionally linger by this Lady Chu's table. Furthermore, it is my responsibility to serve, which requires me to make numerous trips to each table. Thus, there is no intention of approaching or seducing her. He explained his situation with utmost sincerity, as if fearful that the noble lady would not believe him, adding, "I swear, I harbor no covetous thoughts towards Lady Chu." Chi-ching, he stifled a laugh. This little slave bought by Yin Yin possesses quite the charm, even echoing Yusu's words by referring to her as Lady Chu. Following her laugh, the guests in the grand hall, despite their efforts to suppress their amusement, could no longer contain themselves and burst into laughter. Madame Chu, such a title is indeed. Speaking of which, Chu Yuanyong appears to be in her 40s or 50s, yet she exudes the youthful essence of a woman in her 20s. For a practitioner at the Earth Realm, she remains quite youthful. The incessant calls of Madame Chu ignited a tempest of fury within her eyes. While it might be tolerable coming from Chi Chingha or Yusu, who are of comparable status, what audacity does this lowly servant possess to humiliate her in front of so many? The pent-up rage within Chu Yuanyong found its target in the kneeling Feng Wuhuan by her side. Is he not the one pretending to be aloof? She resolved to publicly strip him of his garments, binding him to a pillar in the grand hall, indulging in her whims while allowing others to observe. And then she would relish in his fall from grace. Once she had thoroughly humiliated him, she would plunge her sword into him, thus quenching the hatred that simmered in her heart. Chu Yuanyong was accustomed to her domineering ways. In the past, to the Yuxing sect, she had often engaged in such acts. Men who refused to submit to her would find themselves bound in the sect's grand plaza, subjected to public humiliation, until they could bear it no longer and chose to end their own lives. Chu Yuanyong extended her hand, her fingers curling like talons, drawing the kneeling Feng Wuhuan towards her with overwhelming spiritual power, seizing his collar as the earth realm energy enveloped him, leaving him utterly defenseless. Lowly servant, I have changed my mind. I do not intend to enjoy your body alone. Feng Wuhuan was momentarily taken aback, but as he sensed her hand creeping towards his belt, he suddenly grasped her intentions. Chapter 49. She is merely a child. What does she understand? Panic engulfed Feng Wuhuan, and his mind momentarily went blank. Under the oppressive force of the earthly realm, he found himself bereft of any resistance, but doing so would reveal to the Lord that he had been reborn. What should he do? How should he respond? Could he endure the humiliation of being stripped bare before so many witnesses? No, absolutely not. In desperation, he cast a pleading gaze towards the woman seated high above, tremblingly calling out, "Lord, Lord!" Helplessness clouded the allure of her peach blossom eyes. Yet, when confronted with her cold gaze, Feng Wuhuan's heart plummeted. Indeed, the Lord despised him, loathed him deeply. How could she possibly come to his aid? The courage he had mustered to seek her help dissipated in an instant. He clutched tightly to his clothing, but the collar constricted around his neck, suffocating him slightly, the iron band chafing painfully against his throat. Chu Yuanyong seized the collar at the back of his neck, dragging him a short distance across the ground. His collar had been roughly torn open by her, exposing half of his shoulder. He could hardly tend to the painful constriction around his neck and instead desperately wrapped his arms around his torso, curling his body to prevent his clothing from being easily torn away. A tense silence enveloped the hall. Some cultivators, disapproving of the scene, considered intervening but were kindly restrained by their companions. This was no longer merely the plight of a small servant. It had escalated into a covert power struggle between two great factions. They, the insignificant ones, should simply remain in the shadows, enjoying their feasts. It was best not to interfere, lest they find themselves in mortal peril. Feng Wuhuan understood this well. Had any other inhabitant of the mirror void been the focal point of this confrontation, the Lord would have acted long ago. Bitterness filled his heart as he realized the opponent had indeed chosen him, the one the Lord harbored a profound hatred for. Perhaps the Lord would disregard the outcome of this contest and abandon him entirely. With a sudden rip of fabric and the ensuing chill against his back, Feng Wuhuan's fear reached its zenith. However, just as despair threatened to consume him, a surge of terrifying spiritual energy erupted, sending Chu Yuetong, who had intended to continue tearing at his clothing, hurtling away. In the next moment, a cloak enveloped him. Unbeknownst to him, Chi Feiyan had vanished from the high platform and reappeared beside Feng Wuhuan in a flash. Qi Qinghe let out a sigh of relief. She had been poised to intervene, but Yisu had advised her to wait and see how her sister would choose to handle the situation. Feng Wuhuan quickly wrapped the cloak around himself, shielding his back. When he looked up to see the Lord, joy erupted in his eyes like a shattered silver vase, radiating from the corners of his eyes and brows. The Lord had come to his rescue. A slight smile tugged at the corners of his lips, which he struggled to suppress. Yet his eyes sparkled with delight. The charming curve of his peach blossom gaze resembling a crescent moon. Chu Yuetong, having been knocked back, was caught by her father, Chu Hanchuan, who questioned darkly, "What is the meaning of this, Lord Qi? Merely a small slave. If my daughter has taken a liking to him, then he shall be given to her." Chi Feiyan's expression remained unchanged, her tone calm. "Lord Chu, your daughter first insulted my sister's husband, and then, without regard for propriety, shamelessly disrespected a man in public. It is said that a lack of proper upbringing falls on the parents. I hope, Lord Chu, you will take the time to educate your beloved daughter." Chu Hanchuan scoffed. Leader Qi truly has a talent for turning truth into falsehood. It was your sister who spoke vile words, provoking my daughter, who is normally well-mannered and never uses foul language, to lose her composure in anger. And now, you dare to blame my daughter? Qi Qinghe, incensed by his words, slammed her hands on the table. Nonsense. What foul language? I call this eloquence. You know nothing. When one speaks their mind, their heart is cleansed. Unlike some, whose hearts are as dark as a black hole, yet still proclaim to have clean mouths. Seeing Qi Qinghe, a mere mortal, daring to challenge him, especially after she had just insulted his daughter, anger surged within Chu Hanchuan. He coldly barked, "Impudence!" He swung his hand, sending a powerful strike towards her. Even from a distance of several steps, if struck by that forceful energy, she would surely suffer grievously. Chi Feiyan stepped forward, blocking the full force of the strike. The overwhelming spiritual power dissipated into nothingness under her command. However, having only recently entered the celestial realm, her strength was slightly inferior to that of the seasoned Chu Hanchuan, causing her to stagger back a step. Fortunately, in her previous life, she had spent 10 years in the celestial realm. The flow of spiritual energy and combat techniques were second nature to her. If a true fight ensued, she would not necessarily lose to Chu Hanchuan. The moment Chu Hanchuan's attack was thwarted, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Wasn't Chi Feiyan a newcomer to the celestial realm? Logically, her realm should not yet be solidified. How could she so easily withstand a strike? Though he had remained at the lower tier of the celestial realm for many years, he was not someone that a novice like Chi Feiyan could contend with. On the side, Chu Yurong failed to grasp the situation. Seeing her father's spiritual power push Chi Feiyan back a step, she assumed he had gained the upper hand and immediately began to shout, "Father, quickly help me teach them a lesson. And that little slave too. Today, I shall take him back and dismember him, turning him into a plaything to torment, thus easing the resentment in my heart." Her words flowed forth as if such cruel methods were commonplace, sending shivers down the spines of those present, who could not help but feel a deeper sympathy for the handsome men she had forcibly taken as her playthings. Chi Feiyan's voice turned icy. "Lord Chu, you visit my mirror void domain as a guest, yet allow your daughter to wreak havoc at the banquet. What reasoning is this?" Chu Hanchuan scoffed dismissively. "She is merely a child. What can she understand? Were it not for your repeated refusals to give her that little slave, would she behave this way?" On the high platform, upon hearing this classic retort, Chi Qinghe could not help but chuckle. Is this what the cultivation world considers a troublesome child and a troublesome parent? How absurd. The crowd in the grand hall exchanged glances, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Yun Yi, who had been quietly spectating, had even forgotten to wave his folding fan, murmuring in shock, "Ah, is this child over 50? Shu Wan placed the dishes from the tray before Yun Yi, her gaze profound as she remarked, "Young Master Yun, with your striking handsomeness, You must be cautious of being noticed by that Chu Yu Rong, otherwise your reputation may be at stake. Yin Yi, intrigued, inquired, are the servants so talkative nowadays? Yet, you are not mistaken. That woman is indeed rather fierce. Shu Wan smiled meaningfully and turned to leave. Yun Yi found himself somewhat bewildered, sensing the peculiar nature of this servant. However, he did not ponder it further, as his attention was once again drawn to the scene ahead. Chapter 50. In the dimly lit chamber, Chu Hanchuan succumbed to his daughter's relentless persuasion, proposing a deal to acquire the slave for 100 inferior spirit stones. Chu Yiming fixed her cold gaze upon Feng Wuhuan, her eyes gleaming with determination. The shift from forceful seizure to a willingness to negotiate represented a significant concession, offering both the Mirror Void Realm and Chi Feiyan a graceful exit. 100 inferior spirit stones were no trifling matter, equating to a substantial sum in silver. The onlookers within the hall collectively exhaled in relief, hoping that this matter could be resolved amicably. Otherwise, the confrontation between the two formidable figures would be truly alarming. Kneeling on the frigid ground, Feng Wuhuan felt the initial joy wane, his complexion paling, though he suspected the Lord would refuse, as she likely wished to keep him in the Mirror Void Realm to exact her revenge personally. He couldn't help but wonder, what if the Lord believed that handing him over to Chu Yiming, with her cruel methods, would serve her better? His thoughts spiraled into a tempest of anxiety, compelling him to inch closer. "My lord, I beseech you, do not sell me." Chi Feiyan, seemingly oblivious, turned to Chu Yiming and inquired with a detached tone, "Is 100 inferior spirit stones truly the price for a mere servant?" Such generosity is indeed difficult to resist. Suddenly, she shifted her gaze to Feng Wuhuan, a soft chuckle escaping her lips. "What do you think?" Realizing Chi Feiyan was addressing him, Feng Wuhuan shook his head vigorously, his face etched with resistance, his eyes brimming with pleading and terror. I do not wish to be sold, my lord. Please don't," he implored, bowing deeply until his forehead pressed against the cold, unyielding floor, too fearful to lift his gaze, dreading an answer he could not bear. Chi Feiyan coldly averted her gaze, scoffing lightly. "If you are unwilling, why do you kneel here? Is there no place for you to kneel in the smoke evening residence?" Feng Wuhuan paused, momentarily stunned, before grasping the Lord's implication. The earlier panic gradually subsided, replaced by a dazed realization. The Lord would not sell him. Yes, he would return and kneel in peace. He joyfully replied, fearing a change of heart from the Lord, and without further ado, he hurriedly rose, disregarding the pain in his ankle, and limped swiftly from the grand hall. Seeing him attempt to leave, Chu Yiming called out for him to stop, intent on intervening, but was blocked by Chi Feiyan. Thus, the dispute concluded with the furious departure of Chu Hanchuan and Chu Yiming. The banquet continued, largely unaffected, yet the spectacle provided ample fodder for conversation among the guests. Upon returning to the inner courtyard of the smoke evening residence, Feng Wuhuan removed the cloak draped over his shoulders. After a moment's thought, he fetched water to wash his garments. The back of his shirt bore a tear, and he carefully washed it, intending to mend it once it dried. The cloak given to him by the Lord was evidently feminine, appearing to have been worn by her previously, though he could not perceive its scent. He could easily imagine the faint aroma of delicate flowers lingering upon it. It was a most singular fragrance, interwoven with the crispness of the pine and the elegance of gardenias. He meticulously washed it many times, preparing to return it to the Lord. Once all tasks were completed, Feng Wuhuan found a spot in the courtyard to kneel. It was uncertain when the Lord would return, but given the complexities of the flowing banquet today, the Lord would likely be engaged with the guests and would not return too soon. It was just past noon, and he would probably have to kneel for several hours before the Lord arrived. Feng Wuhuan touched the collar around his neck, cautiously adjusting its position. Previously, due to the pulling by Chu Yurong, his neck had been chafed in several places, the wounds burning with pain. In his movements, the iron collar inevitably brushed against the wounds, causing considerable discomfort. In truth, his neck had often been reddened and even broken open due to the constant wear of the iron collar. He knelt in the courtyard for an interminable duration, from dawn until dusk, yet still no sign of the Lord's return. His knees, which had begun to ache slightly, now throbbed with a piercing pain. Though his previously fractured knee had healed, it had not been treated properly, and the frequent kneeling or the tension of bending his knees throughout the night had left lingering injuries. Thus, while shorter periods of kneeling were bearable, prolonged kneeling was excruciating. Moment by moment, beads of cold sweat formed on Feng Wuhuan's forehead, his complexion turning pale, yet he gritted his teeth and endured. The Lord had commanded him to kneel in Yinchi residence. If the Lord returned and did not see him kneeling, he would be displeased. Rather than being taken back by Chu Yurong, he would prefer to kneel to death in Yinchi residence. Reflecting on how the Lord had bestowed upon him a cloak at a critical moment and permitted his return to Yinchi residence, Feng Wuhuan's heart fluttered uncontrollably. It felt as though a butterfly were hidden in his chest, its wings gently fluttering, evoking a delightful itch. It was akin to savoring a piece of candy in his mouth, reluctant to swallow it, allowing it to melt slowly on his tongue, the sweetness gradually pervading his entire mouth. Even the pain in his knees seemed more bearable. In the tranquil night, the creaking sound was strikingly clear, the sound of the courtyard door being pushed open. Feng Wuhuan's form trembled slightly, but quickly steadied as he raised his head to look. The Lord had returned. "My lord," he called, his voice hoarse. Chi Feiyan's brow was marked with weariness. She cast him a fleeting glance. Her eyes shadowed with coldness, and without uttering a word, she brushed past him and entered the room. Feng Wuhuan was momentarily stunned, then bitterly smiled to himself. He would likely be kneeling here all night. Cautiously, he shifted his knee, the excruciating sensation causing him to involuntarily brace himself with his hands on his thighs, bending forward with a muffled groan. Initially, he had been kneeling toward the courtyard door, but after some time, he managed to turn his body to face the room's entrance. Once he adjusted his position, Feng Wuhuan lowered his head, striving to ignore the pain in his knees. Focusing his gaze inward, preparing to endure the long, sleepless night. The following morning, as Chi Feiyan opened the door, she beheld the figure still kneeling there. He knelt in a position that was less than proper, not in a straight kneel, but rather seated on his calves, his head slightly bowed, inching forward. His form leaned slightly, with his hands resting on his legs. "Who taught you to kneel like this?" The familiar, icy voice jolted Feng Wuhuan back to a semblance of awareness. His body was excessively frail, having managed to remain in this position until now. His consciousness was hazy and he felt drowsy, oblivious even to Chi Feiyan's emergence from the door. "My lord," realizing it was Chi Feiyan, Feng Wuhuan managed to call out, his voice so weak it barely lingered in the air. He intended to adjust his posture, yet the pain in his knees and calves elicited a soft whimper from him. Chi Feiyan's gaze fell upon his strikingly handsome face. The tone of his voice inscrutable. 100 low-grade spirit stones. "Feng Wuhuan, I didn't expect you to hold such value." Feng Wuhuan did not grasp the meaning behind these words and could only muster his strength to respond cautiously. "I'm not worth much." Chi Feiyan remained non-committal, his tone indifferent. "Not worth much? Huh. Yet someone is willing to spend lavishly on you. Indeed, it seems you have been trained well at the Qinhuai Tower. Even as a mere delivery, you managed to entice others. Is this your attempt to seize an opportunity to escape?" Chapter 51. If the Servant Says. Upon first meeting the Lord, Chi Feiyan vaguely recalled that among Chu Yuanzhong's male favorites, there was a demon. However, she was uncertain whether there was any further connection to the demon clan. If the Yuxing sect had indeed established ties with the demon clan so early on, then Feng Wuhuan, being the son of the demon king, could have been orchestrating a performance at the banquet to either seize the opportunity to escape or to pledge his loyalty. Given that he had chosen not to leave, it seemed he was preparing to demonstrate his allegiance and earn her trust. Unbeknownst to Feng Wuhuan, who was eager to clarify, Chi Feiyan's thoughts were elsewhere. "My lord, I have never contemplated leaving. From the moment you purchased me, my life has belonged to you. I would never entertain any treachery." Chi Feiyan's eyes were colder than ever. After buying him, she had subjected him to torment. Any ordinary person would have harbored deep resentment towards her. Yet he spoke with such grandiloquence, utterly hypocritical. How could one offer unwavering loyalty without cause? It was merely the cunning ambition of a wolf lying in wait for the opportune moment. She focused intently on his face, which was masked with an impeccable fa, impressed him further. So, if it were Chu Yuanzhong who purchased you that day at the Qianhuai Tower, then your loyalty would lie with her, correct? Feng Wuhuan had been kneeling for quite some time, his knees aching fiercely, and his muddled mind could scarcely function. Upon hearing her question, he failed to perceive that Chi Feiyan was merely testing him, and instinctively answered without a moment's pause. No, I'm only loyal to you. Regardless of who buys me, I shall not be loyal to them. Please, do not sell me to anyone else. I wish to remain by your side. The terror of nearly being taken by Chu Yuanzhong lingered in his mind. How could he possibly be loyal to her simply because she purchased him? Thus, he instinctively pleaded with his lord not to abandon him, asserting his loyalty solely to her. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his words only reinforced Chi Feiyan's suspicions. He first claimed that his loyalty stemmed from her purchase, but when pressed, he contradicted himself, declaring that he would be loyal regardless of who acquired him. How absurdly hypocritical. A chill ran through her as she let out a low laugh. Feng Wuhuan, I truly detest those who lie. No, my lord, I have not lied, he exclaimed, desperately attempting to defend himself. Chi Feiyan interrupted him. You said that because I bought you, your life belongs to me. Thus, this loyalty is predicated on the fact of your purchase. Therefore, if anyone else had bought you, the outcome would be the same, would it not? Or do you have other reasons for your loyalty to me? Were they? Do you harbor ulterior motives? Or perhaps, guilt? Feng Wuhuan finally sensed something amiss. His foggy mind cleared abruptly, causing him to break into a cold sweat. His heart pounded as if it would leap from his throat. Guilt? Had his lord discerned something? A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind, yet his face betrayed nothing but paleness. Seeing him stammer, unable to articulate a single word, Chi Feiyan scoffed coldly. What? Can you not find an answer? Feng Wuhuan lowered his head and hesitantly murmured, No, you are different. In what way? He fell silent once more, uncertain of how to respond. No matter how he answered, it would expose flaws in his words. He could not reveal that he had been reborn. He was acutely aware that his inexplicable loyalty and obedience had aroused her suspicions, yet he found himself unable to stand in opposition to her. Speak, Chi Feiyan admonished coldly, her brow furrowing. Feng Wuhuan lifted his head, a pale smile gracing his lips as he stammered if I were to say that I am infatuated with my lord. Before he could utter the final word, his body was violently thrown aside, blood gushing forth. You are utterly foolish. Her voice was devoid of warmth, icy and unfeeling. Feng Wuhuan, from this day forth, you shall kneel for an hour in the Hanming prison after your labor, each day. With that, she turned and strode out of the courtyard, ignoring him completely. Feng Wuhuan clutched his chest, a resigned smile tugging at his lips. This method proved effective. At least it had incited her anger, causing her to cease her relentless questioning. The price, however, was his punishment. An hour of kneeling in the Hanming prison each day, a punishment undeniably severe. The Hanming prison was, in fact, a cavern of profound ice, where the cold was bone-chilling. Ordinary individuals could scarcely endure a quarter of an hour without suffering frostbite. For practitioners of the human realm, even half an hour was the limit, exceeding that would inevitably lead to injury from a cold. Moreover, frequent exposure could invite the frigid poison into the body, which, once contracted, would result in a lifetime of suffering and diminished longevity. Thus, a daily punishment of kneeling for an hour was reserved for those guilty of grave transgressions. Under normal circumstances, disciples of the human realm within the mirror void would face a maximum of 1 to 2 quarters of kneeling for serious mistakes, and even then, it would not exceed 3 times a month. Clutching his aching chest, Feng Wuhuan took considerable time to rise, recalling that the Lord had instructed him to kneel only after his labor. Thus, he still had work to attend to. The flowing water banquet lasted for 7 days, and during this time, Chi Feiyan would be exceedingly busy. Once the recruitment announcement was posted, many flocked to the registration office. The one responsible for overseeing the recruitment was Hong Mo, the 6th elder of the Mirror Void. The Mirror Void was home to 7 elders. The first elder, Jiang Xian, was adept at manipulation. The second elder, Chi Feiyan, was known for her sharp tongue. The third elder, Su Muxiwe, possessed profound knowledge and currently presided over the library pavilion. The fourth elder, Lu Chun, was a swordsman who had been traveling for over 3 years without return. The fifth elder, Shun Xinzi, excelled in the arts of alchemy and poison. The sixth elder, Hong Imo, specialized in formations and talismans, and the seventh elder, Xielai Kai, had a penchant for commerce. With enterprises scattered across the four wastelands and rarely present within the mirror void. When Chi Feiyan arrived, Hong Imo was conducting assessments in the training grounds, where she had set up 3 formations, ranging from easy to difficult. However, most of the formation practitioners who had come to register could only make it to the first formation, with only a handful capable of deciphering the second, and none at all able to break the third. Witnessing yet another individual ensnared within the first formation, she sighed in exasperation and crossed the name off her list. "How goes it?" Chi Feiyan inquired as she approached Hong Imo. Hong Imo shook her head slightly, expressing her discontent. "They are merely of mediocre ability, barely competent as assistants. It is inconceivable to expect them to mend the formidable protective array that even I find quite challenging." Chi Feiyan remained silent for a moment before responding. "There is no need for haste. Today marks merely the second day of the flowing water banquet. Let us observe further. If all else fails, I shall devise another plan. Should I be unable to locate a skilled array master, I will resort to visiting those renowned array masters I am familiar with, offering them sufficient incentives to entice them to join us." Chapter 52. It is rare to encounter someone so thinly clad within the depths of the cold nether prison. Nonetheless, it is rumored throughout the realms that the most formidable array master is none other than Zhen Yuanzi. It is said that this great adept has attained an extraordinary level of mastery in the art of formations, to the extent that he can manipulate the very fabric of time and space through his arrays. Thus, he is revered by the world as the saint of arrays. While the notion of manipulating time and space may seem excessively mystical and undoubtedly embellished, one cannot deny that Master Zhen's expertise in formations is unparalleled. However, this venerable elder is said to dwell in seclusion within the abyss of otherworldly dimensions, rarely revealing himself to the outside world. His eccentric and reclusive nature has led to very few encounters with him. There have been instances where leaders of sects sought his counsel, hoping to enlist his assistance in establishing formidable defensive arrays for their clans, yet they often left without even catching a glimpse of him, nearly ensnared by his own formations. Over time, few have dared to provoke this elder. After pondering for a moment, Chi Feiyan resolved that once she had arranged matters in the mirror void domain, she would indeed seek out this elder, regardless of his willingness to assist. One must at least attempt to engage him. After lingering in the training ground and observing the array of practitioners gathered for assessments, she turned away in disappointment. Skilled array masters are exceedingly rare to find. Upon leaving the training ground, Chi Feiyan made her way to the library. It is worth mentioning that the decision to open the library had faced vehement opposition from the Grand Elder, Jiang Xian. The mere thought of Jiang Xian elicited a glimmer of coldness in Chi Feiyan's gaze. In her past life, this individual had betrayed the mirror void domain for the enticing promises of the demon clan, secretly undermining their defenses during the demon invasion, a significant factor contributing to the swift demise of the mirror void domain. Jiang Xian was adept at manipulation, boasting a multitude of disciples from his lineage. He maintained amicable relations with the inhabitants of the domain, presenting an appearance of benevolence and generosity. Removing such a deeply entrenched elder from the mirror void domain would not be an easy task. Yet Chi Feiyan had already begun to formulate a plan in her mind. She would gradually eliminate every potential threat to the mirror void domain, one by one. The library was nearly at full capacity, yet one could hear a pin drop. Each individual held a scroll of techniques or scriptures, engrossed in their studies, with the library only open for 7 days. They were eager to seize every moment to acquire as much knowledge as possible within the limited time frame. After all, in the cutthroat world of cultivation, every piece of knowledge that could enhance one's strength is invaluable, sometimes even worth one's life. This was especially true for those solitary cultivators without a sect, who faced even greater challenges due to their scarce resources. With free access to such knowledge, none would dare squander their time. The disciples of the mirror void domain, tasked with maintaining order in the library, had little to occupy their time and occasionally picked up a scroll to ponder. Upon seeing Chi Feiyan enter, everyone greeted her with warm smiles and slight nods, their faces reflecting gratitude or joy before returning to their readings. Chi Feiyan strode confidently past 3 layers of restrictive enchantments and ascended to the 4th floor. There, Su Mu was diligently sketching on a piece of paper. Upon noticing Chi Feiyan's arrival, he greeted her with a gentle smile. "Ah, little Yin has come. What brings you here?" Chi Feiyan's gaze fell upon the drawing, and she casually replied, "Were you sketching, Brother Su?" Su Mu smiled and remarked, "Didn't you ask me a few days ago to compile some information regarding the demon clan? Herein lies the map I have drawn, depicting the distribution of the demon factions and the geographical features based on the data I gathered. However, it is far from complete." He sighed softly, lamenting the fact that the demon clan had vanished for over a century, leaving scant records about them. Chi Feiyan leaned closer to observe, her brow furrowed in contemplation. She then pointed to a specific location. "Is this area a plain?" Su Mu affirmed, "Indeed, according to the ancient texts I have perused, there are no mountains or hills in this vicinity." Nodding in agreement, Chi Feiyan continued to discuss various aspects of the demon continent with Su Mu, referencing several ancient tomes. It was only after 2 hours that they exited the library and made their way to the council hall. Meanwhile, Feng Wuhuan had spent the entire day washing dishes in the kitchen. By the time night had fully descended, he had finally completed the task at hand. Dragging his weary feet, he prepared to head to the Hanming prison. Although he was aware of its location, he made a point to inquire for directions. Outside the Hanming prison stood 2 guards, both clad in thick cotton coats. Even while stationed at the cave entrance, they could feel waves of frigid air assaulting them. After inquiring about Feng Wuhuan's name, the younger guard's eyes widened in surprise. "You must kneel for an hour each day? What grave misdeed have you committed?" The young guard kindly cautioned, "Disciples punished in the Hanming prison are permitted to wear additional clothing. If you find it too cold, perhaps you should return and change into something warmer. Indeed, your attire is rather insufficient. I have never seen anyone enter the Hanming prison dressed so lightly. Most were several layers of thick cotton. Take heed, child. If you catch the cold poison, it could spell disaster." The older guard added, offering his advice. Feng Wuhuan, upon hearing this, managed a faint smile. Where would he procure such warm clothing, let alone several garments? He shook his head, replying, "Thank you for your concern, but I shall manage as I am." Upon hearing his self-reference and noticing the collar around his neck, the guards realized that Feng Wuhuan was not merely a disciple sent to be punished by the elders, but rather a slave. Slaves in the mirror void were often those who had committed crimes. To be sentenced to kneel for an hour each day implied a serious transgression. Exchanging glances, the guard's sympathy diminished, and they informed him that he would be notified through a voice stone when the time was up, subsequently allowing him to pass without further ado. Feng Wuhuan inclined his head slightly and limped further inside. As he ventured deeper, the cold intensified. The cave housed several illuminating orbs, and by their light, he gradually discerned the vertical ice stalagmites within the cavern. As he progressed, the blue ice enveloped the entirety of the cave, crystalline and exquisite, evoking awe. Yet, such beauty was suffocating. Finding a flat patch of solid ice, Feng Wuhuan knelt down. The chill seeped gradually from the ground into his knees, extending slowly throughout his body. He shivered involuntarily. At first, he managed to keep his hands at his sides, but within moments, he could no longer resist the urge to wrap his arms around himself for warmth. A sensation of alternating heat and cold enveloped him once more. Even before arriving at the cold abyss, he had sensed the onset of a high fever. Now, kneeling in this frigid cavern, he felt as if he were suspended between realms of ice and fire. Feng Wuhuan pressed his teeth against the tip of his tongue, the metallic taste of blood spreading through his mouth, and he clung to the excruciating pain radiating from his tongue to maintain a tenuous grip on consciousness. Each passing moment became an arduous trial. His lips gradually turned pale from the biting cold. The warm breath he exhaled coated his eyebrows and eyelashes with a delicate layer of frost. The piercing chill seemed to penetrate to the very marrow of his bones. slowly eroding his frail body. Chapter 53 let him first savor the bitter taste of the cold abyss. Feng Wuhuan embraced himself with both arms, trembling uncontrollably. His body seemed to seek warmth from the slight heat generated by his shivering, attempting to combat the piercing chill. The cave was devoid of daylight, and no timekeeping device was present, leaving Feng Wuhuan unable to ascertain how long he had been kneeling. Fortunately, there was a sound transmission stone within the cave, connected to the outside. Once the time was up, someone would notify him to emerge. As time wore on, Feng Wuhuan, in a haze of consciousness, could not care less about the propriety of his kneeling posture. He instinctively curled up as much as possible to preserve the scant warmth clinging to his body. The cold rendered him increasingly stiff. It has already been an hour, and I've called out 2 or 3 times that the time is up. Why isn't he the one who just entered come out yet? I don't know, you stay here. I'll go check. The young guard donned a thick coat from the side before stepping inside. In his foggy state, Feng Wuhuan heard the reminder from the sound transmission stone and attempted to rise and exit. However, he discovered he could not move. It felt as if his blood had frozen solid. With his icy fingers, he slowly rubbed his numb knees, trying to restore some sensation, but to little avail. Hey, what are you still kneeling for? Do you wish to freeze to death in there? It's time. Hurry up and come out. Feng Wuhuan turned his stiff neck, offering the guard a pained smile, struggling to utter a few words. I can't move. His teeth chattered, and his voice trembled involuntarily. The young guard furrowed his brow, stepped closer, and reached out to drag him. Feng Wuhuan, rigid as a statue, allowed himself to be pulled out of the cold abyss. Once outside, he sat at the cave's entrance for a long while, gradually regaining some sensation. Yet, this return to feeling was hardly a blessing. A torrent of pain surged from his restored skin, flesh, and even bones. Feng Wuhuan gasped softly in agony. His body had truly become increasingly fragile. After merely kneeling in the cold abyss for a short while, he felt so wretched. TSK, still refusing to heed warnings. Even if one enters wearing thick clothing, prolonged kneeling in the cold abyss can lead to cold poison, let alone. Do remember to dress warmly tomorrow. You are simply kind-hearted. He is just a punishment slave, after all, and it is well-deserved, so do not concern yourself with him. Feng Wuhuan, utterly drained of strength, could not muster the energy to respond. He remained silent for a moment longer before finally regaining the ability to move. Supporting himself against the wall, he stood and slightly bowed to the 2 guards. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Feng Wuhuan struggled to take steps, preparing to return to the Yanshu residence. However, his weakness was overwhelming. He stumbled after every 5 or 6 steps, and at one point, he tumbled down a flight of stairs. By the time he finally reached the Yanshu residence, he was bruised and battered all over. The inner courtyard was deserted. It was too late, and the Lord had likely retired for the night. Feng Wuhuan glanced at the sky, realizing he had perhaps only 1 or 2 hours left to rest. He unfastened the chain from the wooden post beside the doghouse, clasped it around his own collar, and after struggling to crawl into the doghouse, lost consciousness. In the following days, Chi Feiyan was preoccupied with social engagements, leaving early and returning late. Feng Wuhuan, however, was even busier, resulting in both of them not crossing paths for a time. Sitting in the council hall, Chi Feiyan perused a pile of documents and confidential reports presented by her subordinates. Chi Qinghe was also present. Noticing a shadow of worry on Chi Feiyan's brow, she inquired, Yin Yin, what troubles you? Chi Feiyan handed the letter in her hand to Chi Qinghe, saying, Sister, you will understand upon reading this. Chi Qinghe examined the contents of the letter and frowned. So many? This is indeed shocking. The more we investigate, the more startling the revelations. The paper listed at least a dozen individuals, all of whom were creatures lurking within the mirror void. This was merely the tip of the iceberg. Many more likely remained hidden in the shadows. Chi Feiyan was equally astonished. She was aware that more than one faction of demon spies was lurking in the mirror void. Yet she had not anticipated that it had become so compromised so early on. Chi Qinghe further asked, Yin Yin, how do you intend to handle this? Shall we root them all out and execute them? After a moment of contemplation, Chi Feiyan replied, There is no rush. The ones we have uncovered thus far are mere minnows. The true orchestrators remain concealed. We must avoid alarming the snakes in the grass for now. She needed to wait until these spies made contact with the Grand Elder Jiang Xian to gather more evidence of collusion with the demon clan before ensnaring them. Qi Qinghe recalled something and asked, "By the way, you mentioned that little slave is also of demon descent. Has he had any interactions with the individuals we have identified?" Chi Feiyan's gaze turned colder as she nodded. Indeed, she had not anticipated that even the servant quarters would harbor demons. On the day of the servant quarters holiday last month, she had dispatched undercover agents to investigate the lurking demons and discovered a certain Shu, one whose movements were rather suspicious. He had even gone out to purchase talismans to conceal his aura. When the agents approached Shu Wan, the pointer of the demon identification device had noticeably reacted, indicating that he was indeed a demon. Moreover, according to the latest intelligence, Feng Wuhuan had been in close contact with Shu Wan, who had frequently saved portions of his own food to share with Feng Wuhuan and had helped fend off several groups attempting to bully him. The two had engaged in numerous hushed conversations, yet due to the crowd in the kitchen, the agents could not get too close and were unaware of the specifics of their discussions. With her current busy schedule, she had no time to deal with him. Thus, she decided to let him fully experience the harshness of the cold underworld for now. Initially, she had merely intended for him to kneel for a couple of days. But now, let him kneel thoroughly. Chi Qinghe sighed. That little slave seems quite obedient. How could he be a demon with ulterior motives? What a shame. On that day in the Great Hall, seeing his compliant demeanor, I feared he might fall victim to Chu Yurong. To be honest, if he were not a demon, I would have truly wanted you to take him in. He is far better than Su Qian. Chi Feiyan frowned. She had been so busy lately that she had almost forgotten about Su Qian until her sister mentioned him. Strangely enough, during this period, whenever she entered or exited the Smoke Evening residence, she had not encountered Su Qian by chance. In the preceding days, she had grown weary of such serendipitous meetings and had refrained from passing through the outer courtyard, opting instead to use her teleportation technique to arrive at the inner courtyard. "Dear sister, please refrain from meddling in matters of the heart. With the demon clan watching closely, I prefer not to contemplate personal affections for the time being. By the way, I am also considering bestowing some silver upon Su Qian to send him on his way." As Chi Feiyan concluded her words, she observed Chi Qinghe's reaction. The esteemed lord of the Mirror Void domain only displayed such a perturbed demeanor in the presence of her sister, who had nurtured her since childhood. Chapter 54. Restraining a myriad of emotions and affection. With a touch of resignation, Chi Qinghe lightly tapped her forehead. "All right, if you wish to dismiss him, then do so. He is hardly a prize. As your elder sister, I have encountered countless men, and in Su Qian's gaze, I see nothing but greed and calculation. In contrast, that little slave, what a pity." Chi Feiyan let out a breath of relief. As long as her sister refrained from insisting she pursue men, it was all well. "There is no need for regret, sister. Su Qian's intentions towards me are laced with greed and cunning, and Feng Wuhuan is no different. In fact, his thoughts and methods are far more sinister than Su Qian's." Chi Qinghe shook her head disapprovingly. "No, that is not quite accurate. The look in his eyes lacks any calculation. How shall I describe it? It is a gaze that is undeniably complex, yet remarkably clear. It seems to contain a multitude of restrained emotions and affection." At the mention of affection, Chi Feiyan's fingers, hidden within her sleeves, curled slightly, clenching together. The word affection placed between her and Feng Wuhuan felt like a sharp, venomous thorn, piercing deep into her heart, silently mocking her past foolishness. His love for her bore no sincerity. It was merely a calculated approach to fulfill a task, a mere charade, filled with deceit. Whenever she recalled the betrayal of that vile dragon, a chill swept over her. She lifted a cup of hot tea beside her and took a sip, dismissing her sister's wisdom. Sister must be mistaken. He is a master of disguise. Even while plotting your ruin, he can still sweet-talk you. Seeing her sister's conviction, Chi Qinghe began to doubt her own judgment. Is it so? Regardless, he is a spy of the demon clan, and as long as you do not invest your heart, you are wise. Chi Feiyan nodded in agreement. Once bitten, twice shy. She had given her heart once, and it had shattered her. There would be no second time. After chatting for a while longer, Chi Qinghe busied herself with her own responsibilities, leaving Chi Feiyan alone to ponder. Remembering that day when the vile dragon had brazenly declared his infatuation, a colder glint flickered in her eyes. On their very first meeting, she had struck him with a whip and had Su Qian break his hand. How could he claim to be smitten at first sight? Reflecting on how she had been deceived by such lies for a decade in her past life, she was acutely aware of Feng Wuhuan's attempts to employ the same ruse to win her heart with his absurd claims of love at first sight. Moreover, she was incensed that he dared to confer with other demons, attempting to relay messages. A surge of hatred welled up within Chi Feiyan. As night fell, the expansive kitchen, purposefully constructed for the banquet, finally ceased the clattering of pots and pans. This marked the last day of the flowing feast, and the servants assisting in the kitchen would receive an extra day off. After all, throughout these days, the kitchen staff had worked an additional hour or two each day. At that moment, the chefs gathered around one table, while the apprentices, assisting the chefs, formed another. The attendants also congregated at their own table, all engaging in lively conversation over dinner, having not eaten since noon. Alone in the corner beside the large wooden tub, Feng Wuhuan crouched silently, washing dishes, as if the lively atmosphere behind him was entirely disconnected from his existence. He found himself ostracized, with no one willing to share a meal with him. After declining Xu Jun's kind but insistent invitation to join the table, he opted to continue his task of cleaning the dishes, which, after all, belonged to him. Not dining afforded him the opportunity to finish his chores sooner. Xu Jun, bearing the disapproving gazes of the other servants, took a sweet potato and an egg from the table and handed them to Feng Wuhuan. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted the offering. Xu Jun did not always bring him food, for even though he was somewhat formidable among the servants, he would not risk becoming the target of their ire for Wuhuan's sake. Wuhuan felt a sense of gratitude. Although he still struggled with hunger, it was not as unbearable as when he first arrived. After half an hour had passed, everyone departed. Xu Jun patted Wuhuan on the shoulder, wearing a teasing expression, and remarked, "Though I genuinely sympathize with you, I want to help you wash the dishes just because I can leave work early. Take care. See you later." Without waiting for Wuhuan's response, he walked away with a lightness in his step, disappearing into the night. Wuhuan gazed at the now empty kitchen, momentarily lost in thought. Deep down, he yearned for rest. He was utterly exhausted, having only slept 1 or 2 hours each night, sometimes even less. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with an endless list of arduous tasks. Once he finally completed them, he still had to kneel in the cold underworld for an hour before he could return to Yinchi residence for respite. Tomorrow, the other servants assigned to the kitchen would enjoy a day off, but not him. Jiang Feng had instructed him to report to the servant quarters as usual. Just yesterday, he could no longer bear it and fainted, only to be revived by the other servants splashing water on him. Despite the warmth of April, the lunar April equates to May, the cold water felt as if he had been plunged into an ice cellar, shockingly awakening him. Wuhuan had begun to sense something amiss with his body. Lately, he had been plagued by recurrent fevers, enduring the biting cold of the hidden ice. It seemed he had succumbed to the chilling poison. Fortunately, it was still in the early stages, with only mild symptoms, but if he continued to kneel, the situation could worsen. Feeling the icy chill creeping from his hands, submerged in water, he worried that if the frostbite intensified, he might not be able to perform tasks involving water. If he were unable to work, it would surely result in severe punishment. He lowered his head in silence, continuing with his chores. After washing and organizing the dishes, he noticed his left hand trembling slightly, beyond his control, spotting a small hand warmer in the corner. He hesitated, but ultimately decided to heat water and fill it. It had clearly been abandoned in the kitchen for several days, untouched by anyone. Surely, using it for a moment wouldn't cause any harm? As he contemplated enduring an hour of kneeling in the cold underworld, he wondered if he would manage without assistance. But having a hand warmer would surely ease his discomfort. Yet, he couldn't shake the worry that it might be perceived as an attempt to evade punishment. Would the Lord be angered upon discovering this? After much internal conflict, Feng Wuhuan held the hot water pot in his hands for a quarter of an hour. until the heat had reddened his palms. Reluctantly, he placed the pot back down. He had intended to warm his knees further, as they had been plagued by an unrelenting chill despite not having touched water during his recent kneeling. However, it was already quite late, and he needed to hasten to the cold nether prison. In the inner courtyard of Yinshi residence, Chi Feiyan gazed at the sky gradually brightening, her expression rather grim. The vicious dragon had not returned home throughout the night. Chapter 55. Why are you still kneeling here? Go to the servants' quarters for your punishment. Chi Feiyan rose, and, sensing the location of her collar, promptly utilized her teleportation technique to depart from Yinshi residence in search of someone. Upon her arrival at Hanming prison, she spotted a guard leaning against the outer wall, eyes closed in slumber. This individual was part of the rotating shifts, and only one guard had been stationed there last night. Chi Feiyan frowned, but paid no heed to the snoring guard as she entered the prison, where she beheld a figure curled up on the icy ground. Feng Wuhuan appeared to be asleep, quietly lying on the translucent ice floor, his beautiful brows covered in frost, slightly furrowed as if enduring immense pain. A trickle of crimson seeped from the corner of his lips, frozen solid upon his skin, devoid of any warmth. Feng Wuhuan? Chi Feiyan called softly. The figure on the ground offered no response. A sudden heaviness filled her heart, as if a massive stone had lodged within. After a moment of panic, she stepped forward, grasping Feng Wuhuan's wrist to check his pulse, only to find his hand unyieldingly stiff and frigid, as if she were holding a shard of ice. Channeling her spiritual energy, she enveloped Feng Wuhuan with it, and, after another teleportation, transported him back to Yinshi residence. The guards outside, finally roused by the brightening dawn, were struck with alarm. Remembering the previous instances when a kneeling slave had been unable to move for an hour and had to be dragged out, the young guard was horrified. Oh no, I overslept. It's already daylight. That little slave hasn't frozen to death inside. Has he? Without even donning his heavy outer garments, he rushed inside to check. Upon discovering the absence of anyone within, he exhaled in relief. Thank goodness, she must have finished kneeling and returned. Patting his racing heart, he resumed his post. Inside Yinshi residence, Chi Feiyan procured a large bathing tub and unceremoniously tossed Feng Wuhuan into it. She then filled 2 buckets with water and, bypassing firewood, directly tossed in 2 fire talismans to swiftly heat the water to a lukewarm temperature, pouring it into the tub. Having already checked his pulse, she noted he still had a heartbeat, merely frozen stiff. This alleviated her previously taut expression. Few it's a relief he is not dead. Chi Feiyan gazed at his pallid visage, pried open his mouth, and inserted a low-quality healing pill. Her hands did not falter as she pressed 2 fingers against a specific acupoint on Feng Wuhuan's back, channeling her spiritual energy into him to aid in restoring his sluggish meridians. Fortunately, with his late-stage human realm cultivation, even without actively using his energy, his spiritual essence would instinctively protect him in critical moments, preventing him from succumbing to the cold. As the warm water made contact with Feng Wuhuan's ice-cold body, it quickly cooled. Chi Feiyan tossed another fire talisman into the water to maintain the heat. After more than half an hour, his sluggish pulse gradually returned to normal. Feng Wuhuan, in a daze, slept for 2 days. Upon awakening, he found himself in a disordered storage room. Alarmed, he quickly sat up and surveyed his surroundings. Recognizing that he was in the storage room adjacent to the kitchen within the inner courtyard of Yinshi residence, fleeting memories flickered back to him. He recalled kneeling for less than half an hour before losing consciousness, and thereafter he retained no impression of events that followed. It was likely that he had been discovered by the guards and subsequently brought back. A bone-chilling cold seemed to seep from his very marrow, tightening uncomfortably around him. He slightly hunched over, wrapping his arms around himself, and staggered a few steps, his head spinning. Forced to pause, he stood still for a moment, waiting for the dizziness to subside before he pushed open the door to the woodshed. Outside, the light of day had broken, and Chi Feiyan was in the courtyard, engrossed in a book. Without lifting her gaze, she commanded, "Clean up the place where you slept." Feng Wuhuan, momentarily dulled by her words, took a moment to comprehend their meaning before hastily replying. Yes, he fetched water and scrubbed the ground until it was spotless, then tremblingly knelt and called out, "My lord." Chi Feiyan's eyes remained fixed on the pages, her voice cool and detached. "You've been absent for 2 days. It's likely that your return to the servant quarters will not be pleasant." Feng Wuhuan was taken aback. Had he truly slept for 2 days? Instinctively, he offered an apology. "I'm sorry I won't sleep for so long again." Chi Feiyan raised an eyebrow, her gaze icy. "Oh? Can you control the duration of your slumber? So, you intended to sleep for 2 days on purpose, did you?" Feng Wuhuan felt utterly foolish, perhaps still dazed from his recent awakening, and forgot to think before he spoke. He flusteredly attempted to clarify. "No, that's not what I meant. I will next time," he stammered, struggling to find the appropriate words. At last, Chi Feiyan's gaze finally settled on him, her tone laced with coldness. "Feng Wuhuan, I recall warning you to behave yourself. First, there was the incident of murder in the servant quarters, and now he had contacted other dark forces among the demon clan. It seemed her methods with him had been far too lenient." Feng Wuhuan felt a sense of bewilderment. He believed he had been quite compliant. Noticing his innocent expression, Chi Feiyan's eyes darkened with displeasure. "You shall kneel for an additional half-hour today." Feng Wuhuan was momentarily stunned. He had already struggled to kneel for an hour, and adding another half-hour would be excruciating. Moreover, he was to face punishment in the servant quarters today as well. His face paling, he replied, "Yes. What are you still doing here? Go to the servant quarters. Or do you wish to take another day off?" "No, I'll go right away." Feng Wuhuan hastily responded, and as he stood, he lost his balance and fell forward, scrambling to his feet in a flurry as he made his way outside. Upon arriving at the servant quarters, he found everyone busy with their tasks. Jiang Feng, upon seeing him, chuckled. "Well, look who it is. I thought you might not show up." Feng Wuhuan promptly knelt. "I've been absent for 2 days. Please punish me, Manager Jiang." Jiang Feng sneered. "Very well, but my punishment will not suffice. The work you neglected over the past 2 days will be redistributed among everyone, so they will have to work harder. And regarding the last incident of murder in the servant quarters, I haven't yet had the opportunity to settle the score with you. Perfect timing after the banquet. I will have some leisure to address it. How about this? You can kneel here while everyone in the servant quarters takes turns venting their frustrations on you. How's that sound?" Feng Wuhuan fell silent. Although Jiang Feng's words were interrogative, he found himself devoid of the luxury to refuse. Under Jiang Feng's directive, a long table was soon brought forth, adorned with an array of torture instruments. The servants in the courtyard exhibited glimmers of excitement in their eyes, forming an orderly queue, a rare occurrence. Jiang Feng, seated nearby, remarked with a sense of intrigue, "Let us commence." Before long, the first individual approached and selected a whip from the assortment of instruments on the adjacent table, wielding it with all his might. The fabric of Feng Wuhuan's clothing tore asunder, yet he paid little heed to the pain, instinctively reaching to touch the jagged edges of his garment, his eyes brimming with sorrow. Each person was permitted but a single strike. After delivering a lash to Feng Wuhuan, the man retreated to the sidelines, reveling in the unfolding spectacle. Another individual stepped forward, and Feng Wuhuan, crawling, advanced a couple paces, pleading softly, "Might you refrain from damaging my clothing? Jiang, I implore you." Chapter 56. She had given him a chance, but he failed to seize it. Jiang Feng scoffed. "No damage to the clothing? Then you must face the punishment of undressing." Feng Wuhuan was momentarily taken aback. If it were the attire bestowed upon him by Master Zhen, he would have worried that its damage would offend the Lord's sensibilities, but if it were torn, so be it. However, this was the attire given to him by the Lord. His concern lay not in the garment's potential ruin, but in the anguish of parting with it. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly began to strip his upper garment down to his waist. While enduring such humiliation in front of others was indeed degrading, it was somewhat alleviated by the fact that the servant quarters were segregated by gender. Jiang Feng's area was exclusively male servants, which softened the blow. The instruments of punishment varied. Some wielded whips, others carried clubs, while some opted for thorn branches or long, pointed needles, and others resorted to fists and feet. When it was Xuan's turn, he maintained a carefree demeanor, swaggering forward and lightly tapping Feng Wuhuan's shoulder as if he had already struck him. This action elicited a chorus of disdainful hisses from the other servants. The servant quarters housed nearly 100 individuals. By the time the counts surpassed half, Feng Wuhuan was already battered and unable to kneel. Jiang Feng then ordered that his hands be bound and hoisted up for further punishment. Upon observing him lose consciousness, he commanded someone to fetch well water to douse him back to awareness. Feng Wuhuan had no notion of how many more would come. He felt on the verge of collapse, enduring the torment in a daze. When he finally endured the last individual, there was scarcely a patch of unblemished flesh left on his body. The servants dispersed, yet Feng Wuhuan remained suspended, his toes barely grazing the ground. The coarse hemp rope chafed his pale wrists, leaving a ring of red marks that oozed blood. He trembled from the cold, his head drooping limply, his peach blossom eyes losing focus. Once everyone had departed, Xuan stepped forward and inquired, "How are you faring?" Feng Wuhuan made an effort to lift his head, retorting, Do you have any spare old or torn garments? Could you possibly give me 2 sets? I can help you with work in return after my shifts." Many servants were assigned tasks that needed to be completed within a few days. Finishing early would ease their subsequent burdens. Thus, he contemplated this as a means to exchange for 2 sets of clothing. Xuan was at a loss for words, unable to comprehend how this person could remain fixated on clothing amidst such a ghastly array of wounds. Were it him, he would be howling in agony, incapable of contemplating anything else. Yet, this individual's mind was still entangled with the matter of attire. Curiously, he remarked, "I heard that you must kneel in the cold underworld for an hour after work each day. With that, you still have time to assist me? Won't you be lacking sleep at night?" Feng Wuhuan, interpreting his tone as hopeful, fervently promoted, "Well, I tend to have nightmares, so I only need a brief nap. I can finish your task for the next day, each night in exchange. You would only need to provide me with 2 sets of old clothing." Xuan clicked his tongue, giving a respectful gesture. Impressive, truly impressive. "Very well, I have plenty of clothes. I shall bring you 2 sets tomorrow." Feng Wuhuan let out a sigh of relief and sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. However, I must kneel for an hour and a half today. Once I am done, I will assist you with your tasks, rest assured." Xuan waved his hand dismissively. "Let us discuss this in a couple of days. Given your injuries, I fear you might collapse while helping me, and that would leave me in a difficult position." Feng Wuhuan, not wanting to appear overly ambitious, simply replied, "All right." Xuan glanced around cautiously and lowered his voice. "By the way, you might not be aware, but I've heard that the Lord is secretly investigating the infiltrators from the demon clan within the Mirror Void. I wonder if we might draw attention to ourselves." Feng Wuhuan feebly responded, his expression unchanged, "That is quite all right." Xuan was once again left speechless. "You seem utterly unconcerned. If our identities are exposed, it would mean certain death for us." "Oh," Feng Wuhuan replied nonchalantly. It didn't matter. After all, he had long since lost his path to survival. Seeing him remain unfazed, resembling a pig unbothered by boiling water, Xuan clenched his teeth in frustration. "What does O mean? Don't you want to consider a strategy?" Feng Wuhuan strained to lift his head to look at him, managing a faint smile. "Aren't you concerned as well? But what strategies could we possibly have?" Xuan's gaze flickered momentarily, though his expression quickly returned to its usual nonchalance. "What strategies could I propose? You know, your father's methods. Those sent as infiltrators are either brainwashed or have family or other leverage held over them." He shrugged, his tone indifferent. "So, at worst, we'll die together. With the son of a demon king accompanying me, it would hardly be a loss." Feng Wuhuan weakly inquired, "How long have you been here? Have you sent any messages back? If there is a chance for merit, perhaps my father would spare your life." "So Juan ritorti makingli. You truly don't understand your father. He would take care about the name of a mere pawn like me. Besides, what useful information could I relay while stuck in this servant quarter?" He clicked his tongue. "I am self-aware. I am now nothing but a dispensable waste. If you hadn't also come to the servant quarter and your father couldn't reach you, I would have likely been forgotten by now." Feng Wuhuan acknowledged this with a sound, indicating his understanding, and the conversation ended there. "So Juan remarked, well, given your condition, it's only natural that you lack the strength for idle chatter." He patted his backside. "All right, I have work to do. You take your time." In the front hall study, Chi Feiyan had finished dealing with a pile of affairs regarding the mirror void, and it was already late in the evening. She summoned a shadow guard, preparing to inquire about today's developments. Since learning that Feng Wuhuan had made contact with other infiltrators, she had arranged for the guards to keep a close watch. At the same time, her previous sentiments of compassion and confusion toward Feng Wuhuan had vanished entirely. She had given him an opportunity, yet he had failed to seize it. What a pity. Had he maintained a low profile, her methods of torment might have been gentler, and perhaps, one day, she would have considered granting him a swift end. After all, from a certain perspective, Feng Wuhuan is still an innocent being who has not committed any wrongdoing and should not bear the heavy sins of her previous incarnation. When she torments him, it often feels insufficiently gratifying. At times, she genuinely wishes that Feng Wuhuan possessed memories of her past life. That way, she would not occasionally feel lost and could exact her revenge with unrelenting fervor. During these days, facing someone devoid of memories who obediently follows her commands, she finds it challenging to employ excessively cruel punishments. At least the previously contemplated slow slicing or the extreme tortures specifically designed for the Dragon Clan, such as skinning and flaying, have made her hesitate, feeling incapable of carrying them out. But now, Feng Wuhuan has crossed the line. He continues to engage with the other agents of the Demon Clan, plotting once more to undermine the Mirror Void. She shall not be blamed for her ruthless methods. Chapter 57. Enduring tears is far more challenging than enduring pain upon hearing Chi Feiyan's summons. The Dark Guard emerged from the shadows to report on what he had witnessed throughout the day. As Chi Feiyan listened to Jiang Feng's method of punishing Feng Wuhuan, her movements in organizing the papers faltered momentarily. It appeared that Jiang Feng was more adept at inflicting torment than she was. My lord, Feng Wuhuan was suspended throughout the day. However, I observed him engaged in a private conversation with another spy. I was too far to overhear completely, but it seemed they were discussing clothing and perhaps strategizing on relaying some message back to the Demon Clan. At these words, Chi Feiyan's expression turned icy. It seems Jiang Guanchu's punishment today was indeed too lenient. Where is he now? He has already been sent to kneel in the cold abyss prison. Subsequently, the Dark Guard meticulously detailed the specifics of Feng Wuhuan's punishment, noting that Shujun had refrained from inflicting physical harm and that Feng Wuhuan had been stripped of his clothing during the punishment. Once the report was concluded, the Dark Guard took his leave. Chi Feiyan, with a frigid demeanor, rose to visit the cold abyss prison. In the cold abyss prison, Feng Wuhuan had been kneeling for over half an hour. Although the servants lacked spiritual power, the sheer number of them inflicted significant damage upon him. Kneeling was inherently a strenuous endeavor, and burdened with injuries and having gone an entire day without food or water, how could he muster the strength to endure for long? His mind, dulled by pain and cold, turned sluggishly as he shifted to uncover half a sweet potato from the pile of crushed ice beside him, carefully reassembling the ice around it afterward. The meager provisions that Shujun occasionally provided were rationed carefully. However, with the rising temperatures, the risk of spoilage increased. He hesitated to frequently use his storage ring, fearing discovery. Thus the cold abyss prison became an ideal hiding place for his food. The sustenance, frozen within the ice, could last for quite a while. As he gnawed on the frozen, hard-sweet potato, Feng Wuhuan mused drowsily that it was rather tough on his teeth. Yet, once he consumed some food, he would surely regain enough strength to endure kneeling longer. Unbeknownst to the shivering Feng Wuhuan, a figure had silently approached from behind. Chi Feiyan's gaze fell upon his back, marred with splotches of dried blood. Evidently, the punishment from earlier that day had been severe. This fierce dragon could still withstand the kneeling? Indeed, the physique of the demon race proved to be considerably more resilient than that of the human race. The only peculiarity was that his recovery appeared to be notably sluggish. In his previous life, this fierce dragon had sustained injuries during his travels, some of which were deeply severe, yet he had recovered within 3 days, leaving no trace behind, not even a scar. Finally aware of another presence, Feng Wuhuan glanced sideways, catching sight of a corner of fabric, mistakenly assuming it was another individual being punished. Recently, he had encountered 2 disciples penalized by their masters to kneel in the cold abyss prison. but they had only needed to endure for a brief moment before being allowed to leave. However, the attire seemed unusual, strikingly similar to what the Lord had worn today. With some delay, he lifted his head and sluggishly called out, "My lord," before taking another bite of the icy sweet potato. A crunch echoed in the silence as they exchanged bewildered glances, each lost in their own thoughts. It is not surprising that Feng Wuhuan failed to react. He had long been in a state of confusion. However, having recently succumbed to a 2-day fainting spell, which had invoked the Lord's displeasure and resulted in severe punishment, he instinctively struggled to stay conscious, fearing another lapse into oblivion. Chi Feiyan's lips curled into a chilling smile as she conjured her ethereal energy, sending the person still clutching a sweet potato hurtling through the air. The ice stalactite hanging above was violently shattered. The sweet potato tumbled to Chi Feiyan's feet, where she crushed it beneath her heel. As Feng Wuhuan fell to the ground, he felt an overwhelming sense of isolation, unable to hear or see anything, only the pain and cold permeating his senses. The Lord, he yearned to rise and kneel properly. Yet despite his struggles, he could not manage it. "Feng Wuhuan, is this how you kneel in the cold underworld as punishment?" His muddled mind began to clear slightly, yet the more he thought about kneeling properly, the more his body disobeyed him. The pain obscured his vision, rendering everything before him a blur, as if viewed through a haze. "I'm sorry. Slave, slave, slave," he wished to explain that the overwhelming pain, cold, and hunger had compelled him to seek sustenance, fearing he would not endure even an hour and a half of kneeling otherwise. Yet he worried that such an explanation might only infuriate the Lord further, leading her to believe he was resentful or making excuses. Thus, his words lodged in his throat, leaving him unable to articulate anything. Was it merely his illusion? Or had the Lord's gaze towards him grown significantly colder over the past 2 days? He did not know how to placate her anger and could only frantically repeat his apologies. Chi Feiyan approached, her eyes void of warmth, filled solely with disdain. The heat of her gaze compelled Feng Wuhuan to lower his head, unable to meet her eyes any longer. Yet in the next instant, she seized his jaw, forcing him to meet her stare. The pain was excruciating. It felt as if his jaw might shatter under her grip. Yet this physical agony paled in comparison to the torment he felt when locking eyes with her, which burned with hatred. What to do? Feng Wuhuan felt tears welling up once more. He clenched his teeth, fighting to suppress the urge to cry. Ultimately, he could not hold back. In her presence, stifling tears proved far more challenging than enduring pain. As the first tear fell, Chi Feiyan swiftly released her grip, her expression one of disgust, as if she feared contamination from something vile. "It seems my previous indulgence has led you to forget my words. No matter, Feng Wuhuan, today I shall help you remember. As the prize for your weeping, shall I break your right wrist?" Tears streamed down his pale face like an unending cascade. He lowered his damp lashes, his shoulders trembling as he forced out a hoarse voice, barely above a whisper. "Yes, the slave accepts punishment." After speaking, he tremblingly extended his right hand, revealing a circle of raw, broken skin at the wrist, clearly marked by prolonged restraint. "Do not let my hands become soiled." Her voice was cold as she pointed to the ground with her toe. Feng Wuhuan, in a daze, eventually understood her intention. With a pale, compliant face, he placed his right hand on the ground beside her feet, making it convenient for her. He then slightly turned his head away, unable to bear looking, fully aware that the pain would be intense. After a moment of silence, Chi Feiyan's boot came down forcefully upon his wrist bone. A painful, suppressed whimper escaped him, accompanied by the sickening sound of bone shattering. Despite his mental preparation, the agony was so intense that he could hardly refrain from a loud wail. Yet he managed to stifle it. Thus he sobbed quietly, gasping for breath until, overwhelmed by his injuries, Feng Wuhuan lost consciousness. Chi Feiyan gazed down at the unconscious figure at her feet, where a single crystalline tear clung to his long lashes, adorning his pale visage and rendering him a pitiful sight. Yet, within the depths of her eyes, there remained an icy indifference. How could she have ever believed that, in this second life, he might somehow change? It was impossible. He would never change. Chapter 58, Pain. Long one hurts so much. After a full hour and a half, The person was taken back to the inner courtyard. She sent a message to the shadow guards and then knelt down to feed the unconscious individual a grain of the most inferior healing medicine, just in case they could not endure and perished. After completing these tasks, Chi Feiyan departed, leaving behind the gravely injured person still lying on the icy ground, their fate uncertain. Upon exiting the cold Ming prison, Chi Feiyan did not return to Yanqi residence. Instead, she proceeded to the shrine hall located behind the palace in the city. This hall enshrines the spirit tablets of the generations of lords and elders of the Mirror Void domain. Once inside, she did not take a cushion but directly knelt on the cold ground. In her previous life, she was a sinner of the Mirror Void domain. This was her form of penance, kneeling before the spirit tablets of her ancestors as a reminder to herself that she must not show any mercy toward her enemies, nor allow herself to repeat past mistakes. Feng Wuhuan was unceremoniously thrown back into the inner courtyard of Yanqi residence by the shadow guards. The wounds on her body made even unconsciousness unbearable. Pain, long one hurt so much. In a daze, her hoarse murmurs filled the air. The unconscious Feng Wuhuan seemed to be trapped in an endless dream. Cole, master, hold me, I beg you. Don't leave me. Dun ti di. The figure in her dreams spoke in broken whispers, but eventually, it seemed she fell into a particularly terrifying nightmare, weeping softly. Tears slipped from the corners of her tightly closed eyes. The shadow guard glanced at the person on the ground with sympathy. Could such injuries not hurt? How pitiful. In so much pain that she even called her own name wrong. What? Does she still want a hug? That is not possible. The task given by the Lord did not include such a request. Staring all day had exhausted her. It was time for her to rest, the shadow guard thought, and in a flash of movement, she disappeared. The following day, when Feng Wuhuan awoke, the sky had already brightened. As he opened his eyes, the overwhelming pain engulfed him. Struggling to turn his head, he looked around and, upon not seeing the Lord, breathed a sigh of relief. He was somewhat afraid to face her cold and disdainful gaze again. After a moment of recovery, realizing the brightness of the sky, he remembered he was already late for work. He managed to sit up, only to feel a wave of dizziness wash over him. He wondered if he could reach the servant quarters. Creak! The sound of the door opening echoed. Feng Wuhuan's heart raced, and he immediately lowered his head, fearing it was the Lord returning. He did not know if her anger from yesterday had dissipated. Hey, why are you sitting on the ground, covered in blood? Where is Yin Yin? This voice belonged to Qi Qinghe. Feng Wuhuan raised his head and saw Qi Qinghe entering the courtyard, calling out for Yin Yin again. No one responded. Feng Wuhuan reminded her that the Lord is not here. Qi Qinghe rolled her eyes. Well, obviously, if I have called so many times and no one has answered, she is naturally not here. She stepped closer to Feng Wuhuan, curiously scrutinizing him. Have you violated a heavenly decree? What a severe punishment you've received. In truth, she had always harbored a vague sense of unease. It seemed that there was something amiss between Mei and this little servant. However, Yin Yin clearly did not wish to delve further into the matter, so she refrained from probing deeper. Feng Wuhuan managed a wry smile, remarking that it was merely the fate of a servant. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the 2 sheets of paper in Qi Qinghe's hand, where he could faintly discern the bold characters of the list for recruiting sorcerers, followed by a string of names. Noticing his interest, Qi Qinghe showed no reluctance, for the list was hardly a secret. With a furrowed brow, she lamented, alas, why is it so difficult to find a competent array master? I had hoped that during this flowing feast, coinciding with Yin Yin's ascension to the celestial realm, we could recruit a high-level array master. Feng Wuhuan pondered for a moment and realized the Lord must be seeking to repair the protective array of the Mirror Void domain. If there were anyone in the world capable of mastering the art of arrays to perfection, it would undoubtedly be Master Jin Yuan. Silently calculating, he considered whether he might implore Master Zhen to make an appearance. Fortunately, he had previously received a communication jade talisman from Xiang Li, allowing him to reach out to Master Zhen. Observing Qi Qinghe's troubled expression, he offered some comfort, saying, no, there's no need for haste. An array master will certainly appear. Qi Qinghe, amused, retorted, will they? You had best find one. Yin Yin has been quite distressed over this matter these past few days, so do not provoke her recently. Otherwise, if you find yourself in trouble, it would be your own fault. Feng Wuhuan was taken aback. Was the odd behavior of the Lord in these last few days due to this issue? Qinglou, noticing his dazed demeanor, sighed. As the Lord, Yin bears heavy responsibilities, and with recent events piling up, she has been exceedingly busy. Her naturally aloof disposition has only grown more taciturn of late. Since you are here in the inner courtyard serving her, do your best to bring her some joy. With so many burdens weighing upon her, it is only natural for her temper to be less than pleasant. You must be more accommodating. Feng Wuhuan fell silent. He understood that upon her rebirth, she would have numerous matters to attend to, making her life overwhelmingly busy and arduous. Yet, hearing Chi Feiyan's words, a wave of guilt and self-reproach surged within him once more, threatening to engulf him. He was the harbinger of her misfortunes. Understood. I shall do my utmost to avoid inciting her anger, and strive to bring her joy, he said. He never wished to upset her, yet his very existence seemed to cast a shadow upon her happiness. Feng Wuhuan thought to himself, perhaps it would be best to wait a little longer, to await the resolution of all matters, to await the moment when she would take his life with her own hands. In a world devoid of those she despised and loathed, she would inevitably lead a splendid life in the days to come, free from harm and betrayal. Chi Feiyan nodded at Feng Wuhuan, saying, that is good. Given your attitude, I will offer you a few words of caution. Yin has always been soft-hearted. Even if you wound her, she would not resort to cruel measures to torment you. The severity of your punishment indicates you have crossed her threshold. In any case, take heed of your actions. Feng Wuhuan bowed his head in acknowledgement, replying, indeed, I understand. Seeing his obedient demeanor, Chi Feiyan chose not to press further and prepared to leave with the 2 papers in hand. You understand? That's good. Now I shall seek out Yin. After bidding farewell to Chi Feiyan, Feng Wuhuan exited the courtyard and made his way towards the servants' quarters. In the small courtyard of the guest room to the west, Xu Wan was vigorously scrubbing the garments in her hands. Yun Yi, just emerging from his chamber, immediately exclaimed, Ah, who permitted you to wash it so vigorously? This robe is a precious ice silkworm brocade that I acquired at great expense. It cannot be scrubbed. It will be ruined. Xu Wan glanced up at him, visibly irritated, and replied, what a bother. Nevertheless, she eased her grip on the fabric. Yuni glared at her, hey. Do you comprehend your position? You have been assigned to attend to me, your esteemed guest. How can you complain when asked to perform a task? After the banquet concluded, Chi Feiyan retained several lords or officials from the subordinate cities of the Mirror Void domain, stating that further discussions were necessary. Consequently, Yun Yi had yet to depart and continued to reside in the guest quarters to the west. The previous day, when Jiang Feng inquired if he needed servants to attend to his daily needs, he suddenly recalled Xu Wan, with whom he had exchanged a few words in the Grand Hall, and specifically requested her presence. Chapter 59, Creatures as vile as you ought to be exterminated. Yun Yi now harbored profound regrets. Had he truly acquired a servant? Rather, he had summoned an ancestral spirit, demanding far more effort than he anticipated. Were it not for the fact that Xu Wan possessed a rather pleasing countenance, he would have long since sent him away. Xu Wan cast a cryptic glance at Yun Yi. Excellent. This man truly could not recognize him at all. However, after the tumultuous events 2 years prior, during which he had employed the Fox Clan's illusions on him, his failure to recognize was somewhat understandable. Xu Wan languidly remarked, does young Master Yun adorn himself in such extravagant attire every day? 3 changes of clothing in a single day. Tut. Anyone who serves you must surely shake their head in disbelief. Yun Yi, feeling somewhat guilty, retorted, what do you know? This is called refinement. Hurry and wash up. I must attend to matters in the front hall, and I have no desire to converse with you. Xu Wan, with a disdainful expression, countered, what matters could possibly require discussion? Are there truly so many idle affairs to deliberate? Yun Yi, feeling a surge of defiance, replied, who says they are idle matters? You are aware of the demon tribe, are you not? Let me tell you, not a single one of those creatures is virtuous. I am deliberating on how to eradicate them. Xu Wan paused in his washing, then feigned nonchalance as he asked, is that so? You harbor a strong aversion to the demon tribe? Yunyi nodded emphatically, waving his folding fan. Naturally, the enmity between humans and demons has persisted since time immemorial. We must eliminate each one we encounter. A light laugh escaped Shu Wan's lips, his eyes momentarily reflecting a tumult of emotions that quickly dissipated. Oh, have you devised any strategies to confront the demon tribe? Yunyi cast a suspicious glance at him, retorting with a haughty tone. That is not for you to know. Continue your washing. I shall take my leave. Remember, those garments are made of ice silkworm silk. Do not handle them too roughly, or they will be ruined. Shu Wan's gaze flickered momentarily as he replied in a muted tone. Understood. After Yunyi departed, Shu Wan gazed at the garments before him, muttering, dressed like a flamboyant butterfly every day. Yet he knows not for whom he dons such attire. Upon arriving at the council hall, Yunyi found that a dozen or so leaders from the affiliated cities of the Mirror Void domain were already seated. Chi Feiyan addressed Yunyi upon his arrival, saying, Young Master Yun has arrived. Now we are complete. Please take a seat. There are matters I wish to discuss with all of you. Yunyi's face flushed slightly, silently blaming Shu Wan for their lengthy conversation which had caused his tardiness. After bowing apologetically to the assembly, he took a seat to one side. Chi Feiyan, who was not one to engage in pleasantries, cut straight to the point. Gentlemen, I trust you are all aware of the situation regarding the demon tribe. The Mirror Void domain lies closest to their realm, as you are all affiliated cities of the Mirror Void. Your geographical positions place you on the front line during the impending conflict between our two races. Although I have discussed this matter with the other 9 great lords of the southern wilderness, we cannot place excessive hope in them. Even if it is said that the loss of lips leaves the teeth exposed, they will not commit fully to assisting us against the demons until they themselves are in peril. The Mirror Void separates the lands of humans and demons throughout history. The Mirror Void domain has stood as the first line of defense for the human realm. Thus, you must treat this matter with the utmost seriousness. As her words fell, the young lord of the town questioned with confusion, Lady Chi, it has been over a century since any sight of demonic creatures has graced the human continent. Why, in a time of peace, would we contemplate war? Chi Feiyan did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, she instructed the attendant beside her, bring forth the creature. Soon, 2 guards ushered a slender woman into the council chamber. Upon seeing the assembly, the woman remained silent, her eyes darting about as if lost in thought. The presence of merely a frail girl only deepened the confusion among the crowd. Lord Chi, this is just a young maiden, is it not? How could she possibly be a demon? Wait, she seems somewhat familiar, one remarked. I recall. Isn't she the concubine of the Lord of Fugai City? A middle-aged man seated in the lower left corner cleared his throat awkwardly. He was none other than Zhao Yanqing, the Lord of Fugai City. In a solemn tone, he addressed the assembly. I must confess, it is thanks to Lord Chi's warning that I have uncovered the true identity of this woman. The demon race excels in disguise, and only now do I realize that this woman is the murderer of my wife. Furthermore, she has covertly harmed several of my esteemed warriors in Fugai City. After deliberately ingratiating herself with me, she sought opportunities to poison me, intending to control me and, through me, dominate Fugai City. Her treachery is unforgivable. The woman lifted her gaze to the middle-aged man and laughed lightly. They say the human race is heartless, and indeed it is, when we indulged in our pleasures. Zhao Lang, you did not speak so coldly. You called me your dear heart and spoke of our fated love. Her voice softened, dripping with seduction as she cast a flirtatious glance at Zhao Yanqing. Zhao Yanqing snorted, his tone resolute. You vile demoness, do not attempt to beguile me any longer. Were it not for you, how could I have lost my wife and children? The death of my beloved and the scattering of my family are all due to your malevolence. Creatures as filthy as you deserve nothing less than extermination. The woman continued to smile. Is that so? What a pity, for I share the same sentiment. The human race, such a wretched breed, ought to be eradicated entirely, especially treacherous souls like you, Zhao Lang. You deserve nothing less than death. As she spoke, her slender form erupted with sudden intensity, her bright, charming eyes transformed into slitted pupils. In an instant, her human guise shattered, morphing into a colossal python that lunged toward Zhao Yinxing, intent on ensnaring him. Aware that her fate was sealed, she fought with all her might. Should she wrap around him, the tremendous force would surely rend him asunder. From her elevated position, Chi Feiyan narrowed her beautiful eyes, unleashing her sword with remarkable swiftness. In a flash, the blade descended and blood rained down. The giant python, now severed, collapsed to the ground, its defiance extinguished as it closed its eyes in silence. After a moment of silence in the chamber, someone gazed at the serpent's lifeless form and murmured, "It truly was a demon. Lady Chi, what should we do now? We shall heed your command." "Indeed, Lady Chi, I have heard that the demon race possesses formidable strength, unlike our own, with some capable of cultivation and others not. They are born with the ability to cultivate, at least at the human realm. If the two races were to clash, the casualties would be catastrophic." He stared at the serpent's corpse, feeling his worldview irrevocably shaken. He instinctively brushed his arm where goosebumps had formed, casting a sympathetic glance at Zhao Yinxing. The thought of embarking on a journey with such a formidable python was likely to haunt him with nightmares in the dead of night. "Wasn't it?" Chi Feiyan declared with clarity. "Indeed, our combat prowess in the human realm pales in comparison to that of the demon clan. However, our strength in the celestial realm is equally sparse among them. Today, we have gathered for two primary reasons. Firstly, we have prepared certain cultivation resources for each of your small cities to bolster the ranks of practitioners in the human and even the earthly realms. Secondly, we need to convene in advance to strategize and rehearse our response to potential incursions by the demon clan. Lastly, the secret realm of Tiangu, which appears once every decade, is on the verge of opening. It is certain that members of the demon clan will enter to vie for opportunities within. Thus, we must be well prepared." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming at the mention of available cultivation resources. Subsequently, they engaged in animated discussions, fervently brainstorming practical and actionable plans based on Chi Feiyan's initial proposal, ultimately culminating in a decisive conclusion made by her. Chapter 60. It seems you are quite popular in the servants' quarters within the servants' quarters. Feng Wuhuan was predictably punished for his tardiness. Fortunately, perhaps due to his grievous injuries, Jiang Feng only delivered a few kicks before sending him to chop firewood. He had been at it for an entire morning, yet had barely made a dent in the pile. His right wrist was shattered, rendering him incapable of labor, while his left hand was scarcely in better condition. The previously fractured wrist had healed improperly due to a lack of proper care, leading to persistent pain when undertaking strenuous tasks. After laboring for hours, his left hand was so fatigued that he could barely grip the axe. When mealtime arrived, the servants gathered in small clusters to engage in idle chatter. Naturally, Feng Wuhuan was not entitled to any food, continuing his aimless chopping of wood in solitude. "Hey, let me tell you something. I've been responsible for cleaning the ancestral tablet hall these past few days. Guess who I saw early this morning? That place is quite remote. What could one possibly see aside for some tablets? Surely not ghosts, right? Huh, I knew you wouldn't guess it. I saw the Lord, but for some reason, she was kneeling in the ancestral tablet hall, and it looked as if she had been there all night." The discussion continued, but Feng Wuhuan's hands froze mid-action, and his eyes began to redden. The Lord. Was she punishing herself for matters of her past? Yet it was not her fault. It was all his doing. He was to blame. Feng Wuhuan remained in a trance for a considerable time before resuming his task, overwhelmed by a profound sense of self-loathing. He gripped the axe with both hands, striking the wood with relentless force. Blood soon seeped from his wrists. The other servants cast bewildered glances in his direction. Has this wretched slave gone mad? Aren't his hands supposed to be useless? How can he chop so quickly? Can't you see he's bleeding? At this rate, he might cripple himself. Feng Wuhuan paid no heed to their remarks, silently hacking away at the wood with a fervor that bordered on self-harm. By the time he finished, his hands trembled so violently that he could scarcely hold the two garments Chuguan had brought him, new clothes. As Chuguan had remarked, it was inappropriate for him to wear the old clothes previously donned by the Lord. Coincidentally, Chuguan had purchased two new outfits that had yet to be worn and decided to gift them to him. After the work period ended at the hour of the dog, he remained alone in the servants' quarters for over an hour, still laboring with the uncompleted firewood. By then, the quarters were deserted. Observing the sticky blood on his body, he hurried to the well to fetch water for a bath. The moment the cold well water touched his skin, it sent shivers through his teeth. It was excruciatingly cold. Each subsequent bath would likely be a form of torment. The chilling water exacerbated his cold poison, turning his lips pale. After a painstaking effort to cleanse himself, he donned the new clothes gifted by Chuguan, carefully washed and wrung out the garments previously given to him by the Lord, and then, in a daze, returned to Yinchi residence, clutching the clothes. Upon entering the inner courtyard and catching sight of Chi Feiyan, he suddenly jolted awake to the realization that he had yet to kneel in punishment at the cold underworld prison today. Feng Wuhuan found himself perplexed, perpetually making mistakes he ought to avoid. Perhaps the continuous punishment over the past few days, coupled with the relentless anguish and discomfort occupying his mind and body, rendered him incapable of coherent thought. In a state of panic, his mind blank, he abruptly turned and limped away. The only remnants of his thoughts were self-deceptive phrases. The Lord did not see me, did not see. Meanwhile, Chi Feiyan had just returned after a long day in the front hall. Upon seeing Feng Wuhuan, she was about to speak when the troublesome dragon swiftly turned and fled. Yet, regrettably, he stumbled after just a few steps, landing face first into the dirt. Rising from the ground, he intended to continue his escape when he heard Chi Feiyan's voice call out, "Come back." He halted, disheartened, and slowly made his way back, kneeling before her. His head hung low, almost burying itself in his chest, his form trembling slightly. He had erred once more and was about to provoke her ire again. Despite his earnest efforts, he found himself failing yet again. He felt utterly useless, unable to bring her joy, let alone avoid inciting her displeasure. He was at a loss for what to do. The Lord already bore enough burdens daily. She was weary, yet he seemed incapable of aiding her, only serving to deepen her dissatisfaction. His eyes stung with unshed tears as he discreetly pinched his thigh to suppress them. Even his tears would incite her annoyance. He thought perhaps he should just rid himself of these eyes. Chi Feiyan observed the dragon kneeling before her in silence, his body trembling in apparent fear. With an icy tone, she inquired, "Why are you running? Do you not wish to see me?" Feng Wuhuan shook his head vigorously, like a rattledrum. "No. Sorry. I have not yet gone to the cold underworld. I just finished my chores not long ago, and somehow while walking, I ended up back here. I did not intend to avoid the punishment of kneeling. Please do not be angry, my lord. I can kneel for another hour. No, 2 hours, however long you wish. Just please do not be upset with me." His voice dwindled as he spoke. Chi Feiyan fell silent for a moment. Returning so late, she had assumed he had already been to the cold underworld. She then asked, "Where did you get that clothing?" At the sound of her question, Feng Wuhuan lowered his head even further. It was given to me by someone from the servant quarters." Chi Feiyan's tone held a hint of amusement. "Is that so? This garment is new. It seems you have quite the rapport with the servants in the quarters." She was well aware that this attire had been provided by another creature in disguise, yet she chose not to expose the truth at this moment, planning instead to gather more evidence before taking decisive action. Feng Wuhuan, anxious, clutched the clothing in his hands, carefully discerning the nuances of her words, and cautiously replied, "No. I have no friends among the servants. I received this garment in exchange for agreeing to help someone." Remembering something, he added, "By the way, my lord, I have already washed your cloak. Should I fetch it for you?" "Rest assured, I washed it several times. It is very clean." Chi Feiyan spoke with disdain. "There is no need for that. Once the cloak has touched your body, no amount of washing will render it clean again. Do not bring it near me to disgust me." Feng Wuhuan's gaze dimmed, and with a pale countenance, he lowered his head in apology. "I am sorry for my thoughtlessness." Chi Feiyan remained silent, and the atmosphere fell into a heavy stillness. After contemplating for a long time, Feng Wuhuan finally mustered the courage to inquire, "Is the Lord troubled by matters concerning the formation master?" Chi Feiyan's voice carried a hint of frost. "Have you been inquiring about my affairs in secret?" Chapter 61. I am not worth your pity. Feng Wuhuan was taken aback, hurriedly explaining, "No, I merely overheard it by chance. I happen to know a rather skilled formation master. If the Lord requires. Chi Feiyan coldly interrupted. The formation master you speak of is that old man who obstructed my vessel, correct? Ha! Anyone associated with you is unlikely to be virtuous. She had already resolved to personally visit that legendary formation sage in the abyss of the otherworld after the Tiangu secret realm. The formation protecting the domain was of utmost importance, and while the elder who had halted her vessel seemed quite adept, she was unaware of his true nature. Furthermore, as he appeared to be a friend of Feng Wuhuan, she could not trust him. After all, should any mishap occur with the protective formation, it would lead to catastrophic consequences. Feng Wuhuan opened his mouth, intending to clarify, but ultimately succumbed to despair. The Lord did not trust him. Thus she would not trust anyone associated with him. It seemed he would have to implore Master Zhan to disguise himself before offering assistance. Noticing the man before her had once again fallen silent, exuding an air of trepidation, Chi Feiyan could not help but feel irked. Didn't you say we were not heading to the Hanming prison today? What were we lingering here for? Feng Wuhuan nodded, as if granted a reprieve. Yes. He was about to rise when he noticed the garments he held. He hesitantly asked, "My lord, what about this clothing?" He had previously inquired about its origin and was uncertain if he had angered her or if she consented to his keeping it. Chi Feiyan replied with impatience. Do you think I would covet your clothing? I dare not. Feng Wuhuan quickly complied, rising to neatly fold the garments and place them in the doghouse. He then said to Chi Feiyan, "I shall go and accept my punishment," before vanishing into the night. Chi Feiyan glanced at the sky. By the time he finished kneeling, there would likely be only an hour left for her to rest. Her cultivation in the heavenly realm allowed her to go months without sleep. Yet her mortal cultivation required regular nourishment and slumber. Continuing in this manner, would she even be able to accompany her to the Tiangu secret realm a month later? In her past life, the demon clan had procured 3 heavenly insight fruits from the Tiangu secret realm, which later enabled several to attain the heavenly realm. It is worth noting that the heavenly insight fruit is an exceedingly rare spiritual fruit, extremely difficult to acquire. It allows cultivators who have stagnated at the pinnacle of the earth realm for years to directly ascend to the heavenly realm. The mere appearance of a single heavenly insight fruit could incite a frenzy among the 8 desolate powers. 30 years ago, a heavenly insight fruit was spotted in the Tiangu secret realm, but it has not been seen since. This time, no one knew if the Tiangu secret realm would reveal 3 at once. This would signify the potential emergence of 3 heavenly realm powerhouses. It is known that the entirety of the heavenly realm powers on the human clan continent scarcely exceeds a dozen. In her previous life, she later learned that those 3 heavenly insight fruits were inadvertently discovered by Feng Wuhuan, who then relayed the information to the demon clan, ultimately allowing them to seize it. Therefore, for this upcoming Tiangu secret realm, she intended to bring Feng Wuhuan along, hoping to once again locate those 3 heavenly insight fruits. However, this time, she would not permit that vile dragon to convey news of the heavenly insight fruits to the demon clan. After sitting in the courtyard for a while, Chi Feiyan eventually retired to her chamber for rest. Alas, in a few days his punishment of kneeling would be lifted, after enduring such a prolonged penance. The cold poison should have already taken root. This cold poison, if caught early, could still be extracted. However, if left untreated, it would worsen over time, becoming increasingly difficult to eradicate until it penetrated the very bones, rendering it impossible to remove. In the days to come, that vile dragon would not have an easy time. Thus, Feng Wuhuan languidly endured for another 7 days. Then, one day, almost crawled back to Yinchi residence, where Chi Feiyan informed him that he need not return to the cold underworld prison any longer. Afterward, he slipped into a stupor for 3 days. Time flew by, and the weather quickly grew warm. On this particular day, with Chi Feiyan absent from Yinchi residence, Feng Wuhuan finally seized the opportunity at midnight to contact Jin Yuanzi using a communication jade talisman. However, his request was met with an outright refusal from Jin Yuanzi. "Feng lad, I am a renowned master of formations. You expect me to lower myself and disguise myself to work for that surname Chi? Absolutely not. But, nobles, listen to me. The protective formation of the mirror void domain is exceedingly complex. An ordinary formation master would be utterly incapable of repairing it. Sooner or later, Chi Feiyan will have to beseech me for assistance. Humph. When that time comes, I shall impose numerous challenges before I agree to emerge from my seclusion. This consideration is only due to your face. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother with such trifles. Hearing this, Feng Wuhuan spoke with a tone of supplication. Please, Master Zhen, do not make it difficult for her. Just consider it a favor for me. Zhen Yuanzi swiftly interrupted. On what grounds? You should be grateful, for I am merely trying to help you vent your frustrations. Feng Wuhuan pursed his lips, and after a moment of silence, he replied, I have committed grave errors, and my demise is inconsequential. Therefore, I harbor no grievances that require addressing. You need not feel unjustly treated on my behalf. Senior Zhen, the mirror void domain is in dire need of a formation master, and I presently have nothing to offer her. Could you perhaps? Zhen Yuanzi interjected once more. Impossible. Don't even think about disguising yourself. My name remains unchanged, and I will not alter my identity. At most, I will agree not to make things difficult for her. Rest assured, she currently does not know my identity. If she were to find out, she would not concern herself with whether or not we are acquainted. Feng Wuhuan hesitated, but ultimately acquiesced. Indeed, with Senior Zhen's esteemed reputation, the Lord would likely not suspect any collusion between them. After severing the communication talisman, he placed it into the dark blue Shumi ring and concealed it carefully. Next, he checked the messages sent by his father through the demon contract. Feng Wuhuan, the Heavenly Valley secret realm appears once every decade. You must find a way to enter alongside Chi Feiyan. It is rumored that there may be the heaven-peeping fruit within, which has not appeared for decades. But one can never be certain it will not manifest this time. Your task is to search for the heaven-peeping fruit while monitoring the situation in the mirror void domain. If they find it, we must ensure that the people of the mirror void domain do not seize it first. I must urgently convey this message to you. I shall arrange for a disguise to infiltrate the secret realm of Tiangu and seize the treasures of the demon clan. Respond promptly. I understand your predicament, yet it seems implausible that you have been unable to find a moment to reply after all these days. This matter is of utmost importance. Should you fail to comply with my instructions, I shall sever Qingbou's arm and have it delivered to you. A shadow of gloom flickered in Feng Wuhuan's eyes. Having Qingbou under the control of Feng Songyuan is far from an ideal solution. He must establish contact with Xiang Li and devise a plan to rescue Qingbou. However, their current forces remain too feeble to contend with Feng Songyuan. In his previous life, they took over a decade to develop their influence in the demon realm. Although he has provided Xiang Li with numerous cultivation resources and crucial insights from seers, time is still their greatest adversary. The ECI tower remains too weak for now, and it is likely that it will take at least a year or more to witness any significant progress. Chapter 62. He stood in the rain, gazing around in confusion. Qingbou had been the steward by his mother's side before she married. After her marriage, he remained to tend to the estate and household left by her, saying it would be a place for her to return to whenever she missed home. Later, his mother tragically perished during childbirth. Feng Wuhuan, deemed inauspicious for having caused his mother's death and marked by pink dragon scales, was given the name Wuhuan by Feng Songyuan and cast into a remote courtyard to fend for himself. Upon learning of this, Qingbou ventured to the dragon clan, intent on reclaiming him. However, Feng Songyuan refused to release him, arguing that it was absurd to allow one's bloodline to wander freely, inviting mockery from others. Yet, he left Feng Wuhuan there, neglecting him entirely. Had it not been for Qingbou's regular visits bringing food and supplies, the young dragon would have perished alone in that desolate courtyard. In his heart, Qingbou was akin to a father to him. Thus, he could not allow any harm to befall Qingbou. After a moment's hesitation, he replied to Feng Songyuan, stating he would devise a way to accompany him to the Tiangu secret realm. In his previous life, he had discovered 3 sky-viewing fruits in that very realm. At that time, youthful and inexperienced, he had been deceived and intimidated by Feng Songyuan and concerned for Qingbou's safety. He ultimately relayed the information to the demon clan. Though he had spent little time with his master, who had treated him well, He had chosen to betray his master without a second thought, prioritizing Qinglou, who had cared for him since childhood. This time, he would not allow the demon clan to obtain those 3 sky-viewing fruits. Nevertheless, he still had to convey the news of the sky-viewing fruits to the demon clan. For Qinglou was under duress and could not be rescued immediately. He could not turn a blind eye to Qingbou's peril. After much contemplation, he began to form a resolution in his heart. As night deepened like water, Feng Wuhuan curled up in his makeshift nest, unaware of when the thunder began to rumble outside, soon followed by a torrential downpour. The late spring weather brought abundant rain, and Feng Wuhuan had endured considerable suffering. His nest provided little shelter, often resulting in heavy rain outside and a light drizzle within. Indeed, it was not long before he felt droplets seeping through the wooden cracks. Falling upon him, his clothes quickly became damp, gradually soaking through. Previously, this would have merely been uncomfortable, as the late spring temperatures were not particularly cold. However, now, he felt a chilling sensation slowly permeating through him. After tossing and turning in his nest for what felt like an eternity, sleep eluded him, and he decided to crawl out. He glanced around, but found no place to escape the rain. There was a small pavilion in the courtyard, but it was a space where the Lord often meditated, and he dared not intrude. The space beneath the hanging flower tree was also unsuitable. Inside the house was out of the question. He stood there, dazed in the rain, looking around in bewilderment. The vast Yinshi residence, once a place he could freely traverse, now felt like a prison, with every corner a forbidden zone, leaving him trapped in a mere corner. The biting cold made him shiver, and he squatted beside a wooden post near his nest, wrapping his arms around himself. Having previously sustained severe injuries and knelt in the cold prison for many days, often suffering from high fevers, alternating between chills and heat, his body had grown increasingly frail, compounded by the arduous labor in the servant quarters, rendering his hands nearly useless. Until now, although he no longer had to kneel in the cold abyss of punishment, the injuries upon him had not fully healed. Moreover, due to the lack of treatment, they had morphed into lingering afflictions that tormented him incessantly. He gazed at the heavy sky, uncertain of how long the rain would persist. Yet, it was clear that sleep would elude him this night. Raindrops trickled from his hair and the corners of his eyes as he leaned against a wooden post, one end of the chain secured to it, and the other clasped around the collar at his neck. At that moment, Feng Wuhuan thought he might resemble a wretched dog, stranded and without refuge. Crouched beside the post, he was oblivious to the figure that had silently appeared in the courtyard. Chi Feiyan had been patrolling the nearby seas for the past few days, preparing for the imminent opening of the Tiangu secret realm. Before departing from a mirror void domain, she needed to eliminate any potential hazards in the surrounding waters. That night, she had casually chosen a large reef to meditate and cultivate, intending to inspect the last 2 locations the following day. However, a sudden tempest of thunder and lightning unleashed a torrential downpour. After some contemplation, given that she was not far from Yinshi residence, she decided to return for rest. Although she possessed the ability to use water-repelling techniques to keep herself dry, avoiding the rain, such inclement weather could never compare to the comfort of lying on a grand bed. Were it not for the weight of her numerous responsibilities, her greatest delight would be to lazily recline on a bed, swing, or any place conducive to repose, indulging in books, sleep, and daydreams. As she soared through the air and returned to Yinshi residence, she caught sight of a shivering figure huddled beside a doghouse. The figure, drenched by the downpour, had its hands tightly clasped around its knees, back-arched, with its head buried in the crook of its arms. The slender wrists protruding from the sleeves bore slight deformities, with red marks extending into the fabric. Feng Wuhuan felt an intense chill. Despite the rain not being inherently cold, he felt as if trapped in the depths of a bitter winter night. In a daze, it seemed as though someone was calling his name, but amidst the pattering rain, he could not hear clearly. Feng Wuhuan. Chi Feiyan called out for the 3rd time before the figure finally lifted its head, a look of confusion washing over its face. Chi Feiyan was momentarily stunned. The pallor of his face was slightly lifted, his misty, peach blossom eyes suffused with pain and helplessness, shrouded in moisture. He stared at her vacantly, as if still processing her return. "Oh, Lord," Feng Wuhuan murmured, and in a sudden rush of anxiety, attempted to shift his position. Yet, having crouched for too long, coupled with the onset of cold poison, his body was frozen stiff, and he toppled forward. The fall was inconsequential for him, but Chi Feiyan was too close. As he fell, his hand instinctively reached out, landing squarely on the satin surface of her shoe. Although Chi Feiyan had conjured a barrier of spiritual energy to fend off the rain, it provided no protection against human contact. His waterlogged hand left several distinct, wet fingerprints on the dry satin. Realizing this, Feng Wuhuan quickly retracted his hand. He awkwardly crawled back 2 steps, kneeling in the rain. His tone tense as he apologized, "I'm sorry. I did not mean to," feeling that mere words of apology lacked sincerity. He extended both hands forward in a gesture of supplication. "The servants' hands have soiled your shoes. You may dispose of them as you wish. I apologize. Please do not be angry." Chi Feiyan gazed at the trembling figure, appearing startled. The rain-soaked clothing clung to the body, accentuating their emaciated form. In the mere span of 2 or 3 months since she brought this person back, they seemed to have lost considerable weight. Her voice, cold and detached amidst the rain-soaked night, inquired, "Why are you not inside?" It was only then that Feng Wuhuan recalled that after nightfall, he was confined to the doghouse, unable to stretch his limbs, lest the Lord inadvertently find him bothersome. "Yes, I apologize. I shall return inside." In a flurry of panic, he scrambled to rise, swiftly and skillfully burrowing into the adjacent doghouse, curling himself into a tight ball. Chapter 63. The filth of the slave prevents entrance upon noticing the situation. Chi Feiyan took a step forward and discovered that a considerable amount of rainwater had accumulated in the doghouse, with droplets still persistently falling. It dawned on her why the wretched dragon had chosen to endure the rain outside. The doghouse could only provide minimal shelter from light showers, while a heavy downpour would render it utterly soaked. To curl up inside under such conditions would be more unbearable than standing in the rain. Furrowing her brow in irritation, she noted that there were ample places in the courtyard to escape the rain, the eaves, the pavilion, or even the firewood shed. Was this vile dragon truly so foolish? "Did I invite you in?" Her voice was frigid. With merely 2 or 3 days remaining before their departure to the Tiangu secret realm, if the wretched dragon were to succumb to the cold rain and fall ill, leaving her unconscious for days, it would present considerable complications. Feng Wuhuan appeared bewildered. Had the Lord just asked him why he was not inside? Now that he had entered, she was forbidding him again? What was he to do? Stay inside or venture out? Crouching in the doghouse, he found himself in a quandary. After a moment, he cautiously crawled out and knelt once more, awaiting her decree. Raindrops incessantly pelted his head and face, leaving him dizzy and unable to open his eyes. The warmth he had managed to gather while huddled against the wall had dissipated entirely. Stiffening his body, he knelt in the rain, feeling his limbs grow increasingly numb from the cold. "Come here," Chi Feiyan commanded, then turned towards the pavilion. Feng Wuhuan, confused yet unwilling to defy her, swayed as he followed. Upon seeing Chi Feiyan settle on the edge seat of the pavilion, he hesitated, fearing she would disdain him for dirtying the place. Consequently, he knelt once more outside the pavilion. Noticing this, Chi Feiyan's expression grew even colder. What was wrong with this wretched dragon? Did he not understand that he was to come inside? Did her calling him not incite any movement? He had entirely lost the cleverness of his past life. "Guomin." Her voice bore a hint of anger. Feng Wuhuan trembled slightly, his heart racing with fear, uncertain whether it was due to having sullied her shoes or for not remaining properly curled in the doghouse that had provoked her ire. He hurriedly shook his head. "I'm dirty and cannot enter. I did not intend to soil your shoes if you are angry. Then please break my hands." As he spoke, he extended his arm forward, then thought better of it and crawled forward, placing his wrist against the ground, awaiting her to crush it as she had done in the cold abyss. In recent days, the Lord's demeanor towards him had grown increasingly frigid, and her methods more ruthless. He dared not entertain any hopes. Chi Feiyan's expression softened slightly in realization. So, he refrained from entering out of fear of dirtying the place. How obedient! "Guomin, I do not wish to repeat myself a third time." Hearing the coldness in her tone, Feng Wuhuan finally dared not delay any further. He crawled a few steps forward, ascended the steps, and maneuvered himself into the pavilion. The rainwater dripped from him, creating large wet stains on the previously dry floor. He cast his gaze down, awkwardly gathering the dripping hem of his clothing, attempting to prevent further dampening of the area. Chi Feiyan glanced at the garments adorning his figure. The wicked dragon had not donned the 2 outfits she had gifted him recently. However, those garments, subjected to frequent punishment, were likely to have succumbed to wear and been discarded. Now that the vile dragon had established connections with other clandestine factions, he surely lacked for clothing, and she need not concern herself with him any longer. The Heavenly Valley's secret realm was soon to be unveiled, and the wicked dragon had been in frequent contact with other Demon Clan spies. He was probably anxious to find a way to accompany her. Contemplating this, Chi Feiyan's voice turned frigid as she casually broached the subject. In 3 days, I shall take the disciples of the Mirror Void Domain to the Heavenly Valley secret realm. After her words fell, she observed Feng Wuhuan's reaction. If her intuition was correct, Feng Wuhuan had likely received a covert order from the Demon Clan, urging him to find a way to accompany her into the secret realm. Feng Wuhuan was momentarily taken aback by this abrupt topic, lowering his gaze as he replied, and then fell silent. He understood that she would indeed take him along. Those 3 sky-viewing fruits had been discovered by him in a previous life. He had reported to the Demon Clan while simultaneously diverting the attention of human cultivators, ultimately leading to the fruits being clandestinely claimed by the Demon Clan. In his former life, no one had known that the Heavenly Valley secret realm contained 3 sky-viewing fruits, all of which had been stealthily appropriated by the Demon Clan. Later, when the Demon Clan attacked the Mirror Void Domain, his father had revealed his betrayal to his master in vivid detail, successfully shattering his master's defenses. Among the revelations shared with his master was the tale of the sky-viewing fruits. Thus, he knew she would take him along. Therefore, he refrained from voicing his desire to enter the Heavenly Valley secret realm, lest he provoke her displeasure. Chi Feiyan was somewhat surprised, her tone laced with a hint of inquiry. "Do you wish to accompany me?" Feng Wuhuan slightly bowed his head, responding obediently, "I shall heed the Lord's wishes." Chi Feiyan's eyes held an inscrutable expression. She coldly commanded, "Lift your head." This wicked dragon was perpetually bowing his head, preventing her from discerning his emotions and making it difficult to gauge the truth behind his words. Feng Wuhuan complied, raising his head and allowing her to scrutinize him. After a moment, Chi Feiyan finally stated, "Kneel until tomorrow's work begins." With that, she rose, gliding past him and exiting the pavilion, returning to her chamber. She neither confirmed nor denied taking him along. Outside the pavilion, the heavy rain continued unabated. Feng Wuhuan knelt within the pavilion, his damp garments clinging uncomfortably to his skin. It was far preferable to the previous sensation of being utterly exposed to the downpour. He gazed at the now-closed door of the main chamber, the luminous orbs beneath the eaves casting a silvery glow upon the courtyard. Though he still felt cold, the fact that he had committed several errors today, yet faced no severe punishment from the Lord, filled him with unexpected joy. In recent days, he had been subjected to relentless punishment, treading carefully as if on thin ice, fearful of inciting her wrath. Yet, his very existence was a source of original sin. Merely being seen by the Lord would displease her, even if he had done nothing wrong. Thus, her leniency today took him by surprise. The following day, Chi Feiyan did not rise early, for she still had 2 sea regions to inspect. Before departing, she cast a glance at the small pavilion. The person who had been punished to kneel inside yesterday was no longer present, and the pavilion bore signs of having been tidied up. The garments of that vile dragon, which had been soiled, were now washed and hung beside the doghouse. Hadn't he already been afflicted by the cold poison? Yet, he seemed to have a penchant for cleanliness. After a brief survey, she turned to leave. Having gone several days without sustenance, she unexpectedly recalled the meal prepared by that dragon on a previous occasion. Although one dish had been quite unpalatable, the others had been rather satisfactory. While she did not possess a habit of daily dining, she would occasionally prepare a modest meal to honor her vital energies. However, with her current preoccupations, it had been a considerable time since she had last cooked. Yet, now that she had servants, there seemed little reason to labor in the kitchen herself. Reflecting on the locations she had inspected today, which were not far apart, she anticipated returning by afternoon. Upon her return, she resolved to summon that dragon from the servant quarters to prepare her an evening meal. Chapter 64 in the present day. It seems the dragon is rather obedient. Feng Wuhuan, along with several other servants, was assigned today to transport materials from a dilapidated loft within the castle, which is slated for demolition and reconstruction. The bricks, sand, and timber required for rebuilding would need to be moved to the construction site after the delivery was completed. Among the tasks, there were 2 lengthy flights of stairs. Feng Wuhuan, struggling under the weight of a large log intended for beam support, painstakingly maneuvered up the steps, nearly on the verge of collapse. He had knelt throughout the night prior, and now faced the arduous labor of the day, having consumed only a meager amount of water at noon. At this point, his stomach growled with hunger. In recent days, Shu had been dispatched to the guest quarters, rarely visiting the servant quarters, leaving Feng Wuhuan without sustenance. He pondered the remaining food he had clandestinely buried in the icy depths of the cold abyss and wondered if he might persuade a guard to allow him to retrieve it after work. Yet, he dismissed the thought, recognizing that such a request would likely be denied. Should they discover his hidden provisions, he might face the Lord's wrath. Would the Lord consider punishing him further by sending him back to kneel for another hour in the cold abyss? Would he be beaten to death? Feng Wuhuan, lost in his dismal thoughts, felt a sense of despair. Perhaps it would be best to endure the hunger. He limped slowly, hoisting the timber up the stairs, but his unsteady footing caused him to stumble forward. The heavy log crashed down upon him, then bounced and rolled down the stairs. Alarmed, he disregarded the pain in his body and hastened to chase after it, fearful that it might injure someone. Jiang Shao had just returned to the Mirror Void Castle when he was confronted by the sudden sight of a large log tumbling down the stairs, swiftly approaching him. His expression darkened as he swiftly formed a spell, his fingers deftly weaving, and he commanded, "Break." The log exploded in midair under the force of his spiritual energy. Jiang Shao, the only son of the esteemed elder Jiang Xian, had been away honing his skills until the imminent opening of the Heavenly Valley secret realm compelled him to return hastily to the Mirror Void domain, preparing to enter the secret realm alongside other disciples. After shattering the log, he inquired in a deep voice, "Who is responsible for this?" The nearby servants recoiled in fear. Clad in imposing attire and adorned with the jade token exclusive to the direct disciples of the Mirror Void Elders, Jiang Shao exuded an aura that commanded respect and caution. One of the servants, recognizing him, hastened forward, pointing a finger at Feng Wuhuan. "Young Master Jiang, it was him." Jiang Shao turned his gaze upon the individual, observing the collar around his neck and the unmistakable attire of a servant. It appeared that he had carelessly dropped the log during transport. He averted his eyes, adopting a haughty and aloof demeanor, laced with disdain. These servants were utterly useless, unable even to manage a simple log. It was fortunate for me that it was I who encountered this. Had it been an ordinary disciple struck by it, they would certainly have sustained severe injuries. Since he cannot even perform such a basic task, then he should be discarded. From his elevated position, Jiang Shao pronounced Feng Wuhuan's fate as if squashing an insignificant insect, utterly dismissive. The servant who had initially pointed him out quickly nodded in agreement. "Young Master Jiang is correct. This lowly slave always dawdles while working. Rest assured, we will ensure he is dealt with." Jiang Shao offered no further comment and turned away. Merely a few insignificant ants, unworthy of his attention. He had been away for over half a year, diligently honing his skills, and finally, he reached the Earth realm. He had hoped to bridge the gap between himself and a yin, only to discover that she had ascended to the heaven realm. The celebratory banquet passed without his return. Each encounter with a yin filled him with a sense of inadequacy, stemming from their disparities in cultivation. Nevertheless, he remained resolute. A yin would always be his. Feng Wuhuan observed the departing figure of Jiang Shao, his expression a tangle of emotions. Jiang Shao was exceedingly self-important, having grown up alongside the Lord, nurturing feelings for her while maintaining an air of aloofness. Even in his pursuit of her, he could not relinquish his pride. He even advised the Lord to ease her efforts, claiming that a woman should be delicate and that he would protect her in the future. In a previous life, Due to the affection between his master and Jiang Shao, the latter had caused him considerable trouble. Yet, with his master's protection and his own cultivation surpassing Jiang Zhao's over time, the latter ceased to provoke him after receiving a few harsh lessons. As Feng Wuhuan was lost in these memories, a gust of wind suddenly swept past him, followed by searing pain in his back, sending him tumbling down the stairs. A group of servants, wielding clubs, swiftly pursued him, striking down with fierce intent. Perhaps encouraged by Jiang Zhao's threat to cripple him, they aimed their blows at his joints. Feng Wuhuan desperately dodged, mindful that he was to accompany the lord to the secret realm of Tiangu in a few days. The thought of being incapacitated at this moment was unbearable. Although he evaded their aim at his joints, he could not escape the impact of the clubs. Already injured, his strength waned as he struggled to keep dodging. He wished to repel his assailants with spiritual power, yet the Lord had explicitly forbidden him from using it or harming anyone in the mirror void. After much hesitation, he ultimately resigned himself to the inevitable blows that landed with increasing force upon his joints. The pain was excruciating. Newly formed wrist bones were mercilessly struck, along with his elbows, knees, and ankles. His consciousness began to fade into a haze. In his semi-conscious state, he heard suggestions of severing his tendons, just as he felt a cold dagger press against his wrist. Just when he thought he could not escape the fate of being crippled today, a familiar female voice rang out. "What are you doing?" Chi Feiyan had just returned and, after inquiring about Jiang Feng and Feng Wuhuan's whereabouts, intended to summon him back for a meal. Upon arriving, she was met with this disheartening scene. Curled on the ground, he offered no resistance as the clubs rained down upon him. His beautiful peach blossom eyes flickered with a hint of life upon seeing her, only to dim again, reflecting his waning strength. The servants, realizing the Lord's presence, quickly retreated, their faces pale with fear. They recalled the rumors that Feng Wuhuan was the Lord's honored guest, the truth of which was uncertain, yet filled them with trepidation. "What is happening?" Chi Feiyan inquired coldly. One audacious servant stepped forward to explain, "My lord, this wretched slave shirks his duties, feigning an inability to move the timber. He deliberately cast the wood down from the heights of the staircase, nearly injuring young Master Jiang, which is why young Master Jiang commanded us to dispose of him." The servant, fearful of retribution, embellished his account, claiming he was merely following young Master Jiang's orders. "Has Jiang Shao returned?" It has indeed been a long while since she last laid eyes upon him. Chi Feiyan glanced at the group of servants and commanded them to leave with a sharp utterance. The servants, as if granted a reprieve, hastily departed. Although Chi Feiyan had heard rumors of the malevolent dragon being frequently targeted within the servant quarters, witnessing his arbitrary bullying firsthand stirred an inexplicable discontent within her heart. She could not articulate the source of this discontent, nor could she pinpoint against whom it was directed. Previously, she had cautioned the malevolent dragon against harming others, explicitly instructing him to refrain from violence and the use of spiritual power. Now, it appeared that the dragon had heeded her warnings. Otherwise, with his advanced cultivation level, it would have been a mere trifle for him to intimidate these powerless servants. A tumult of emotions swirled within her. Chapter 65. Even the slave does not know who is interfering. "Lord, how did you come here?" Feng Wuhuan weakly called out, attempting to rise. But the newly inflicted wounds from the beating caused him to grimace in pain. He bent forward and knelt, his voice slightly hoarse. Chi Feiyan did not respond to his query, but instead asked, "Is what that servant said true?" Feng Wuhuan felt somewhat bewildered. What had that servant just said? Amidst the chaos, a blow had struck his head, leaving his mind buzzing, rendering him unable to recall the conversation between the Lord and the servant. He hesitated, fearing that admitting he and T heard could provoke the Lord's ire, so he simply nodded in a daze. Noticing his odd behavior, Chi Feiyan remarked coolly, "Oh, I had intended to summon you to prepare dinner, but that individual claimed you were harboring ill intentions and planned to harm me tonight. Now that you seem to acknowledge it, it appears to be true?" Feng Wuhuan exclaimed, "Huh?" After a moment of realization, he hurriedly shook his head in denial. "I had no intention of harming you. Please do not listen to the nonsense. He coughed violently, the urgency of his explanation causing him to choke. Blood surged forth, and the metallic taste in his throat induced waves of dizziness. After a prolonged fit of coughing, he finally ceased, but as he attempted to clarify further, he heard Chi Feiyan, her expression impatient, command, "Return and prepare dinner." Seeing her demeanor, which suggested she did not wish to hear more from him, he pressed his lips together, suppressing his words, and obediently replied, "Yes." Yet, feeling somewhat helpless, he looked up at her and murmured, "May I rest for a moment before returning?" He struggled to finish his last words, but ultimately, he could no longer maintain his composure. His head tilted, and his body slumped to the ground as he lost consciousness. Chi Feiyan frowned. Despite having administered healing elixirs to him over the past few days, albeit of inferior quality, given the resilience of a dragon, it was perplexing that he would continuously faint. Summoning her spiritual energy, she employed a shifting technique to transport him back to the Shi residence. After contemplating, she decided against troubling Uncle Shun for assistance, opting instead to check his pulse herself. Upon contact, she felt a chilling coldness. Although she was not an expert in medicinal practices, she could discern the basic pulse patterns: weak, stagnant, and feeble. The deficiency was severe, resembling someone who had not had a hearty meal or restful sleep for an extended period. Coupled with frequent punishments and injuries, his fainting spells were not surprising. However, the state of his pulse suggested that his life might be in jeopardy. How could it be so severe? Chi Feiyan lowered her gaze, observing the wrist she was checking. Compared to their first meeting, it appeared even thinner, still marred by numerous scars extending into his sleeves. The origins of these wounds were unclear, resembling marks from squeezing or whips. Her gaze settled on a small section of exposed arm, where red spots were visible, resembling needle marks. Chi Feiyan's eyes darkened, emotions swirling within her that she was not fully aware of. Unbidden, memories surfaced of the past life when he would cling to her after sustaining injuries, whining about the pain, begging for comfort. Even the slightest wound would elicit cries of distress from him, his demeanor exceedingly petulant. She too felt a similar sentiment. Even if he suffered only a minor injury, her heart would ache for him, as she would embrace him tenderly, whispering soothing words. Yet now, the wounds adorning his body were frightfully numerous. Remarkably, he had never uttered a word of pain. She had placed him in a location akin to that of the servant quarters, fully aware that his circumstances would be far from pleasant. However, witnessing him endure the humiliation and abuse from other servants without a hint of resistance did not bring her the satisfaction she anticipated. It was clear that he had brought this upon himself. Yet the imagined exhilaration of revenge eluded her entirely. Chi Feiyan withdrew a substandard medicinal pill from her bosom. This was certainly not concocted by Shun Qingzi, whose renowned alchemical skills could never yield such poor quality. This pill was procured through her specific request to Uncle Shun, who had salvaged it from the failed attempts of his novice disciples. In her past life, when the mirror void was shattered, both Uncle Shun and Aunt Xie had perished. That vile dragon was utterly unworthy of the healing elixirs crafted by Uncle Shun. However, this inferior pill had only a feeble effect, and given the severity of the dragon's current injuries, it would likely prove ineffective. Nevertheless, to avoid delaying their subsequent journey, Chi Feiyan ultimately decided to store away the inferior pill. After a brief moment of hesitation, she retrieved a low-grade healing elixir of the Earth realm. Just as realms are categorized into heaven, earth, and humanity, each major tier is further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. After administering the elixir to him, she settled onto a swing, patiently awaiting the awakening of the man below. The low-grade healing elixir demonstrated remarkably swift effects. Feng Wuhuan's injuries were grievous, and his vitality was severely depleted. Thus, even this low-grade elixir could not restore him completely, but it would certainly alleviate his condition by a small measure. The results were particularly pronounced for external wounds, while internal injuries took longer to mend. After approximately 15 minutes, Feng Wuhuan slowly opened his eyes, momentarily dazed as he registered the partial restoration of his injuries. What is this? He hastily propped himself up, glancing around. Upon spotting Chi Feiyan, He transitioned from sitting to kneeling, crawling forward to kneel a few steps away from her. Observing the slight flush returning to his complexion, Chi Feiyan coldly remarked, "Your recovery seems quite swift." Feng Wuhuan, filled with trepidation, offered a bewildered explanation. "My lord, I am unsure who meddled and offered me the elixir." In his unconscious state, he lost track of time. Even a brief fainting spell can feel like an eternity upon awakening. Thus, he was uncertain of how long he had been unconscious or what had transpired during that interval. He worried whether someone, perhaps Chuguan, had administered a healing elixir to him after he collapsed in the servant quarters. If that were the case, he would have acted without the Lord's consent, potentially inciting her wrath. The thought that it might be the Lord herself who had given him the medicine had never crossed his mind. The potency of this elixir was formidable, undoubtedly a low-grade Earth Realm pill of excellent quality. The Lord would never waste such a fine remedy on him. At most, she would provide a few inferior pills that barely reached human grade, merely offering temporary relief without true healing. Upon hearing Feng Wuhuan's words, Chi Feiyan was nearly driven to laughter by her fury, her countenance visibly darkening. She leaned forward, exuding an air of pressure and danger. "Oh, the one who administered the elixir to you is meddling in affairs that do not concern them?" Upon witnessing this, Feng Wuhuan, adhering to the principle of better the death of a friend than the loss of a fellow practitioner, hastily nodded, "Yes. I wonder who the well-meaning individual was. Seeing me faint and deciding to administer the elixir to me. You must believe me. I would never dare to take the elixir for my own healing without your permission." As he spoke, noticing the Lord's expression growing increasingly frigid, his voice dwindled to a whisper, apprehensively clutching the hem of his garment. Uncertain if he had erred in his words or if the Lord was incensed by his audacity to heal himself, Chi Feiyan offered a cryptic smile. "Well-meaning, you say? You are indeed correct. I am grateful for your reminder. However, Feng Wuhuan, among the servants in the servant quarters, who do you think possesses both the inclination to be excessively kind and the means to provide low-grade spiritual herbs?" Chapter 66. Treat him indulgently, toy with him. Confronted by Chi Feiyan's probing questions, Feng Wuhuan found himself momentarily hesitant, at a loss for words. The only individual capable of providing him with this elixir was undoubtedly Chuguan. Should he disclose Chuguan's name? Previously, he would have unhesitatingly implicated him. However, Chuguan had aided him significantly, and through their interactions over time, he had come to ascertain that Chuguan had likely not communicated any information regarding the Mirror Void domain to the Demon Clan. Subsequently, he had subtly extracted information from the old Demon King on 2 occasions, drafting a list of potential informants, preparing to reveal his identity as a demon at an opportune moment, and then present the list to the Lord. Nevertheless, he contemplated testing Chuguan to see if he intended to leave. If he chose to depart, Feng Wuhuan would strike his name from the list. If he chose to remain, they would present it together to the Lord for his judgment. After all, he could not afford to gamble on whether Chuguan's continued presence might pose a future threat to the Lord and the Mirror Void domain. Returning to the Lord. "I have no idea." Seeing his tortured expression, Chi Feiyan suppressed a cold laugh. She too was probing to see if this wicked dragon would implicate another demon from the servant quarters. It appeared they were indeed branches of the same tree. With a frigid demeanor, she leaned back slightly, her tone indifferent, betraying no hint of her emotions. "Feng Wuhuan, is it possible that the busybody and overly benevolent individual you mentioned could be me?" Feng Wuhuan. Huh? He stared blankly, failing to comprehend the Lord's insinuation. Realization struck him belatedly. The elixir could very well have been given to him by the Lord. But what had he said? Clinging to hope, he stammered, "Was that elixir given to me by you?" Chi Feiyan's lips curled into a chilling smile. "Indeed, but I find myself somewhat regretful. What should I do about that?" Feng Wuhuan's complexion paled, and he hesitantly apologized. "But didn't he realize it was you?" Sorry. "If you regret it, you could just revert my injuries. It would be painful, though." The pain of his injuries had only recently been alleviated by the spirit elixir, and aside from the lingering hunger, he had not experienced such a comforting sensation in a long time. If his wounds were to be reopened, it would indeed be excruciating. Chi Feiyan maintained her icy demeanor, There is no rush. You will have plenty of injuries in the future. The reason I provided you with the elixir today is that we are soon to embark on a journey to the Heavenly Valley Secret Realm. I require someone to attend to me along the way, and given your half-dead condition, I fear you may not serve me adequately. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Feng Wuhuan nodded blankly. Yes, I understand. Chi Feiyan coldly commanded, Go prepare the evening meal. Feng Wuhuan snapped back to reality, joy illuminating his eyes. Yes. As he limped away to carry out his tasks, Chi Feiyan settled into a swing chair, her eyes gently closing. Her thoughts were tumultuous. The wicked dragon was right. She should not be overly benevolent. Since she discovered that the wicked dragon had re-established contact with the demon clan, he had become a dead man in her eyes. Yet, her initial intention was to hope for him to connect with other informants within the demon clan, so she could unearth more individuals by following the trail. Upon successfully establishing contact, an inexplicable surge of unnamed ire welled up within him. Was it possible that, deep within his heart, he harbored some clandestine hope and longing for this individual? Recalling the time when he witnessed the malevolent dragon nearly succumbing to the icy depths of the cold abyss, a fleeting panic had indeed gripped him, yet he forced himself to eradicate those instinctual feelings. That was the instinct born from the decade of love he had once held for him in a past life. The sight of his suffering and anguish would invariably evoke a shared pain within him. He could not afford to feel compassion for him. Thus, in the days that followed, he dutifully prostrated himself at the ancestral tablet hall, whether for a brief moment or several hours, to constantly remind himself of his identity and the burdens he bore. He had long forfeited any entitlement to romantic sentiment. Were he not the sovereign of the mirror void, were the dragon's harm confined solely to him, and were forgiveness a solitary affair of his own, perhaps he would have released him, allowing them both to part ways as strangers. Yet, there was also the possibility of resentment, which could lead him to bind the dragon, taking him far away to a place where only the two of them existed, where he could treat him as he pleased, torment him, and bring him to tears. Together, they could descend into oblivion. Regardless, it was a matter that concerned only them. However, his status as the ruler of the mirror void imposed a greater weight, for the dragon's transgressions extended beyond his own suffering. In this rebirth, he treaded cautiously, reminding himself to avoid any missteps. Over his shoulders lay the weight of countless lives. He had observed the torment and anguish inflicted upon the dragon these past few days. His indifference was a consequence of the dragon's own actions. Yet today, witnessing the dragon being mercilessly beaten by other servants and seeing that emaciated wrist, he found himself inexplicably softening, a sentiment he ought not to entertain. This was a malady that required remedy. In the kitchen, Feng Wuhuan was absorbed in his task. However, upon tasting a pinch of salt, he was taken aback. Previously, he could at least discern a hint of saltiness, albeit with dulled taste buds. But now, he could detect no trace of salt at all. He stirred the vegetables in the pan, then, feeling somewhat disheartened, cautiously scooped a small spoonful of salt from the container, hesitant to add more. Having been away from cooking for a long time, he felt somewhat clumsy and, compounded by his inability to discern the taste, he was quite apprehensive, recalling the last time he had oversalted the meal for the Lord. After all, if the dish turned out bland, he could always remedy it with a dash of salt. However, if it became too salty, it would be irreparable. Thus, he busied himself with clanging pots and pans for over half an hour before nervously presenting 3 dishes and a soup. Upon raising his gaze, he noticed the Lord reclining on the swing, eyes gently closed, breathing evenly, seemingly on the verge of slumber. Feng Wuhuan paused for a moment, and, after arranging the meal, he knelt before Chi Feiyan, softly announcing, "My lord, the evening meal is ready." The figure on the swing furrowed his brow slightly, but did not open his eyes, appearing somewhat displeased at being disturbed from his slumber. Feng Wuhuan refrained from calling out again, for having shared a bed with the Lord for many years, he was well aware of the Lord's morning temperament, particularly the aversion to being roused from an uncomfortable sleep. Of course, in his previous life, he had been the sole exception. Occasionally, there are pressing matters within the domain, and in the early hours before the Lord awakens, the elders rely on him to rouse her. He is the sole individual capable of summoning her without inciting her displeasure. Alas, there are moments when he too finds himself subjected to her punitive whims, enduring her fierce reprimands. Reflecting on her recent exertions, it is clear that she must be utterly exhausted. He has also heard that she recently dismantled a stronghold belonging to a band of marauding cultivators in the nearby seas. Feng Wuhuan pondered for a moment, and then quietly rose to fetch a bamboo cover from the kitchen to shield the dishes on the table. How splendid it would be if he could wield spiritual energy, allowing him to envelop the meal in a warmth-preserving barrier, so that once his master awakens, she could partake directly. In the absence of such power, he would have to wait until she stirs before reheating the food. Chapter 67. The faces of the mortal realm. After carefully covering the dishes on the table with a bamboo lid, Feng Wuhuan returned to kneel quietly near the swing set. The pain in his knees caused him to furrow his brow momentarily, but he quickly relaxed. Ever since he had spent more than half a month in the cold underworld, his knees had grown increasingly sensitive. Each time he knelt, a sharp pain would shoot through. The courtyard was enveloped in a profound silence. Feng Wuhuan knelt there, gazing at the figure a few steps ahead of him, his eyes filled with a longing that had been absent for far too long. Despite their prolonged coexistence in the inner courtyard and frequent encounters, he had not truly looked at her in a long while. When she was awake, he dared not lift his gaze to scrutinize her closely, fearing to provoke her displeasure and dreading the icy expression and underlying hatred reflected in her eyes. In the past, her gaze had always been warm and indulgent, filled with tender affection. The contrast to her current demeanor was stark and clear. He had witnessed the beauty of her love for him, a sight so exquisite that it instilled a deep fear of observing her when she despised or loathed him. Thus, even though he yearned to behold her fully, even after 100 years of longing, he could not muster the courage to look upon her as he did now. He feared the coldness and animosity that might linger in her eyes, the disdain and aversion he could not bear to endure. As the golden sun began its descent, the evening glow painted the sky. In the tranquil courtyard, the woman lay on the swing, lightly dozing, her breaths soft and gentle. The young man knelt nearby, quietly watching her, his gaze scarcely straying from her face. Suddenly, Feng Wuhuan recalled a phrase once spoken by Chi Feiyan. In the mortal realm, one meeting is one less. He realized he had lost his sense of taste and was uncertain whether hearing or sight would be the next to fade. Thus, while he still had the ability to see her, he resolved to truly observe her. Unbeknownst to him, half an hour slipped away. When Chi Feiyan opened her eyes, she found herself gazing directly into his enchanting peach blossom eyes, which were filled with a multitude of emotions: longing, affection, pain, and reluctance. Upon realizing she was awake, his eyes darted away like a startled fawn, his eyelids falling, and his long lashes obediently veiling his gaze, now dutifully fixed on the ground before him. Feng Wuhuan was taken aback by how utterly absorbed he had been in watching her, failing to notice her awakening, and he felt caught in the act. His heart raced anxiously as he stammered, "Master, you are awake? Allow me to heat your meal." After speaking, he awaited her response, his heart fluttering with uncertainty over whether his previous indiscretion might have displeased her. After a prolonged silence, just as he resigned himself to apologize for his transgression, a soft floated down from above. Feng Wuhuan felt as if a great weight had been lifted, quickly rising to his feet, stumbling slightly, and then limping to the kitchen to fetch the now warm dishes. In less than a quarter of an hour, he returned with the steaming meal, placing it on the table before pulling out a wooden chair to facilitate Chi Feiyan's seating. "Master, your meal is ready. You may dine now," he gently reminded her, standing by with hands clasped at his sides. Chi Feiyan settled at the table, surveying the dishes before her, which were indeed quite appetizing. Her voice was cool as she suggested, "Let's test the food." This time, Feng Wuhuan did not defend himself by claiming he could not poison, but rather obediently complied. He took an empty bowl, scooped a tiny portion of each dish, and filled his bowl with a small amount of rice, eating hurriedly. The sooner he tested the food, the less the Lord would have to wait. Only after he finished did Chi Feiyan begin to eat, with some sustenance finally in his stomach. Feng Wuhuan felt an unprecedented sense of comfort, though the lingering pains of his numerous ailments still throbbed subtly. Yet the pain was now bearable, a minor discomfort in comparison. After a few bites, Chi Feiyan's movements paused slightly. Feng Wuhuan, a bit anxious, inquired, "My lord, is the food not to your liking?" Chi Feiyan regarded him with a peculiar expression, asking, "Did you add vinegar to the spicy chicken feet?" Feng Wuhuan was momentarily taken aback, realizing he must have inadvertently used vinegar instead of soy sauce. In a flurry, he almost knelt to apologize but heard Chi Feiyan continue, "The flavor is quite delightful. However, what inspired you to pair vinegar with chicken feet?" In her leisure time, she had also pondered cooking but had never considered vinegar as a companion for chicken feet. The tangy and spicy flavor was unexpectedly appetizing. Feng Wuhuan, who had almost knelt in apology, was left bewildered. Can vinegar truly enhance the taste of spicy chicken feet? He responded awkwardly, It was merely a sudden whim. I'm glad you enjoy it, my lord." Chi Feiyan nodded, offering no further comment. One dined in silence while the other stood by, both immersed in their own thoughts. Feng Wuhuan relished this rare moment. Observing her contentedly enjoying the meal he prepared brought him a fleeting sense of bliss, as if the barriers and wounds between them had momentarily vanished. Time felt tranquil and unspoken, with hints of sweetness adorning their expressions. For him, this was a serendipitous sweetness encountered amidst the unending darkness and suffering of his rebirth. Though scarce, it was enough to sustain him on a long journey through the shadows. He always hoped that somewhere along that path, he might encounter such sweetness again. However ephemeral it might be, a cherished dream long yearned for amidst a century of solitude. Water. Chi Feiyan lifted her gaze to the dragon standing nearby, whose face bore a semblance of amusement, and could not help but raise her voice. What is this dragon doing? Is this how he serves her during meals? Where has his mind wandered off to? She wondered why he did not proactively refill her cup. Feng Wuhuan pulled back from his reverie, then realized the lord had finished her meal. Knowing her habit of drinking water after eating, he hurried to the other side of the long table to fetch a pot of water, pouring it to 8/10 full. Chi Feiyan raised her cup to drink and, with a slightly cold tone, asked, "What were you laughing about just now?" Feng Wuhuan felt a surge of anxiety. Had she noticed his earlier happiness? Would she find it bothersome? After all, no one wishes to see their adversary in high spirits. He knelt gracefully, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately decided to respond truthfully, "I'm delighted to see that you enjoy the dishes I prepare." Upon hearing his answer, Chi Feiyan was momentarily taken aback. When she looked at him again, she noticed the malicious dragon's eyes, bright and pure, filled with the simplest joy, devoid of any pretense. Chi Feiyan, who had initially intended to interrogate him further, suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, considering their imminent journey to the secret realm of Qinglou and the likelihood that this dragon could procure 3 sky fruit, she chose to refrain from quarreling with him today. There would be no need to visit the servant quarters tomorrow. He could remain in the courtyard. With that, Chi Feiyan rose, leaving behind a parting remark as she returned to the main house. Chapter 68. He regretted it. Master Shu was beyond his capabilities. Feng Wuhuan acquiesced, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. Tomorrow, would he be able to spend an entire day in the company of a lord? Moreover, he contemplated the impending journey to the Tiangu secret realm. Would this mean he could be by the lord's side every day thereafter? As these thoughts crossed his mind, a smile unfurled upon his lips, his peach blossom eyes curving slightly. He tidied the dishes and made his way to the well to fetch water for washing. As the cold water submerged his wrists, a shiver coursed through him, the newly healed area of his wrist aching in response to the icy touch. Yet, Feng Wuhuan's expression remained unchanged as he washed merrily, having become quite adept at enduring such discomfort. Once he finished washing the dishes, he returned to his makeshift bed and lay down, grateful for the rare opportunity to retire early and rise at dawn the following day. The lord had provided ample ingredients in the kitchen, sufficient for several meals. Since he was permitted to remain in the courtyard to assist, it was only natural that the lord would partake in the meals prepared for him. Exhausted from the day's labor, Feng Wuhuan soon drifted into slumber. In the west courtyard's guest room, Shu Wan entered, carrying a basin of foot-soaking water, placing it beside the bed. Yun lay sprawled across the bed, engrossed in a thick tome. Yin Gongzi, hurry and soak your feet. Shu Wan called out. Yin Yi turned to sit up, casting a glance at the murky water with a hint of displeasure. Shu Wan, what is this water? It's filthy. I refuse to soak my feet in it. Shu Wan huffed. Don't be ungrateful. I've infused it with herbs that can aid your cultivation. Did you not mention your impending journey to that wretched secret realm? I'm doing this for your own good. Yun Yi scoffed, skeptical. You, a mere servant, can really provide me with such valuable herbs for soaking? Shu Wan's face twisted in mock pain. Indeed, it may not be the finest, but cost me several months' wages. Yun Yi relented. Momento de silencio. Sighing, he thought that, given this servant's decent character, he might as well indulge in the murky concoction. As he pondered this, he reached for his boots and socks. But Shu Wan unexpectedly seized his foot, deftly removing his footwear. Yun Yi. In the midst of his surprise, his feet were submerged in the dark herbal water. To his astonishment, it felt rather pleasant. Curiosity piqued, he asked, is this the standard service provided by servants in the Jiangsu domain, assisting guests with removing their boots and washing their feet? I wonder, do you also offer services for loosening garments? Yun Yi spoke casually, curiosity guiding his words, oblivious to the shadow that flickered in the eyes of the person about to rise. Shu Wan abruptly lifted his gaze to meet Yun Yi's. A mischievous smile curving his lips. If young Master Yun desires, it is certainly within the realm of possibility. Yun Yi was taken aback. What had started as a mere inquiry had unveiled an unexpected prospect. Was this servant truly so audacious? He felt emboldened. Yun Yi's gaze roamed over Shu Wan, noting that, in terms of both appearance and physique, he fit perfectly within his aesthetic preferences. The only drawbacks being his sharp tongue and the fact that he was taller. While Yun Yi had an appreciation for handsome men, he had never shared a bed with someone taller than himself, and he was not particularly fond of it. However, to his surprise, he felt little aversion towards the current situation. Contemplating this, he leaned forward, playfully lifting the delicate chin of the individual before him with his fingers, and smiled with a charming grin. Oh, really? Then it seems this gentleman's bed tonight must share its space with you. Yun Yi smirked, anticipating a reaction of embarrassment, shock, or fear from the person in front of him, for those he had previously teased had always responded in such a manner. To his astonishment, Shu Wan suddenly seized his wrist, the very hand that had lifted his chin, and swiftly pressed him down onto the bed. The gaze that looked down upon him was shrouded in darkness, imbued with a fierce possessiveness that stirred an inexplicable sense of panic within Yun Yi. However, he quickly regained his composure. How outrageous! Though he favored men, he had always been the one in control. When had he ever been pinned beneath someone else? Even more perplexing was the uncanny familiarity of the position, as if this very scenario had transpired at some point in his past. Frustration welled within him, and with a surge of strength, he bent his knee to thrust against Shu Wan's abdomen, attempting to force him away. Yet to his dismay, each of his attempts was deftly intercepted by Shu Wan. Unyielding, the two engaged in a spirited tussle upon the bed. After a quarter of an hour, Yun Yi found himself breathless, pinned to the side of the bed, his robes disheveled. He was utterly exasperated. What manner of person was this, so brutish? He regretted ever engaging with Shu Wan. This lord was beyond his capabilities. Perhaps it would be more suitable to seek out those delicate young masters who were easily toppled. Get off, I no longer wish to pursue this. He huffed, pushing against the weight atop him, only to find himself unable to budge the other. Raising his gaze, he met Shu Wan's piercing stare, which seemed to grow more intense, even his breathing becoming heavier. That look was as if he intended to devour him. A wave of panic washed over Yun Yi, and he coldly warned, "Get off me this instant. If you do not comply, I shall be compelled to resort to my spiritual powers." The servants of the Mirror Void domain were mere mortals or those whose powers had been sealed. Should this fellow refuse to release him, he would unleash his powers to send him flying. Resolved, Yun Yi quietly began to gather his energy. Yet, just as he prepared to act, Shu Wan unexpectedly relinquished his hold and rose from the bed. The menacing gaze returned to its usual nonchalance. Well, clearly someone is overreaching. If you cannot handle the game, then do not play. He scoffed, turning to leave. Before departing, he added a parting remark. Do not forget to soak your feet. Yun Yi had intended to retort, but reflecting on the recent events left him at a loss for words, and he found himself seething in silence. To his astonishment, this seasoned flirt had stumbled in the presence of Shu Wan. Staring at the basin of murky, foot-soaking water before him, he felt an urge to kick it over. Yet as he lifted his foot, he recalled Shu Wan's remark about spending several months' wages. He was unaware of how much the servants of the Mirror Void domain earned each month, but he assumed it to be meager. In such dire circumstances, his willingness to spend money on herbal remedies for foot baths indeed reflects a rare kindness. After much inner conflict, Yun Yi once again immersed his feet in the soothing concoction. He could feel the subtle medicinal essence permeating through the skin of his feet, seeping into his body, providing a delightful sense of comfort. In his mind's eye, the visage of Shu Wan resurfaced, and the more he pondered, the more perplexed he became. Though her face was entirely unfamiliar, it evoked a sense of déjà vu, as if he had encountered it before. But where could that have been? Moreover, the sensation of being pinned beneath Shu Wan felt oddly familiar as well. Yet, how could that be possible? He, the esteemed young lord of Yun City, the future ruler, could never have been subdued in such a manner. Shaking his head, Yun Yi resolved to dismiss these thoughts, realizing that he was indeed losing his grip on reality. Chapter 69. Some rules must be established in advance on the following morning. Just as dawn began to break, Feng Wuhuan rose from his makeshift bed. He crawled out of his humble abode to fetch water, braving the chill to wash and refresh himself. He then set about tidying the courtyard. Typically, he was accustomed to long hours of labor, leaving him scant time to maintain the premises. Today, however, he seized the opportunity to organize the space thoroughly. Based on his experience, the Lord usually awoke quite late, so Feng Wuhuan thought it prudent to tidy the courtyard before preparing breakfast, thereby avoiding the risk of the meal cooling before it was served. In the courtyard, Feng Wuhuan busied himself diligently. Inside the main house, Chi Feiyan had already opened her eyes. The sound of bells jingling outside dispelled her lingering drowsiness. Ever since her rebirth, her sleep had been far from restful. She frequently awoke startled, with a tautness in her heart that prevented her from sinking into deep slumber. Thus, she opted to sit up and practice meditation. However, the clamor outside unsettled her. Given that the dragon had awakened, shouldn't he be in the kitchen preparing breakfast instead of wandering aimlessly in the courtyard? Recalling the last incident when the dragon had pilfered her vegetables, Chi Feiyan couldn't help but suspect that he might be harboring similar intentions again. Rising, she opened the door and, indeed, found the dragon squatting in the vegetable patch, uprooting something. With a cold demeanor, she demanded, "What are you doing?" Her stern voice startled him, nearly causing him to lose his composure. Feng Wuhuan turned around, kneeling with a handful of tangled weeds in his grasp. "My lord, you are awake. I noticed that the vegetable patch was overrun with weeds, so I thought to clear them." Chi Feiyan's gaze fell upon the patch, and upon confirming that he was genuinely just weeding, she refrained from further reprimands, simply instructing, "Go prepare breakfast." Feng Wuhuan quickly complied, taken aback by the Lord's early rising and eager to avoid any delay in his duties. After they finished their morning meal, Chi Feiyan settled into a swing chair and summoned him closer. "Feng Wuhuan, we shall depart for the Tiangu secret realm tomorrow. I intend to take you along. Thus we must establish some rules in advance." Kneeling obediently, Feng Wuhuan nodded. "Yes, my lord. I shall remember your words." Chi Feiyan lightly tapped the armrest of the swing chair, contemplating before she spoke. "The Tiangu secret realm is fraught with peril. Within its confines, I permit you to utilize your spiritual powers, but there are several stipulations you must adhere to. The first rule is that you must never lay a hand on any individuals from the Mirror Void. I have already conveyed this to you previously, and I trust the consequences of disobedience have left a lasting impression. However, if the 3 strikes of the fire whip were insufficient to instill this lesson, I can certainly bestow upon you a few more today." Feng Wuhuan's complexion paled, and he trembled as he assured her, "Rest assured, my lord. I shall never resist anyone from the Mirror Void." Chi Feiyan frowned, finding his declaration peculiar. Nevertheless, she dismissed her concern. As long as he complied, that was sufficient. She continued, "The Tiangu secret realm is abundant in resources teeming with treasures, yet they are rather scattered. To maximize our efforts in searching for these valuables, we will split up for a significant portion of the time. In other words, you will have the freedom to move about within. Thus, the second rule states that regardless of the treasures you may uncover within, you are required to surrender them to me. Should you dare to hoard anything, I shall show you no mercy. Do you understand? Her words were articulated with utmost clarity. Feng Wuhuan comprehended her intent in his past life. He had willingly bestowed 3 sky-viewing fruits to the demon clan, inadvertently granting them 3 formidable beings of celestial strength. Subsequently, those 3 celestial beings wreaked havoc upon numerous denizens of the Mirror Void domain, including his sister and brother-in-law. In this lifetime, the Lord would never permit the demon clan to acquire them again. As the one who discovered the sky-viewing fruits, he was both an essential companion for the Lord and a subject of her vigilant scrutiny. Feng Wuhuan nodded in affirmation. Yes, rest assured, I shall deliver every item I find into your hands. However, he was not entirely truthful. Upon hearing his agreement, Chi Feiyan spoke again. As for the third rule, it is in your best interest to behave and abandon any thoughts of escape. During this journey, should you dare to seize an opportunity to flee, I will ensure that both your feet are severed. Feng Wuhuan exhaled in relief. This rule was not overly burdensome. He had never contemplated escape, so he quickly replied, Yes, I shall not run away. Chi Feiyan's voice turned icy. It is best to adhere to that. Should you violate any of these 3 rules, I will make your existence a living hell. To ingrain these rules in your memory, you shall kneel for half an hour for each rule, totaling an hour and a half. How does that sound? Feng Wuhuan's tone remained submissive. Yes, kneeling as punishment is commonplace. An hour and a half is not insurmountable. He had endured such penalties in the cold depths of the hell of cold shadows, much less in this modest courtyard. However, Chi Feiyan gestured to the left. Kneel on that patch of rainflower stones. Feng Wuhuan lowered his gaze in acquiescence, a bitter taste rising in his mouth. He had anticipated a lighter punishment today, but it seemed he had overestimated the situation. To the left, near the pond, lay a path paved with rainflower stones. The uneven protrusions, despite the stones being somewhat rounded, would be far from comfortable against his knees and shins. As he approached, the moment his knees touched the ground, he felt a sharp pain radiate through his bones. Enduring this for the required duration would be quite a challenge. Once he knelt, Chi Feiyan rose and exited the inner courtyard, intending to find his sister. During this expedition to the Heavenly Valley's secret realm, his sister would remain in the Mirror Void domain, thus necessitating some matters to discuss with her. Feng Wuhuan, witnessing her departure, contemplated inquiring where she was going, when she would return, or if lunch was to be shared. Yet, as he opened his mouth, he found himself unable to voice the questions. In the past, she would always inform him of her whereabouts and duration of absence to alleviate his worries. Now, she would not share this information with him, and he had no right to ask. The small courtyard was left with him alone. Feng Wuhuan felt a pang of regret. He had hoped to spend the entire day in the company of the Lord, only to find that after a brief meal and the establishment of a few rules, she had departed once more. Time trickled by. The pain in his knees grew nearly numb, and beads of cold sweat began to form upon his brow. After kneeling, Feng Wuhuan found it increasingly difficult to rise. It was evident that his knees must be bruised. He glanced up at the sky, noting that it was nearly noon. Although he was uncertain whether the Lord would return for lunch, he nonetheless hobbled towards the kitchen. Regardless of whether she would eat or not, he felt compelled to prepare for her. He had neglected breakfast today, mistakenly believing she would rise later, failing to recognize that the current Lord was vastly different from his former master. Burdened with so many responsibilities, her rest was likely as troubled as his own. He could only lament his inability to assist her in any way. Chapter 70. The 10 Whips, How? Feng Wuhuan had been busy in the kitchen for a good half an hour, preparing the usual 3 dishes and a soup. He placed the food on the wooden table in the courtyard, glancing around expectantly, yet the person he awaited did not arrive. Standing before the table, Feng Wuhuan, feeling a tinge of disappointment as the meal gradually cooled, finally covered the dishes with a bamboo lid. He then dragged his feet, which still ached from earlier, and began tidying up the courtyard. Dust had accumulated on the window frames, indicating that it had been some time since he last performed the cleansing spell. He filled a wooden bucket with water and proceeded to wipe down each room. However, the main room and the small study were warded, preventing Feng Wuhuan from approaching. Distracted while cleaning, he inadvertently ventured too close to the small study and was promptly repelled by the barrier, landing flat on the ground, unable to rise for a while. To his surprise, this fall inadvertently brought Chi Feiyan back. The barrier had been set by Chi Feiyan, allowing only those recognized by the ward to enter. Others would be thrown back upon nearing it, and she would sense their proximity immediately. In his previous life, aside from Chi Feiyan, only two others could enter the main room and the small study, Feng Wuhuan and Chi Qinghe. Upon sensing someone attempting to approach the small study, Chi Feiyan's gaze turned icy. Within moments, she appeared in the courtyard. Feng Wuhuan, still recovering from his fall, was taken aback to see her standing just a few steps behind him. He froze momentarily before kneeling. "Did you just approach the study?" After returning to the inner courtyard, Chi Feiyan had initially intended to teach the malevolent dragon a lesson. However, considering her impending departure the next day, she hesitated, realizing that injuring him would only waste her precious elixirs. Thus, she refrained from acting immediately. Of course, if his response failed to satisfy her, she would not hesitate to inflict severe torment before providing him with some superior elixirs. Feng Wuhuan feared she might misunderstand, hastily explaining, "I was merely cleaning the windows and doors of the adjacent room when I accidentally got too close to the study. I apologize. I did not intend to approach." Chi Feiyan, her expression cold and indifferent, replied, "Oh, are you certain it was an accident? Or were you attempting to use the pretense of cleaning as a means to test whether you could enter the main room? If you could gain entry, that would be ideal. If not, you could always claim it was an inadvertent approach while cleaning." Feng Wuhuan's countenance fell, his face draining of color. In his past life, the scroll he had given to the demon clan, containing the crucial barrier array, was kept within the warded small study. Today, his unintentional approach had indeed triggered her ire, rendering his explanations painfully feeble. Had their roles been reversed, he too would have found them implausible. He silently tightened his grip on the cloth in his hand, his knuckles turning white, his eyes reflecting a flicker of grievance that he quickly suppressed. It was only natural for her not to believe him. He has no real reason to feel wronged, does he? No matter, he has become quite adept at enduring pain. He simply needs to persevere. He knows you may not believe his words, but he truly never intended to approach the study. However, it is an undeniable fact that he drew near to it, and thus you have punished him. Feng Wuhuan offered a brief defense before his pallid countenance displayed his acceptance of the impending punishment. It was uncertain whether the Lord would resort to the fire whip once more. The scorching flames upon his wounds were excruciating and would linger for many days. Kneeling there, his long lashes, as dark as crow feathers, fell to shield his enchanting peach blossom eyes, while his fingers unconsciously tightened around the damp cloth, awaiting the agony that was about to descend upon him. The courtyard was silent. Chi Feiyan scrutinized him for a moment, seemingly discerning the veracity of his words. After a while, she inquired, 10 strikes of the fire whip, how do you fare?" Feng Wuhuan trembled slightly. The fire whip was a formidable artifact. The last time he endured merely 3 strikes, it was a struggle. 10 strikes would likely lead to his demise. Yet, he was not ready to die, at least not before the crisis of the demon clan was resolved. After grappling with his thoughts for a moment, he spoke in a quavering voice, negotiating, "My lord. Could it be divided into 2 sessions? Perhaps 5 lashes today? The remaining 5 could be administered once my injuries have healed a bit?" Fortunately, the Lord had provided him with healing elixirs from the earthly realm the previous day, so he might withstand 5 lashes. Chi Feiyan observed the trembling dragon kneeling before her. Though still uncertain of his intentions to sneak into the study, her ire had diminished significantly. After a prolonged silence, she spoke in a frigid tone, "It cannot be divided. However, do remember this. The punishment will be enacted upon your return from the Tian Goose secret realm. Of course, should you discover rare, celestial treasures within, they may be used to offset these 10 lashes." Feng Wuhan was momentarily taken aback before realization struck him. The Lord seemed determined to acquire those 3 sky-viewing fruits. In truth, she need not worry. Even if he could not offset the 10 lashes with rewards, he would still share the information about the sky-viewing fruits with her. However, he could not articulate this and instead solemnly promised, "I understand. You need not worry. I will certainly perform well and offset these 10 lashes." Chi Feiyan's voice was cool as she replied, "That is for the best." With that, she turned and entered the small study. Within lay items of considerable importance. Before setting out, she deemed it necessary to bolster her defenses further. In the early morning, at the plaza before the Mirror Void Domain's main hall, many awaited. Among them were over 20 individuals destined to accompany the expedition into the secret realm, the majority being exemplary disciples of various elders. Alongside 3 or 4 small city lords, or future lords akin to Uni, Jiang Shao, the sole son of Elder Jiang Xian, stood at the forefront of the crowd. Clad in a flowing robe of cloud-like hues, projecting an air of haughty elegance, he gazed towards the hall's entrance, wondering why Yin had not yet arrived. Since his return, he had been preoccupied with solidifying his own realm and had yet to encounter a Yin. After a lengthy wait, they finally beheld the lady, adorned in a light persimmon-hued flowing robe, gracefully descending from the air, her beauty striking yet imbued with a cold, unapproachable demeanor. Behind her followed a handsome youth, bearing a burden on his back. His features were exquisite, his complexion a cool white, yet he appeared somewhat too slender. Chi Feiyan led the way, descending upon the grand square of the front hall. The prominent elders of the Mirror Void domain awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Feng Wuhan, Elder Jiang Xian stepped forward first, a hint of perplexity in his expression. "My lord," he inquired, "are you truly intending to bring this young slave along?" Chi Feiyan nodded slightly in affirmation. Jiang Xian, with a trace of discontent, voiced his concerns. "My lord, within the Celestial Valley's secret realm, the quota for each faction is limited. To allow a mere slave entry seems a gross waste. Should this slave's spot be vacated, perhaps another disciple could be arranged to enter in his stead." Chapter 71. Is this not the lowly slave I once deemed unworthy? The Tiangu secret realm does not permit unlimited entry. To prevent large-scale conflicts and fatalities arising from the scramble for treasures, the various factions of the human realm, along with independent cultivator associations, have collectively agreed upon a limit to the number of entrants each time it opens. Upon noticing that Feng Wuhan, a mere slave, was to occupy a spot, Jiang Xian felt reluctant to allow it. Jiang Shao, standing beside him, brightened at the sight of Chi Feiyan after a long absence. She appeared even more enchanting, though her increasingly formidable aura was less to his liking than her previously gentle demeanor. His gaze shifted behind Chi Feiyan, and he was taken aback. Was this not the lowly slave he had wished to discard that day? How did she end up following Chi Feiyan? Chi Feiyan acknowledged Jiang Xian with a subtle nod, her voice firm and unwavering. "You need not concern yourself. His presence serves a purpose." Jiang Xian's eyes flashed with displeasure. Yet he smiled and replied, "Oh, it seems this slave possesses unexpected utility. I shall refrain from obstructing you." He delivered the remark with a teasing tone, imbued with deeper significance. Chi Feiyan frowned, poised to articulate further, when suddenly Chi Qinghe rushed over from a distance and enveloped her in a warm embrace. "Yin, there are restrictions on cultivation levels within the Tiangu secret realm. Although you have reached the heavenly realm, once inside, your cultivation will be constrained to the lower tier of the earth realm. Therefore, you must exercise caution to ensure your safety." Chi Qinghe, typically carefree, spoke with an unusual note of concern. Chi Feiyan reassured her, "Do not worry, elder sister. I shall return safely." Within the Tiangu secret realm, the highest permissible cultivation level is restricted to the lower tier of the earth realm. Any cultivator exceeding this level will find their ability suppressed. Thus, those seeking revenge, who lack the strength to confront their adversaries outside, may seize this opportunity to eliminate rivals they could not defeat in ordinary circumstances. Chi Feiyan remained untroubled. Even if her spiritual energy was curtailed, her foundational techniques and combat experience would remain unaffected. Even when constrained to the lower tier of the Earth realm, she possessed the undeniable strength to dominate other cultivators of the same tier. After comforting Qi Qinghe for a while, Shen Xinzi approached, accompanied by a gentle-looking woman, his wife. Xie Yun, my dear Yin Yin, I fear you may not have enough healing elixirs. Over the past few days, I had Xinzi prepare more for you. Take them along. Better safe than sorry. Xie Yun spoke, handing over a large jar filled with dozens of labeled vials. Chi Feiyan's lips twitched at the sight of so many elixirs, wondering if they were intended as her sustenance. With a hint of resignation, she expressed, "Thank you so much, Annie Uncle Shen." After receiving the elixirs, Chi Feiyan chose not to engage in further pleasantries. She produced her magical vessel and, with a cool voice, issued her command. All selected disciples, board the vessel. We depart immediately. With that, she turned and strode onto the magical vessel, with Feng Wuhuan, who had remained silent throughout, limping to keep pace and boarding the vessel behind her. As Jiang Shao approached, poised to engage in conversation with Chi Feiyan, he momentarily froze, quickly masking the embarrassment in his eyes. He cleared his throat and addressed the group behind him, saying, "Dear junior brothers and sisters, let us depart." The group boarded the magical vessel, and after a brief farewell to the others, Chi Feiyan activated the vessel with her spiritual energy, propelling it swiftly into the clouds. On the vessel, Chi Feiyan stood at the bow, while Feng Wuhuan bowed his head, stationed behind her. Jiang Shao approached and noticed the ever-present figure beside Chi Feiyan, recalling his father's words that having this servant was of particular use. Consequently, he found Feng Wuhuan increasingly irksome. How dare such a lowly creature tarnish Feiyan's presence? He stepped forward and admonished, "Stand back. Do you not fear sullying the air around our esteemed leader?" Chi Feiyan, upon hearing his words, felt a flicker of displeasure but chose to remain silent. Upon hearing the rebuke, Feng Wuhuan raised his gaze to Chi Feiyan, and upon seeing a hint of discontent in her eyes, believing it to be directed at him, he dared not respond further, his expression dimming as he quietly retreated. Jiang Shao cast a disdainful glance at him, then occupied the space Feng Wuhuan had just vacated, donning a self-satisfied smile as he addressed Chi Feiyan. "Feiyan, it has been quite some time since we last met. I have been away on my journey for over half a year and often thought of you." Chi Feiyan's expression was somewhat complex. Being of similar age to Jiang Shao, they had played together since childhood, often seen as childhood sweethearts by others. However, she regarded him merely as an ordinary friend. Given that Jiang Xian had chosen to betray the Mirror Void Realm in his past life, she was uncertain whether Jiang Shao had done the same. Nevertheless, Jiang Zhao's character, proud, obstinate, and self-righteous, made her wary. After being rebuffed several times in the past, it was not beyond the realm of possibility that he might follow in his father's footsteps. She responded with a non-committal, "I heard you made some progress in your cultivation during your recent journey. Congratulations." Jiang Shao smiled and nodded, initially intending to boast before her about his experiences. But recalling her current status as a celestial realm cultivator, he redirected his words. "Feiyan, during my travels, I collected some fine wines, knowing your fondness for them. I brought some back for you." As he spoke, he retrieved several jars of wine from his storage ring and extended them toward her. Chi Feiyan shook her head, replying, "No need. I have enough wine here. Besides, I can only drink Qinshan Zue. I am not accustomed to other flavors." Jiang Zhao's smile faltered slightly, yet he did not retract the wine. "Feiyan, how can you say you do not like them if you have yet to taste them? These are renowned brews from various regions. Do give them a try. I am certain you will enjoy them." Chi Feiyan, growing impatient with his insistence, furrowed her brow and suggested, "Well then, let us all sample them together." Without waiting for Jiang Shao to respond, she turned to Feng Wuhuan and called, "Come here, take this and let everyone have a taste." Feng Wuhuan, having been quietly eavesdropping on their conversation with his head bowed, was momentarily taken aback, failing to realize she was addressing him. After a brief pause, he hurried forward. A flicker of displeasure crossed Jiang Shao's eyes. Why was Feiyan growing increasingly distant? Was it due to her ascension to the celestial realm? Indeed, a woman's elevated cultivation could often lead to excessive pride, making it difficult for men to assert themselves. In days gone by, Ian would affectionately address him as Brother Jiang, treating him with a certain degree of kindness. Yet now, having only just entered the celestial realm, she hardly acknowledges him. Feng Wuhuan approached the two, noticing that Jiang Shao still held several jars of wine in his hand, and said, "Young Master Jiang, may I have the wine?" Jiang Zhao's gaze fell upon Feng Wuhuan, and a flicker of murderous intent flashed across his eyes. How dare this lowly servant ask him for wine? However, due to Ian's recent words, Jiang Shao ultimately restrained his anger and begrudgingly handed the wine to Feng Wuhuan. Receiving the wine, Feng Wuhuan turned to join the group gathered at the end of the boat. It was inevitable, with Chi Feiyan standing at the bow. Most disciples dared not approach, clustering together like quails at the stern. There was a sense of envy among the crowd towards Jiang Shao, who had the audacity to converse with Chi Feiyan. After all, the formidable and chilling aura that emanated from the lady ruler was not something everyone would dare to confront. Yun Yi, fanning himself with a folding fan, was the first to step forward to accept the wine, smiling at Feng Wuhuan as he said, "Just what I was craving. Thank you." Jiang Zhao's expression darkened slightly. The wine, which he had provided, was being thanked by the young master of Yun City to that lowly servant instead. Chapter 72. The Lord's Man? Does he even deserve it? As dusk fell, the airship descended, and Chi Feiyan led the group into the small town, intending to rest for the night. Inside the inn, they occupied several tables, and given the sparse clientele of the town, it was a rare opportunity for business, causing the innkeeper to beam with delight as he personally attended to them. After a brief wait, a sumptuous dinner was laid out before them. Chi Feiyan, however, chose not to dine and retreated to her room to rest. Feng Wuhuan, naturally unqualified to enter the lordess' chamber, stood awkwardly at the entrance of the stairs on the first floor. The lord had requested only one room, while the other disciples each acquired their own accommodations. Lacking silver, he found himself unable to secure a room. Even if he had the means, he would not dare to claim a room without the lord's consent. Feng Wuhuan contemplated inquiring with the innkeeper about the possibility of spending the night in the common area if he could not afford room. Yet, with the evening sky hinting at impending rain, he feared he would be left to wait outside in the downpour. Just as he wrestled with his thoughts, he heard someone calling out to him, "Hey, Brother Jiang wants you to come here. Are you deaf?" The voice belonged to an inner disciple under the Grand Elder, part of the same lineage as Jiang Shao. Feng Wuhuan turned to see Jiang Shao glaring at him with a dark expression. He bit his lip, realizing he was likely in for trouble. A bitter smile crossed his face, recalling how he had often relied on his master's favor to flaunt his power before Jiang Shao, even having beaten him to the point of incapacitation in the past. Now, the time for reckoning had come. He approached and inquired, "What orders do you have, young Master Jiang?" Jiang Shao leisurely continued to eat from his bowl, while a disciple beside him could no longer contain himself and scolded, "You lowly servant! Who told you to stand while speaking to our brother Jiang? Where are your manners?" Feng Wuhuan remained silent, unwilling to kneel before Jiang Shao. In his previous life, Jiang Shao had relentlessly pursued his master, ultimately colluding with the demon clan out of a desire to destroy what he could not possess, even orchestrating an attempt on Feng Wuhuan's life. Later, when Feng Wuhuan was unconscious, his master bore the poison meant for him, only for him to unknowingly push her into the abyss of black water. He had believed that with his master's mid-tier celestial prowess, the abyss would only confine her for a few days without causing harm. Little did he know, his master was already injured, and the poison's intrusion left her incapable of resisting the lethal aura within the abyss. Ultimately, she escaped using a secret technique, but her injuries remained grievous, forcing her to confront the demon clan until she met her tragic end through self-detonation, filled with resentment. It was his own foolishness and negligence that led to this catastrophic outcome. It was only over a month after her self-detonation that he unraveled the truth. Consumed by rage, he captured Jiang Shao and imprisoned him, torturing him for 3 days and nights before reducing him to ashes. In this life, Jiang Shao remained one of the individuals he yearned to eliminate. Yet, the time was not ripe. He needed to bide his time. Just as Feng Wuhuan's thoughts drifted, a powerful force struck from behind his knees, forcing him to kneel forward. As the knee struck the ground, Feng Wuhuan was drenched in cold sweat. Jiang Shao gazed at Feng Wuhuan's pallid countenance, revealing a hint of disdain. "I have heard you were brought back by the Lord?" Feng Wuhuan responded with a mere hum, his lack of decorum eliciting a shadow of gloom in Jiang Zhao's eyes. Sitting there with an air of superiority, he scrutinized the youth before him and taunted. "No wonder a mere lowly slave dares to be so arrogant. Do you believe that by staying close to Ayan, she will shield you?" Feng Wuhuan remained silent, his head bowed, fully aware that the Lord would not protect him. He possessed enough self-awareness to understand that while the Lord harbored no fondness for Jiang Shao, he loathed him even more. Should Jiang Shao lay hands upon him, the Lord would likely cast but a fleeting glance before turning away. Jiang Shao sneered. No words. He suddenly directed his attention to those beside him, commanding, "Force his mouth open." Before long, Feng Wuhuan found himself compelled to part his lips as two strong hands gripped his cheeks. Jiang Zhao's voice dripped with malice. "Pour him some wine." As soon as the words left his lips, someone swiftly seized a large wine jar from the table and approached Feng Wuhuan, pouring the liquid into his forcibly open mouth. The sharp, pungent liquor surged down his throat unexpectedly, and Feng Wuhuan struggled to swallow, but the torrent was relentless, choking him. The one pouring the wine showed no mercy, continuing to deluge him despite his violent coughs. The liquor cascaded into his mouth and nostrils, leaving him gasping for breath. Feng Wuhuan's face, once pale, flushed red from suffocation, gradually taking on a purplish hue. Just as it seemed he might drown in the liquor, Yun Yi, seated at another table, could no longer restrain himself. Forming a gesture with his fingers, he unleashed a surge of spiritual energy that shattered the remaining half-jar of wine into fragments. The hands that held Feng Wuhuan recoiled in shock, retreating to avoid being splashed by shards and liquid. Finally, Feng Wuhuan was granted a moment to breathe. He hunched over, coughing incessantly, spitting out traces of blood, though gradually, the color returned to his face. Yet, the acrid taste of the liquor lingered in his throat, tormenting him. Jiang Shao cast a dark glance at the scene, his voice laden with menace. "Yun Shaocheng, are you perhaps meddling too much?" Yun Yi, Unfazit, waved his folding fan and replied with a smile. "Jiang Daoyu, one should show mercy when possible. This young slave has done nothing to offend you. So why must you torment him so?" Jiang Shao retorted with mockery. "I have heard that Yun Shaocheng has a penchant for handsome youths. Is that what you desire?" Yun Yi remained undeterred, folding his fan and lightly tapping his palm. "I lack the boldness of Jiang Daoyu. I would never dare to harm someone from Lord Qi's side." His words serve as a reminder to Jiang Shao that despite Feng Wuhuan's status as a servant, he was still associated with Chi Feiyan, and even when striking a dog, one must consider its master. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhao's eyes darkened further. The Lord's people? How dare he claim such a connection? It would be wise for Yun Shaocheng to refrain from meddling, lest he invite calamity upon himself. The undertone of Jiang Zhao's words bore a subtle threat. Yun Yi paused momentarily while playing with his folding fan, his mind clouded with hesitation. Though he held no fear of Jiang Shao, he was acutely aware that Jiang Zhao's father was the Grand Elder of the Mirror Void Domain, and it would not be difficult for him to create trouble for Yin City, with his father's deteriorating health. The thought of him learning that his son had embroiled himself in trouble was enough to invoke a sense of dread. After a moment's reflection, he turned away in indignation, choosing to avert his gaze. After all, the individual in question was not his own. Let those who are connected bear the burden of concern. Jiang Shao, noticing Yun Yi's submission, chose to withdraw from the matter, a hint of satisfaction gracing his demeanor. He then turned his attention to the kneeling Feng Wuhuan, a glimmer of mockery flickering in his eyes. "You are Feng Wuhuan, are you not? Pray tell, if I were to end your life today, would the Lord trouble himself over the fate of a mere lowly slave?" Chapter 73. Feng Wuhuan, are you quite the troublemaker? Feng Wuhuan coughed for considerable time before finally regaining his composure, though his entire being was drenched in liquor and a chill seeped deep into his bones. Upon hearing the question, a bitter sensation welled up within him. The Lord would certainly not trouble Jiang Shao on his behalf. Not only was the Lord unaware of Jiang Zhao's past misdeeds, but even if he were informed, he would merely regard it as a case of dogs biting dogs. He forced a wry smile, his voice tinged with despair. No, my life and death matter little to the Lord. Jiang Shao was somewhat taken aback, not expecting this contemptible wretch to possess self-awareness. He pointed disdainfully at the shattered porcelain shards scattered across the ground. Since it's broken, do not waste it. Kneel upon it. Although he truly wished to rid himself of this despicable slave, he hesitated. Yin had been rather indifferent towards him today. While this wretch was but a trifling ant, he did not wish to become estranged from Yin over such a matter. Feng Wuhuan's fingers curled slightly, a cold glint flickering in his peach blossom eyes. However, with the Lord just above on the second floor, he could not resist. After a moment of silence, he finally began to shift his aching knees, preparing to kneel on the jagged shards. Just then, a chilling female voice echoed from the second floor. "Get up here." Upon entering the room, Chi Feiyan had intended to rest. However, the heightened hearing of a celestial realm cultivator allowed her to catch every word from below, as if they were spoken directly into her ears. She had no desire to intervene and wished to weave a soundproof barrier to continue her rest. The torment of that vile dragon was of no concern to her. Yet, as she began to form the seal, her hand inexplicably froze mid-air. Upon hearing the sound of the dragon's fabric scraping against the floor as he shifted to kneel, she could no longer restrain herself from speaking. The vile dragon, already limping, would surely be rendered unable to walk if he knelt on the broken porcelain shards. Thus how could he possibly fetch the sky fruit for her? Downstairs, Feng Wuhuan withdrew his knee that was poised to kneel, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. He pushed himself up from the ground, not sparing Jiang Shao a glance, and hobbled up the stairs. Upon witnessing his departure, Jiang Zhao's expression darkened considerably. Yin seemed to be quite protective of this wretch. Could it truly be, as his father had said, that the Lord shared such a relationship with his slave? That could not be. Based on what he knew of Yin, she would not indulge a male pet. Upon returning from this expedition, he had intended to express his feelings to Yin and have his father propose to the Lord's sister. However, if Yin truly kept a male pet, he would first need to eliminate this rival before considering any proposals. Otherwise, having a male pet beside his future partner would surely turn him into a laughingstock. Once Feng Wuhuan ascended the stairs, he found the door remained closed. Feeling somewhat anxious, he knocked softly. "My lord?" Chi Feiyan's voice was icy. "Come in." Only then did Feng Wuhuan muster the courage to enter, approaching Chi Feiyan, who regarded him with a cold and piercing gaze, causing his heart to skip a beat. Chi Feiyan was indeed feeling somewhat tumultuous. She cast a disdainful glance at the one who had instinctively knelt, her tone laced with misplaced ire. "Feng Wuhuan, you are quite the troublemaker, aren't you?" Even though she knew full well that the vile dragon had not intentionally provoked Jiang Shao at that moment, she felt a sense of shame for her own softness and could not be bothered with the details, simply wishing to vent her frustration upon the person before her. She reassured herself that it was her expectation of the wicked dragon seeking the celestial fruit that compelled her to protect him. Yet, she was acutely aware that beyond this factor, another reason lay in her own softness of heart. Feng Wuhuan remained oblivious to the tumult within the Lord's mind. Upon sensing her anger, he stammered an apology. "I'm sorry, Chi Feiyan." Noticing his lack of defense and his submissive demeanor, felt a surge of irritation. How should one address the disruption of my rest? Feng Wuhuan, pallid and somewhat at a loss, had not intended to disturb the Lord's repose. However, with Jiang Shao deliberately provoking him and the alcohol overwhelming his senses, he had involuntarily coughed, thus causing the disturbance. After a moment of internal conflict, he hesitantly suggested, "Then I shall request that they refrain from causing trouble in the vicinity next time." A wave of self-pity washed over him. He pondered whether the Lord's recent kindness had made him overly sensitive. What right did he have to feel wronged when disturbing the Lord's peace was indeed a fact? Whatever punishment the Lord deemed appropriate was warranted. Chi Feiyan gazed at the kneeling figure before her, a surge of unnameable anger swelling within her. What did he mean by suggesting to act further away? Was that truly her intent? Yet, upon reflection, it seemed to indeed echo her sentiments. From the wicked dragon's perspective, she chastised him for his mischief and for disturbing her rest. Did that not imply she held him accountable for speaking out during his punishment? But why did he not defend himself? Why present himself as a fool willing to accept his punishment? Her temper flared, and her tone turned sharp. "Kneel outside. You bring ill fortune." Upon hearing those final words, Feng Wuhuan pressed his lips together, a profound self-loathing rising within him. He murmured a subdued acknowledgement and, with a pained effort, raised his aching knees, unsteadily making his way toward the door, his silhouette appearing pitiably awkward and desolate. Chi Feiyan frowned slightly at the sight. Feng Wuhuan stumbled outside, looking around in confusion. He initially intended to kneel at the entrance, but reconsidered, thinking that such a misfortunate being should kneel farther away to avoid displeasing her. Thus, he limped and crawled down the stairs. Under the astonished gazes of Jiang Shao and Yun, he inquired with the innkeeper before retreating to the courtyard to kneel as punishment. The innkeeper, taken aback, had never witnessed anyone being punished to kneel in an inn before. In the hall, a disciple chuckled, complimenting Jiang Shao. "The Lord truly treats Brother Jiang differently." The Lord was aware that the wretched slave had angered Brother Jiang, and this was a deliberate summons to punish him, avenging Brother Jiang. Indeed, Brother Jiang shares an unparalleled bond with the Lord, having grown up together. Jiang Shao, whose expression had initially been somewhat gloomy, brightened upon hearing the flattery, secretly pondering that Ian still harbored feelings for him. He must seize the opportunity to express his affection soon. Only Yin Yi, standing nearby, lightly fanned himself, his expression peculiar. What confidence did Jiang Shao possess to believe the Lord had any interest in him? Throughout their journey, he had clearly observed that Lady Qi treated Jiang Shao with indifference, devoid of any romantic undertones. Of course, she was equally aloof towards that little slave, albeit with a hint of difference. As Qi and Jun gazed at the young slave, a flicker of emotion danced in her eyes. However, when her gaze fell upon Jiang Shao, it was devoid of any warmth, utterly cold and indifferent. The sky had darkened completely, and Yun Yi, twirling his folding fan, could no longer bear to witness the obsequiousness of the Grand Elder's disciples, preparing to retreat to his quarters for rest. Meanwhile, upstairs, Chi Feiyan listened impassively to the discussions of the disciples. Her attention was drawn to the spot where the vile dragon had recently knelt, the ground marred by sporadic crimson stains. A shadow flickered across Chi Feiyan's gaze. Had the vile dragon not knelt upon those shattered porcelain shards? How could there be blood seeping from its knees? Just then, a young attendant passed by outside, and Chi Feiyan called out to him, "Please arrange for me to have a different room." Chapter 74. Only one more day of journey remains. Feng Wuhuan arrived at the courtyard and silently knelt down. His knees felt somewhat numb from the pain, and it was only after kneeling there that he realized they seemed to be bleeding. Recalling his earlier kneeling in the Lord's chamber, he wondered if he had stained the floor. A desire to return and check arose within him. If he had indeed made a mess, he would clean it up to avoid the Lord's displeasure. Yet, he hesitated, fully aware that the Lord clearly did not wish to see him. Would returning only exacerbate her irritation? After much inner turmoil, he ultimately lacked the courage to turn back. Perhaps he was being overly concerned. Surely he hadn't sullied the floor. If he had, the Lord would surely summon him to clean it, or simply relocate him to another room. His garments, drenched in wine, felt uncomfortably cold. The pain in his knees persisted. They had sustained considerable injury previously, and being forcefully knocked down today likely worsened the damage. At that moment, a patch of fabric around his knee had turned crimson from the blood seeping through, leaving him uncertain of the condition beneath. In the dead of night, a light rain began to fall from the sky. Although it was not as heavy as the rain experienced at Yinshi residence, the droplets gradually soaked his clothing. Feng Wuhuan reflected on his fortune that the Lord had provided him with a low-grade healing elixir, which had alleviated some of his old injuries. Otherwise, he would have long since succumbed to his plight. However, the elixir was ineffective against the cold poison, only capable of mending superficial injuries. Unbeknownst to the dazed and freezing Feng Wuhuan, a window on the third floor of the guest house behind him had been opened. Chi Feiyan had requested the innkeeper to change her room. From this west-facing window, she could clearly observe the courtyard below, where the kneeling figure was lost in thought. What began as a resolute posture gradually transformed into a hunched ball of despair. Chi Feiyan found herself perplexed. She had merely instructed him to kneel outside. Not for an entire night. He could have knelt for an hour and then sought refuge from the rain. Based on her understanding of the evil dragon, he was not one to willingly endure suffering. Self-preservation was instinctual, especially in his case. Yet, the dragon before her was drastically different from the one she remembered. After a moment of silence, Chi Feiyan released her spiritual energy, forming a protective barrier that enveloped the courtyard above. The fine rain could no longer fall within its confines. Feng Wuhuan, curled up, drowsily wondered if the rain had ceased so soon. Inside the barrier, the rain stopped, the winds calmed, and the sky cleared. Outside, the gentle rain continued to patter until dawn. Morning broke, and a group prepared to continue their journey. Having knelt throughout the night, Feng Wuhuan's already injured knees ached to the point of making it nearly impossible for him to stand. Fortunately, the rain had abated early, or the soaking would have made rising even more impossible. Hearing the disciples ahead calling for the assembly, he anxiously struggled to rise, but his legs betrayed him, threatening to collapse forward. Thankfully, Yun Yi stepped forward to support him, preventing a fall. Observing the state of his clothing, Yun Yi chuckled. That must be the work of that rascal Shujun, isn't it? That day, he gleefully boasted to me about his recent act of kindness, seeking my praise in return. TSK. As he spoke, he casually performed a cleansing spell, rendering Feng Wuhuan's garments immaculate. Feng Wuhuan cast a surprised glance at Yun Yi and inquired, "Do you know Xuan?" "Yes, I have only recently become acquainted with him. During my time in the Mirror Void domain, he has been attending to my needs." Yun Yi repeated. Feng Wuhuan appeared taken aback. He is capable of serving others? Having discerned Xu Wan's temperament, he believed that, despite being a servant, he was likely inept at fulfilling such duties. Yun Yi concurred. Indeed, he seems ill-suited for servitude. It's probable that before being captured as a servant, he was engaged in a life of thievery. Feng Wuhuan fell silent, limping away with his head down. Yun Yi muttered behind him, "Last night, he knelt in the rain for an entire night. I'm truly impressed that he can still walk." Ahead, Feng Wuhuan's steps faltered slightly as he turned to correct him. It only rained for a quarter of an hour last night before it ceased. Yun Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Surely you must be mistaken. It rained for an extended period." Feng Wuhuan looked perplexed. Did it really rain all night? Yet I distinctly recall that it stopped shortly after beginning. Perhaps I am merely suffering from the cold. Meanwhile, Chi Feiyan awaited at the inn's entrance alongside Jiang Shao, who wore a smile, engaged in conversation. Chi Feiyan maintained a stoic expression, occasionally offering perfunctory responses. Her demeanor shifted only when she noticed the limping figure approaching, moving slowly yet with urgency. Her gaze fell upon Feng Wuhuan's knee, observing that the bloodstains had vanished, and his attire appeared quite clean. This led her to scrutinize Yun Yi, finding that he treated the dragon well. Feng Wuhuan sensed Chi Feiyan's slight displeasure and presumed it stemmed from his slow pace, causing her to wait. He opened his mouth to apologize when she coldly commanded the group to depart. The group continued their journey for several days. Throughout this time, Feng Wuhuan frequently found himself in difficult situations. For instance, disciples from the Grand Elder's faction claimed that he was the only servant among those traveling to the Mirror Void and thus should assist them with laundry and various menial tasks. They concocted numerous excuses to summon him. Fortunately, the arduous travel left them little time to vex him, and he managed to endure. What troubled him more was the Lord's unusual coldness towards him in recent days. He had scarcely exchanged a word with him, leading Feng Wuhuan to believe the Lord had grown weary of his presence, and he dared not approach. That evening, the vessel came to a halt in a desolate wilderness, far removed from any town where they could rest. They would have to camp in the wild that night. One by one, the group disembarked, with Feng Wuhuan always being the last to descend. His mobility issues rendered his movements clumsy, and he ultimately misstepped, falling to the ground, eliciting laughter from several onlookers. Using both hands and feet, he scrambled to his feet and stole a glance at Chi Feiyan, relieved to see no sign of displeasure on her face. He quickly retreated to the side, blending into the crowd. With a calm demeanor, Chi Feiyan retracted the magical vessel and simply instructed, "Find a place to rest. We have but one final day of travel ahead of us. By sunset tomorrow, they should reach the secret realm of Qinglou." The group felt a surge of excitement. As for most, this was their inaugural selection to enter the Qinglou secret realm. The prospect of potentially acquiring fortuitous opportunities within, leading to remarkable advancements in their cultivation, filled them with exhilaration. Camping in the wilderness posed little challenge to cultivators. Armed with swords and various spells, they swiftly cleared away the underbrush and branches, creating a small clearing. As Feng Wuhuan was discarding the gathered twigs and branches, he noticed a small tree ahead adorned with numerous tiny red fruits. His eyes sparkling with interest. They were wild cherries, sweet with a hint of tartness, quite delightful indeed. He recalled that the Lord had a particular fondness for them. Chapter 75. Feng Wuhuan. I believed you should possess at least a modicum of self-awareness. There was a time when my master frequently led him on excursions through the mountains in search of wild cherries to indulge in. He suggested they could uproot a few wild cherry trees to cultivate a home, thus eliminating the need for such quests. However, his master retorted that the flavor of cultivated cherries pales in comparison to the exquisite sweetness of those found in the wild. Recalling this, Feng Wuhuan momentarily set aside the uncollected twigs and weeds and began to gather the wild cherries. The resting area was a fair distance away, and the debris he had cleared could have been discarded nearby. Yet, the elders, seeing his impaired mobility, deliberately made it difficult for him by instructing him to dispose of it farther away. After collecting a generous handful, unable to hold them all, he joyfully turned back, intent on presenting them to Chi Feiyan. Unexpectedly, after only a few steps, he was blocked in his path. "You wretched slave! Why have you taken so long to dispose of the weeds? Brother Jiang is awaiting your efforts to clear them, so he can lay down the mat and rest. Are you attempting to shirk your responsibilities? It seems this wretched slave has learned nothing." Feng Wuhuan remained silent, discreetly concealing the wild cherries behind him. The two individuals noticed his actions and barked, "What are you hiding in your hands? Dare you conceal it?" Feng Wuhuan took a few steps back and then swiftly turned and fled in another direction. Alas, his knee injury was severe, rendering him incapable of running swiftly. In mere moments, his pursuers caught up, delivering a brutal kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Unfazed by the pain, he flipped over and lay on his stomach, using his back as a shield, clutching the wild cherries tightly against his chest, careful to leave a small gap to prevent crushing them. "Wretched slave, show us what you are holding." With the command, kicks soon rained down upon his back. These two were not the powerless servants from the household. Each kick was far more forceful than those of the typical servants. After enduring several blows, Feng Wuhuan could no longer withstand the assault and spat out a mouthful of blood. His insides felt as though they were being crushed, and he emitted a muffled groan, yet he steadfastly protected the wild cherries in his grasp. One of the assailants, witnessing Feng Wuhuan bleed, grew somewhat apprehensive and tugged at his companion, saying, "Let it be. If he dies from the kicks, it would be difficult to explain to the lady." The two muttered for a moment, and ultimately one of them delivered a final kick before they stormed off in frustration. Feng Wuhuan lay on the ground, the corners of his eyes stinging with pain. After a considerable while, he slowly sat up, lowering his gaze to examine the wild cherries he had safeguarded. Thankfully, none had been crushed. After sitting for a moment, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and straightened his clothes before making his way back. At this time, Chi Feiyan sat beneath a tree, resting with her eyes closed. No one dared approach within several meters of her. Although Jiang Shao had attempted to draw near under the pretext of delivering water and food on 2 occasions, only to be rebuffed by her frosty demeanor. Jiang Zhao's expression darkened. He pondered how, upon his return from training, Chi Yan's attitude towards him had shifted so drastically. Though she had always been somewhat aloof, she had never treated him with such indifference. She used to respond whenever he spoke to her. Currently, a yin exhibits indifference towards him, and Jiang Shao perceives himself as a person of dignity. While he might endure the act of pursuing her affection once or twice, he cannot persist in his attempts to ingratiate himself with her. How could a man of stature stoop to please a woman? As Jiang Zhao's expression darkened, he noticed someone emerging from the forest, their gait unsteady, as though they were struggling immensely. Upon exiting the woods, Feng Wuhuan glanced around and, upon spotting the Lord, hesitated momentarily before moving in that direction. Chi Feiyan naturally noticed him as well. The once exquisite and radiant face of the evil dragon now appeared pallid, and his steps were noticeably more unsteady than before. Feng Wuhuan, summoning his strength, approached her and eagerly presented the wild cherries he held. Yet, he soon recognized that his gesture might be perceived as intrusive. Cautiously, he retracted his hand slightly and, with trepidation, inquired, "My lord, I just discovered some wild fruit over there. I brought them back. I wonder if you would like to try?" His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he carefully opened his palm, ensuring the cherries remained intact, allowing the Lord to see the vivid red fruit, each glistening with juiciness, appearing sweet and delectable. Chi Feiyan remained silent, casting a fleeting glance at him before diverting her gaze. Feng Wuhuan felt his heart plummet. The anticipation and joy that had filled him moments ago were now eclipsed by disappointment. He understood her rejection, yet summoned the courage to persist. "My lord, I just tasted one, and it was delightful. Would you care to sample?" Chi Feiyan, visibly impatient, interjected, "Feng Wuhuan, I had thought you would possess some self-awareness." Feng Wuhuan trembled slightly, his pallor deepening. Like a child who had erred, he awkwardly withdrew his hand that cradled the wild cherries, staggering backward a few steps. His gaze dimmed as he murmured an apology. "I'm sorry. It was my presumption. If you do not wish for them, I shall discard them," he said, turning away in haste. However, after just a couple of steps, he stumbled and fell forward. The vibrant wild cherries scattered across the ground, the fruits he had safeguarded now tainted with dirt. His insides, already aching from the earlier humiliation, twisted painfully anew. He frantically gathered the fallen fruits, repeatedly apologizing to Chi Feiyan as he retreated into the woods he had just exited. Chi Feiyan watched the retreating figure of the evil dragon, her gaze lingering on his back, where numerous erratic boot prints marred his clothing. Her fingers, resting on her knee, curled slightly. Had the evil dragon been bullied again? Her eyes fell upon the muddy ground, where a lone, overlooked wild cherry lay. After a moment's hesitation, she summoned her spiritual energy to retrieve it, pinching it between her fingers. It indeed looked enticing, even with the dust upon it. As her gaze lingered on the cherry, caught in a moment of indecision about discarding it, she noticed Jiang Zhao approaching her. Thus, with a subtle movement of her fingers, she inexplicably stowed the cherry within her storage ring. Jiang Zhao swiftly approached Chi Feiyan and inquired, "Yin, has that wretched servant provoked your ire once more? I have just heard from 2 of my junior disciples that he has been shirking his duties and seems to have hoarded something illicit. They attempted to discipline him, but alas, his resolve is formidable, and they could not compel him to relinquish the item. By the way, Yin, I noticed he seemed about to offer you some wild fruit. You must absolutely refrain from consuming it. The wilderness is rife with wild fruits, yet the majority are toxic. That scoundrel appears to harbor ulterior motives, especially now, as we stand on the brink of entering the secret realm of Tiangu. Whatever he offers, Yin, you must not partake." Chi Feiyan remained silent, a tumult of complex emotions surging within her. That vile dragon would rather endure punishment than reveal what he conceals. Could it be wild cherries? Chapter 76. Had he misheard? Had the Lord truly permitted him to use medicine? Feng Wuhuan, clutching a handful of dust-covered wild cherries, sought refuge in the woods. His tattered knees could no longer support him, and he collapsed onto the ground, staring blankly at the wild cherries in his hand. It was surely nothing. He reassured himself. It was his fanciful imagination. How could the Lord trust the food he offered? He raised a dust-covered wild cherry to his lips, devoid of taste, relying solely on the recollections of flavors from memory to fill the void. Surely, the sweet and slightly tart juice which spread through his mouth, bringing with it the crispness of the wild and the sweetness of the flora. Indeed, it was delicious. Alas, the Lord had missed out. She would have surely relished this flavor. Cursing himself for his lack of foresight, He lamented that he should have secretly sought Yun Yi to deliver the wild cherries to the Lord, for then she might not have declined. He scolded himself internally, forever inept at everything he undertook. Tears, unbeknownst to him, spilled from his eyes, cascading down in soft droplets, rendering his mouth salty and bitter. He lowered his gaze, solemnly placing each dust-laden wild cherry into his mouth, mingling them with his tears, eating with earnestness. It was only after he had consumed every last one that he realized he had been away too long. He wondered if the Lord would be displeased. There were still belongings yet to be moved, and Jiang Shao would surely not let him off lightly. He trudged back with a heavy heart, each step a torment as pain radiated from his knees. Upon arriving at the clearing where the others rested, he noticed that the previously piled weeds and trees had vanished, evidently cleared away. Jiang Shao, not having taken a break, cast a dark glare in his direction. Feng Wuhuan managed a bitter smile, bracing himself for punishment. He instinctively glanced towards the area where the Lord had been, only to see that a barrier array had been set up, effectively shielding the interior from external sights and sounds. The Lord must have retreated within the array to rest. Just as he prepared to shift his gaze, he noticed subtle ripples of water appearing within the barrier. A cool feminine voice resonated through. "Come in." Jiang Zhao's two disciples, poised to interrogate Feng Wuhuan and lay down judgment, fell silent. Feng Wuhuan was momentarily stunned, uncertain whether the Lord was indeed calling him, until the impatient voice of Chi Feiyan broke the silence. "Feng Wuhuan, are you deaf?" Coming to his senses, Feng Wuhuan dared not delay, limping into the barrier array. This was a one-way barrier. Those outside could not glimpse inside, yet those within could perceive the outside world. Upon seeing the malicious dragon return, Chi Feiyan had initially intended to ignore him, but her gaze fell upon the blood seeping from his knee, and she could not refrain from summoning him. In recent days, she had witnessed the fabric at his knee stained red multiple times. Upon entering the array, Feng Wuhuan knelt, anxiety gnawing at him. Uncertain of the Lord's intentions, was she to administer his punishment personally? Chi Feiyan inquired, "What happened to your knee?" Feng Wuhuan lowered his gaze, finally realizing that blood was indeed flowing from his knee again. He anxiously raised his hand to shield himself, stammering an apology. "I'm so sorry. I didn't realize. I've sullied your space. I will find some water to cleanse it." Chi Feiyan's voice was cool and detached. "Searching for water in the wilderness? Don't you know the purification technique?" Feng Wuhuan paused, taken aback. Had the Lord granted him permission to utilize his spiritual power in advance? Previously, it had been stated that one could only employ spiritual abilities upon entering the Tian Valley secret realm. He responded with a subdued acknowledgement, laboriously rising to his feet and employing the purification technique to cleanse the ground and the bloodstains on himself. However, he soon faced a dilemma. He was unsure if his knees were still bleeding, and, if he knelt again, would it soil the Lord's space anew? Chi Feiyan pointed to a nearby flat stone, her tone cold. "Sit down." Feng Wuhuan hesitated, fearful of misinterpreting her intent, and momentarily lacked the courage to approach and take a seat. It was only after Chi Feiyan impatiently reiterated her command that he timidly made his way over to sit. He kept his feet together, unsure where to place his hands, awkwardly grasping the fabric of his robe, revealing his palpable tension. Since his rebirth, he had spent most of his time before her in a kneeling position, occasionally standing to serve her, and the thought of sitting was one he dared not entertain. Noticing how properly and obediently he sat, Chi Feiyan observed him occasionally stealing glances her way, the corners of his eyes appearing somewhat moist and reddened. Had the wretched dragon just secretly concealed himself to weep? Was it due to the two disciples kicking him? Or perhaps, because she had not tasted the wild cherries he had picked for her? Her tone, rarely devoid of iciness, softened. "Lift your lower robe and pull up your pant legs." Yet Feng Wuhuan hesitated to comply. When changing clothes the previous day, he had glimpsed the injuries on his knees and shins. The wounds on his knees were particularly severe and unsightly. He did not wish for her to see them. "My lord, my knees are bleeding, so I'd rather not reveal them, lest I offend your eyes." Chi Feiyan frowned. "Feng Wuhuan, if you dare to defy me again, I will strip you of your clothing entirely. Feng Wuhuan trembled slightly. If it had been earlier, he might have been more resolute. But now, he did not wish for her to see his body. It was marred with scars, utterly unappealing. Reluctantly, he slowly lifted his pant legs. At that moment, even Chi Feiyan was taken aback. Feng Wuhuan's knees were grotesquely swollen, the wounds evidently never having been properly attended to, and frequently kneeling while injured had caused the inflamed areas to break open, exposing raw flesh and oozing blood. In the thinnest part of the skin, one could faintly discern the protruding white of bone hidden beneath, a truly ghastly sight. No wonder he moved so slowly, stumbling after just a few steps. It was a miracle he could still walk with such knees. Chi Feiyan's brows knitted in irritation. How could this wretched dragon remain silent, enduring such pain while still kneeling before her? Surely, each kneel must have brought unbearable agony. Moreover, the exposed section of his pale calves bore numerous injuries, marked with various bruises. Feng Wuhuan furtively observed Chi Feiyan's expression, and upon seeing her frown, he mistakenly believed that the grotesque sight of his wounds had disgusted her. In a flurry, he hurriedly pulled down his pant legs to cover them. Apologies, my wounds are too unsightly, a blemish to behold. Please, do not be angry. As he spoke, he contemplated kneeling once more. Si plaît. Chi Feiyan's voice turned cold, laced with a warning. Thus, Feng Wuhuan dare not move. He sat there, somewhat anxious, his back rigid. Soon, he felt something hurtling towards him. Assuming it was the Lord's wrath manifesting in the form of an object hurled at him, he instinctively shut his eyes, bracing for the impending pain. To his astonishment, the object merely made a gentle impact against his chest before rolling onto his lap. Feng Wuhuan was surprised to find it was a vial of medicinal powder. Almost immediately, a roll of white bandage was tossed into his embrace. Chi Feiyan commanded in a deep voice, "Now, tend to the injury on your knee. Furthermore, you need not kneel for the next few days." Feng Wuhuan was taken aback. Had he misheard? Did the Lord grant him permission to use medicine, and provided him with both the remedy and the bandage? Chapter 77. What you have touched, you need not return to me, seeing the malevolent dragon in a daze. Seemingly oblivious to her words, Chi Feiyan impatiently urged, "What? Do you still require my assistance to tend to your wounds?" In a state of distraction, Feng Wuhuan finally responded, filled with trepidation. It was already beyond his expectations that the Lord permitted him to use medicine. How could he dare to hope she would tend to his wounds personally as she had in a previous life? Nervously, he picked up the vial of medicine, noting it was merely a common healing powder. Yet, having witnessed countless miraculous elixirs, Feng Wuhuan treasured it, cradling it in his hand as though it were fragile, fearful of accidentally damaging it. "Thank you, my lord. I shall step out to attend to my injury," he said, attempting to rise. The grotesque nature of the wound on his knee repulsed him. He did not wish to display such a sight before her, as she already regarded him with disdain, and he wished not to further offend her eyes. Chi Feiyan's tone remained indifferent. "Apply it here." Feng Wuhuan's movement to rise halted abruptly. He opened his mouth to speak, but a single cold glance from Chi Feiyan silenced him, compelling him to comply obediently. Thus, under Chi Feiyan's watchful gaze, Feng Wuhuan, trembling, rolled up his pant leg and carefully sprinkled the powder onto his bleeding knee, hastily wrapping it with gauze. Chi Feiyan frowned at the sight. Who had taught him to treat a wound in such a manner? The blood and necrotic flesh had not been cleansed, yet he had proceeded to apply the medicine and bandage it. However, she refrained from commenting further. Providing him with the medicine was already a considerable concession. How he chose to tend to his injury was of no concern to her. After swiftly binding the wound, Feng Wuhuan lowered his pant leg, reluctantly offering the vial back to her. He had used but a small amount of the powder, fearing displeasure should he apply too much. Chi Feiyan glanced at the vial with an indifferent expression, declining to take it. "You need not return to me what you have touched. Keep it for further use. During our time in the secret realm, I do not wish for you to be a useless burden who cannot even walk." Feng Wuhuan responded with a subdued acknowledgement, retracting his hand. Though her words stung, they also filled him with joy. How wonderful was that the items bestowed by his master had increased by 2. Outside the Tiangu secret realm, a multitude had gathered. Chi Feiyan controlled the magical vessel, hovering in the air, her glass-like eyes scanning the throngs below. Other magical vessels hovered sporadically in the vicinity, with some smaller sects or wandering cultivators lacking such vessels altogether. The cost of a magical vessel was not insignificant, composed of various rare materials. Thus, not every sect possessed one. At the stroke of midnight, the Tiangu secret realm would open. Jiang Shao, the sole heir of the Grand Elder and the chief disciple, was currently addressing the disciples of Jiangsu domain. The Tiangu secret realm was laden with numerous restrictions. Once inside, everyone's cultivation would be suppressed to the lower tier of the earth realm. However, among those present, only the Lord and he possessed cultivation beyond this limit, rendering the restrictions inconsequential for them. Additionally, the teleportation array at the entrance of the Tiangu secret realm would separate everyone randomly, meaning they would disperse upon entry. At that time, everyone must find a way to reunite with their recent companions to avoid being isolated. The Tiangu secret realm is replete with countless treasures and rare materials. However, dangers abound as well. Within it lies a multitude of magical beasts, spirit puppets, and toxic substances. Given your relatively modest capabilities, it is prudent to exercise caution. Jiang Shao spoke incessantly about the circumstances and precautions of the Tiangu secret realm. Yet, his words often belittled his fellow disciples, leaving an uncomfortable impression. The disciples of the Grand Elder's lineage naturally echoed his sentiments, praising Brother Jiang for his extensive knowledge. Meanwhile, the disciples from other lineages either attentively absorbed the insights or harbored silent discontent towards Jiang Shao's haughty demeanor, yet refrained from voicing their grievances due to his status and prowess. Yun Yi, fanning himself, muttered under his breath about Zhang's pretentiousness. Feng Wuhuan, lost in his thoughts, failed to grasp what Jiang Shao had articulated. He stood a few paces behind Chi Feiyan, silently clutching the vial of powder given to him by the Lord the previous day, a slight smile gracing his peach blossom eyes. Since last night, he felt as if he had consumed an exceedingly bitter brew of Huanglian, only to have a piece of sweet candy thrust into his mouth. As time passed, the hour of Z swiftly approached. Suddenly, a colossal circular water screen materialized in the void ahead, with intricate patterns faintly swirling upon it, as if it were tearing through space, abruptly capturing everyone's attention. After a brief pause, someone exclaimed, "Everyone look! The entrance to the Tiangu secret realm has appeared. Wonderful! After a decade's wait, I finally made it to the Tiangu secret realm. What are we waiting for? Let us enter. Are you in a hurry to be reborn? Why the rush? Can't you see the chaotic spatial currents at the entrance? We must wait for it to stabilize before we can go in. Ah, my leg!" Just as the words left that person's mouth, a scream pierced the air. An impatient loose cultivator, eager to be the first to rush in, found himself caught in the turbulent currents as he stepped forward, transforming into a mist of blood and collapsing in terror. The crowd displayed expressions of sympathy, while some who had also considered rushing in silently felt relieved. Chi Feiyan stood upon the magical vessel, waiting patiently. Only when the chaotic spatial currents at the entrance began to stabilize did she maneuver the vessel to the ground. Once everyone disembarked, Chi Feiyan produced a stack of talismans and instructed Feng Wuhuan, who followed closely behind her, please distribute these teleportation talismans. She had specially commissioned a talisman master at great expense to inscribe them. In her past life, 4 or 5 disciples from the Jiangsu domain perished during their expedition to the Tiangu secret realm. This time, armed with foreknowledge, she would not remain idle. These are positioning teleportation talismans. If you inscribe a trace of your spiritual essence into them now, they will record your location. Should you encounter life-threatening peril within the realm, you can activate the talismans, which will transport you back to your current position. Chi Feiyan elucidated the talisman's usage to the group of disciples. Thank you, lady. The disciples expressed their gratitude joyfully. These were invaluable items that could save lives, and their cost was exorbitant. Most sects would hesitate to provide such resources for their disciples. They were astonished by the Lord's generosity. Although they are all disciples of the Mirror Void domain, they belong to the respective factions of the 7 elders, not being the personal disciples of the Lord. This treatment indeed took them by surprise and filled them with joy. Curiously enough, given the Lord's esteemed status, he could have taken on disciples long ago. Yet, over the years, he has not chosen a personal apprentice. Feng Wuhuan swiftly distributed the talismans, ensuring that each person, apart from himself, received one. Naturally, he could not possess such a life-saving talisman, nor would he dare to indulge in such desires. However, he could not help but reminisce about the last time he entered the Heavenly Valley's secret realm, when the Lord had fully equipped him with formidable defensive armor and teleportation talismans. He gently touched the vial of medicine tucked away in his sleeve. That fleeting sense of disappointment transformed into joy. It was sufficient for him to feel content in the present moment. Chapter 78 in the aftermath. This would become one of his most significant burial treasures. Chi Feiyan led her disciples to the entrance of the secret realm, urging them to enter first. She then turned to Feng Wuhuan. Step inside, and remember, do not attempt to flee. I do not wish to resort to force. The consequences would be beyond your endurance. Do you comprehend? Feng Wuhuan replied with a gentle smile. I understand, my lord. Rest assured, I shall not escape. Chi Feiyan was momentarily taken aback by such a smile. Could this malevolent dragon still find amusement? Truly, one does not shed tears until faced with a coffin. During this expedition into the secret realm, he had better behave submissively. If he dared to offer the 3 sky-scrying fruits to the demon clan as he did in his previous life, Chi Feiyan was, in truth, somewhat reluctant to confront such an outcome. She could only hope that the vile dragon would not disappoint her. Feng Wuhuan approached the entrance, and as his figure vanished into the array, he disappeared without a trace. Witnessing this, Chi Feiyan hesitated no longer and stepped inside. After a wave of dizziness, Feng Wuhuan found himself randomly transported to a valley. The secret realm was vast, and as he surveyed his surroundings, he was astonished to discover that the location mirrored precisely that of his previous life. After discerning the general direction, he casually chose a path to depart. If his memory served him correctly, the Lord had been transported to a location far from him. He needed to retrieve an item before the Lord could find him. Otherwise, he feared he would miss his chance entirely. Feng Wuhuan released his spiritual energy to shield the wound on his knee, enduring the pain in an effort to hasten his pace. The secret realm enforced a ban on aerial travel. One could neither fly on a sword nor traverse through the air. Thus, even the Lord would have to rely solely on his feet. This meant that he would have more time to search for the image-retaining pearl. As the name suggests, the image-retaining pearl was a treasure capable of capturing and preserving images. In his past life, Chi Qinghe had marveled at it, even exclaiming that it was akin to a camera. He had no understanding of what a camera was. In his previous life, it was his master who had acquired this pearl, and upon observing his fascination, gifted it to him. His master had bestowed upon him countless treasures, too many to retrieve all at once, yet he was determined to reclaim anything he could. Moreover, this image-retaining pearl held profound significance for him. In his former existence, it contained many heartwarming moments shared with his master. During the nearly 100 years following his master's demise, he had found solace by repeatedly viewing those images, which soothed the deep ache of longing and allowed him to endure for nearly a century. Naturally, the current image-retaining pearl could not hold the same memories from his past life. That was indeed a source of regret. However, it mattered little. He could secretly record new memories within. In the future, this would become one of his most treasured burial items. With the aid of his spiritual energy, Feng Wuhuan nearly sprinted for half a day until beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, compelling him to halt and allow his knee a brief respite. He fished out a vial of medicine from his sleeve, hesitated for a moment, and then returned it. After applying the ointment twice to his knee, less than half of the powder remained in the vial. He felt a pang of reluctance to use it. Surveying his surroundings and finding no one in sight, he discreetly lifted his robe, deftly locating a minuscule hidden pouch he had secretly sewn before his departure. This hidden pouch was cleverly concealed at the seam of the fabric, making it nearly undetectable. From this pouch, he retrieved a pair of exquisite rings. Since he was not in the mirror void, he had placed the rings in the dog kennel, but he felt a lingering apprehension. Thus he decided to carry them with him. Feng Wuhuan carefully stowed a small vial into the ring and adorned both of his ring fingers with the rings, his peach blossom eyes glimmering with a sense of longing as he admired them for a moment. This ritual was a customary practice whenever he took out the ring. It seemed he could never wear them openly in this lifetime, so he could only don them furtively when he was assured of solitude. He dared not wear them for long. After silently counting to 3, he reluctantly removed them and carefully tucked them back into the hidden pouch. He then closed his eyes to meditate, channeling his spiritual energy to his knees to heal his wounds. Although it was not as effective as the healing powders, spiritual energy inherently had nurturing properties, which could help to close the wounds on his knees. After using the healing powders twice, aside from the bone injury that remained, the flesh wounds were beginning to heal. However, after a prolonged sprint, the wounds had reopened once more. Feng Wuhuan cleaned the wounds and tightly bandaged his knees with the remaining strips of cloth before continuing on his journey. Fortunately, his passage had been smooth thus far, encountering only one individual from another sect along the way, with no other living beings in sight. By evening, he finally arrived at the edge of a lake. The reflection pearl lay at the depths of this lake. There was a dilapidated pavilion at the lake's bottom, which had been thoroughly pillaged upon its discovery, leaving little behind. Luckily, the reflection pearl had rolled into a corner, remaining undiscovered. Gazing into the deep waters, Feng Wuhuan wasted no time and plunged in. Utilizing the water manipulation technique, he enveloped himself in a transparent membrane that shielded him from the water. With unwavering determination, he swam towards the abandoned pavilion at the lake's bottom. Thankfully, this pavilion, having been previously exploited, no longer housed any spirit puppets, as they had all been eradicated. This spared him a considerable amount of trouble. In his previous life, his master had only mentioned that the reflection pearl was found within this pavilion at the lake's bottom, without specifying its exact location. Thus, Feng Wuhuan navigated through the disheveled remnants of the looted pavilion, growing increasingly anxious as he searched for the pearl's traces. He dared not linger in the lake for too long. The collar around his neck had a tracking function, and the Lord could sense his location at any moment. If the Lord detected him in this lake, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. The pavilion beneath the lake comprised 3 small stories and was not extensive. Feng Wuhuan searched meticulously until, at last, he spotted a gem nestled in the corner between a dilapidated wardrobe and the wall. It was a plump, sky-blue pearl, the size of a broad bean. Indeed, the reflection pearl he was so familiar with. A wave of relief washed over Feng Wuhuan as he swiftly picked up the pearl, stowing it away without a moment's hesitation. He dared not tarry any longer and swiftly ascended to the lake's surface before sprinting away. He needed to distance himself from the lake as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chi Feiyan had just concluded a battle with a magical beast. Upon entering the Celestial Valley's secret realm, she utilized her collar to sense the location of the malevolent dragon. Shortly after landing, the dragon began to meander aimlessly. Without hesitation, she set off in pursuit of the dragon's direction. In her previous life, she had only encountered the dragon after 10 days, after which they seldom parted ways. Thus, if the dragon had discovered the celestial fruit, it was highly probable that this occurred within the initial 10 days, followed by a covert notification to the demon clan to retrieve it, and subsequently leading her in the opposite direction upon their reunion. The Celestial Valley's secret realm is vast, with hundreds or even thousands of individuals entering. The random teleportation likens to scattering a multitude of sesame seeds throughout a city. Apart from those sharing tracking talismans or other means of contact, it is exceedingly challenging to encounter anyone else. Often, one might traverse for a day or two before stumbling upon a couple of individuals from other factions. Consequently, in her previous life, the fact that the demon clan acquired 3 celestial fruits within the Celestial Valley's secret realm went entirely unnoticed by anyone. Chapter 79. How could one possibly forget the taste of grilled fish? Chi Feiyan cleaned the splattered blood of the magical beast from her body and once again reached out to sense the position of Feng Wuhuan. After a moment, she furrowed her brow in puzzlement. It seemed that the evil dragon was gradually approaching her direction. In her past life, there had been a means of locating the evil dragon, However, he had expressed a desire to undergo solitary training. Given that he possessed numerous life-preserving talismans she had provided, she consented to his request, not feeling an urgency to reunite. In this life, she had not given the evil dragon any item to locate her. Yet he was nonetheless heading toward her. Was it mere coincidence? After Feng Wuhuan collected the recording pearl, he subconsciously ventured towards the direction where his master resided in his memories. By the time he realized it, he had already traversed a considerable distance. After some contemplation, he decided not to change his course. Thus, he continued on for quite a while, until he was certain he had distanced himself from the lake. Feeling confident that his master would not associate him with that location, only then did he dare to pause and rest. With his knees aching and hunger gnawing at him, he surveyed the barren surroundings, finding nothing to satiate his hunger. Moreover, he felt utterly exhausted and reluctant to move. Therefore, he sat down in place, conjured a small barrier with a spiritual power to shield himself from the outside world, and curled up inside to rest. He was uncertain how long it would take to see his master again, but he understood that his master would undoubtedly seek him out promptly to catch wind of the news regarding the insightful fruit. However, upon finding him, it was highly probable that his master would not reveal himself, but rather follow him in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment. Feng Wuhuan forced a wry smile, pondering what kind of fury his master would unleash upon witnessing him relay the news to the ancient demon king as Feng Wuhuan succumbed to hunger and fatigue and fell asleep. Chi Feiyan continued her journey. With the physical prowess of a celestial realm expert, even after traveling for 10 days and nights consecutively, she felt hardly fatigued. Along the way, she sensed the collar's position a few times and noticed it had become stationary. Had the evil dragon taken a rest? Chi Feiyan speculated as she maintained her pace. By dawn, while passing through a dense forest, she sensed the presence of individuals ahead. Initially intending to circumvent them, she overheard one of them saying, "Hey, have you heard? The array saint has also come to the Heavenly Valley secret realm. It is said he is here for the myriad floating, formless array in the southern part of the valley." Indeed, I didn't expect to visit the Heavenly Valley secret realm and have the fortune of seeing the esteemed countenance of the array saint, who is usually elusive. Many prominent figures have sought to meet him, but have been unsuccessful. Unfortunately, the myriad floating formless array is an ancient relic, far too enigmatic. No one has been able to break this damned formation over the years, and even the array saint may not succeed. But what if he does? That myriad floating formless array is said to conceal a small palace. Due to the formation's barriers, no one has ever entered. Thus, the treasures within should be well preserved. If the array could be breached, the cultivator did not finish his sentence, but it was evident that should the formation be dismantled, these practitioners would rush in, eager to plunder the untouched treasures of the ancient palace ruins. Chi Feiyan felt a twinge of confusion. The array saint had also arrived. In her past life, the array saint had not appeared in the Heavenly Valley secret realm. Why would he come this time? Is it her rebirth that has altered the course of everything? Nevertheless, this is a fortunate turn of events for her. Initially, she intended to visit the esteemed formation sage in the foreign abyss once the Tiangu secret realm concluded. However, the foreign abyss is ensconced within a myriad of complex formations, making it exceedingly challenging for even those of the heavenly realm to penetrate. She had been vexed about how to meet the formation sage, but now that concern has been alleviated. She stepped forward and inquired, "Do you happen to know when the formation sage will venture to break the formation?" She hoped there would be no conflict in timing, as she needed to accompany the evil dragon in search of the sky-viewing fruit within the next 10 days. The three cultivators were startled by the sudden appearance of Chi Feiyan, but soon recognized her as the lady ruler of the Mirror Void domain. One particularly handsome young cultivator quickly bowed and replied, "Esteemed lady ruler, we are uncertain, but it seems we must await the opportune moment. Likely in about 10 days to half a month." Chi Feiyan nodded in appreciation. "Thank you very much. This timing is indeed perfect." After expressing her gratitude, she continued on her way toward the evil dragon. A suspicious blush crept onto the young cultivator's face as he incredulously confirmed with his companions, "Did I just speak with Lady Chi? She even thanked me." His two companions, too intimidated to engage, looked at him with envy and jealousy, feigning ignorance. Lady Chi, where did that come from? You must have misseen. One chuckled. Forget him. My younger brother has admired the lady ruler of the Mirror Void domain since childhood. Perhaps now he is merely hallucinating. Today, Feng Wuhuan was not in a hurry to travel, as he feared that heading directly toward the lady ruler would be too conspicuous. Having not eaten for quite some time, he felt quite famished. Remembering that the ruler had mentioned he could forage for food after entering the Tiangu secret realm, he sought out a small stream to procure something to eat. He gazed intently at the water's surface, wielding a slender, sharpened twig. Upon spotting a swimming fish, he swiftly launched the twig like a dart. Before long, he had caught a sizable fish. Feng Wuhuan exhaled in relief. It seemed his meal was secured for the day. He scaled and gutted the fish, cleaned it meticulously, and gathered dry twigs to kindle a fire. The fish sizzled over the flames, crackling delightfully. He found himself reminiscing about the fish his master had grilled for him in the Tiangu secret realm in his past life. Coated with sesame oil, grilled to a golden perfection, and sprinkled with pepper, salt, coriander, and fennel, its aroma wafted through the air, making it irresistibly delectable. Among the dishes his master prepared, aside from exquisite suspended lotus flower chicken soup, his greatest fondness was for the grilled fish. Regrettably, he had no seasonings on hand, so he had to settle for a plain. However, that was of little consequence, as he had no sense of taste. The absence of seasoning mattered not. He could merely rely on his imagination. Alas, as time passed, Feng Wuhuan chewed on the dry fish meat, struggling to recall the flavor of his master's grilled fish. A pang of panic surged through him as he searched his mind, but the more he strained, the more elusive the memory became. What should he do? How could he navigate this? He had lost his sense of taste, and there was no way to experience the flavor of that grilled fish again. Furthermore, even if he could taste, it was impossible for the ruler to prepare grilled fish for him once more. Feng Wuhuan loathed himself, thinking how utterly useless he had become. How could one possibly forget the exquisite flavor of grilled fish? As he continued to eat, the taste became as bland as chewing wax, extinguishing his appetite. Though hunger gnawed at him, he found himself unable to consume more than half a fish. He plucked some leaves and wrapped the remaining fish, intending to savor it later when hunger struck again. Despite his indifference toward the fish he had prepared, the torment of hunger he had endured made him deeply appreciate the value of food. After extinguishing the fire from the grilled fish, he resumed his journey. The location of the sky-watching fruit was still quite a distance away, requiring at least another 6 or 7 days of travel. He planned to head toward the Lord direction for half a day before veering off to the site of the sky-watching fruit. A sense of unease crept over him, fearing that the coveted fruit might be discovered by others, thus prompting him to hasten his journey. Chapter 80. Chi Feiyan recalled the pair of sea magnetic stone Sumi rings. Utilizing her swift movement technique, she finally caught sight of the malevolent dragon as evening approached. Just as Feng Wuhuan had anticipated, she did not reveal herself, but rather followed him stealthily using an invisibility spell. Observing the dragon's faltering steps, as if he was struggling to walk, Chi Feiyan furrowed her brow in concern. What could be the matter? Hadn't she provided him with an entire bottle of medicinal powder? Although it was not a top-grade healing balm, with consistent application and the dragon's innate regenerative abilities, he should not be in such a state at this moment. After another hour of travel, she saw the dragon finally come to a halt and find a spot to rest. Chi Feiyan approached, keeping a few steps back from Feng Wuhuan, scrutinizing him. Cloaked in her invisibility spell, he remained oblivious to her presence. Of course, the Feng Wuhuan of her past life would have been completely unaware. Yet, the current Feng Wuhuan was a formidable being who had once stepped into the realm of the sacred. Although he now possessed only late-stage human realm cultivation, his experiences and understanding of various magical fluctuations surpassed that of his former self. Furthermore, he was intimately familiar with the energy signature of his master. Thus, upon sensing even the slightest trace of magical energy, he deduced that his master had caught up with him and was observing him from nearby. Feng Wuhuan's heart raced. He had initially thought that his master would not reach him until at least the following morning, but to his surprise, she had arrived so swiftly. Fortunately, He had found the shadowing orb, and the ring was well hidden. He forced himself to maintain an air of nonchalance as he continued his actions. Pulling out the half-eaten roasted fish from earlier, he began to gnaw on it. However, perhaps out of nervousness, he ate too quickly and soon found himself choking on fish bone. Cough, cough, cough. Chi Feiyan, observing from the shadows, found herself momentarily speechless. This was a dragon. To witness a dragon choking on a fish bone was indeed a first for her. It was a revelation. Feng Wuhuan coughed several times. Yet the fish bone remained lodged in his throat. Reluctantly, he had to summon his spiritual power to dislodge it. Feeling a bit sheepish, he cast his gaze down at the roasted fish, no longer daring to eat so hastily. Surely, his master would not be fixated on his eating habits? Although he knew she was nearby, he could not see her, nor could he ascertain whether she was watching him at that moment. The pressure was far greater than when he interacted with her openly. Without the ability to see her expressions or gaze, which would ordinarily allow him to sense her emotions, he felt utterly disoriented. After enduring the ordeal of finishing the half-fish, he used a cleansing spell to tidy himself up and lay down on the ground, preparing to rest. Naturally, there was no bedding. His pack contained only a change of clothing, leaving it otherwise empty. Chi Feiyan was somewhat surprised by his decision to prepare for sleep so early. Did he not intend to tend to his knees or apply more medicine? The bottle of medicine she had given him should not have been exhausted so soon. Alas, she could not reveal herself yet. Otherwise, she would have inquired about his condition without hesitation. Feng Wuhuan found himself at a loss, unsure of what to do. He could only lie down, gently closing his eyes and slowing his breaths, attempting to regulate his breathing and feigning sleep. Initially, it was a conscious act, yet perhaps due to the fatigue accumulated over the past few days, he unwittingly drifted into a genuine slumber. Chi Feiyan observed the curled-up dragon on the ground and thought it prudent to cast a protective barrier around herself or at least employ a water-repellent spell. Sleeping in such a manner could leave her shivering if it rained during the night. Even without rain, the moisture from the ground or dew could dampen her clothing. She found herself grumbling internally, feeling a sense of displeasure arise within her. Recalling the early days when she first took the dragon as her apprentice, he had not been adept at caring for himself. It was only through her incessant nagging and punishment that he gradually learned to treat himself with more kindness and became somewhat pampered. While camping outdoors, he had not only insisted on a proper mat, but had also commissioned a craftsman to create a simple, movable dwelling, akin to a spacious carriage, fully equipped with various provisions. With a soft mattress and blankets, he could rest anywhere at any time, retrieving them effortlessly from his storage ring. That image suddenly reminded Chi Feiyan of the pair of sea magnet rings. Since her rebirth, she had been so busy that she had forgotten about the rings. They must have been stored away by now. Just the thought of it felt somewhat unsettling. Or those rings, those vows, that promise of a lifetime together. Upon her return, she resolved to have that pair of rings unearthed and subsequently destroyed. Lost in her musings, she climbed a sturdy tree and closed her eyes to rest. Thus, they journeyed for another 6 or 7 days. Throughout this time, Feng Wuhuan encountered several magical beasts, but fortunately, their levels were not particularly high, making them easy to handle. He also discovered some spirit treasures, ores, and worn magical artifacts. Typically, magical beasts linger around treasures, and the higher the treasure's grade, the stronger the beast guarding it. Fortunately, this secret realm exerted some suppression on the magical beasts. The human cultivators were restricted to the lower levels of the earth realm, while the beasts were confined to the higher levels. This meant that no heavenly tier beasts would appear within this secret realm. Feng Wuhuan meticulously collected the spoils he had found, knowing he would have to present them to the Lord upon his return. As noon approached, he encountered another magical beast obstructing his path. This time, however, the creature had attained a low-level rank in the earth realm. Its back was adorned with sharp spines, its size comparable to that of a wild boar, with ferocious tusks that made it appear quite menacing. Unlike the demon race, magical beasts possessed little intelligence and could not shape-shift. In contrast, while the demon race may not have originally been human, they could transform into human form upon reaching a certain age and possessed intelligence akin to that of humans. Feng Wuhuan regarded the blocking beast with a grave expression. Though he was currently at the human realm, the experience and techniques from his past life would enable him to contend with a low-level Earth realm beast, albeit with some difficulty. However, with the Lord nearby, he dared not engage. In recent days, he has exercised great caution, refraining from employing the techniques and skills imparted to him by his previous life as Lord during combat. The ferocious beast soon spotted Feng Wuhuan, mistaking him for yet another intruder attempting to seize its precious spirit crystal, and with a deafening roar, it lunged forward. It was then that Feng Wuhuan realized that the object he had been pressing down upon was a spirit crystal the size of a fist. This was an extraordinary treasure, far superior to spirit stones by hundreds or even thousands of times. Spirit stones are categorized into inferior, middle grade, and superior grades. Above the superior grade lies the spirit crystal. It contains an immense and pure reservoir of spiritual energy, which can be immensely beneficial even to those of the celestial realm, aiding in their cultivation. Gritting his teeth, Feng Wuhuan, who had initially contemplated fleeing, resolved to fight for it. This spirit crystal holds great value for the Lord. Chapter 81. What is the matter with this malevolent dragon? Is it seeking death? Upon catching sight of the spirit crystal, Chi Feiyan felt a stir in her heart. This object was indeed something she desired, as it could assist her in accelerating her cultivation. She stood nearby, poised to reveal herself once the malevolent dragon made its escape, intending to subdue the magical beast and seize the spirit crystal before pursuing the dragon. However, to her astonishment, the dragon did not retreat but instead advanced. As the beast lunged forward, Feng Wuhuan met it head-on, wielding a rusty iron sword he had stumbled upon earlier that morning. Infusing it with spiritual energy, he thrust it towards the creature. His swordplay was decisive and unpretentious, devoid of any superfluous maneuvers. The blade surged forth with a thunderous momentum, aimed at the magical beast. The creature let out a furious roar, its surroundings ablaze with luminescent energy, erecting a makeshift defensive shield. Yet, this barrier proved insufficient against Feng Wuhuan's sword aura, which cleaved through it in an instant. Nevertheless, the magical beast possessed exceptionally thick skin, and the force of the strike was significantly diminished after colliding with the shield, merely grazing its hide. Feeling insulted, the beast's rage intensified. Despite its perception of Feng Wuhuan as a seemingly feeble human, whose spiritual energy was inferior to its own, it had sustained an injury. Enraged, the beast's attacks grew increasingly frenzied. Initially, Feng Wuhuan was able to evade through agility and the assistance of various techniques. But the injuries to his ankle and knee hampered his speed. Eventually, he faltered, and the beast's tail struck him with tremendous force, sending him crashing against a nearby boulder, eliciting a muffled groan of pain. Fortunately, he had cast a defensive spell on himself, which spared his vital organs from injury. With little time to linger, he rolled to evade yet another strike from the beast and swiftly enveloped himself in a spiritual shield, continuing to engage the creature. Fearing the Lord's detection, he refrained from employing higher-level spells, resorting instead to the most basic techniques that anyone could wield in combat against the beast. As time passed, Feng Wuhuan began to find himself at a disadvantage. Hidden nearby, Chi Feiyan was somewhat taken aback. How was it possible for the injured dragon to remain entangled with a magical beast for so long? Moreover, the dragon's fighting style struck her as peculiar, resembling someone with profound comprehension of magical arts, yet only executing rudimentary techniques, creating a dissonant impression. Although these were the simplest of maneuvers, the dragon executed them with remarkable proficiency, exuding an essence of mastery. Even a mere slash transformed into a formidable strike in his hands. However, the dragon was indeed wounded. Its injured feet hindered its mobility, and the wrist of the hand wielding the sword bore an injury as well, with a twisted bone that made each movement appear laborious. In the end, his sword hand began to tremble slightly. Coupled with the overwhelming pressure from the creature's superior realm, the dragon was nearing its limit. Chi Feiyan waited silently, preparing to intercept the magical beast once the dragon made its escape. Yet, unexpectedly, he remained undeterred, continuing to grapple with the beast. What was wrong with this dragon? Was it courting death? At this moment, Feng Wuhuan was already covered in wounds. His eyes were somewhat obscured by sweat, and his face bore several bloodstains from scratches. Despite the protective barrier of spiritual energy, he could not evade injury from the relentless strikes of the beast. Yet he was resolute, unwilling to surrender. He yearned to acquire the spirit crystal to present to her. He understood that under any other circumstances, she would refuse any gift he offered, considering the items he provided to be tainted. However, this occasion was different. The treasures within the secret realm were meant to be presented to her without exception, and she would accept them. As for the 3 sky-gazing fruits, they were her objective for this expedition and did not count as a gift from him. Feng Wuhuan charged forward time after time, only to be repelled each time. Blood dripped from his lips onto the muddy ground. He wondered if the Lord was watching him from the shadows. If he witnessed Feng Wuhuan grappling fiercely with the beast covered in wounds, he might feel perplexed, but certainly not sympathetic. Gritting his teeth, Feng Wuhuan began to gather his strength while evading the spiritual beast attacks, preparing to utilize the techniques of the Dragon Clan. The teachings of his master were off-limits, but some of the Dragon Clan's methods were unfamiliar to his master, who would not discern when he had acquired such skills and thus would not question his memories. He deliberately feigned several openings to entice the beast. The creature, lacking in intelligence, grew overjoyed at the apparent vulnerabilities displayed by Feng Wuhuan. Its energy shield severely diminished, indicating its inability to defend itself any longer. It charged forward with reckless abandon, intent on shredding Feng Wuhuan with its claws. Little did it know, Feng Wuhuan awaited this very moment, standing firm with his sword. He chose not to defend himself, nor did he intend to expend the little spiritual energy he had left to conjure another shield. All his remaining energy was channeled into the tip of his sword, preparing for one final strike. Unable to grip the sword with one hand, he resorted to wielding it with both. He held the sword tightly, exposing his defenseless body, quietly anticipating the opportune moment. Hidden nearby, Chi Feiyan's expression grew increasingly grave. Did the dragon intend to risk severe injury, perhaps even death, to slay the beast? Why? It was merely a spirit crystal, although rare and precious. It hardly warranted such a desperate gamble. As the son of the Demon King and the scion of the Dragon Clan, he surely possessed other avenues to obtain a spirit crystal, just as she, under the right circumstances, would undoubtedly secure such a crystal. However, if it came at such a significant cost, she would choose to forego it. Not to mention, although spirit crystals sold at auction were scarce, 1 or 2 could typically be found each year. As she pondered these questions, the situation in the arena shifted dramatically in an instant. The beast's claws were now perilously close to Feng Wuhuan, yet he still made no move to evade or defend. The beast's eyes gleamed with ferocity, reveling in the impending destruction of this human. Its claws pierced Feng Wuhuan as flesh as anticipated. All that remained was to dig deeper and slash, to eviscerate this human. Yet in the next moment, the beast's eyes widened in disbelief. Seizing the fleeting opportunity presented by the creature's raised forefoot, the sword plunged mercilessly into its defenseless, soft underbelly, piercing through its heart. The beast collapsed, bewildered until its last breath, unable to comprehend the circumstances of its demise. Despite the grievous injuries it had inflicted upon the human, how could this fragile being still muster the strength to deliver such a fatal blow? Feng Wuhuan also succumbed to the ground. Even though the magical beast's strength rapidly diminished after the heart was pierced, it still inflicted 3 deep gashes upon his chest and abdomen. The warm blood quickly soaked his garments, only to cool rapidly, turning icy. How painful, and so cold. Feng Wuhuan felt himself wavering, grasping the sword with both hands, using it as a makeshift crutch. He painstakingly moved forward toward the spirit crystal that he had so arduously acquired. He had to secure it before allowing himself to succumb to unconsciousness. However, just as he was about to grasp the crystal, a hand suddenly emerged, swiftly seizing the precious gem away from him. Chapter 82. Utterly helpless Feng Wuhuan was momentarily stunned. The loss of blood and excruciating pain dulled his senses. rendering him incapable of comprehending the sudden appearance of a solitary hand that had seized his coveted spirit crystal. Thank you ever so much. I presume you fought valiantly against the magical beast to acquire this spirit crystal? How fortuitous, for I shall gladly accept it. The voice was somewhat familiar. Struggling to lift his gaze, Feng Wuhuan discovered that the one who had taken his spirit crystal was none other than a well-known acquaintance, Chu Yurong. Moreover, she was not alone. 3 guards accompanied her, and she held a dog leash to which a disheveled young cultivator was tethered, crawling on all 4s like a dog. The young man appeared utterly wretched, reduced to a humiliating state as he was compelled to kneel and crawl. The moment Chu Yurong discerned Feng Wuhuan's face, she froze momentarily before bursting into triumphant laughter. What a surprise! It's you! How delightful this coincidence is! Feng Wuhuan pursed his lips, his expression darkening. How could he possibly encounter Chu Yurong at this moment? Severely injured, he had no means to resist if she sought to harm him or impose her will. What to do? What could he do? His gaze fell upon the spirit crystal that had been taken from him, which Chu Yurong was carelessly toying with. In an instant, he summoned the last remnants of his strength, lunging forward to snatch the spirit crystal and turning to flee. He pushed himself to the limit, employing the remaining spiritual energy to cast a spell of swift movement, dashing frantically away. Yet, his already injured meridians rebelled against the strained exertion, flaring with pain. Ultimately, he was but a spent force, unable to escape. Soon, the guards caught up, delivering a powerful blow that felled him. He was then unceremoniously dragged back to Chu Yurong, as if he were a mere chick, and unceremoniously tossed before her. One of the guards retrieved a wooden chair, and Chu Yurong settled into it with ease. Thinking of escaping? You managed to slip away in the great hall of the mirror void last time. But now that you're in my grasp, it would be wise to accept your fate. Her eyes gleamed with cruelty and mockery. Hidden in the shadows, Chi Feiyan's expression was equally grim. What misfortune had befallen this vile dragon? In this desolate secret realm, encountering Chu Yurong was an unfortunate twist of fate, especially in his severely weakened condition. Furthermore, the young cultivator on the leash appeared vaguely familiar. He seemed to be one of the 3 cultivators she had encountered just days prior. She had even inquired about when they would break the formation. Now, seeing only one of them left her wondering about the whereabouts of the other 2. Chi Feiyan hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal herself to rescue him. If she intervened, would it disrupt her own plans? Meanwhile, Chu Yurong had produced a pill from her possession, a potent stimulant she frequently employed. However, it was not intended for Feng Wuhuan. She tossed the powerful concoction to a burly man following her, casually instructing, "Take this and properly break him in. Once he has primed, I can enjoy my toys." She then leaned closer, gazing down at Feng Wuhuan, who was forced to maintain his submissive position before her. "Last time you refused to be my dog. Alas, this time you have not even qualified to be a mere dog. I hear you belong to Chi Feiyan? TSK. Just imagine how delightful it would be to soil her completely. Hee hee." She chuckled and then commanded those beside her. "First, sever his feet, lest he might escape in a moment of despair. TSK, such a handsome face does not require feet. Oh, and remember to chop from the ankles, otherwise, if you cut too high, it would be quite unsightly." The corners of the mouths of the guards nearby twitched. They truly did not wish to accompany this young lady, traversing daily along such a sordid path. However, with the master's orders, they had no choice but to comply, for the consequences of disobedience would be far worse than those faced by the individuals chosen by the young lady. For the first time in their lives, they were grateful for their mediocre appearances. Otherwise, to become this young lady's plaything would be a fate worse than death. One of the guards drew his blade and advanced, knowing that for those who dared to flee or resist, the young lady would command the severing of their feet, to be toyed with slowly thereafter. Should they still refuse to comply, hands and feet would be severed at the roots, their wounds sealed with spiritual medicine, turning them into human puppets to be further tormented. They had grown accustomed to this, or rather, numb to it. Feng Wuhuan struggled, yet his strength ebbed away. The wound on his chest, inflicted by the claws of a demonic beast, bled profusely as he fought against his restraints. Despair began to envelop him. What should he do? Seek help from the Lord? But how could he explain to the Lord why he knew she was nearby? Would the Lord suspect that he retained memories? Moreover, even if he called for help, would the Lord come to his aid? He strained against his bonds as the brutish man, intoxicated with potent drugs, approached with a lewd expression, intent on tearing his clothing. One guard seized his ankle, while another raised his blade high, preparing to strike down with force. Feng Wuhuan closed his eyes in despair, relinquishing all hopes of survival. His only prayer was for the Lord to leave swiftly. Do not look, do not witness the degrading scene that was about to unfold. He contemplated biting his tongue to end it all, yet even a mere mortal could not perish from such an act, let alone a cultivator. With his hands and feet restrained, and his spiritual energy depleted, he was incapable of invoking self-detonation. Furthermore, Chu Yuang had evidently sealed his meridians, rendering him utterly helpless. He felt useless, so inept that even self-immolation was beyond his reach. The anticipated pain and humiliation did not manifest. In his dazed state, he heard the sound of something heavy falling to the ground. The guards restraining him were sent flying. Feng Wuhuan strained to turn his head and beheld a woman clad in crimson robes standing there, her countenance cold and aloof. No words were necessary. Her mere presence was akin to a towering tree, capable of shielding against all storms and scorching suns. Once, she had unfurled her branches and leaves, enveloping him in her impenetrable wings. The despair in Feng Wuhuan's eyes ignited with hope. Just moments ago, he had felt utterly drained of strength. Yet now he found an inexplicable surge of energy. He struggled to rise, stumbling toward the direction of that person. As long as one approaches her, everything shall transform for the better. My lord, you have arrived? Feng Wuhuan's voice was hoarse, imbued with an inexplicable sense of grievance and intimacy. Chi Feiyan was momentarily taken aback. She felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her, as memories abruptly surged to the forefront of her mind. In those days, whenever the wicked dragon faced bullying, he would invariably seek her out to voice his complaints, his expression mirroring the pitiable look before her now. He would cling to her, saying, "Master, your precious disciple has been wronged. What shall I do? Master, he is tormenting me. Please help me retaliate. Master, I have been bullied. Come embrace me, and hold me for a long, long time until I feel better." Hee. One cannot deny that when this malevolent dragon displayed such a pitiful demeanor, it was indeed remarkably deceptive, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to remain unmoved. Chapter 83. He is filthy and unworthy of the Lord's embrace in a state of disarray and dulled senses due to blood loss. Feng Wuhuan could scarcely contemplate anything beyond the singular desire to return her side, to plunge into her embrace and seek solace in a hug. Fortunately, as he staggered towards Chi Feiyan, he experienced a fleeting moment of clarity. He halted his advance, realizing that he was a sinner, unworthy of such affection. This thought was etched firmly in his mind. He was filthy and could not allow the Lord to embrace him. It would surely incite her anger. The last thing he wished was to see her upset. He wished for her to be joyful. After a moment of dazed bewilderment, a thought sparked within him, reigniting a flicker of happiness. He retrieved the spirit crystal he had fought to reclaim from his bosom and extended it towards her, a smile gracing his face. "Lord, here, please, keep it safe. Don't let the bad people take it away." His words came out in fragmented bursts before he could no longer sustain himself, his body collapsing weakly to the ground. Yet, the spirit crystal remained clutched tightly in his hand, refusing to fall. Before them, upon sighting Chi Feiyan, Chu Yurong momentarily froze in astonishment. Then, her voice rang out, commanding you all, seize her at once. The guards exchanged apprehensive glances. Seize Chi Feiyan? She was not just any commoner to be easily subdued. One guard hesitantly interjected, "Miss, she is the Lord of the Mirror Void." But before he could finish, Chu Yurong delivered a resounding slap to his face. "Do I need your reminder? Of course I know who she is." As she spoke, a glint of malice and resentment flickered in her eyes, mixed with a hint of exhilaration. "It is precisely because she is Chi Feiyan that I must bring her down. Always acting so high and mighty, daring to embarrass me in the Great Hall. If she does not surrender this little slave, She is as detestable as her sister. The slapped guard, clutching his face, silently cursed but dared not utter another word. All of them, though regarded as formidable within the realm, found themselves begrudgingly obeying Chu Yurong. It was quite the indignity. Observing the guard's hesitance, Chu Yurong's fury ignited. What are you dawdling for? You useless lot. In this secret realm, her cultivation is suppressed to our level. What is there to fear? Charge at once. Otherwise, I shall inform father and have him punish you. The guards, though resigned, acknowledged her reasoning. Indeed, Chi Feiyan's powers were now comparable to theirs, so there was no need for excessive fear. If they could capture her, it might even earn them great merit. With this thought, they steeled themselves and charged forward. Seeing their resolve, Chu Yurong gleefully proclaimed, "Bring her alive. I shall cripple her and relish in tormenting her before killing her. Hee. If I can slay the Lord of the Mirror Void, my name will echo far and wide." Meanwhile, Chi Feiyan had crouched down, turning her back to the approaching group, silently examining the spirit crystal tightly held in Feng Wuhuan's grasp. Was this the spirit crystal that the evil dragon had desperately procured for her? The guards' attacks were now perilously close. Chi Feiyan remained crouched, seemingly lost in contemplation, before producing a pill of spiritual essence. She pried open Feng Wuhuan's mouth and administered the remedy. The guards, witnessing the imminent success of their endeavor, were instantly elated. It appeared that the lord of this mirror void domain was merely a figurehead, losing composure at the sight of his beloved's injury, distracted enough to administer medicine. The tip of the sword swiftly approached Chi Feiyan. Following Chu Yurong's orders, they avoided striking at her vital points, targeting instead her shoulder blades. Suddenly, the blade halted mere half a finger's breadth from her back, as if encountering insurmountable resistance, rendering it immovable. The guards, undeterred, exerted more force, attempting to thrust the blade forward once more. To their horror, they soon discovered that a torrent of spiritual power was being drawn into the sword's tip. The blade could not withstand such overwhelming influx and began to shatter inch by inch. Realizing the peril, the guards hastily attempted to discard their weapons. Yet, their expressions turned to sheer terror as the swords seemed to be fused to their hands, refusing to part. Soon, the blade had fragmented up to the hilt, but the relentless surge of spiritual energy continued its ascent. With a piercing scream, the guards' hands exploded, transforming into a mist of blood. Even half of their bodies succumbing to severe injuries, rendering them unconscious and oblivious to their fate. Chu Yurong, who had anticipated a spectacle, was struck with disbelief. How could this be? Was there no suppression of Chi Feiyan's realm within this secret domain? But it was inconceivable. The aura of spiritual energy emanating from Chi Feiyan was evidently of a low-tier earth realm. How could she so effortlessly, without even raising a hand, inflict such grave wounds upon others of the same tier? Swallowing hard, Chu Yurong retreated cautiously with her remaining guard, realizing that the attempt to eliminate Chi Feiyan was evidently futile. She resolved to withdraw and seek another opportunity later. Suddenly, Chi Feiyan, who had maintained her back to them, stood up. In the blink of an eye, her figure had vanished from sight. "Miss Chu, in such haste to leave, where do you intend to go?" she interjected, blocking Chu Yurong's path, her gaze frosty as if appraising a corpse. Though fear gripped her heart, Chu Yurong retorted defiantly, "Chi Feiyan, dare you lay a hand on me? Do not forget that my father is the master of the Yuxing sect, a formidable presence with over 20 years of experience in the celestial realm. Should you harm me, he will surely hunt you down." Chi Feiyan's voice remained indifferent. "Is that so? Then by all means, let us see if your father can indeed eliminate me." Without further ado, she flicked her fingers, unleashing a blade of spiritual energy that sliced toward Chu Yurong like an arrow. Her personal guard attempted to intervene, but was immediately pierced through the throat, extinguishing his breath. In an instant, several bloody wounds appeared on Chu Yurong's body. Chi Feiyan, you dare," she screamed in fury, yet her voice bore a hint of feigned bravado. Chi Feiyan paid no heed to her impotent rage. With a gentle flick of her fingers, two beams of spiritual energy shot forth, piercing directly through Chu Yuanyong's shoulder blades. The pain elicited continuous cries of anguish from her. Unfortunately, Her father was in seclusion and had not entered the Heavenly Valley secret realm this time. Otherwise, she would have summoned him to eliminate that wretched Chi Feiyan. Throughout her life, no one had dared to inflict such harm upon her. This was utterly intolerable. Chu Yuanyong cast a venomous glare at Chi Feiyan while busily retrieving various defensive items from her Shumi ring to adorn herself. She donned protective armor, talismans, and spells. Chi Feiyan remained silent. It was evident that Chu Hanchuan genuinely cherished this daughter. The defensive items were of exceptional quality. Even the treasure she had prepared for the malevolent dragon in her previous life paled in comparison. Chapter 84. Lord of the Pool, might you accept me as your disciple? Chu Yuanyuan was encased in layers of defensive barriers. Unless one possessed the strength of a celestial realm, it would be exceedingly difficult to breach them. Chi Feiyan furrowed her brow. Her current cultivation was suppressed, rendering her unable to dismantle the defenses surrounding Chu Yuanyuan and eliminate her in the immediate future. Moreover, it was unlikely that the other party would be foolish enough to remain here while she gradually wore down those defenses. Indeed, as her assault drew near, Chu Yuanyuan employed several teleportation talismans to make her escape. Chi Feiyan, the grudge of today shall surely be repaid. The voice echoed distantly, and the figure vanished without a trace. Chi Feiyan did not pursue. Instead, she turned her gaze. The brawny man who had been administered a potent drug was now wide awake with fear. Upon meeting Chi Feiyan's gaze, he hastily knelt and begged for mercy. Lady Poole, it is not my doing. I acted under orders. I implore you to spare me. I shall never dare again. Chi Feiyan regarded the man with icy eyes. Few who followed Chu Yuanyuan were innocent. They had committed their share of heinous acts. She raised her hand, poised to extinguish his life when someone else moved faster than she. With a swift thrust, a long sword pierced through the man's chest from behind. The young cultivator, having approached unnoticed, gripped the hilt tightly as he ended the man's life, his crimson eyes brimming with hatred. After slaying the brawny man, he withdrew his sword and staggered toward the lifeless bodies of the guards on the ground. Chi Feiyan's gaze lingered on his retreating figure. The young cultivator's robe was tattered, and hints of his bare thigh were visible through the fabric. Blood trickled down, a testament to the torment he had endured at the hands of Chu Yuanyuan. After delivering a final blow to each of the fallen guards, his fury remained unquenched as he relentlessly stabbed at their corpses. Moments later, he collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. His scarlet eyes were filled with madness and vengeance. Elder brother, second brother, rest assured, Yanji will avenge you. Wait for me. Yanji will come soon, to find you and bring you home, he murmured, attempting to rise once more. Upon hearing the name, Yin, Chi Feiyan's expression shifted slightly. She stepped forward to inquire, "What is your name? What transpired today?" The young cultivator looked up, and, as he recognized Chi Feiyan, the hatred in his eyes gradually faded. The one questioning him was the hero he had admired since childhood, and he should have felt joy. Yet the sorrow for his deceased brothers surged within him. "Lord Poole, my name is Yanji." After uttering this, tears streamed down his face. "Today, I was merely wandering with my two elder brothers, hoping to encounter some fortune, but little did I expect. To meet Chu Yuanyuan, she coveted my appearance, intending to abduct me for her amusement. Naturally, my brothers would not allow it and shielded my escape, but then she had them both, killed, and I was violated. It is my fault. I am the one who led my brothers to their demise. Why? Why must I possess such beauty?" As he spoke, a manic expression overtook him, and he brandished his sword, intending to slash at his own face. Chi Feiyan let out a soft sigh and struck the sword from his grasp. Yin knew. She recognized this man. In her previous life, it was said that within the Ji Hua Palace of Chu Yuan, there was a strikingly handsome man who could easily win her favor. Even as Chu Yuan turned to many suitors later on, her affection for this handsome figure remained unwavering, enduring through time. Until one day, news of her demise suddenly spread. The one who had taken her life was none other than her beloved pet, Yin knew. Subsequently, it was rumored that Chu Hanchuan's health had also been deteriorating, as if Yin had secretly manipulated his condition years prior. Henceforth, the Yuxing sect, once a formidable force in the southern wilderness, began to decline. Observing Yin, who was weeping on the ground, Chi Feiyan found herself at a loss for words. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved 2 elixirs from her shumi ring, placed them in an empty vial, and approached to offer them to him. Here are 2 elixirs. One will heal your wounds, while the other will assist you in breaking through to the Earth Realm. She paused and added, "My condolences." Noticing that he remained engulfed in sorrow and did not reach out to accept her offering, she knelt down and set the vial on the ground before him, then turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Hien suddenly knelt before her. "Lord Chi, could you take me as your disciple? I wish to grow stronger and avenge my brothers. I implore you, teach me." The 3 brothers had initially been free-spirited wanderers, never considering joining a sect. Moreover, their innate talents for cultivation were rather mediocre. Even if they joined a sect, they would not become favored disciples of the elders. Being mere ordinary disciples would subject them to numerous constraints, which was less appealing than a life of freedom. However, at this moment, Hien needed to find a powerful force akin to the Yuxing sect to rely upon. The Jingshu domain would be ideal. If possible, becoming Lord Chi's disciple would be even better. Setting aside his deep-seated desire for revenge, Hien genuinely admired Chi Feiyan. Born in the southern wilderness, he had heard countless tales of her exploits since childhood, longing to emulate her. To become her disciple would be a stroke of fortune. Chi Feiyan gazed at Hien, whose eyes shimmered with fervent devotion. To accept him as a disciple? Unconsciously, her gaze shifted to the figure of Feng Wuhuan lying not far away. How could she dare to take on another disciple? She could no longer dedicate herself to teaching someone anew. Her entire investment had been bestowed upon that one individual, and her efforts had ceased with him. There would be no one else. Seeing her silence, Hien's expression fell. "It's all right. You need not feel obligated. I understand that I may be overstepping." Chi Feiyan was pulled back from her thoughts and considered for a moment. If she recalled correctly, although Hien's cultivation talent was average, he possessed remarkable aptitude in poison crafting. In her previous life, his toxins had quietly claimed the life of Chu Chuan, a formidable expert of the heavenly realm, which spoke volumes of his abilities. It was said that Hien's ancestors had produced a renowned figure in toxicology over a century ago. He had a legacy, indeed. With a sudden realization, she swiftly made her decision. He retrieved a jade token, presenting it to Hienji. "Though I am unable to accept you as my disciple, I can certainly recommend a place for you to go. With this jade token, you may enter the Mirror Void Realm and seek out Elder Shinshinsi. Inquire if he would be willing to take you under his wing." Upon hearing this, Hienji was filled with joy and promptly accepted the token with both hands. He had always been fascinated by the study of herbs and poisons, and it was said that Elder Shun excelled in this field, making him an ideal mentor. "Thank you, Lord Chi, your immense kindness shall never be forgotten," he thought to himself. Had it not been for Chi Feiyan's sudden appearance today, he would have surely been taken back to the Yuxing sect by Chu Yuanyang, imprisoned in the fabled Jihua Palace, where life would be a living torment. Hienji bowed 3 times in gratitude and, clutching the 2 elixirs and the jade token given by Chi Feiyan, departed from the place. His 2 elder brothers still lay lifeless in the wilderness. He must find them, retrieve them from the secret realm, and return home to give them a proper burial. Chapter 85. She habitually interprets him with the utmost malice. After Hien left, Chi Feiyan carried the still unconscious figure away from the scene, leaving behind a chaotic array of bodies. She sought out a clean spot, initially intending to unceremoniously drop him onto the ground. After a moment's reflection, she decided to retrieve a moisture-proof mat to lay down before placing him down gently. She had just administered a low-grade spirit pill to him, calculating the passage of time. He should be regaining consciousness soon. Sure enough, a quarter of an hour later, the man on the ground gradually opened his beautiful eyes. Feng Wuhuan gazed blankly at the sky above. The heavens within the secret realm seemed to be shrouded by some unseen force, perpetually cast in a gray, oppressive gloom that made it difficult to breathe. In that instant of awakening, the first sensation he registered was pain. After a while, he vaguely recalled that he had slain a low-tier magical beast. Right, the spirit crystal. Where is his spirit crystal? Feng Wuhuan hurriedly sat up, inadvertently aggravating his wounds, causing him to wince in agony. He failed to notice the figure sitting a few steps away from him as he frantically searched his own body. To no avail. Spotting his pack nearby, he rushed to rummage through it. "What are you looking for?" Chi Feiyan's voice was soft yet laced with an enigmatic undertone. It appeared that the fierce dragon had only given her the spirit crystal while in a state of severe injury and confusion. He had completely forgotten. Startled by the familiar voice, Feng Wuhuan turned and saw Chi Feiyan regarding him with a cryptic expression. He quickly knelt, a sense of trepidation washing over him as he asked, "My lord, what brings you here?" Instead of answering, Chi Feiyan countered, "Do you truly remember nothing at all?" Sensing her displeasure, Feng Wuhuan lowered his head and concentrated hard to recall the events. After a moment, fragmented memories began to resurface. Chi Feiyan had snatched his spirit crystal. He had nearly been harmed. Then the Lord had appeared and saved him. And afterward, he seemed to have intended to present the spirit crystal to the Lord before losing consciousness. But he could not remember whether he had actually given it to her. Thus, he cautiously inquired, "My lord, have you seen a spirit crystal?" Chi Feiyan chuckled softly, though her eyes betrayed no mirth. She produced the spirit crystal, asking, "Is this the one you speak of?" Her gaze remained fixed on Feng Wuhuan, scrutinizing every nuance of his reaction. Upon seeing the crystal, the kneeling figure visibly relaxed, a wave of joy washing over him. It's here, my lord. I also found some items over the past few days. They're all for you," he exclaimed, reaching for his pack once more. Aside from a change of clothes, the pack was brimming with various items he had discovered since entering the secret realm. Mining ores for crafting, medicinal herbs, and incomplete magical artifacts. A veritable assortment. Though collectively they paled in value compared to the spirit crystal, he still presented them to her with unrestrained delight. Chi Feiyan remained silent, noting that the fierce dragon's reaction diverged from her expectations. There was no trace of regret or dissatisfaction at the sight of the spirit crystal in her possession. Instead, his joy was genuine and unabashed. Chi Feiyan began to harbor doubts for the first time. Could a person truly disguise themselves so convincingly? She observed the evil dragon holding something, gazing at her with eager eyes. Chi Feiyan's cold demeanor finally softened somewhat, and she unconsciously stepped forward to accept the object, which, to her, was not particularly precious. Into her shumi ring, Feng Wuhuan, seeing her accept the item, was filled with greater joy. Indeed, the things found in the secret realm were welcomed by the Lord. Just as he was reveling in his happiness, Chi Feiyan casually remarked, "I underestimated you. I never imagined you could slay a beast of the initial earth realm with your cultivation at the late human realm." Feng Wuhuan's heart sank. Had the Lord discerned something? He replied cautiously, "I too did not expect to kill that beast. I merely thought its intelligence was low. Though it was of the earth realm, I believe I still had a chance, so I decided to take the risk." Chi Feiyan inquired further, "Why did you not flee?" Feng Wuhuan's eyes sparkled with a smile, and without explaining his reasons for not escaping, he gently replied, "That spirit crystal is something the Lord can use." Chi Feiyan paused, gazing into the youth's extraordinarily beautiful peach blossom eyes, falling silent. So, from the very beginning, this spirit crystal was intended for her. It was not a reluctant gift after her discovery. Should she trust this? Yet, seeing the boy's precarious kneeling posture and his pallid face, she finally said, "Rise. Did I not say you need not kneel these days?" Her voice remained indifferent, though her tone was less harsh than before. Feng Wuhuan nodded, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. Was this making her happy? Even if it did not, it mattered not. At the very least, he had not angered her. However, thinking of the sky-watching fruit, his heart grew heavy again. Perhaps he could convey the news of the fruit to the demon clan without inciting her wrath? Originally, he thought that since she was secretly following him, it would be fine to relay the information to the demons. By then, having informed them, the old demon king would have no reason to blame Qinglou ultimately. If the sky-watching fruit was intercepted by the Lord, it would only be the fault of the inept individuals sent by the old demon king. It seemed to be a perfect solution. Only he would face the Lord's wrath and severe punishment. He was not afraid of harsh penalties, but having been treated gently by the Lord, he suddenly developed a faint desire for such tender interactions. He feared, more than anything, the cold, vengeful gaze of the Lord upon him. Therefore, he suddenly asked, "My lord, will you be leaving?" Chi Feiyan nodded. She had to depart. Her sudden appearance to save him had already disrupted her plans. If she lingered any longer with the evil dragon, she feared she would lose the chance to find the sky-watching fruit. Feng Wuhuan knelt again, summoning his courage to speak. "Might you grant me a one-time communication talisman? Rest assured, I shall only use it to contact you and for no other purpose." He did not dare ask for a communication jade talisman, knowing the Lord would never agree. Thus, he could only request a one-time communication talisman. Upon hearing the evil dragon's request, Chi Feiyan's expression was inscrutable, but the pressure around her diminished rapidly. Feng Wuhuan felt a bitter pang in his heart. Indeed, is it still not feasible? It is understandable. If one were to recklessly request a communication talisman, the Lord would merely assume that he sought to possess it as a backup, intending to notify the demon race upon discovering something of value. Just as he contemplated retracting his words, declaring it unnecessary, a communication talisman was abruptly cast before him on the ground. After discarding the talisman, Chi Feiyan departed without uttering a single word. She remained oblivious to the dragon's intentions behind the talisman. Perhaps the pains and betrayals she had endured were so profound that she habitually interpreted the dragon's actions with utmost malice. However, upon reflection, it seemed unlikely that the dragon would be foolish enough to request a talisman from her to contact the demon race. If that were truly the case, it would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, she resolved to observe the dragon's next move. Chapter 86. There is still a chance. Feng Wuhuan carefully examined the communication talisman, then stored it with utmost reverence. Sensing the residual potency of the earth realm spiritual elixir within him, he absent-mindedly touched the ground mat beneath him, a smile gracing his features. The claw marks on his abdomen no longer throbbed with such intensity. After lying on the mat and dozing for half a day, he felt significantly better, folded the mat neatly, and stowed it away in his pack, continuing his journey forward. Soon, he would reach the location of the sky-viewing fruit. He meandered through the dense forest, quenching his thirst with dew, foraging wild fruits when hunger struck, and finding flat ground to rest whenever fatigue overwhelmed him. However, he was reluctant to lay out the mat left by the Lord, fearing it might become soiled. On this particular afternoon, while wandering, Feng Wuhuan inadvertently stumbled upon a narrow cave. He feigned curiosity, approaching the cave entrance with a wary demeanor, his heart pounding with anticipation. He had arrived at the site of the sky-viewing fruit. The Lord must be covertly trailing him not far behind. Suppressing his rising anxiety, he pressed onward. As he ventured deeper, the narrow entrance gradually widened, eventually leading to a breathtaking vista. In the valley below, an array of extraordinary flowers and plants flourished, clearly a realm untouched by human feet. Concealed in the shadows, Chi Feiyan, observing the scene, speculated that this place appeared enchanting, with a richness of spiritual energy far surpassing that of the outside world. It was likely the very site where the sky-viewing fruit thrived. Feng Wuhuan, eyes alight with wonder, continued inward. Soon, he glimpsed a fruit tree nestled in a crevice of a nearby cliff, its height reaching that of a small child, adorned with 3 resplendent, golden, orb-like fruits, each the size of an infant's fist. Though diminutive, these fruits emanated a profound spiritual essence, perceptible even from a distance. The increasingly potent spiritual energy in the valley was surely a result of these fruits. Evidently, they were but a day or two from ripening. Indeed, it was the sky-viewing fruit. Feng Wuhuan halted in his tracks, his gaze fixed upon a colossal spirit elephant beneath the fruit tree. Fear washed over him, draining the color from his face as he instinctively retreated a few steps. In truth, he was genuinely afraid, his heart in turmoil. Not because of the spirit elephant, but due to the actions he was about to undertake. He wondered how the Lord would react to him. Would he have the opportunity to reveal that he did not wish to aid the demon tribe? He stifled his aura and withdrew to a considerable distance. The spirit elephant was the companion beast of the sky-viewing fruit, a being of high earth realm tier. The Lord's current cultivation was restricted, and should he confront the spirit elephant, it would be a formidable challenge to escape unscathed. Even if victory were possible, it would undoubtedly come at a grave cost. Feng Wuhuan sought a concealed spot and sat cross-legged. In the shadows, Chi Feiyan breathed a sigh of relief. In this second life, despite many changes, it was fortunate that the wicked dragon had, much like in the previous life, successfully located the sky-viewing fruit. She could only hope that this wicked dragon would refrain from acting foolishly. Unbeknownst to her, a subtle fear lingered in her heart. She dreaded that the wicked dragon might, as before, rush to inform the demon tribe the moment the sky-viewing fruit was discovered. However, perhaps the more one fears something, the more inevitable its arrival becomes. Upon witnessing the malevolent dragon seated in meditation, she began to invoke the unique secret arts of the dragon clan. Soon, faint luminescent patterns emerged upon his chest. These were the sigils used by the demon clan for communication. Chi Feiyan instantly felt a chill envelop her. Feng Wuhuan's complexion turned as pale as parchment. The notion that the Lord was likely observing him from some hidden vantage point, coupled with the realization that he would notify the demon kin to retrieve the Skywatch fruit right beneath her nose, left him breathless. Yet, the thought of Qin Bo stirred a resolve within Feng Wuhuan. Gritting his teeth, he activated the sigil and called out, "Father!" A voice soon resonated from the other end. "Wuhuan, my son, what is it? Have you discovered something of value?" "Indeed." "Oh, what treasure have you uncovered?" "The Skywatch fruit appears to be ripening, and within it lies a companion beast, a colossal elephant, whose aura suggests formidable strength." "The Skywatch fruit? Are you certain?" "Yes, Father. Please send someone swiftly. Moreover, you are aware that Lord Qi can trace me through the collar I wear, so I dare not linger here for too long." "Very well. I have noted your location. If what you say about the Skywatch fruit is true, you will have rendered a great service to the demon clan. Rest assured, I shall not let you go unrewarded." The communication was abruptly severed. Cold sweat had already drenched Feng Wuhuan's collar. He anxiously scanned his surroundings. Fortunately, the Lord had yet to reveal himself. There was still hope. He still had a chance. Concealed in the shadows, Chi Feiyan's expression had turned as frigid as ice. Her gaze upon Feng Wuhuan now laced with murderous intent. Truly, a dog cannot change its nature. How could she ever expect that this lifetime Feng Wuhuan might refrain from such treachery? She was done hiding. She stepped forward, prepared to reveal herself. Today, she would ensure he understood the consequences of betrayal. Yet, she halted abruptly. She observed the wicked dragon trembling as he fumbled from his bosom a communication talisman, his hands quaking. It took several attempts before he finally activated the talisman. Indeed, it was the very one she had bestowed upon him. Chi Feiyan overheard the dragon's voice. "Lord, are you there?" Feng Wuhuan called, his palms slick with sweat. However, the other end remained ominously silent. His heart sank gradually. Did the Lord refuse to respond? What was he to do? Amidst his growing trepidation, a feminine voice finally emerged from the talisman. "Yes, what is it?" Feng Wuhuan exhaled in relief, though inexplicably. His eyes began to well with unshed tears. He felt a surge of joy that, despite the Lord's apparent fury, she was still willing to engage with him. Eager not to keep her waiting, he cut to the chase. "Lord, I have discovered 3 Skywatch fruits." Indeed, upon hearing this proclamation, a lengthy silence ensued on the opposite end. Concealed in the shadows, Chi Feiyan's expression became one of complexity. In this lifetime, the wicked dragon had dared to divulge news of the Skywatch fruits to her. This was unexpected, considering he had just informed the demon clan. Could it be that he sought to draw her out, intending for the demon kin to ambush her and leave her stranded here? Chi Feiyan's voice was faint, her tone chilling. "Oh, where was this discovered? Were there any others who found it?" Feng Wuhuan answered swiftly, "In a valley to the south of the secret realm." "My lord, if you sense my location, you will know. There were others. I unintentionally overheard 2 individuals in hushed conversation. From their dialogue, it seems the demon clan has infiltrated. Due to the formidable companion beast of the Kuwaitian fruit, the 2 of them are unable to handle it alone. Hence, they plan to summon more allies." Feng Wuhuan spoke this passage cautiously, stumbling over his words. Where did these 2 conversing demons come from? He must have fabricated this from thin air. He had previously told her many lies. However, this instance, knowing full well that the Lord observed everything, yet still daring to weave such transparent falsehoods was a first. Chapter 87. The malevolent dragon, indeed, did not deceive her. Feng Wuhuan awaited the response from across the way with a sense of torment. Once the communication talisman was activated, it was only effective for a quarter of an hour. With two-thirds of the time already elapsed, he felt a twinge of fear that the conversation might not conclude before the talisman failed. Upon overhearing the clandestine discussion between two demon tribesmen, Chi Feiyan found herself on the brink of laughter from sheer indignation, though astonishment prevailed. The malevolent dragon had candidly divulged the circumstances, even fabricating the existence of two demon clansmen, informing her that many from their kind would soon arrive. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, "Did you discern how many would be coming?" Feng Wuhuan pondered, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. "I cannot say for certain, but that accompanying beast appears to be of a high order within the earthly realm. Thus it stands to reason that a significant number of them would be dispatched. I have an idea, though I'm uncertain of its viability." Intrigued, Chi Feiyan encouraged him, "Please elaborate." After a moment of internal struggle, Feng Wuhuan proposed, "My lord, upon your arrival, it would be prudent to refrain from confronting the accompanying beast or the demon clansmen directly. Allow them to weaken each other in a fierce struggle before you reveal yourself to seize the heaven's gaze fruit. This would be a far more prudent course of action." Chi Feiyan fell silent. The time for the communication talisman was drawing to a close. Feng Wuhuan, disregarding her lack of response, urged swiftly, "My lord, once you secure the heaven's gaze fruit, could you kindly inform me? I would feel much more at ease." Once again, there was no reply. Feng Wuhuan gazed at the gradually dimming talisman in his hand, a shadow of sorrow crossing his features. Yet, he could not afford to linger in thought. He had to depart swiftly, otherwise, he risked arousing his father's suspicions. The collar around his neck possessed a tracking function, and should he remain too long, his father might suspect he was intentionally drawing the Lord's attention, thereby jeopardizing the heaven's gaze fruit. In such a scenario, Qingbou's fate would be perilous. However, if it were unintentional, Qingbou should be safe. After all, as long as he continued to demonstrate loyalty to his father, he would retain his value. His father would fear losing control over him if Qingbou were to perish. Thus, Qingbou was likely to be spared. Of course, given the temperament of that old demon king, life would not be easy for him. In his fury, the old demon king would undoubtedly resort to tormenting him through the demon contract. After Feng Wuhuan departed, Chi Feiyan chose not to follow. She sought a concealed spot within the valley, awaiting the arrival of the demon tribesmen. She still harbored doubts about Feng Wuhuan's words. However, it was undeniable that when the malevolent dragon presented the communication talisman to contact her, upon hearing his words, a subtle sense of relief washed over her, and her emotions began to stabilize. After nearly an hour of waiting, Chi Feiyan finally spotted the approach of demon tribesmen, 15 individuals, all of low rank within the earthly realm. Yet among them were a few whose restrained auras suggested their true strength was far greater outside this secret realm. It appeared the demon clan was indeed investing considerable effort to obtain the heaven's gaze fruit. The malevolent dragon's suggestion was plausible, provided he harbored no ill intentions toward her. Otherwise, it could very well be a trap within a trap. As her gaze fell upon one of the figures, Chi Feiyan's form stiffened momentarily. It was him, one of the formidable heavenly realm warriors who had attacked the mirror void domain in her previous life, Ling Shun. In Chi Feiyan's eyes, a murderous intent surged forth. It was this individual who had commanded the massacre of ordinary civilians in the mirror void domain. Today, by any means necessary, she would ensure his demise in this valley. Ling Shun seemed to sense something amiss, glancing in her direction. Fortunately, Chi Feiyan quickly reined in her overwhelming hostility and cast several concealment spells upon herself. Ling Shun, ever cautious, ordered his subordinates to scan the surroundings. Once assured that no anomalies were present, he began to arrange a formation with the group of demons, creating a perimeter of early warning. Should anyone unexpectedly breach the formation, they would be detected. Moreover, this formation would also muffle the sounds of any ensuing battle, preventing outside interference. Ling Shun had observed the path ahead and encountered no other individuals, nor any groups of humans. Thus, he felt relatively secure, able to avoid being ambushed during the confrontation with the giant spirit elephant. Chi Feiyan watched as the demons set up the formation, her lips twitching. How fortuitous! They had inadvertently enclosed her within it. Once everything was prepared, Ling Shun directed his group of demons to gradually approach the sky-watching fruit tree. His expression was grave. Although he was at the lower tier of the heavenly realm, he was suppressed by an entire realm, and the beast they faced was at the higher tier of the earth realm. Therefore, overcoming it would not be an easy feat fortunately, while magical beasts possessed formidable strength. Their intelligence was notably low, granting them a significant chance of victory. Beneath the sky-watching fruit tree, the giant spirit elephant, eagerly anticipating the fruits ripening, finally sensed something amiss. It stood alert, its four massive legs appearing fearsome. A mere stomp sent tremors through the ground. To be crushed by such colossal feet would surely reduce one to a mere pulp. Observing this, Ling Shun ceased to conceal himself and commanded, "Attack!" The giant spirit elephant, now aware of the unwelcome visitors, charged towards the demons, intent on trampling these intruders into the ground. The valley erupted into chaos, dust swirling and cries of distress filling the air. Chi Feiyan lay in wait, observing the fierce clash between the demons and the giant spirit elephant, her thoughts racing. This was no mere performance. The bloodshed was real. Even Ling Shun began to sustain injuries. The malevolent dragon had indeed not deceived her. Meanwhile, Feng Wuhuan traveled a distance before finding a spot to halt. He intended to await the Lord's arrival. The sky-watching fruit would mature within a day. The demons would undoubtedly strike before it ripened, determined to eliminate the giant spirit elephant. Feng Wuhuan recalled that in his previous life, only one, Ling Shun, had survived the old Demon King's envoy. He felt a pang of anxiety. Despite his faith in the Lord's strength, he could not suppress his concern. All he hoped was that the Lord would trust him just this once. As long as the Lord adheres to his plan, there is no need to act hastily. Concealing one's whereabouts and waiting for the demon clan and the colossal elephant to engage in a mutually destructive conflict would allow one to reap the benefits while ensuring personal safety. The night has descended. Feng Wuhuan finds herself unable to sleep, uncertain of the Lord's situation and whether he has obtained the Skywatch fruit. The sky within the secret realm is devoid of the moon and stars. By day, it is shrouded in ominous gray clouds. By night, it is an impenetrable darkness, where one cannot see their own hand before their face. No light penetrates this gloom. Lacking any illumination, Feng Wuhuan can only huddle in the shadows, anxiously awaiting. The unease within her grows ever stronger. Could something have happened to the Lord? So much time has elapsed. In just another hour, dawn will break. Why has he not returned yet? Restlessness overtakes her as she paces back and forth, contemplating whether to return and check, yet fearing the consequences of being discovered by the ancient Demon King. Torn between the life and death of Qinglou and the safety of the Lord, she has endured this torment for quite some time. Ultimately, she grits her teeth, resolved to venture back and see. However, at that moment, the seal on her heart suddenly began to glow. Chapter 88. Can I exchange 3 candies with the Lord? Feng Wuhuan collapsed on the ground, yet a smile graced his lips. The Lord had succeeded, and that was truly delightful. Thus, despite the Lord's harsh treatment, did she still choose to believe in him? Just moments ago, the ancient Demon King had interrogated him about the situation. He answered as if he had anticipated the inquiry, inciting the Demon King's ire. However, given that he had indeed not concealed any information and reported the discovery of the sky-viewing fruit at the first opportunity, it was evident that the failure lay with the demon tribe's emissaries who had not secured the fruit and allowed unknown individuals to reap the benefits instead. Lacking evidence, the ancient Demon King could not ascertain whether Feng Wuhuan had interfered. Moreover, he still had need of Feng Wuhuan in the future. Thus, the hostage, Qinglou, was to be retained for now. Yet, the ancient Demon King's seething rage required an outlet, and naturally, his oft-disdained son became the target for his frustrations. A wave of pain surged through Feng Wuhuan's chest, overwhelming him. As if the heavens conspired against him, rain began to fall unexpectedly, a gentle yet relentless drizzle. The downpour, though light, was persistent. Feng Wuhuan clutched his chest tightly, writhing in agony upon the muddy ground, like a fish stranded on dry land. He was in such torment that he could not even cast a simple water-repelling spell. His garments quickly became drenched, and a chill spread through his limbs. Lying in the puddle, he gasped for air. The ancient demon king was evidently furious. This pain was more intense and prolonged than any he had previously endured. After all, it concerned 3 sky-viewing fruits. Amidst the suffering, Feng Wuhuan couldn't help but muse on the ancient demon king's expression, which must be quite spectacular. If only it could drive the ancient demon king to his demise. TSK, he truly was a rebellious and unfilial son, yearning for his father's death. Thus, he was not without fault himself. As the saying goes, dragons beget dragons, and phoenixes beget phoenixes. The offspring of a vile creature could only be a lesser wretch. Feng Wuhuan mocked himself silently, sweat mixed with mud staining his body, rendering him filthy. He thought it fitting that a sinner such as he, guilty of betraying his mentor and slaying his father, should struggle in this filthy mire and endure such suffering. However, as time passed, the initial strength to resist began to wane, and he found himself unable to move. The pain, however, persisted. His back arched painfully, resembling a boiled shrimp. As dawn approached, his consciousness faded in and out until he finally discerned a figure approaching him. The silhouette walked towards him against the morning light, step by step, like a deity. The pain within him seemed to gradually recede. He longed to rise, to stagger forward, to greet her, but lacked the strength. His limbs were stiff from the chilling poison that had seeped into his veins. He felt utterly powerless and realized how unclean he was, knowing the Lord's aversion to filth. In a desperate attempt, he gathered his remaining spiritual energy to cast a cleansing spell upon himself. Unfortunately, he was too dirty, and his meager power proved insufficient to cleanse him. In a panic, he attempted the cleansing spell several more times, yet to no avail. He was filthy, impossible to clean. From a considerable distance, Chi Feiyan spotted a figure lying in the mud, disheveled, resembling a stray dog bereft of a loving owner. The stray dog hung its head low, desperately attempting to use its meager spiritual energy to cleanse itself. For some inexplicable reason, her heart twitched slightly. Unconsciously, she quickened her pace and approached him. Feng Wuhuan, sensing her presence drawing near, became increasingly flustered. "My lord, please, keep your distance. I am dirty." Chi Feiyan remained silent, merely stepping forward to hoist the struggling figure up with ease. Then, she cast a cleansing spell to purify him. Observing his damp attire, she frowned. Channeling her spiritual energy, she dried his clothes. Feng Wuhuan, who had long been in a state of pain and confusion, now stared blankly at Chi Feiyan, bewildered. Had she just held his hand? Since his rebirth, he had experienced brief physical contact with her several times, each accompanied by pain, such as the moments when she nearly crushed his jaw. But this was the first instance of such gentle contact. It seemed the Lord had obtained the fruit of insight and was genuinely pleased. Even though she quickly released his hand afterward, the lingering warmth of her fingertips filled him with joy. At last, he was no longer just a source of irritation for her. A pill was placed in his mouth. Chi Feiyan's cool voice echoed in his ears. "What are you dazed about?" Feng Wuhuan quickly regained his composure. After swallowing the pill, he intended to kneel but was halted. "Sit over there." Chi Feiyan gestured to a nearby stone, now dry from her spiritual energy. Not wishing to overexert himself, he slowly moved to the stone, feeling a bit dizzy. Chi Feiyan regarded the obedient figure with a complex expression. She had successfully obtained the 3 fruits of insight. It was somewhat regrettable that she had not been able to kill Ling Shun, as he had managed to escape. Nonetheless, she had not come away empty-handed. She had severed Ling Shun's arm and inflicted a grievous injury that would prevent him from advancing in cultivation. During the attack, she had disguised herself, so the demon race should still be unaware that it was her who had intercepted them. The reason for her disguise was twofold. Firstly, she feared that the demon race would publicly announce her acquisition of the fruits, attracting covetous eyes and trouble. Secondly, if Feng Tsangyan were to discover that it was she who had taken the fruits, he would inevitably associate it with the evil dragon, and she feared he might punish it. Although she despised the evil dragon, she was a beneficiary. It had, in some way, aided her this time. "Why were you lying in the mud?" she inquired. Noticing his poor condition, Chi Feiyan casually offered him a spirit-replenishing pill. Feng Wuhuan, still pale, was beginning to regain some spirit thanks to the pill, no longer appearing on the verge of fainting. He smiled softly and replied, "It's nothing, I merely dozed off while waiting for my lord." Chi Feiyan frowned. This evil dragon was lying again. She felt a pang of irritation, but was too apathetic to dwell on such trivial matters, instead continuing to ask, "Why do you wish to assist me?" Feng Wuhuan continued to smile gently. The servant had pledged to the Lord that everything discovered within the secret realms would be offered to her. "You also promised the servant that you would spare her from the punishment of 10 fiery whips." Chi Feiyan gazed intently at him, her tone laced with melancholy. "Is that all?" Feng Wuhuan nodded rapidly, his voice a mere whisper. "Those whips, they truly inflict great pain. I am somewhat fearful." Chi Feiyan fell silent. After a brief pause, she inquired again, "You have assisted me in obtaining the sky-gazing fruit, which is commendable. Now, do share if there is any reward you desire." Initially, Feng Wuhuan intended to shake his head, stating that he wanted nothing, as long as the Lord was happy. However, after a moment of inner turmoil, he cautiously ventured, "I wish to have some candy. I wonder if 3 sky-gazing fruits could be exchanged for 3 pieces of candy." In his previous life, the Lord was aware of his fondness for sweets and would often offer him candy, much like one would soothe a child. He reminisced fondly. Chi Feiyan's lips twitched slightly. This mischievous dragon had not changed. He still adored sweets, just as he had in their past life. 3 sky-gazing fruits squandered merely for candy. Such a wasteful extravagance. Chapter 89, he felt a sweetness in his heart. Feng Wuhuan had successfully obtained 3 pieces of candy. They were not the grapefruit candies that his master had specially bought for him in his past life, but rather 3 ordinary pieces of toffee. In the Mirror Void domain, there was a restaurant that would offer a few pieces of this toffee after a minimum expenditure of 10 taels of silver. The Lord would often toss them to beggars by the roadside. These few pieces were likely those that the Lord had not given away, casually stored in his shimi ring. Now, they had become a treat for him. Feng Wuhuan contentedly tucked the 3 pieces of toffee away, fully aware that they would undoubtedly be sweet. After a while, Chi Feiyan noticed that the evil dragon was still shivering, appearing rather cold. Thus, she decided to start a fire. Having traveled for an extended period, a hint of fatigue was evident on her brow. With the sky-viewing fruit now in hand and no pressing matters at the moment, she resolved to rest for a day before embarking with the evil dragon toward the depths of the secret realm. As she pondered what conditions she might propose to the esteemed array saint to persuade him to assist in repairing the protective array of the Mirror Void domain, Feng Wuhuan initially sat beside the fire with some reservation. Gradually, fatigue overtook him, and he began to doze off. Yet he dared not express his desire to sleep to the Lord. His head bobbed gently as he sat there. Despite his heavy eyelids, his hand remained lightly pressed against his chest, where the 3 newly acquired candies were nestled in his pocket. He was reluctant to eat them, fearing he might lose them. Thus, he often felt the need to touch them. Eventually, he rested his hand directly upon them. Perhaps it was the placement of the candies against his heart that made him feel a growing sweetness within. As drowsiness gradually enveloped him, he closed his eyes, drifting into a hazy sleep, his body leaning towards the fire. Chi Feiyan, quick to react, swiftly caught him. She admonished coldly, "If you're tired, find a place to lie down and sleep. Why sit there?" Awakened, Feng Wuhuan nodded in bewilderment and prepared to lie down not far from the fire. Unable to bear the sight, Chi Feiyan cleared a small patch of ground with a wave of her hand and instructed him, "Spread out your mat before sleeping." Feng Wuhuan nodded, albeit reluctantly, and retrieved the mat that the Lord had given him, laying it on the ground. Seeing him settled, Chi Feiyan also closed her eyes, ready to steal a brief nap. The following day, Feng Wuhuan awoke early. Chi Feiyan instructed him to pack his belongings as they were to head towards the center of the secret realm. Upon hearing the Lord mention the array saint, Feng Wuhuan was somewhat surprised. The esteemed elder had also come to the secret realm. What could have prompted him to consider breaking the boundless illusory array? In his previous life, he had recklessly traversed this array, a formidable formation that nearly claimed his life even when he had achieved a high level in the celestial realm. Fortunately, he had succeeded in breaking through, obtaining a crucial material, the reverting light mica. This mineral, with a radiant aura, resembled flowing fragments of time and could be used to lay the foundational array, creating a stable time passage. It was highly likely that no such material remained within now. After several days of travel, the two finally arrived at the center of the secret realm. Many people had already gathered there. It had seemed that at least half of them were still unaware of the news. At a glance, the number of individuals present appeared to have diminished by 2/3 since their entry into the secret realm. Aside from those who had perished within, it seemed that only half of the original party remained. From a distance, Chi Feiyan spotted the group of disciples from the Mirror Void domain who had gathered together. Jiang Shao was also surveying the surroundings, and upon catching sight of Chi Feiyan, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. However, his expression quickly darkened upon noticing Feng Wuhuan behind her. For the past several days, he had been using communication jade talismans to contact Yin, but she had only responded once, mentioning that she had matters to attend to and instructing him to gather the other disciples and wait for her outside the wand floating formless array. He had assumed she was engaged in serious business. It now appeared that the wretched slave had ensnared Yin, likely involving her in some unsavory dealings. Such base creatures remained inherently despicable. He hoped fervently that Yin had not been led astray. He strode forward, his eyes glinting with intent and a warning as he cast a glance at Feng Wuhuan, then pushed through the crowd to stand beside Chi Feiyan. Feng Wuhuan's expression darkened slightly, yet he chose to remain silent and quietly stepped back. Yin, you have finally arrived. The array saint is about to commence the array's dismantling. Chi Feiyan nodded and continued forward. Before the wand floating formless array stood an elderly man with hair as white as snow, proudly positioned at the array's forefront, his fingers deftly tracing patterns in the air. Waves of energy rippled through the void, as if he were engaged in some intricate deduction. Onlookers marveled at the spectacle, while those more knowledgeable exchanged whispers, scrutinizing every movement with rapt attention. Truly, the array saint is remarkable. Each stroke encapsulates the profound principles of the universe. Such insights will sustain our contemplation for ages. Do you still wish to comprehend it? This is utterly beyond our grasp. I pride myself on being a genius of the array, yet this surpasses my understanding entirely. Is the array truly capable of such usage? I see now. So that is how it is. Ha ha ha. Chi Feiyan advanced to the forefront of the crowd, finally beholding the elderly figure standing proudly before the array. Though she could only see his back, his ethereal demeanor suggested a transcendent being, embodying the essence of a sage. Jiang Shao, accompanying her, began to provide an introduction. Ayan, this esteemed elder is the array saint, Zhen Yuanzi. He has been here for 2 days now. Many factions have sought to curry favor with him, but he has turned them all away. One faction even offered an exorbitant price, yet the venerable elder did not acquiesce. Another foolish faction attempted to forcibly abduct him, only to be annihilated by his 9-kill array. At this juncture, he expressed his concern, Yin, if you wish to persuade the elder to assist in restoring the array of the Mirror Void domain, it may prove exceedingly difficult. Chi Feiyan did not respond, her mind racing as she contemplated what terms might entice him. Meanwhile, Feng Wuhuan leaned forward, eager to catch a glimpse. It had been quite some time since he last saw the venerable elder, and he felt a pang of nostalgia. Observing Feng Wuhuan's inquisitive demeanor, Jiang Shao frowned. Perceiving him as rather naive, Zhen Yuanzi had been diligently unraveling the principles of the wand floating formless array, which indeed was a masterpiece of ingenuity. It seemed that no one could breach it, except for him. However, he too required some time, perhaps 3 days. Zhen Yuanzi retracted the auxiliary formation of deduction, intending to rest before tackling the formidable myriad floating formless formation. Moreover, he was in need of an observer. With a hint of pride, Zhen Yuanzi slightly raised his chin. It was imperative for that young lad Feng's beloved to witness his extraordinary mastery of formation art firsthand. This was to prevent her from underestimating his worth, as she might doubt his identity due to Feng's association with him. After all, he was the esteemed saint of formations, genuine and irrefutable. Just as Zhun Yuanzi basked in his own satisfaction, he heard a familiar voice calling out to him. Master Zhun. Is it the young lad Feng? Zhun Yuanzi turned his head, only to see his slender figure being hurled through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Who? Who dares to be so audacious as to harm his friend in his presence? Chapter 90. If you wish to act against him in the future, you must consult me first. Feng Wuhuan was sent flying by Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao had long harbored disdain for Feng Wuhuan. Upon seeing a mere lowly slave daring to approach the master of arrays, he found it utterly laughable. This provided the perfect opportunity for him to teach the insolent slave a lesson. Chi Feiyan turned her gaze toward Jiang Shao, her tone frigid and laced with inquiry. What is the meaning of this? Jiang Shao, unfazed, replied with calm assurance. Yin, this lowly slave possesses a base identity and harbors unknown intentions. When he suddenly called out to the master of arrays, I feared that his actions might disturb the esteemed elder and jeopardize your affairs. Hence, I acted to discipline him. Though his words bore semblance of reason, Chi Feiyan was unmoved, warning coldly, Jiang Shao, this shall not happen again. Though he is a slave, he is still mine. Let this matter rest. But in the future, should you wish to act against him, you must first seek my counsel. Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly among the surrounding disciples of the mirror void domain. The individuals who had often bullied Feng Wuhuan exchanged perplexed glances. They were bewildered by the sudden shift in their leader's attitude toward the lowly slave. On their journey here, they had frequently tormented him, yet the leader had remained silent, only intervening when their actions became excessively cruel. Now, it seemed she had taken on the role of protector. After warning Jiang Shao, Chi Feiyan stepped toward Feng Wuhuan, only to freeze upon seeing the elder before him. The old man had previously stood with his back to them, rendering his features unknown to her until now. As he turned, realization dawned. This was the elder who had once intercepted her vessel in a bid to rescue Feng Wuhuan. He was the master of arrays. The elder hastily approached Feng Wuhuan, concern evident in his voice. Little one, are you unharmed? Feng Wuhuan, slightly unsteady, shook his head. I am fine. Yet the elder, Zhun Yuanzi, was not pleased. He turned his gaze sharply toward Jiang Shao, having witnessed the latter's attack. Jiang Shao, at that moment, was seething with suppressed anger due to Chi Feiyan's public reprimand. When he realized Zhun Yuanzi's attention was fixed on him, he momentarily froze. Then elation surged within him. The master of arrays was looking at him. In the presence of so many, he had never seen the elder bestow his gaze upon anyone else. Yet here he was, seemingly favoring him. In the next instant, he saw the elder extend a finger towards him. You come here. Jiang Shao, naturally, did not dare to hesitate. He strode forward, proudly holding his head high under the envious stares of those around him, eager to demonstrate to Yin that he was worthy of her regard. As he approached Zhun Yuanzi, he clasped his hands in a respectful bow, intending to present himself with the elegance he deemed fitting. Esteemed elder, I am the grand elder of the mirror void domain. But before he could finish his self-introduction, an unexpected force struck him, sending him hurtling through the air as he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Confused, he gradually comprehended the situation, his expression darkening visibly. On the other side, Feng Wuhuan was equally taken aback by the sudden actions of Zhun Yuanzi. He hastily tugged at Zhun's sleeve, pleading, Master Zhun, please do not harm those from the mirror void. Zhun Yuanzi, observing his weak demeanor, let out a cold snort and retorted, You are you, and I am I. If you are willing to suffer, I shall not indulge them. What? Do you wish to impose upon me? With no alternative, Feng Wuhuan raised his eyes to search for the Lord, only to see Chi Feiyan approaching. He ceased to concern himself with Zhun Yuanzi and knelt down, a sense of trepidation washing over him. This debt would most likely fall upon his shoulders. Meanwhile, Jiang Shao had also been helped up by two other disciples. His eyes brimmed with embarrassment and fury as he loudly questioned, Elder Zhun, what is your intention? I assure you, I have never wronged you. Zhen Yuanzizi cast him a glance, muttering to himself, rather unattractive. He had no desire to engage. Feng Wuhuan was far more pleasing to the eye. Oh, why has Feng knelt down? Jiang Xiao, seeing Zhen Yuanzizi merely glance at him with disdain before diverting his gaze and ignoring his inquiry, felt his humiliation deepen amidst the murmurs of those surrounding him. Zhen Yuanzizi, unfazed by Jiang Xiao's indignation, reached out to pull Feng Wuhuan up. However, Feng Wuhuan subtly shook his head and turned his head, somewhat guiltily calling out to Chi Feiyan, my lord. This sight left Zhen Yuanzizi in utter frustration. Chi Feiyan responded coolly, rise. Uncertain, Feng Wuhuan wondered if the lord would not hold him accountable. He had expected punishment, considering the lord was aware that Master Zhen was his friend. If his friend had harmed someone from the mirror void, it was only natural for the lord to impose a penalty. Dazed, Feng Wuhuan stood up, only to hear the lord engaging in conversation with Master Zhen. May I inquire, esteemed elder, are you the revered master of arrays? Zhen Yuanzizi retorted, naturally. Are you friend with him? Chi Feiyan pressed. So what if you are? And what if you are not? She fell silent. If this person truly was the master of arrays, even if he were friends with the evil dragon, she could not believe that a figure of such stature would deign to be a lackey for the demon clan. However, how could the evil dragon possibly know someone of such renown? In her previous life, they had evidently not been acquainted. Her mind raced with myriad thoughts, and she sensed an instinctive urge to flee from a particular conjecture. Meanwhile, Zhen Yuanzizi had begun to scrutinize Feng Wuhuan, frowning as he did so. I say, Feng, how long has it been that you've been subjected to such turmoil? You truly never regard yourself as human. His tone bore a hint of disappointment. Having known Feng Chonghuan for decades, he had initially held a disdainful view of this youth, even contemplating several times to rid himself of him. Although he had long since withdrawn from worldly affairs, he would not hesitate to eliminate a creature that betrayed its master and caused the demise of thousands of humans. Yet, at some point, he found himself moved by the youth's unwavering sincerity, and this solitary figure, who had never known friendship, gradually began to consider this little dragon as a friend. Nevertheless, even in friendship, certain boundaries must be observed. After all, his friend indeed committed a grave mistake. The misdelivered axis of the protective array led to the demise of many. Thus, when Feng Xiaozai expressed his intention to atone for his sins, he found it difficult to dissuade him. Yet, how could it be that in such a short span, he has become crippled and frail? Although his clothing concealed much, it was likely that the scars were plentiful. Zhen Yuanzi felt a pang of sorrow in his heart, observing the state of Master Zhen. Feng Wuhuan forced a smile and reassured him, I'm quite well, Senior Zhen. What brings you here? Zhen Yuanzi sighed, thumping his thigh, and cast a glance at Chi Feiyan, deliberately raising his voice. Isn't it because you were so eager, begging me for assistance? I feared that some young lady might suspect your intentions, thinking that you were seeking a proxy for the array saint to plot nefariously. Hence, I ventured into this secret realm to casually experiment with a formation, broadening her horizons. The bystanders, upon hearing this, could not help but twitch their lips. Casual experimentation, indeed. This was the Wanfuoxiang array, a formation that had remained unbroken for nearly a millennium within the Tiangu secret realm. Chapter 91. Do not frighten him. Can you not see his fear? Upon hearing this, Chi Feiyan turned her gaze towards the malevolent dragon, her tone calm. So it was you who summoned the array saint? I must express my gratitude. However, why did you not inform me earlier that your friend is the array saint? Her words held no trace of displeasure. Yet Feng Wuhuan could distinctly sense that the lord was irked. Trembling, he replied, I feared you might misunderstand. So, noting his prolonged silence, Chi Feiyan coldly pressed, misunderstand what? Zhen Yuanzi, unable to bear the tension, interjected, my dear girl, do not frighten him. Can you not see how terrified he is of you? How long has Feng Xiaozai been in your broken mirror domain? And look at the state he is in. TSK. Does your conscience not ache? Feng Wuhuan anxiously tugged at Zhen Yuanzi's sleeve, signaling him to cease. Then, in a flustered manner, he looked at Chi Feiyan and said, my lord, I apologize. Senior Zhen's words may not have been gentle. Should you find them displeasing, feel free to punish me. Chi Feiyan. The dragon's words seemed almost mocking, as if he were needling her in front of the erased saint. Zhen Yuanzi? Why did he feel as though he were witnessing a married daughter being bullied, with her family coming to her aid? Yet she sided with her husband's kin? Moreover, Feng Xiaozai had even begun to refer to himself as a servant, and he did so with such ease. Zhen Yuanzi, fuming, shook his head, berating himself for meddling in affairs that did not concern him. Thus, he chose to ignore them, angrily turning away, contemplating how to continue dismantling the array. Besides promising to assist Feng Xiaozai, he was also intent on restoring the protective formation of the mirror domain, fortifying it further to prevent the demon army from breaching it. Perhaps this would alleviate some of the burdens that had long troubled Feng Xiaozai. Just as Zhen Yuanzi was about to resume his task, an ill-fated individual dared to intervene. Jiang Xiao stepped forward, blocking Zhen Yuanzi's path, his countenance ashen. Master Zhen, may I inquire where I have offended you? Even if you are an esteemed array saint, you cannot harm me without cause. Zhen Yuanzi, irritated, dug a finger into his ear, displaying his impatience. It appeared that he had remained in seclusion for far too long, allowing every Tom, Dick, and Harry to obstruct his path. With that, he flicked his fingers. In mere moments, a deadly formation materialized, enveloping the area. Jiang Xiao, taken aback, turned to flee, only to discover he was already ensnared within the array. Again, save me. Ultimately, he could only let out a desperate cry before being completely engulfed by the lethal formation, vanishing from sight. Chi Feiyan took a couple of steps forward, clasping her hands. Master Zhen, I implore you to show mercy. Her tone was perfunctory, lacking urgency. Beside her, Feng Wuhuan, fearing the Lord's displeasure, limped forward, ready to speak, only to see Zhen Yuanzi wave dismissively. Silence. He will not die. Had I not been concerned for your feelings, I would have dispatched him without hesitation. This is utterly vexing. He shot a glare at Feng Wuhuan before turning away. Better to return to dismantling the array. At least that would bring him some joy, lest he succumb to frustration. Feng Wuhuan sighed in relief. Although he harbored intentions to eliminate Jiang Xiao, the current circumstances were not conducive to such actions. Chi Feiyan, having learned that death was not imminent, ceased her concerns. Days passed, and disciples had already set up tents not far from the array. Chi Feiyan awaited developments, observing whether their adversaries could indeed breach the formation. With only 7 or 8 days remaining before the closure of the Qinglou secret realm, the challenge of dismantling the myriad floating formless array was exceedingly formidable. While the onlookers were filled with anticipation for the array's collapse, few genuinely believed that Master Zhen possessed the capability to accomplish such a feat. Then, a voice rang out, urging everyone to look, proclaiming that the array was on the verge of being breached. All gazed in unison, witnessing a small rift tearing through the myriad floating formless array. Moments later, a resounding explosion echoed, and the array was completely shattered. The majestic and imposing ancient palace was unveiled to the world for the very first time. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, eager to surge forward. Yet those at the forefront suddenly shrieked in horror, instantly disintegrating into a mist of blood. Zhen Yuanzi scoffed with disdain, taunting, "Did you truly believe that the palace, shielded by the myriad floating formless array, could be entered at will? Unless one achieves the heavenly realm, entry equates to death. Not to mention, the malevolent energy outside is beyond the endurance of ordinary individuals. Although cultivators of the heavenly realm would find their spiritual power suppressed to the lower tiers of the earth realm within the secret realm, the physical strength of a heavenly realm body, alongside its vast meridians, could not be compared to those of the human or earth realms." Chi Feiyan observed as Zhen Yuanzi boldly stepped forward, her heart stirred. It appeared that the so-called saint of arrays was not as inhumane as rumored. His previous remarks, though seemingly mocking, were more a caution to the crowd to prevent further needless sacrifices. Ultimately, only a handful entered the secret realm. Feng Wuhuan, filled with concern, inquired, "My lord, will you be entering?" This ancient palace is likely a relic of a mischievous, saint-level being from long ago, utterly devoid of treasures. Aside from the fleeting light of the returning soul, there is nothing of value. While there are some minor techniques and weapons, they would not be of interest to a heavenly realm expert. Moreover, the returning soul has already been taken by me in my past life and consumed within the time reversal array, so it should be absent now. Therefore, there is truly no need to risk entering. Some mechanisms within could very well injure even a heavenly realm expert. Chi Feiyan glanced at Feng Wuhuan and replied, "Very well. You wait here." Feng Wuhuan, feeling helpless, cautioned, "Please be careful. There are likely numerous traps and mechanisms within this ancient palace." Chi Feiyan nodded, conjured a protective shield of spiritual energy to ward off the malevolent aura, and turned to depart. As they witnessed the heavenly realm powerhouses entering, those remaining outside the ancient palace grew envious. Their greed and desire prompted some to attempt entry once more. Without exception, they all met their demise. Feng Wuhuan sat silently, his thoughts drifting far away. He found it hard to believe that Master Zhen would exert himself to unravel the array merely to convince the lord of his status as the saint of arrays. If that were the case, there would have been no need for Master Zhen to step into the ancient palace at all. After all, in a previous life, he had remarked to him that this ancient hall was nothing but a heap of ruins. What could possibly be of value to a master of such stature within these walls? As he pondered this, he suddenly witnessed the killing formation beside him, resembling a colossal cocoon, shatter apart. Jiang Xiao was left bloodied and mangled, with 3 severed fingers scattered on the ground. His gaze became vacant upon the formation's collapse. His spirit finally relaxed, and he succumbed to unconsciousness, closing his eyes. In that fleeting moment before losing consciousness, a singular thought consumed his mind. He yearned to flay Feng Wuhuan alive, were it not for that wretched servant. How could the formation master have intervened against him? The disciples of the Mirror Void domain rushed forward in a flurry, either administering elixirs or tending to Jiang Xiao's wounds. Feng Wuhuan also feigned concern, stepping forward to assist. Then, while the others remained oblivious, he quietly infused a wisp of black mist into Jiang Xiao's wrist pulse. This was a unique and potent poison found only within the secret realm. Chapter 92. Has my tolerance for the evil dragon increased? After dispersing the poison, Feng Wuhuan quietly retreated to a distance. Suddenly, he felt a hand pressing down on his shoulder. Startled, he turned to see Yun Yi, who appeared gravely injured. With one hand resting heavily on Feng Wuhuan's shoulder, Yun Yi leaned forward, putting his weight on Feng Wuhuan. The latter stumbled slightly, but managed to steady himself. "Yun Yi, what has happened to you?" Feng Wuhuan inquired, concerned. He had not seen Yun Yi for several days, presuming he was off training alone, never anticipating that he would return so severely wounded. "Little slave, help me lie down. I feel like I'm dying." Yun Yi gasped, his gaze fixed on the ghastly wound on his chest, an injury that nearly pierced his heart. What on earth happened? Feng Wuhuan wondered, recalling that in his previous life, Yun Yi had not sustained any injuries during their expedition in the secret realm. However, there was no time for contemplation. He quickly pressed several acupoints on Yun Yi's body, using his spiritual energy to staunch the bleeding. "Do you have any healing elixirs on you?" he asked urgently. Yun Yi coughed a few times and shook his head. "Don't mention it. I lost them while fighting the magical beast." Feng Wuhuan was at a loss. What should he do? He had no elixirs on him either. Without much hesitation, he rose to seek out other disciples for some healing potions. Though given the severity of Yun Yi's injuries, the elixirs possessed by the others might prove futile. Nevertheless, he hoped to keep Yun Yi alive until their lord arrived with help. He inquired around, receiving several cold stares, but due to Chi Feiyan's previous words, no one dared to lay a hand on him. Eventually, a disciple from Shun Xinxi's faction offered him 2 healing potions. Upon returning, just as Feng Wuhuan was about to administer the medicine to Yun Yi, a fiery, furry creature suddenly burst onto the scene. In a flash, it darted over, lifted the unconscious Yun Yi, and sped away. Feng Wuhuan's expression grew grave. Was it a creature of the demon race? That aura seemed somewhat familiar. He intended to pursue, But the creature's speed was astonishing, and in mere moments, it vanished from sight. Reluctantly, Feng Wuhuan returned, observing the fiery fox. It did not appear to intend harm to Yun Yi. It had even carefully suppressed the flames on its fur while carrying him away. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuanzi entered the ancient hall and headed straight for the main chamber. After rummaging through various items, his expression darkened upon spotting the luminous jade box containing the Hui Guang Yunmu. Logically, this material should have been consumed in the time reversal array, and even if everything else reverted to its original state, the materials expended by the formation should not have reappeared. The purpose of Zhang Yuanzi's journey to the secret realm was indeed twofold. Firstly, to dismantle the Wanfu Wuxiang formation to prove his strength to that girl. Secondly, to validate some theories. However, the results of his validation were less than favorable. Zhang Yuanzi had already determined that the time reversal array, which had required immense effort and numerous trials to perfect, harbored defects. No wonder that girl possessed memories of her past life. He too retained memories. Theoretically, only Feng Wuhuan, as the focal point of the array, should have been capable of preserving such recollections. Zhang Yuanzi scratched his head, feeling somewhat agitated as he squatted on the ground, scribbling and sketching, lost in thought. He remained unaware of the potential repercussions that this flaw might bring forth. This unpredictability weighed heavily on his mind. Days slipped by. Outside the ancient palace, some continued to wait for an opportunity to enter, while many others had already departed. After all, the Tiangu secret realm only materializes once every decade. It would be a pity to squander time here when one could explore other places that might yield greater rewards. Before long, the final day arrived. Those within the ancient palace had yet to emerge, presumably reluctant to leave such a grand structure empty-handed. However, regardless of their willingness, once the hour of Z approached, a wave of dizziness swept over everyone, and they were forcibly transported out of the Tiangu secret realm. Those who had ventured into the palace, the formidable beings of the Tian realm, emerged empty-handed, with 2 sustaining injuries, leaving in a huff and cursing. As soon as Chi Feiyan appeared, Feng Wuhuan swiftly assessed her, relieved to find no traces of blood upon her. Yet, concern compelled him to approach and inquire, "My lord, are you unharmed? Have you sustained any injuries?" Chi Feiyan shook her head. "I am fine. It is merely disappointing that I found nothing of value." The palace was fraught with hidden dangers. Various minor killing formations abounded, and occasionally a spirit puppet would spring forth. In the cultivation world, there exists an unspoken rule. The more perilous the location, the more treasures one might discover. Yet this ancient palace was exceedingly vexing. Even with her typically composed demeanor, she felt the urge to utter a few expletives. The original owner of the palace must have been deranged, setting up numerous barriers with naught to offer. Aside from a mysterious seal, everything else was mere rubbish. As for that seal, she had yet to discern its true material and purpose, suggesting it might also be useless debris. Once Feng Wuhuan confirmed the lord's safety, he began scanning the surroundings for Zhang Yuanzi, only to find him in a daze. Lost in thought, he stepped forward and asked, "Master Zhang, what troubles you? Are you well?" Zhang Yuanzi was jolted from his reverie, his expression unusually grave. Chi Feiyan approached, intending to discuss what conditions might persuade him to assist in repairing the formation in the mirror void domain. Before she could speak, Zhang Yuanzi hurriedly declared, "I have pressing matters to attend to and must depart shortly. I shall head to the mirror void domain in a month or 2 to assist with the repairs. Young lady, please treat my little friend kindly. Were it not for him, I would have remained in seclusion." With that, he patted Feng Wuhuan on the shoulder, his demeanor serious as he hastily took his leave. Feng Wuhuan was bewildered. He rarely witnessed Master Zhen's face so laden with gravity. Had something transpired within the ancient palace? Chi Feiyan's expression was complex. She was reluctant to owe a favor to the dragon. Regardless of any other conditions Zhang Yuanzi might propose, she would strive to fulfill them. Yet, ironically, his request was simple, yet exceedingly challenging for her to accommodate. Nevertheless, the malevolent dragon of this lifetime is ultimately innocent, having borne the burdens of its past self for so long, enduring relentless torment. Thus it has repaid its debts. As long as it refrains from wreaking havoc in the mirror void henceforth, she will contemplate granting it a chance at life, stripping it of its spiritual powers before releasing it from the mirror void. Although existence without cultivation may prove challenging, are not ordinary people able to live out their lives in tranquility? At most, she might provide it with some wealth to ensure its comfort. As she pondered, she suddenly realized that her tolerance towards the malevolent dragon seemed to be increasing. From initially desiring to subject it to the most severe punishments, she gradually shifted to considering granting it a swift end, and now, astonishingly, she found herself contemplating its chance for survival. Chapter 93. Rediscovering an artifact from a past life due to the severity of his injuries. Jiang Shao had been escorted back several days prior by a few disciples under the guidance of the Grand Elder. After all, returning to the Mirror Void Realm sooner would allow for more effective treatment. Chi Feiyan and her companions, however, were in no haste. They leisurely traveled for over half a month before finally reaching the borders of the Mirror Void Realm. Before them lay a breathtaking expanse of azure sea and sky, magnificent in its grandeur. In just half a day, they would return to the palace. The other disciples had already departed ahead of them, and Chi Feiyan, feeling nostalgic for a nearby establishment known for its delicate wontons, decided to take a detour to indulge in a bowl before heading back. Feng Wuhuan naturally accompanied her, relishing the days he had long dared not hope for. No one came to berate or strike him at will anymore, although the lord still treated him with indifference. He had not been punished since their emergence from the secret realm. After traversing the land for another half-month, summer was drawing to a close, and the heat was exceptionally intense. Chi Feiyan carried a small magical artifact to cool herself and did not break a sweat. As for Feng Wuhuan, burdened with the cold poison, he found it an advantage during the sweltering summer days. Indeed, he rather enjoyed this season, as his ailment seldom troubled him then. In addition to the wontons, Chi Feiyan craved a particular delicacy known as lantern rice cakes from a street corner. Feng Wuhuan volunteered to procure them. As they passed by a stall selling trinkets, Feng Wuhuan halted in surprise and confusion. Among the items for sale was a blue chain, the very ankle bracelet gifted to him by his master in a past life, the luminous blue stone anklet. Yet, this precious gift had been presented years later, adorned with several bell-like charms the size of yellow beans. His master cherished the sound of the bells ringing as he experienced moments of passion. How could such a valuable luminous blue stone anklet appear at such a humble stall? Moreover, it was supposed to surface years later at a high-end jewelry shop. Though perplexed, he felt a surge of joy at the unexpected reunion with an old relic. Feng Wuhuan reached into his pocket to feel the few silver ingots within, gifts from Yun, who had given him money upon witnessing his dire circumstances on the road, ensuring he could afford at least a modest inn for the night. However, he had not dared to rent a room without the lord's permission, and he had thought that the coins would go to waste. Now, it seemed they would serve a purpose. Nonetheless, the luminous blue stone anklet had cost his master a fortune in his previous life. The stone was renowned for its remarkable health benefits, and its price was undoubtedly steep. He wondered if his small amount of silver would suffice to acquire it. Approaching the stall discreetly, he inquired about the price of the chain. The vendor, noting Feng Wuhuan's shabby attire, which bore numerous patches, smirked and deliberately inflated the price. 5 taels. The vendor had found the chain and was uncertain of its material, but it appeared quite appealing. He had initially intended to sell it for 2 taels, yet figured that selling it for 10 taels would make little difference to someone who looked so impoverished. Feng Wuhuan felt a thrill of delight. This vendor clearly lacked discernment, pricing such a valuable luminous blue stone at a mere 5 taels. He possessed 10 taels of silver. I purchased it. He handed a 5 taels silver ingot to the street vendor, who appeared momentarily taken aback. Is it true? Has this person actually made a purchase? And for 5 taels. Once he regained his composure, the vendor, fearing the buyer might change his mind, eagerly accepted the blue fluorite chain and swiftly took the 5 taels in return. This transaction concluded with both parties feeling they had profited. Delighted, Feng Wuhuan carefully stored the chain. Little did he expect that this outing would not only allow him to retrieve the shadowing pearl, but also to acquire the blue fluorite anklet unexpectedly. After concealing the chain, Feng Wuhuan made his way to the street corner to buy some lantern fruits, then returned to seek out Chi Feiyan. The thin-skinned wontons had already been served at the table, surprisingly in 2 bowls. "My lord, the lantern fruits you requested." Feng Wuhuan presented the fruits to her and dutifully stood by her side. Once they returned to the mirror void, he would likely find himself busy in the servant quarters again, leaving little opportunity to dine together. "That bowl is yours," Chi Feiyan remarked casually. Feng Wuhuan was taken aback, only then realizing that there were indeed 2 bowls of wontons on the table. Did the lord buy him one as well? This was the first time the lord had treated him to food. No one in the journey had inquired about his sustenance. When hunger struck, he would awkwardly approach fellow disciples for a morsel. Sometimes he would succeed, other times he would not. Feng Wuhuan, feeling somewhat flustered, waved his hand. "No need. I am not hungry." He was indeed not hungry, having just eaten a steamed bun in the morning, which could sustain him for 2 days. Chi Feiyan noticed the dragon's peach blossom eyes continuously glancing at the wontons. Though he claimed he did not want any, his eyes betrayed a yearning. She could not help but snort. "Is that so? Then don't eat." Feng Wuhuan. He regretted it immensely. Was it too late to change his words? Would the lord be angry? Chi Feiyan ignored the visible remorse on his face and began to savor the wontons, which were truly delightful. The skins were as thin as bamboo membranes, translucent and tempting. A scoop of white pig fat drizzled with soy sauce and vinegar, topped with chopped scallions and diced daikon, created a savory and appetizing dish. Chi Feiyan retrieved a flask of Qinshan Zue from her sumaru ring. Paired with the wine, the flavors intensified. Before long, the lantern fruits and a bowl of thin-skinned wontons had disappeared. Sated, Chi Feiyan prepared to leave. Feng Wuhuan hesitated multiple times, wanting to speak but lacking the courage. Seeing Chi Feiyan about to depart, he could no longer hold back. "My lord, I suddenly feel hungry again." As the words escaped his lips, he sensed impending doom. Surely, he heard the lord's cold chuckle. "Feng Wuhuan, you just said you weren't hungry. And now that I've finished eating, you claim to be hungry? Do you expect me to wait for you to eat?" Feng Wuhuan promptly knelt. "I am sorry. I want to eat." He hurriedly apologized. Perhaps the lord had been too kind to him in recent days, causing him to momentarily lose his sense of propriety. This was the first time in his life the lord had purchased food for him. He had longed for it, yet initially felt unworthy and nervously declined. Later, he regretted that decision. Repeatedly, it was indeed his fault. Observing the situation, the vendor nearby stepped forward with a smile to mediate. "No worries, if you're not hungry now, you can take it home. I have oil paper boxes available for takeaway. However, there is an additional charge of 2 copper coins per box. Would the esteemed guest like to have it packed?" As soon as the vendor finished speaking, the voices of Feng Wuhuan and Chi Feiyan resonated almost in unison. "Please pack it for him." "No need." The latter part of Feng Wuhuan's response caught in his throat, abruptly halted. Did the lord instruct the vendor to pack it for him? Oh dear. He hastily retracted his words, fearing that uttering them would result in his wontons disappearing. Seeing that the vile dragon had securely grasped the box of packed wontons, Chi Feiyan scoffed quietly, reflecting that this vile dragon was indeed one who spoke disdainfully, yet acted justly. Chapter 94. The malevolent dragon indeed possesses memories of its past life. After a lapse of several months, Feng Wuhuan returned to Yanxijia. Chi Feiyan, who had just returned, hurried to the front hall, having been away for months. There were numerous matters in the mirror void that required her decisive action. Feng Wuhuan lingered in Yanxijia, postponing his visit to the servant quarters. Stealthily, he procured a porcelain bowl from the kitchen, meticulously cleaned it, and cautiously filled it with half of the wontons, leaving only a small portion in the oil paper box. He then surreptitiously stowed the bowl away in his shumi ring. After completing these tasks, he intended to conceal the ring within the doghouse. Yet inexplicably, a sense of unease began to stir within him. In the front hall, the Grand Elder Jiang Xian was questioning his son about the grievous injuries he sustained in the secret realm, subtly reproaching Chi Feiyan for failing to protect him. Chi Feiyan, however, was not one to be polite. She swiftly retorted with a few words regarding how Jiang Shao had provoked the Array Saint. Qi Qinghe also chimed in to support her, causing Jiang Xian's countenance to darken, leading him to exit in a huff. The fifth elder, Shun Xinzi, bore a beaming smile as he expressed gratitude to Chi Feiyan for having found him a remarkable disciple. He knew that He Yin was his most talented student. Given time, his mastery of alchemical toxins would undoubtedly surpass that of his predecessors, thereby ensuring the continuation of his legacy. After some idle chatter among the elders, other officials soon arrived to report on various matters. "My lord, one of the spies you instructed me to monitor has escaped. It is a servant from the quarters, named Chuguan. For some unknown reason, this individual's cultivation was not sealed, and during the escape, he injured several guards. We have dispatched personnel to search for him, but it has been nearly 2 to 3 months with no news. Moreover, before leaving, he pilfered a trove of items from the storeroom. He claimed that raising butterflies was too costly, and since the storeroom contained many valuable items, taking a few would be of little consequence, urging us not to concern ourselves too much. This is utterly outrageous. It is evident that he hails from a barbaric land, yet to be civilized." The more Chi Feiyan listened, the more her brow furrowed. Chuguan? Was he not the very spy who had befriended Feng Wuhuan? How could he have suddenly fled and stolen from the storeroom? Could it be that Feng Wuhuan was involved? Suddenly struck by a thought, she commanded, "Bring me the inventory of the stolen items from the storeroom." The official quickly reached into his pocket. "My lord, I have it with me. Please take a look." Upon seeing the lengthy list of stolen goods, Chi Feiyan nearly erupted with anger. This is merely a few items? The total nearly amounted to 100. Yet, her expression quickly shifted to one of icy seriousness. Her gaze fixated on a few words: a pair of Qinghong Sea magnetic stone shumi rings. Previously, in the secret realm, she had intended to retrieve this pair of rings from the storeroom upon her return, and now they were simply gone. Could this be mere coincidence? Chuguan had formed a close bond with Feng Wuhuan, and during her expedition to the Tinggu secret realm, he had escaped while also stealing from a storeroom. Among those items, coincidentally, were the sea magnetic stone rings. How could this possibly be a coincidence? Yet if it were not a coincidence, then there was but one possibility, the very one she had previously speculated within her heart. After that, Chi Feiyan did not listen any further and asked Shi Qinghe to handle the matters. With a cold expression, she exited the grand hall. Some things, it seemed, she needed to clarify. Striding back to Yinshi residence, she was intercepted in the courtyard. Chi Feiyan glanced at the person before her and impatiently said, "Get lost." Having been preoccupied and then venturing into the Tiangu secret realm, she had almost forgotten about Su Qian. At this moment, she was certainly not in the mood to indulge him. Su Qian had not anticipated such a fierce reaction from her. Following Feng Wuhuan's advice, he had sought out a brewing master and dedicated 2 to 3 months to learning the craft. He finally concocted a brew that rivaled Qianshan Zue in flavor, but was far more potent. Eager to present it to the lord of the manor, he found her absent from the Jingshu domain due to her engagements. After waiting, he had heard of her return today and had deliberately positioned himself in the courtyard to intercept her. Now that he had finally encountered her, he was not going to leave just because she uttered a dismissive command. Quickly lifting the wine jug in his hand, Su Qian removed the stopper, and immediately, a rich aroma of alcohol wafted through the air. "My lord, this is a special enhanced version of Qianshan Zue that I brewed just for you. I believe you will enjoy it. Would you care to take a sip?" he called out as he jogged after the swiftly departing figure. The hurried person suddenly halted in her tracks. She turned around, her gaze intensely fixed on the jug of Qianshan Zue in Su Qian's hand. Sukian instinquito vigoi. Although he lacked cultivation, he could sense that the current lord was formidable. There was murderous intent. He hesitated to offer the wine. Had he unwittingly crossed some forbidden line? Why did her reaction to the wine seem so severe? Was that scoundrel Feng deceiving him? Did the lord despise this wine instead of liking it? Before he could contemplate further, the jug was snatched from his grasp by Chi Feiyan. She inhaled the aroma and had already formed a rough idea in her mind. Taking a tentative sip, the corners of her mouth slowly curled into a cold arc. Her gaze lowered as she remained silent, fixated on the jug, lost in thought. After a moment, she calmly inquired, "How did you come to brew this wine? Speak the truth, or I shall surely end you today." Su Qian's heart sank. Damn it. He had truly been tricked by that scoundrel. Judging by the lord's expression, there was no hint of fondness for this wine. It was clear she detested it. no longer hesitating. He disregarded his previous promise to Feng Wuhuan to keep it a secret and divulged everything. Chi Feiyan remained silent for a long while. Indeed, was it that wicked dragon who suggested this? That dragon possessed memories from past life. She had only harbored a vague suspicion before, but now she was nearly certain. The sea magnet stone ring, the enhanced Qianshan Zhe, the array saints she had never encountered in her previous life. And there were still many more clues to uncover. For instance, during battles against magical beasts, she had employed seemingly elementary techniques, yet their power had multiplied exponentially. For instance, after bringing him back, she incessantly tormented him, yet he bore it all with remarkable compliance, his demeanor starkly contrasting with that of his previous existence. The dishes he prepared evoked a peculiar sensation. Although lacking in flavor, they inexplicably carried a familiar essence, as if he could have crafted something far superior but deliberately chose to conceal his abilities. There were countless instances, numerous minute details, which she had previously overlooked, now converged upon a singular truth. Chi Feiyan suddenly chuckled softly. How absurd it was that, for so long, she had remained oblivious to the reality. She had believed him innocent, still contemplating granting him a chance at redemption. She remained, just as in her former life, utterly foolish. This malevolent dragon had not changed. He still possessed the art of deception, just as before. Now, she was determined to witness whether he could maintain his facade when confronted with the truth. With this thought, she hesitated no longer. She turned resolutely and strode towards the inner courtyard, the debts incurred for being deceived to the point of ruin in her past life, along with those of this life, required settling, each and every one. This time, she vowed not to allow her heart to soften. Chapter 95. The servant was utterly perplexed by the Lord's words. Inside the courtyard, Feng Wuhuan dared not sit at the wooden table to eat. Instead, he fetched a small stool, seated himself, and, cradling an oiled paper box, began to delicately savor the wontons within. He relished each bite with utmost seriousness, as if he still possessed the gift of taste. These were specially purchased by the Lord for his enjoyment. Though he had left a significant portion of wontons in the shumi ring, he was reluctant to finish the ones in the box too quickly. Each spoonful was meticulously chewed for an extended period before he allowed himself to swallow. How fragrant! The delightful aroma caused his enchanting peach blossom eyes to gently crinkle. Lately, the Lord seemed to be increasingly kind to him. Although he knew it was but a fleeting fantasy, he could not help but dream that perhaps one day before his demise, he might beseech the Lord for a bowl of the chicken soup brewed with suspended lotus flowers. It was a taste he had longed for nearly a century. Yet, upon further reflection, a sense of despondency washed over him. Perhaps it was best to refrain from such desires. If he dared to voice this wish, the Lord would instantly discern his memories. At that point, he feared he might find his head twisted off to be made into chicken soup. Feng Wuhuan sighed, internally chastising himself for his insatiable greed. Having tasted a hint of warmth, he yearned for more. Yet, this moment was already quite splendid, and he ought not to be so avaricious. As long as the Lord occasionally dispensed a modicum of affection, he could revel in joy for an extended time. The elusive chicken soup was out of reach. He could instead set his sights on witnessing the Lord smile at him just once before his end. Throughout this lifetime, the Lord had never bestowed upon him a smile. He fondly reminisced about the days when his master would gaze at him with a warm smile. Now, he dared not ask for more. Just a single smile would suffice. As Feng Wuhuan leisurely consumed the last of his wontons, a creaking sound echoed through the air. The wooden door of the courtyard was forcefully pushed open. He looked up to see Chi Feiyan. A flicker of confusion crossed his mind. Had the Lord not been occupied in the front hall? How could he return so swiftly? Nevertheless, he hastily rose, limping towards her with a beaming face. "My lord, you have returned." Chi Feiyan's eyes, like frost-covered snow, fell upon the now empty, oiled paper box in the servant's hands. Was it delicious? Her voice bore no inflection, rendering her emotions inscrutable. Yet, Feng Wuhuan acutely sensed that something was amiss. An unsettling sensation washed over him once more, and he cautiously scrutinized the Lord's expression, replying in a hushed tone, It was delicious. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than he was sent flying backwards. The impact with the ground elicited a muffled groan of pain. Bewildered, he barely had time to ponder why the Lord had struck him before he scrambled to his knees in panic. His instincts were correct. The Lord was indeed furious, and her ire was more potent than ever before. "My Lord, did I do something wrong? Might you enlighten me? I shall surely amend my ways." Chi Feiyan's gaze darkened, heavy with unspoken tension. Her gaze was fixed upon the individual kneeling on the ground, still exhibiting a demeanor of utter timidity and pitifulness. She inwardly mocked her own foolishness once more. How could she have been deceived by such a wretched display of feigned suffering? There was nothing amiss in your actions. You performed splendidly. At least in the art of deceiving me, you have consistently excelled. Feng Wuhuan. Or perhaps I ought to refer to you as Feng Changhuan. Yet, that would be inappropriate. Someone like you is unworthy of such a name. Feng Wuhuan was momentarily stunned, his face paling as an overwhelming wave of terror surged through him, causing him to tremble involuntarily, his body prickling with fear, beads of cold sweat forming. After a considerable pause, he managed to retrieve his voice. I do not comprehend what the Lord is saying." Chi Feiyan let out a cold laugh. Indeed, this vile dragon would utter not a single truth. Even now, it sought to deceive her. She shook the enhanced bottle of Qianshan in her hand, her expression devoid of warmth as she murmured, "Oh, you do not know." In the next instant, she abruptly raised the wine jug high and hurled it fiercely in Feng Wuhuan's direction. His fingers hanging by his side curled slightly. He dared not move an inch to evade it, remaining steadfastly kneeling, merely closing his eyes momentarily. The jug struck him on the left temple with a resounding crash. Pain surged forth as anticipated. Blood oozed from his left temple, trickling down his long, raven-like lashes, each droplet falling to the ground. Instinctively, he reached out to catch it, fearing to soil the Lord's residence, Yanxiu. The blood clouded his left eye, engulfing it in crimson. Chi Feiyan's voice was as frigid as the ancient ice of 1,000-year-old hell. "Since you do not comprehend what I am saying, then kneel first before you respond." Feng Wuhuan understood all too well that her instruction to kneel pertained to where he was to do so. With a sense of dread, he responded affirmatively. Without a moment's hesitation, he moved forward 2 steps and pressed his knee down upon the scattered shards of porcelain before him. A suppressed groan of pain escaped him. The jagged fragments were acutely sharp, piercing through flesh and bone that were already marred with scars. For the past month, the Lord had seldom commanded him to kneel. His knees, nurtured over this time, had benefited from the medicinal powder the Lord had previously provided, although he had been reluctant to exhaust it after applying it twice. They had improved significantly. Yet now, kneeling upon these shards rendered the previous month's care futile. Feng Wuhuan was consumed by fear, his mind racing to devise a means to conceal this incident further. He even indulged in self-deception, thinking that it would suffice as long as he did not admit to anything. Yes, as long as he maintained his silence. He could not concede that he possessed memories. Otherwise, even the slightest chance of kindness he might receive would be utterly extinguished. He dared not confront her inquiries regarding the betrayals of his past life. He would rather endure the agony of 1,000 cuts than face such interrogations. He was indeed a timid, cowardly, and selfish individual, avoiding confrontation unless escape became impossible. Until that day arrived, he wished only to evade as much as he could. Chi Feiyan observed the fabric around his knee gradually turning crimson, her voice remaining devoid of any warmth. "Feng Wuhuan, this enhanced version of Qianshan is quite exquisite. However, compared to the brew you crafted in your previous life, it still lacks a certain depth of flavor. Why not take matters into your own hands instead of indirectly seeking out Su Qian?" Feng Wuhuan's slender frame shivered slightly. Forcing a smile, "I do not comprehend what you mean by previous life, my lord. I merely observe how fond you are of this wine. You always indulge in it until you're somewhat inebriated before you cease. Thus, I wondered if perhaps the wine was too bland for your palate, and you did not enjoy it. Subsequently, Su Qian sought to please you as well. You know, he has always held a disdain for me. Therefore, I decided to sell him this information, leading him to brew the wine, which would keep him occupied and unable to target me further. If it turns out to be to your liking, I could then step forward to claim the accolades. Yet, I never anticipated that my selfish intentions would be discovered by you so soon. Chapter 96. Will there be no opportunity to enter Yinchi residence again? Feng Wuhuan believed that this explanation was reasonable. However, upon hearing this, Chi Feiyan's gaze turned cold and dim. Indeed, had this been earlier, she might have been inclined to believe such words. But now, she found it utterly ridiculous. A soft laugh escaped her lips. How naive she had been to think that after exposing the truth, this malicious dragon would willingly confess. Nevertheless, she possessed her own means to extract the truth from him. For the moment, she chose not to dwell on this matter. Yet, the thought of the two lost rings gnawed at her heart. They ought to be destroyed. Just like the decade filled with schemes and betrayals, where all affection and love were nothing but falsehoods, all should be obliterated. Feng Wuhuan, where are those two Sumi rings? Produce them. This was no longer a question but a command, a certainty that those rings were in his possession. Feng Wuhuan's complexion paled further, cold sweat trickling down. His beautiful peach blossom eyes were filled with panic and helplessness. His fingers hanging by his side, unconsciously twisted the fabric of his clothing, knuckles turning white. What should he do? What could he do? He must not hand them over, absolutely not. If he surrendered them, the Lord would surely destroy them. Inside were remnants of his past, collected piece by piece. How could he possibly relinquish them? He would rather face destruction himself. The Lord would not find them. He must not be discovered. He simply had to deny everything. As long as the Lord could not locate them, all would be well. It would be fine. Everything would be fine in his heart. The anxious Feng Wuhuan silently encouraged himself. Then he raised his pale face, stammering as he lied once more. I truly do not know what the Lord is speaking of. I have never taken the two Sumi rings you mentioned. Before he could finish his words, a thunderous crash echoed. Chi Feiyan raised her hand, and terrifying spiritual power reduced the doghouse to mere powder. She stepped forward, using her spiritual energy to blow away the debris, and began her search. Feng Wuhuan's face turned ashen, his heart racing furiously. Thankfully, he had not concealed the rings in the hidden compartment of the doghouse. Otherwise, they would have been discovered by now. After searching for a moment, Chi Feiyan found nothing, and impatience began to cloud her brows. Suddenly, she turned, seemingly abandoning her search. Feng Wuhuan exhaled in relief. Was the Lord no longer seeking the rings? That would be good. That would indeed be good, Feng Wuhuan. I shall give you one last chance to present the rings. When she spoke again, Chi Feiyan's voice was icy, yet her tone curiously calm, reminiscent of the stillness before a storm. Feng Wuhuan was about to once again deny the existence of the rings, but Chi Feiyan's next words interrupted him. Think carefully before you respond. Do not lie. Your deceptions, whether past or present, disgust me to the core. Feng Wuhuan's body swayed slightly, teetering on a brink. His lips moved several times, yet ultimately no sound emerged. He had intended to utter another falsehood, but found himself unable to continue. One must not utter falsehoods, for it would displease the Lord. Yet, he was equally reluctant to reveal the truth. Ultimately, he could only hang his head in silence. Blood gradually soaked into the ground, mingling with the aroma of wine to create a strangely macabre scent. His knees, which should have throbbed with pain, were rendered numb by overwhelming fear, leaving Feng Wuhuan momentarily oblivious to his injuries. Chi Feiyan, noticing his silence, snapped impatiently, "Speak." The response was still one of silence. Chi Feiyan chuckled softly again. Feng Wuhuan, do you truly believe that your silence will allow this matter to pass? Very well, since you are unwilling to cooperate here. You shall do so in the torture chamber. The kneeling man visibly trembled at the mention of the torture chamber, clearly gripped by fear. Nevertheless, he merely nodded in affirmation. Then, let us proceed, Chi Feiyan declared, turning on her heel to lead the way. Feng Wuhuan struggled to rise, disregarding the shards of porcelain embedded in his knee, and stumbled after her. Chi Feiyan did not slow her pace for him. He could only laboriously follow, his legs feeling as though they were weighed down with lead, and the pain in his knee, which had previously seemed negligible, now pierced with excruciating intensity with every hurried step. He could not recall how many times he fell along the way, but each time he scrambled to rise as quickly as possible, lest he lose sight of the figure ahead. The porcelain shards in his knee inflicted further damage with each fall, driving deeper into his flesh as he involuntarily knelt again. In this wretched state, crawling and rolling, he finally arrived at the entrance of the torture chamber. The chamber comprised 7 levels, all underground. Chi Feiyan descended to the 3rd level, proceeding directly to a torture rack, where 2 executioners promptly brought over a wooden chair. They exchanged curious glances, wondering what manner of criminal warranted the Lord's personal presence in this filthy chamber of torment. Just then, an exceptionally handsome youth cautiously descended the stairs, his gait indicating some difficulty, with large bloodstains spreading from his knee. Clearly growing impatient, Chi Feiyan barked, "Hurry!" The boy flinched at her sharp tone and hastened his pace, but his injured knee betrayed him, causing him to stumble forward. From such a height, the fall elicited nothing more than a muffled grunt from the youth. Feng Wuhuan lay on the ground for a moment, gathering himself, yet found it challenging to rise. He dared to glance at the person seated before the torture rack, an exquisitely chiseled profile, taut with tension, emanating an aura of icy severity. He averted his gaze, fearful of displeasing the individual by making them wait. Now, barely able to stand, Feng Wuhuan could only crawl forward on hands and knees, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Yet it mattered little, as the ground here was already marred by countless dried stains. He even found a moment to ponder how the blood he had spilled would affect the floor back at Yinshi residence. He should have cleaned it before coming to the torture chamber. Upon the Lord's return, would he not find the bloodstains exceedingly unsightly and repulsive? The doghouse has been reduced to mere powder by the Lord's wrath. Within it lay 2 sets of his own change of clothes and sewing supplies. Fortunately, all vital belongings have been concealed elsewhere, spared from destruction. Yet, his refuge within the abode of Yinshi has been lost. Would he ever have the opportunity to return to Yinshi again? Had he known, he would have gazed upon Yinshi a moment longer before departing. He pondered endlessly. His body was already being hoisted by the 2 executioners. Iron chains ensnared his hands and feet, encircling his waist and abdomen, then tightened. The frigid touch sent a shiver coursing through him. Outside, the late summer heat bore down relentlessly, yet the depths of the 3rd level of the torture chamber were bone-chilling. Chi Feiyan gazed at the man bound to the torture rack, her voice devoid of any warmth. Let the torment commence. Chapter 97. Do you believe that by remaining silent, I will spare you?